In the following days, Xia Huanhuan concentrated on reviewing. With Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan around, she could save a lot of time on trivial housework and playing with the triplets. According to what she knew, the first year of the resumption of the college entrance examination, it was divided into arts and science. Art subjects tested politics, Chinese, mathematics, history, and geography. Science subjects tested politics, Chinese, mathematics, physics, and chemistry. If you applied for a foreign language major, you had to take an additional foreign language test. Each province and city also set its own questions based on its own situation. The full score for each of the 4 subjects was 100 points, and the additional foreign language test was 50 points, so the total score was 400 to 450 points. The admission score line that year was also very low, basically cut in half, and 210 points or more could pass the line. However, although the admission score line was set relatively low, it was not easy to reach. After all, there was a 10-year gap, and the announcement of the resumption of the college entrance examination was in October, and the exam was in December, which means that there was only more than a month of review time. Of course, there are indeed many people like Xia Huanhuan who got the news in advance and started preparing in advance, but more people only found out when the exam was approaching. The age range of the candidates in the first year was very large. Many people were already married and had children, and it was impossible for them to devote their whole body and mind to intensive review. Therefore, there were a total of 5.7 million candidates in the first year of the college entrance examination, and only about 300,000 were finally admitted. There is still a process for applying for volunteers, but in order to prioritize the admission rate of key colleges and universities have priority admission rights. In other words, if your score is high enough, even if you did not apply for this university when filling out the application, you may be admitted in the end. These are the situations on the world line before the crossing, but it should be similar here. At least Beijing City does have 2 top universities in the country, Beijing University and Tsinghua University. Xia Huanhuan's goal is naturally Beijing and Tsinghua. After all, she has enough time and resources to study and sufficient knowledge reserves. After all, this year's college entrance examination spans 10 years, and the questions are relatively simple, so she must set a higher goal. She plans to apply for liberal arts. In the future, she would need to use her own space and materials to do business, so economics, commerce, and finance were the majors she planned to apply for. As for foreign languages, her English was already good, and there were many original foreign books and audio and video resources in her space, which might even be more complete than the foreign language majors in universities today, so there was no need to study them specifically. She couldn't remember much about physics, chemistry, and biology, and after graduation, she might be assigned to various research institutes or even go to other places, and then she might have to live apart from Lijian. Xia Huanhuan's Chinese, mathematics, history, and geography were all okay, but politics was the most troublesome, and she didn't even have a clue to review, so she spent most of her time on this subject. Time passed quickly on the island, and the ducks knew first when the river water warmed in spring. As Beijing, which was once the root of the imperial city, naturally many people knew the news. Everyone rushed to the bookstore to buy textbooks, or lent them to each other, and it was almost impossible to find a book. These were naturally mentioned in the letter sent by Fu Nanjing. Fu Nanjing finally realized that Xia Huanhuan asked him to buy textbooks a year ago, maybe because she had foreseen the current situation. Books were much easier to buy at that time. Many books were directly sold to the scrap collection station as waste, and Fu Nanjing only spent a few dollars there to buy a complete set. Now, even if you turn the scrap collection station upside down, you can't find a single book. Although he was puzzled as to how his sister, who grew up in the countryside, could foresee this, and there were so many contents, she should only have the level of elementary school literacy. How could she understand it? But Fu Nanjing was still very excited. Maybe his sister is just smart? When Xia Huanhuan asked him to find textbooks, she asked him to find textbooks from elementary school to high school. It's not surprising that he could master them if he started from the beginning. Fu Nanjing also asked in the letter if Xia Huanhuan would take the exam if the rumors were true. Xia Huanhuan didn't hide it and said yes. Fu Nanjing naturally told his family immediately. He also said that Huan was very motivated and had been learning by herself from the primary school textbooks since last year. Fu Weixin made old Master Fu very happy. This girl, after so much effort to find her relatives, ended up running off to the island with that kid Li Zhan. As a grandfather, I could only see her once or twice a year. Now it's good. She's coming back to take the exam. If she passes, she'll go to a university in Beijing. Then, the kids will be left at home to help take care of them, just like Yuan Chao and Heping. Old Master Fu already had a blueprint for the future in front of him. Fu Weixin poured cold water on him. Dad, what are you thinking about? When the time comes, old Xia and the others will definitely come to Beijing together. Our house is so crowded. Where can we live? We must find another house. Besides, you are so old, and Huan must be worried that the children are too noisy and affect your rest. I see. The little ones will definitely be taken care of by old Xia and the others. Grandpa Fu glared at him, raised his crutches and hit him. Shut up. Even if you can't take her home, it's always convenient to come over occasionally, right? If that doesn't work, I'll move in with my granddaughter. Fu Weixin was helpless. Grandpa, don't make trouble. Huan will still have to go to school, and I will have to spare energy to take care of you. You'd better stay at home and be looked after by guards and health workers. Fu Nanjing couldn't help laughing. Grandpa, Dad, are you thinking too far? There is no definite news whether the college entrance examination will be resumed or not, and you're thinking about what will happen after Huan passes the exam? What if Huan doesn't pass the exam? Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin cast cold eyes at Fu Nanjing at the same time. What kind of bad mouth are you? My granddaughter. How could she not pass the exam? If Huan really doesn't pass the exam, it's all your fault in the end. She asked you to help find teaching materials last year. Even if you didn't tell your family, you should have helped her study and solve her doubts. Now you're worried about her failing the exam. What have you been doing before?
Fu Nanjing.
Fu Nanjing. No. How come you guys are so united in the blink of an eye? Besides, he is not an outsider. He just saw that these two old men were still fighting at such an old age, so he kindly tried to mediate. He is a peacemaker. I still have a job in Jingshi. How can I run over? Besides, Huan didn't ask me. Fu Nanjing said. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so surprised now. Anyway, everyone is very happy. In October, people all over the country heard the exciting news through the radio that the college entrance examination would be resumed in December. After the Fu family knew that Xia Huan was interested in taking the college entrance examination, Fu Weixin personally sent a telegram to ask Xia Huan to return to Beijing first to sort out the household registration. On October 21st, the newspapers and radio reported the news of the resumption of university admissions, and the examination date was set in December. If Xia Huan left late, she was afraid that if something went wrong at that time, she would be delayed. In this era, when educated youth went to the countryside, their household registration and organizational relations had to be transferred, basically from the city to the countryside. However, Xia Huan took her children to follow the army, and Li Zhan also went out to serve in the army, so the situation was different, and their household registration was still in Qingshui village. But Qingshui village does not belong to Beijing, but to Hebei province, so if she wants to take the college entrance examination, she actually has to take it in Hebei province. Xia Huan thought of everything and forgot about this, and for a while she was almost crying because of her stupidity. However, even if Xia Huan took the exam in Hebei province, she was confident. In the first year of the resumption of the college entrance examination, the time was tight and the task was heavy, so each province and city adopted the method of setting questions independently, and the examination papers of each province and city were different. It was not until the second year that the national examination papers were available. The enrollment of each province and city also gave priority to being admitted to schools in the province and city. However, after the results came out, candidates could fill in their applications, and they could also apply to universities outside the province, but in order to be admitted, they needed very good results or good luck. If Xia Huan took the exam in Hebei province, it would be very difficult for her to go to Beijing University. The Fu family obviously wanted to use their connections to transfer Xia Huanhuan's household registration from the rural area of Qingshui village to Beijing city as soon as possible. Xia Huanhuan was the long-lost daughter of the Fu family, and she should have been registered in Beijing city, which was naturally understandable. However, after considering it again and again, Xia Huanhuan sent a telegram back to ask the Fu family to give up this plan. In that era, it was not uncommon to use connections to get through the back door, but it was rare. Although the Fu family has a background, they also have enemies, otherwise the last Li Zhan incident would not have turned out like that. In the first year of the resumption of the college entrance examination, the whole country was changing direction. At this critical juncture, all parties were still confused about their expectations and views on the future. Although the assessment of the family background, thoughts and actions of the candidates was nominally relaxed a lot, there were definitely many restrictions set behind the scenes. She suddenly changed her rural household registration to a Beijing household registration on the eve of the college entrance examination. Although there was a reason for it, if the results came out later and she really got a high score, it was hard to guarantee that those who were secretly watching the Fu family would not make a fuss about it. By then, the results and admission quota might be invalidated, or even the college entrance examination next year would be blocked, which would make you passive. Instead of taking this risk, it would be better to fight a desperate battle and get into Beijing. By then, you can transfer your household registration legitimately and no one can find fault with it. To put it another way, even if she made a mistake and failed the exam in the first year, she could get her household registration done by then, and it would only take half a year to catch up with the college entrance examination next year, which would not delay things. However, we still have to go back early. It was already quite cold on the island at the end of October, and everyone was wearing sweaters and cotton-padded clothes. Lin Yuru didn't let Xia Huanhuan do it, and packed her luggage herself. After hearing the news on the radio in October, Xia Huanhuan announced her plan to take the college entrance examination at home. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru only knew that their daughter had been reading books or calculating something with a draft paper every day during the 6 months they had been here, but they didn't know what she was going to do. They just felt that their daughter was so amazing now that she could recognize so many words. Take the college entrance examination? Is it the kind that Xia Fangfang took away before? Lin Yuru's heart tightened, and she asked in a trembling voice. Xia Shuangshan also looked at Xia Huanhuan without blinking. The quota for the workers, peasants and soldiers university was taken away by Xia Fangfang, and Xia Fangfang was later expelled. But the fact that his daughter couldn't go to college to change her fate has never changed. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru have always felt bad. Now I heard that Wanner is going to take the college entrance examination. If she passes, it will make up for the regret of the past. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Dad, Mom, it's almost the same. However, I need to take an exam. Everyone has a chance. As long as you can get a high score, you can go to college. Xia Shuangshan asked nervously, this still requires an exam? Xia Huanhuan nodded. Of course, there are so many people in the country and all the educated youth from the city who came to the countryside have to take the exam. If a group of people are not eliminated through the exam, the school will not be able to accommodate them even if it collapses. However, she soon smiled and said, Don't worry. I have been self-studying for the past 2 years, and there will be no problem. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were skeptical. When Wana was young, she went to elementary school for 2 or 3 years, and then Li Tsuehua ordered Wana to drop out of school. This is a common phenomenon in rural areas. But Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were weak and incompetent at the time, which was also one of the main reasons. Now, suddenly, she said that she wanted to take the college entrance examination with others who had gone to high school. But neither of them said these concerns. Their daughter was full of confidence, and they could not help, but also poured cold water on her. What kind of parents are they? Lin Yuru took over all the housework at home, so that Xia Huanhuan could review with peace of mind. Now, Xia Huanhuan is going back early, and Lin Yuru is also very worried. Can you really go back alone? How about taking the children with you? Your dad, and I will go back to Qingshui village with you. You don't even have someone to cook for you in the village. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, don't worry about it. I will go back to Qingshui village first, and register through the commune. My dad and grandpa in Beijing have sent me several telegrams asking me to live at home after I go back. If there are any questions or knowledge points that I don't understand, my third brother can help me. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei haven't finished a semester yet. If I take them back now, won't it delay their studies? It's better to wait until I finish the exam. If I really pass the exam, then we can move back together. Lin Yuru was relieved to hear that she would live in Jing City after she returned, so she said nothing more. Lin Yuru packed up Xia Huanhuan's cotton coat, cotton pants, and cotton boots, as well as a lot of textbooks and review materials, and also made scallion pancakes and boiled a dozen eggs. She also took a lot of homemade squid strips, dried shrimps, dried silverfish, etc. for her to eat as dry food on the road. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. But she couldn't tell others that she had a space and could always have food. Moreover, she actually planned to find an opportunity to return to Jing City directly through the space after she took the boat to the land. It's not like she didn't have the conditions and there was no need to suffer the bumpy journey. She just followed Lin Yuru's instructions and kept it in the space first anyway. Those shredded squid and dried shrimp and the like will be taken back to Beijing as specialty gifts. Although Li Zhan knew that this was only a short separation, he was used to being together day and night, and he still felt uncomfortable for a while. In the past, he went out on missions every day, and Xia Huanhuan was waiting at home. Now, he has also experienced the feeling of waiting impatiently. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You're already good. After I finish the exam and wait for the results in January, I will go for a physical examination and apply for admission, and I will be back in February at the latest. I was waiting for you at home, but I didn't even know when you would come back." Li Zhan chuckled and couldn't help saying, "However, even if you come back in February, if you pass the exam, you'll be enrolled in March. In fact, you just come back to pick up the children and their parents." Xia Huanhuan thought about it, and it was indeed so. If she leaves tomorrow, she will only have a few days left to live in this small courtyard on the island. Thinking about the home here, when she first came, it was also bare, and she filled it up and decorated it bit by bit. She felt a little sad. Li Zhan saw that she was suddenly sad, so he gently took her into his arms and said with a smile, "Is it okay if I was wrong? Why are you crying? Don't worry. Even if we move away later, we can come back anytime we want to." Xia Huanhuan punched him lightly and said, "I'm not crying." Early the next morning, Xia Huanhuan was afraid that the triplets would cry when they saw her leaving, so she got up in the dark, washed up, kissed the three little ones on the face while they were sleeping, and went to Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei's room, gave them a few instructions respectively, and then went out with her luggage. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had to take care of the children at home and make breakfast, so they didn't send Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to school. Li Zhan took her luggage and sent her to the dock, then hugged her tightly and said, "Be careful on the road. Send me a telegram when you arrive." Xia Huanhuan nodded and got on the boat. It was still a calm day, and the sun was rare in winter, but the weather was surprisingly cold. Xia Huanhuan was reluctant to go into the cabin, because she would see less and less of the endless blue sea. But after only 10 minutes of watching, Xia Huanhuan hugged her shoulders and went back to the cabin like a monkey, freezing. She was crazy to be so pretentious. She has a space, so she can come to the beach whenever she wants. If she had known earlier, she shouldn't have taken a boat. It would have been much better to teleport directly from the island back to Beijing. After the boat arrived at the dock on land, Xia Huanhuan found a deserted place and returned directly to the house in Tonghua Lane in the county through space. Then she returned to Qingshui village from the county. The villagers were also surprised to see Xia Huanhuan back. Xia Huanhuan went to Aunt Wu's house, Secretary Zhao's daughter-in-law Wu Xiaoyun's house, and Li Jie's house. She had special products such as dried fish and scallops from the island to her space, and she gave some to each family and chatted with them for a while. Then she went to see Yang Qiushi. When Yang Qiushi saw Xia Huanhuan, he was so excited that he choked several times. "Huanhuan, when did you come back? Where are Li Zhan and the children?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "They're still on the island. Master, I brought you some special products. You can keep them for yourself." Yang Qiushi nodded and said, "Hey, but what are you doing coming back to the village suddenly this time? Didn't your parents go to the island?" Xia Huanhuan told Yang Qiushi that she was going to register for the college entrance examination. Yang Qiushi was also surprised when he heard it. But think about it, his apprentice was asking him questions with difficult ancient Chinese medical books at the beginning. As for those words, ordinary people might not even recognize the words, but Xia Huanhuan could understand them. It's not surprising that she wants to take the college entrance examination. Good. It's a good thing that the country has restored the college entrance examination. So many things have been delayed in the past 10 years. Xia Huanhuan also sighed. Looking at Yang Qiushi's gray hair, Xia Huanhuan felt sorry in her heart. She whispered, "Master, you hold on for a while. Now you can even take the college entrance examination. It must be soon for you to return to the city. And Aunt Shun, it must be soon too." Yang Qiushi sighed and said, "Alas. I can only hope it can be so." After chatting with Yang Qiushi for a while, Xia Huanhuan returned to her home and went to see Secretary Zhao again. After the announcement of the resumption of the college entrance examination, the loudspeakers in the village began to play the good news in a loop, and the educated youth site in Qingshui village was like a pot of boiling water, with everyone talking about it. Therefore, Secretary Zhao has been very busy these days. Every day, educated youth go there to inquire about the situation, asking if they can sign up, and when they can sign up. Some even ask for leave and go directly to the registration point in the county to ask about the situation themselves. When Xia Huanhuan went there, Secretary Zhao was waving his hand to quiet down the noisy crowd and said loudly, "Everyone is anxious to know the specific details, and the commune will not hold you back from signing up. Today I will give everyone a reassurance. I can't control other communes, but as for our commune, as long as you want to apply, whether you're an educated youth or a farmer, the commune will definitely not hold you back. I have already asked in the county, and the registration period in our Hebei province is from November 1st to 10th, a period of 10 days. Today is the first day. Bring your ID and come to me to get the registration form. The commune will register for everyone, or you can go to the county town and submit it yourself. I will approve anyone who comes here to apply for leave." This speech excited everyone. I don't know which educated youth shouted good. Everyone clapped their hands desperately. When everyone had almost left, Xia Huanhuan walked over and said with a smile, "Secretary Zhao, please give me an registration form as well." Secretary Zhao looked up and saw that it was Xia Huanhuan. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Li Zhan's wife? I heard from my daughter-in-law yesterday that you are back. Are you going to take the college entrance examination too?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Yeah. I have been idle for the past few years, so I asked my brother to help me find textbooks from elementary school to high school. I studied on my own for a while and wanted to give it a try." Secretary Zhao himself is educated and very excited about this national policy. He nodded and said, "Good. It's a good thing to take the college entrance examination. Registration form. Will you let the commune pay for you, or do you want to pay it yourself?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I came back just to register, and I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll go to the county town and hand it in myself tomorrow." Secretary Zhao nodded and instructed, "That's fine. There's still more than a month left, so don't slack off now and review more." Xia Huanhuan agreed to come out. The next day, she went to the registration point in the county town and handed in the registration form. The long queue for registration scared Xia Huanhuan. But think about it. After a 10-year shutdown, there were 5.7 million candidates taking the exam this year. It was not bad to have such a long queue. After registering, Xia Huanhuan went directly to Beijing. Fu Nanjing came to the train station to pick Xia Huanhuan up. Aunt Chen had already gone to the vegetable market to buy fresh lamb legs, and the lamb and carrot soup was already stewing on the stove, so they could eat it when they got home. In addition, she made crispy spare ribs, braised pork, vinegar cabbage, stir-fried tofu and spinach, a pot of thick rice porridge, and steamed buns made of white flour. In addition, she went to Gubuli Baozi shop to buy a basket of fresh meat buns, which was quite rich. Fu Nanjing opened the door and went in and smiled. Grandpa, we are back. Fu Weixin is still working and will be back later. When Grandpa Fu heard Fu Nanjing's voice, he quickly asked Aunt Chen to push him out. He leaned his head towards the door a little anxiously, and when he saw Xia Huanhuan following in, his eyes suddenly lit up. However, his face remained dignified, and he said lightly, "Huanhuan is back?" Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Yes." "Grandpa, I'm back." Grandpa Fu turned around and asked Aunt Chen, "Xiao Chen, can we have dinner?" Aunt Chen smiled. "Yes. It's just that Brother Fu hasn't come back yet." Grandpa Fu said, "Let's not wait for Weixin. Let's have dinner first." The bumpy journey has made the child hungry. Fu Nanjing felt a little sour in his heart. "Grandpa, you treat me differently. Every time I come back exhausted, I never see you care whether I am hungry or not." Grandpa Fu rolled his eyes at him and said, "If you were our girl, I would care about you too. You are thick-skinned and strong. How could you starve?" Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Although she was not that hungry, she couldn't refuse the old man's face, so she smiled and said, "Grandpa, I am really a little hungry." After saying that, she put down the things she brought back and went to the kitchen to help Aunt Chen. "Aunt Chen, let me help you." Aunt Chen declined a few times, and seeing that Xia Huanhuan insisted on helping, she didn't say anything else. The two brought the food to the table, and Yuan Chao and Heping also came back from school. Yuan Chao is 12 years old this year, and Heping is 10 years old. They have grown a lot taller. Seeing Xia Huanhuan, they were also very excited, grinning and shouting, "Aunt, you're back." Great-grandfather and Grandpa talk about it every day and count the days on the calendar. Grandpa Fu raised his hand and patted Yuan Chao on the head lightly, scolding, "Stinky boy, no one will think you are dumb if you don't speak." Yuan Chao stuck out his tongue mischievously. Xia Huanhuan smiled and touched their heads, saying, "I haven't seen you for 2 years. You have grown so big. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets, I miss you very much. By the way, I brought you some gifts. Do you like them?" As she spoke, she took out 2 things from her bag. The one for Yuan Chao was a stone with traces of fish bones on it. The one for Heping was a beautiful wind chime made of conch. "Wow. Fishbone fossils. Aunt, you are so great. I will take it to school tomorrow, and my classmates will be so jealous." Yuan Chao shouted excitedly. He was already in junior high school and started to learn geography. He knew about the development and changes of the Earth. It took hundreds of millions of years for this fossil to form. "Aunt, this shell is so beautiful. Did you make the wind chime? Can you teach me how to make it?" Heping was also very satisfied with his gift. For children in the inland, shells are novel things. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Of course. I will teach you when you have winter vacation." As he was talking, Fu Weixin came in. He couldn't help but said, "Your aunt is going to take the college entrance examination soon. Don't bother her with these things. Let's talk about it after the exam." Heping heard it, stuck out his tongue at Xia Huanhuan slyly, and dodged. Xia Huanhuan stood up and said, "Dad." Fu Weixin was still a little embarrassed and replied, "Hey, I'm glad you're back." Everyone started to eat. While eating, Xia Huanhuan told him that she had already submitted the registration form to Qingshui village. Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu nodded and said, "It's okay to take the exam in Hebei province. However, if you fail this time, you must listen to your family and transfer your household registration to Beijing City to take the exam next year." Xia Huanhuan nodded and smiled. "Yeah. If this time is really not ideal, I plan to do so without Dad and Grandpa telling me." Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "You haven't taken the exam yet, but you're talking about not being able to pass. Last time you said I had a bad mouth." Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu glared at Fu Nanjing at the same time, but Fu Nanjing buried his head in eating without any temper. "If you have time to say these things, wait until tomorrow and let Huanhuan sort out the knowledge points that she doesn't know, so that you, as the third brother, can show me what I mean."
Fu Nanjing agreed repeatedly.
After dinner, Xia Huanhuan took out the seafood she brought back one by one. Dried fish, squid shreds, and dried shrimps were the usual ones, and there were also dried sea cucumbers, dried abalone, and dried scallops. "Grandpa, Dad, These are seafood with high nutritional value and good for the body. At that time, I asked Aunt Chen to soak them and make soups and dishes, which are very nutritious. Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu were also very happy and smiled. I haven't finished eating the food you sent back in the package last time. I brought it back again this time. The family talked a little more about the situation on the island, the children's conditions, etc. And then let Xia Huanhuan go to bed first. They also heard a little about the things between Xia Huanhuan and Fu Qingye, so they didn't let Xia Huanhuan live in Fu Qingye's original room, fearing that she would feel uncomfortable. They still converted Mr. Fu's study downstairs into a bedroom. There was a bookshelf of books against the wall, and the fragrance of books came up all at once. There was a desk next to the bed. On the desk was a table lamp with a green lamp cap that looked very old, a ceramic pen holder, and review materials found in advance in bookstores and scrap yards, paper for calculations and notes, etc. There was a stove in the room. Although a window was slightly open to prevent carbon monoxide poisoning, the room was still warm. It is not visible at night now, but the window of this room faces the yard. If it is summer, I am afraid that when I open the window early in the morning, I will see a sea of green. Fu Weixin smiled and said, "This used to be your grandfather's study. It may be a little simple. In the remaining month, you should study hard, and you will definitely pass the exam." When Xia Huanhuan saw that it was not Fu Qingye's room, she knew that her family also took her feelings into consideration, and her heart felt warm. "Dad, don't worry. I will definitely pass the exam." In the following days, Xia Huanhuan concentrated on reviewing, but when it was almost time for dinner, she would still go to the kitchen to help Aunt Chen cook, or on sunny afternoons, she would push Grandpa Fu to take a walk in the garden or something. Aunt Chen and Grandpa Fu also advised her not to be distracted, but Xia Huanhuan said that this was also a way to change her mood. If she just kept looking, her brain would become numb. The two of them just followed her. In addition, they went to the sanatorium to visit Grandma Luo a few more times. Xia Huanhuan also told Grandma Luo about her going to the island to join the army. When she went to see her, she also brought local specialties of the island, such as dried shrimps and scallops, which were just right for her to cook porridge. It was just that the triplets did not come this time, and Grandma Luo was a little disappointed. Time passed quickly. In early December, Xia Huanhuan went back to the county town to get her admission ticket. She happened to be seen by several educated youths from Qingshui village. One of the educated youths was called Qian Xian, and she was in contact with Fu Qingye. She was half a year later than Fu Qingye. Qian Xian went to Qingshui village in 1997 to work in the countryside. Since she also came from Jingshi, she was not that close to Fu Qingye. However, in the past 2 years, she was anxious to return to the city. When she learned that Fu Qingye married Su Daiyou and had some real power, she tried to curry favor with Fu Qingye. However, Fu Qingye didn't pay much attention to her. This time, she also went to get her admission ticket and saw Xia Huanhuan. She remembered that someone from the educated youth point secretly passed by, and Fu Qingye fell in love with Xia Huanhuan's husband, so she held a grudge against Xia Huanhuan. Qian Xian was cautious and simply bought a ticket to Jingshi and told Fu Qingye that Xia Huanhuan was going to take the college entrance examination. Fu Qingye was pregnant and had gained a lot of weight, with a rumbling belly. After hearing Qian Xian's words, her face darkened. Xia Huanhuan took the college entrance examination? Why did she do that? A village woman who grew up in the countryside and went to elementary school took the college entrance examination. Isn't this going to make people laugh? Humph. Isn't it just relying on the background of the Fu family, taking a random exam, and then making a fuss about the score later, and then getting into any school in Beijing to flatter herself? By the way, if she wanted to rely on the background of the Fu family, she would definitely take the exam in Beijing. This means that the Fu family must have moved her household registration. Even if a young person who grew up in Beijing went to the countryside, it would be very difficult to move her household registration back. Xia Huanhuan originally had a household registration in the village. She must have used the relationship of the Fu family to transfer to Beijing. Fu Qingye's eyes flashed with a moment of viciousness. Xia Huanhuan must not be allowed to get into college. She doesn't deserve it at all. You said she's going to take the college entrance examination? Take it in Beijing?
Fu Qingye asked.
Qian Xian looked at Fu Qingye's expression and was a little scared, and said, "It seems. In Hebei province. I saw her getting the admission ticket in Mo County." A flash of surprise flashed across Fu Qingye's face. She's not taking the exam in Beijing? Humph. She still has some self-knowledge. However, if she doesn't take the exam in Beijing, Su Daio's power will be useless, and he has to think of other ways. At that moment, Fu Qingye said, "Qian Xian, Xia Huanhuan is taking the exam in Mo County. Please help me find out which exam room she is in. Also, if she has to go back to take the exam, she will have to go back to Qingshui village. Once she goes back, you will call me immediately. If you are willing to help after you finish the exam, even if the results are not ideal, you know my Daio. Just take care of the school here and you can get admitted. Once admitted, your dream of returning to Beijing will be solved directly, right?" Qian Xian was overjoyed and said repeatedly, "Thank you, Sister Qingye. I will definitely keep an eye on her. Report to you in time." Just as Fu Qingye expected, Xia Huanhuan returned to Qingshui village a few days after receiving the admission ticket. The college entrance examination in Hebei province is on December 16th and 17th. On the first day, there are politics in the morning, history and geography in the afternoon, and on the second day, there are Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon. The examination site assigned to Xia Huanhuan is a junior high school in the county. She went to Qingshui village to stay for 2 days first, and then planned to live in the house in Tunghua Lane in the county. When she was in the village, she happened to meet Zhu Xiaopeng and his educated youth wife. The educated youth wife had given birth to a big fat boy, and this time, the couple signed up for the college entrance examination. Zhu Xiaopeng smiled a little embarrassedly. "Although I went there for a year before, I always felt that I didn't learn enough. It happened that Jinjin was planning to take the exam, so I thought about taking the exam again. If I pass the exam, the whole family will go to school together, and my mother will help take care of the child, so we don't have to be separated." Xia Huanhuan listened, nodded and smiled, and said, "This is good." In this era, many educated youth who got married when they went to the countryside divorced after the resumption of the college entrance examination or after they returned to the city through other opportunities. Zhu Xiaopeng, for example, had attended high school. If he could have passed the exam with his wife, after graduation, the couple could have directly transferred their household registration, become cadres, and be guaranteed a job. That would have been the best result. Xia Huanhuan wished them well from the bottom of her heart. After a few pleasantries, Xia Huanhuan was about to leave. Zhu Xiaopeng suddenly asked, "By the way, Huanhuan, do you know Qian Xian, who is at the educated youth point in our village?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Who? She didn't interact much with the educated youth and had never even heard of her name.
Zhu Xiang Vipit, Qian Xin.
She came to our village a few years ago, in the same batch as Jinjin. She also came from Beijing. She asked Jinjin where your test site was 2 days ago. You don't remember? That's strange. Then why did she ask you where you took the test? Xia Huanhuan became suspicious after hearing this and smiled. Maybe she was curious. Brother Xiaopeng, thank you for telling me. The next day, she went directly to the county town. This time she did not use the space, she just rode her bicycle directly. After riding for a while, she clearly felt that someone had been following her slowly. She stopped and deliberately went into the grove for a while to see if the bicycle would overtake her. As a result, the other party also stopped. Xia Huanhuan was sure that he was following her. At that moment, she remained calm and rode to the house in Tunghua Lane. The person following her observed for a long time at the entrance of the lane before leaving. Xia Huanhuan went to the black market that day and found someone who knew Luo Cheng and asked him to notify Luo Cheng that she wanted to meet. Luo Cheng was also quick and met in the afternoon. There was no transaction this time. Xia Huanhuan asked Luo Cheng to help arrange 2 people to protect her for the next few days. Anyway, the house in Tunghua Lane is big enough so they can just live in front and behind. Luo Cheng listened and smiled. How big of a deal? You can take the 2 people back in a while. It's okay as long as there is a place to live, and you don't have to worry about their meals. They can solve it themselves. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Thank you very much." By the way, you travel a lot. Next time you go to Zhejiang, see if you can get me some freshwater river clam seeds. Luo Cheng was stunned for a moment. What do you want this for? Xia Huan did not hide it and smiled and said, I heard that the river clams there can produce pearls. I want to study it. Luo Cheng could not see any business opportunities in this area for the time being, so he smiled and said, women just like these pearls, gold and silver, and so on. Okay, leave it to me. Xia Huan came back with 2 people designated by Luo Cheng, one named De Bing and the other named Huzi. After thinking about it, the front and back courtyards were separated by a wall, and they were afraid that they would not be able to hear any movement, so they arranged for them to live in the wing room of the middle courtyard. The bedding was all brand new from the space, and there was a stove in the room, so the treatment was pretty good. Just as Xia Huan expected, within 2 days, an uninvited guest came to the house. It started to snow in the middle of the night. Xia Huan was a light sleeper, and she heard some noises from the tiles outside, followed by a clang, and then another. There was a puff sound, followed by a slight fighting sound. After a while, the noise stopped. Xia Huan did not get up. Dabing and Huzi did not disturb her, which obviously meant that they had dealt with the men. The next morning, they saw 2 people gagged and tied to the big peach tree in the yard with ropes. Dabing and his men were afraid that the men would get frozen, so they were kind enough to surround them with straw from the kitchen. However, it was winter, and it had snowed all night, so it must have been uncomfortable anyway. Xia Huan thanked Dabing and Huzi and asked, Who sent you? The 2 men still refused to give in. Even without Xia Huan's signal, Dabing and Huzi came up and beat them up again. The 2 men finally gave in and confessed that someone from Beijing paid them 50 yuan to do this. Someone from Beijing? The educated youth Qian Xin who asked about her exam was also from Beijing, right? This must be either an enemy of the Fu family or Fu Qingye. Fortunately, she was prepared in advance. Otherwise, who knows what these 2 people were going to do after climbing over the wall. However, this might not be the only time, and the other party would not give up until she finished the college entrance examination. Dabing asked, Comrade Xia, how should we deal with this man? Xia Huan said, Send him to the police station. Jiang Hai saw that even his old leader's sister dared to be attacked. Naturally, they interrogated them overnight and got to the bottom of everything. As for the man who gave them 50 yuan, Jiang Hai was also very capable. He caught him in just 2 days. Because the man refused to give up, he went to hire other hooligans and was caught. In this trial, Su Dao was found out. Since Su Dao was involved, Fu Qingye was naturally involved. Xia Huan was also convinced. She had repeatedly ignored this woman, but she was not done yet. Jiang Hai was about to send a cross-provincial investigation letter and asked Beijing City to help investigate and arrest Su Dao, but was stopped by Xia Huan. Although the situation in the country is now developing in a good direction, the grasshopper in autumn will always jump for a while. Su Dao has not lost his power yet, and there is no rush for this moment. Jiang Hai listened and knew that what Xia Huan said was right. There are still many people who are still waiting and watching. This is Hebei province, and Beijing City may not necessarily move a person who has not lost his power for a small county like you. But then I'll send 2 people to hang around your place, and we'll leave after the college entrance examination is over. Xia Huan didn't want to bother him, but Jiang Hai insisted on doing so, and said that if his old leader's sister got into trouble in his territory, he would be beaten to death. Xia Huan didn't stop him. Soon it was the day of the exam on December 16th. Xia Huan got up early in the morning and planned to hire a rickshaw to go to the exam site. It was snowing heavily, and it would be dangerous to ride a bike by herself. As soon as she went out, she saw a jeep parked at the door. When Xia Huan was surprised, a person jumped out of the car. Sister-in-law, are you going out to the exam site? Fortunately, I made it in time. If I was a little later and missed it, the head of the group would scold me to death. Xia Huan was stunned for a moment before she recognized that the person was Bai Zihan. Bai Zihan? Why are you here? Bai Zihan went around to the car, opened the door, and asked Xia Huan to get in the car, while smiling. Aren't you in Beijing these days? Our team leader called me overseas, and asked me to come today and tomorrow to my sister-in-law to the examination room. Overseas call? Bai Zihan said with a smile. Isn't a call from an island an overseas call? But we have to keep it quiet and don't let others know that we are calling for private matters. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Across the sea, isn't it an overseas call? Li Zhan thought very carefully. There were anti-skid chains on the tires of the jeep, so it drove steadily. After sending Xia Huanhuan to the gate of Mo County Middle School, Bai Zihan said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I will pick you up to eat after you finish the exam at noon. Xia Huanhuan quickly said, Forget about lunch. I can just eat something at a restaurant nearby. You can come and pick me up in the evening. Bai Zihan said with a smile. Okay. Then, sister-in-law, you should study hard. You will definitely pass. After saying that, he drove away. Xia Huanhuan entered the school gate. There were special people guarding the gate, and only those with admission tickets could enter. Xia Huanhuan went upstairs according to the floor and classroom number on the admission ticket, found her seat, and sat down first. What a coincidence! Qian Xian was also in the same classroom. But the seats were quite far apart. Xia Huanhuan was in the front, and Qian Xian was in the corner of the last row. Xia Huanhuan was still looking at the key knowledge points that she had sorted out at the last moment, and Qian Xian came over with a kettle. Comrade Xia Huanhuan? Are you Xia Huanhuan? I'm from the Qingshui village, Youth League Point, and my name is Qian Xian. What a coincidence! We are in the same examination room. Xia Huanhuan looked up at Qian Xian and said with a smile, Oh,
It's you.
Qian Xian looked a little uncomfortable, and in the middle of winter, she was sweating all over her forehead. However, she thought about her future return to Beijing and still said, You really know me? That's great. I'm so nervous. By the way, I made some wolfberry tea in the morning, which can relieve tension. Let me pour you some. As he said that, without waiting for Xia Huanhuan's consent, he opened the cup on Xia Huanhuan's table and poured half of the water into it. Xia Huanhuan smiled, and before he could stop him, he thanked him. Thank you, Comrade Qian. You're welcome. We are all from the same village. We should help each other. Then I'll go back to my seat first. Xia Huanhuan did not stop her. However, she turned her head and pretended to look back several times casually. Every time, she could see Qian Xian looking at her with sharp eyes. Xia Huanhuan sneered. It was so obvious, but she actually imitated others to do bad things. After a while, she picked up the water cup and took a sip, but did not swallow it, just held it in her mouth. Seeing that she finally drank the water, Qian Xian breathed a sigh of relief and went out with her own water cup. Xia Huanhuan knew without thinking that she should pour out the water in her cup and replace it with a new one. When Qian Xian came back, Xia Huanhuan walked over and said, Qian Xian, Xiaopeng's wife Fang Jinjin came to you just now. She said that there was a question that might be tested, but she suddenly forgot what the correct answer was and wanted to ask if you knew it. When Qian Xian heard that it was about the test questions, she stood up and walked out. Where is she? Why didn't she wait for me to come back? Xia Huanhuan watched her walk away, sneered, unscrewed her cup, poured some water out from the window, and then filled her kettle with the water she had just poured in. Xia Huanhuan was glad that she was sitting in the corner of the last row, and probably came early to do something bad, and the few people in the classroom were also nervously seizing the last time to review, and didn't notice this side. Otherwise, she would have to think of other ways to treat others with their own way. However, when she poured it back to Qian Xian, it was actually diluted twice. Whether she would be tricked or not depends on her luck. Xia Huanhuan returned to her seat, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Qian Xian came back. Fang Jinjin was looking for her. It was true. While Qian Xian was fetching water, Xia Huanhuan ran to the next classroom to find Fang Jinjin and asked her to help.
Soon, all the candidates arrived.
With a whistle, the invigilator began to hand out the papers. Xia Huanhuan's biggest headache was the subject of politics. Other young people of this generation were actually most familiar with this subject, but she was just the opposite. However, it was proved that rote memorization was also useful. Xia Huanhuan actually answered quite smoothly. Halfway through the answer, There was a puff-puff sound of farting from the corner in the back row of the classroom. It was so loud and frequent that the other candidates turned their heads back in unbearable pain. Qian Xian covered her stomach with a face full of pain, and her body was almost bent like a shrimp. The invigilator couldn't stand it anymore. "Comrade, what's wrong with you? Did you have a stomachache?" Qian Xian was in pain and despair, but she didn't even have the strength to answer, for fear that she would not be able to hold it in once she spoke. Xia Huanhuan's face turned cold. The twice-diluted solution was so strong, but the one in her kettle was only half diluted. She was afraid that if she drank a small sip, she would not be able to hold it in for half the time, let alone 10 minutes. Qian Xian was really vicious. The invigilator frowned and said, "Either you hand in your paper and go to the toilet quickly. You are a girl, and if you really can't hold it in the classroom, not only will you be embarrassed, but you will also affect other candidates." Qian Xian looked at the half of the test paper she had only done, and she wanted to cry, but had no tears. But her physical condition was really unforgiving. Qian Xian held on for another minute. She had no choice but to hand in her paper quickly and ran out with her legs clamped together, making all the candidates in the classroom couldn't help laughing. After she went out for a few steps, she heard a puff, and she was afraid that she really lost control of her bladder. The people in the classroom were disgusted again and couldn't help laughing.
"Stop laughing.
Do the questions quickly," the invigilator yelled, but she herself could not help but burst out laughing. After an exam, the exam room would be locked to prevent candidates from cheating with notes inside. Everyone went out to eat. Those with better financial conditions would spend a few yuan to eat noodles with stewed sauce and flatbreads at the state-owned restaurant at the school gate. Those with poor families would bring their own dry food, usually steamed cornbread, and the better ones would have mixed flour flatbreads, and eat it with hot water from the tea room. Seeing Zhu Xiaopeng and his wife Fang Jinjin sitting in the stairwell eating the dry food they brought, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiaopeng, sister-in-law Jinjin, I was looking for you. I just finished the exam, and I have no idea what to do. There are still a few knowledge points in the afternoon exam that I haven't figured out. There is no candidate I know to ask for advice. Brother Xiaopeng and sister-in-law, can you help me sort it out while you eat lunch? I have food coupons and money on me. Let's go to a restaurant outside to eat." Zhu Xiaopeng and Fang Jinjin wanted to decline, saying that she would ask them after she finished eating and came back, but in the end they couldn't resist Xia Huanhuan and were dragged out to eat. The restaurant's noodles with meat stew cost 1.5 yuan a bowl, and the mixed flour pancakes were 7 cents each, and the white flour ones were 1 cent each. Xia Huanhuan ordered a bowl of meat-stewed noodles for each of the 3 people. The chewy hand-rolled noodles were stewed with pork belly and tofu, and topped with chopped cabbage leaves blanched in boiling water. All mixed well. A bowl of this on a cold day was so refreshing. Xia Huanhuan and Fang Jinjin didn't have big appetites, so they ordered a white flour scallion oil pancake for Zhu Xiaopeng. They were mainly afraid that he would feel sleepy after eating too much, so one was just right. While they were eating, a youth who was also from the Qingshui village youth point saw Fang Jinjin, walked over and said, "Hey, have you heard? As for Qian Xian, I don't know if she had a stomachache or not. She only finished half of the exam in the morning, but she had a stomachache and handed in the paper early. She lost her temper outside the classroom."
"Oh,
how embarrassing." Fang Jinjin was stunned for a moment and looked at Xia Huanhuan subconsciously. Why did Xia Huanhuan ask her to call Qian Xian out before the exam? And now she invited the couple to lunch for no reason? However, Xia Huanhuan looked normal, not at all flustered, and Fang Jinjin suspected that she was overthinking it. However, even if this matter was related to Xia Huanhuan, Fang Jinjin did not intend to tell anyone. The bribery of this meal was secondary. Qian Xian was not someone to be dealt with, and she did not need to stand up for her. After the meal, Zhu Xiaopeng rushed to pay. Xia Huanhuan said that she had paid a long time ago, and after trying to give way for a long time, Xia Huanhuan refused to accept it and said, "Brother Xiaopeng, if you keep giving way like this, our friendship as fellow villagers will be gone. Anyway, I am using Li Zhan's allowance and food coupons to pay for this meal. Brother Xiaopeng, if you really feel bad about it, Then when Li Zhan comes back, you can treat Li Zhan to a meal again. Is that okay? After hearing this, Zhu Xiaopeng had no choice but to give up and said, "That's fine. I'll kill a chicken and treat Li Zhan specially when the time comes." The afternoon exam began. Qian Xian had lost face in mourning. After all, she was a girl, so how could she have the face to take the exam again? She was absent from the afternoon exam. Xia Huanhuan did not feel guilty, for no reason. After all, if she had not been smart, she would have been the one who got caught and embarrassed. She was not stupid, so how could she sympathize with the person who hurt her? She would miss this time, and the next college entrance examination would be in half a year. If Qian Xian learned from her mistakes and reviewed well, she would naturally have another chance in half a year. It all depends on her own choice and luck. The first day of the exam was over. Xia Huanhuan came out of the examination room and arrived at the school gate. Sure enough, she saw Bai Zihan waiting there. Tunghua Lane was not close to here, but it was not far either, about 2 or 3 kilometers away. Bai Zihan came to pick her up, and she did not refuse. After all, this should also be what Li Zhan asked Bai Zihan to do. He was not around, but he still thought about her and asked someone to come and look after her. Xia Huanhuan smiled and walked towards Bai Zihan. At this moment, a woman suddenly rushed out and yelled like crazy, "Xia Huanhuan, it's all your fault. I'll strangle you to death." Xia Huanhuan was taken aback by surprise, but she reacted quickly. She immediately took 2 steps back to avoid it, then took the opportunity to grab the woman's hand, tripped her up, and subdued her with her arm on her back. Only then did he see clearly that it was Qian Xian. Bai Zihan didn't expect that there would be a problem with the exam, so he got off the car quickly. However, when he got off the car, Xia Huanhuan had already subdued the crazy woman herself. Bai Zihan smacked his lips. His sister-in-law's skills were not weak. Maybe the boss trained her in private? Anyway, she was cool and beautiful. There were police officers at the school gate who were maintaining order. They rushed over when they saw the commotion and asked, "What's going on?" "No fighting." Qian Xian was pushed to the ground but still refused to accept it. She said angrily, "Xia Huanhuan, it's you. You changed the water in my kettle. Otherwise, how could I make such a fool of myself? Police comrade, she framed me and prevented me from taking the exam. Hurry up and catch her." Xia Huanhuan sneered in her heart, but her face showed a blank and innocent look. "Qian Xian, are you okay? I don't know what you were talking about. You suddenly rushed out to strangle me, which is a problem for me in the exam, right?" Qian Xian was furious. "Don't play dumb. You colluded with Fang Jinjin, called me out, and then poured your water into my kettle for me. Don't be so arrogant. Someone in the classroom must have seen it." Xia Huanhuan said "Oh," and then said, "Well, you poured your wolfberry water to me, but you went to get boiled water to drink. I felt bad, so I poured some back for you. You said there was something wrong with the water. Is there something wrong with your own wolfberry water? Qian Xian, you didn't poison me on purpose, did you?" Qian Xian's face turned pale. She had made a fool of herself in the morning. After thinking for a long time, she remembered that she had drunk a few sips of water before the exam. At that time, she felt a strong wolfberry smell and thought it was the residual smell of the water with laxatives that had been poured out. Later, the more she thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. That's why she was so angry that she blocked Xia Huanhuan at the school gate. But she forgot that she was the one who poured the wolfberry water to Xia Huanhuan first. If it was really said, she was the culprit. However, listening to Xia Huanhuan's tone, could it be that Xia Huanhuan had seen through him from the beginning? The policeman on the side frowned. It is a crime to hinder the college entrance examination and others from taking the exam. What's going on between the two of you? If you can't explain clearly, both of you go to the police station to explain the problem. Qian Xian became scared. Although she had no hope of passing the college entrance examination, she still fantasized that Fu Qingye would let her man use his connections to get her back to Beijing. If she really had a criminal record, it would be difficult to deal with it. Bai Zihan walked over, saluted the policeman, and said, "Comrade, I am from a certain regiment in a certain military district in Beijing. My name is Bai Zihan. This is our regiment commander's wife, my sister-in-law. There must be some misunderstanding. The policeman was stunned for a moment, and then his tone softened a lot. Military family members? Or the regiment commander's family members? As he was speaking, a voice asked, "What's going on?" The policeman looked up and hurriedly shouted, "Captain Jiang, someone here is interfering with the college entrance examination." Jiang Hai saw Bai Zihan at first sight and was stunned for a moment. This man looked familiar. Thinking about it again, she had seen Xia Huanhuan when she gave birth to triplets in the hospital. It seemed that he was a comrade in arms of Xia Huanhuan's man. Then, Xia Huanhuan let go of Qian Xian and stood up. Jiang Hai was stunned. "Huanhuan? What happened?" The police were stunned for a moment. "Captain Jiang, do you know her?" Jiang Hai nodded. "My sister." "What's going on?" Bai Zihan's face darkened. He called her sister-in-law, but Jiang Hai called her sister. He felt that he was being taken advantage of in disguise. Qian Xian's face turned even paler. She had heard that Xia Huanhuan married a man who was a soldier, but how high could a country bumpkin get if he joined the army? It was estimated that he would have to retire and come back to farm in a few years. He would definitely not have the power of Fu Qingye's man. Now she heard that Xia Huanhuan's man was the head of the regiment? She had no idea how powerful the head of the regiment was. But these policemen were obviously the subordinates of Captain Jiang. Was Xia Huanhuan still Captain Jiang's sister? If she was really arrested and taken to the police station, Xia Huanhuan would probably be fine, but she might really be charged with obstructing and disrupting the college entrance examination. Before Xia Huanhuan could speak, Qian Xian quickly said, "It was a misunderstanding. I made a mistake. Sister Huanhuan and I are from the same village, and now everything is fine. Sister Huanhuan, please forgive me and don't blame me." Xia Huanhuan. This woman is disgusting. Xia Huanhuan didn't intend to do things too radically, and she had to be on guard against Qian Xian biting back. It might not hurt her, but it would disgust her. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a misunderstanding. I'm sorry to trouble several comrades." Jiang Hai and Bai Zihan saw that Xia Huanhuan didn't intend to make a big deal, so they didn't say much. The police who maintained order said, "Forget about the misunderstanding. Let's disperse quickly. Don't make noise outside the examination room anymore." Qian Xian ran away in shock. Jiang Hai said with a smile, "Huanhuan, I'll take you back to Tunghua Lane. By the way, no one has gone there to cause trouble these 2 days, right?" Bai Zihan immediately said, "Don't bother Captain Jiang to take you there. I drove here to pick someone up." Seeing this, Jiang Hai knew that it must have been arranged by Xia Huanhuan's man, so he didn't insist and said with a smile, "Okay. If you have any problems, come to the station to find me anytime." After that, he said goodbye and left. Bai Zihan drove Xia Huanhuan back and then asked, "What about the trouble Captain Jiang just mentioned?" Xia Huanhuan didn't hide it and told him about someone climbing over the wall in the middle of the night 2 days ago. But she didn't mention the matter of finding someone from Luocheng as a bodyguard. Bai Zihan was furious after hearing this. That's Su Dao and Fu Qingye? How can these two be so shameless? The Fu family has raised Fu Qingye, and now they are harming the Fu family? How vicious. Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will help you vent your anger on this matter. Xia Huanhuan quickly said, "Don't do anything rash. Anyway, given the current situation, they won't be able to jump around for a few days. Don't get punished for violating discipline because of this, it's not worth it." Having said that, Xia Huanhuan didn't suffer a loss in silence. She had already found Dahe and paid him to find someone to beat Su Dao up in private. Bai Zihan smiled vaguely. "Sister-in-law, don't worry about this. It will be fine." After sending the person to Tunghua Lane, Xia Huanhuan wanted to keep Bai Zihan at home for dinner, but Bai Zihan did not agree, saying that he had to find an old comrade to reminisce about the past, so he left and agreed to pick him up early tomorrow morning. The next day, she took the Chinese and math exams, which went by smoothly without any problems. At noon, Xia Huanhuan invited Zhu Xiaopeng and Fang Jinjin to have lunch together. The questions were not difficult, and Xia Huanhuan felt that she had performed quite well. After all, she had been reviewing for so long, and if she didn't get a high score, she would be a bit sorry for her identity as a time traveler. After the exam, Xia Huanhuan did not return to Beijing immediately. The main reason was that Li Jia and Zhou Qiuhe said that they were going to move to the county town in the near future and planned to rent a house in the county town, and wanted Xia Huanhuan to help them with some advice. Zhou Qiuhe had been converted to a salesperson in the town's supply and marketing cooperative 2 years ago, but her household registration was still in the countryside, and her workplace was also in the town. Director Zheng was transferred back to the county to work a year ago, and the town supply and marketing cooperative directly appointed Zhou Qiuhe as the director and hired another salesperson. This time, there was a vacancy in the county's general supply and marketing cooperative. Director Zheng was a good person and had always been thinking about Zhou Qiuhe, so he recommended Zhou Qiuhe. The general supply and marketing cooperative also knew about Zhou Qiuhe's performance, so they agreed to transfer her to the county town. However, the matter of transferring her rural household registration to urban household registration has not been settled yet, and she has to wait until there is a quota. Zhou Qiuhe hesitated at first whether to agree or not, mainly because she was afraid of hurting Li Jia's self-esteem. After all, on the surface, she has now become a formal employee of the county town supply and marketing cooperative. If she tells others that it was Li Jia who had the opportunity to go to the county town with her, she is afraid that her man's face will be lost. However, secretly, it is actually Li Jia who follows Luo Cheng to work and earns more money. The number of times he goes is not very often, that is, during the slack season of farming he goes out for 3 to 5 days or 10 days, and every time he comes back he brings back dozens or hundreds of yuan. The two of them now have 2,000 to 3,000 yuan in their hands. Zhou Qiuhe hesitated again, and still told Li Jia. Huan secretly told her that if she had the opportunity, she must go to the county town, and not only the county town, but also to larger cities such as Beijing. Don't think that life in the city is tight now, which is not much different from the hard life in the countryside. You need food stamps to buy food, meat, eggs, etc., and you can't go into the mountains to hunt, dig wild vegetables, and pick mushrooms like in the countryside, but it will definitely not always be like this in the future. Even without Xia Huanhuan's suggestion, everyone knows that life in the county town is definitely much better than doing farm work in the village production team, earning a dozen work points a day, which is equivalent to a few cents or a dime. Even if it is for the sake of the children not to live a hard life in the countryside in the future, this opportunity cannot be lost. After hearing what Zhou Qiuhe said, Li Jia slapped his thigh and said, "Go. Of course you have to go. Didn't fourth brother's wife tell us that we have a chance to move to the county? Besides, the college entrance examination has been resumed this year. Our children will all go to school in the county. The teachers in the county must be better. We will try to have 4 college students in the future." Zhou Qiuhe didn't expect Li Jia to not even hesitate, and couldn't help but feel moved. "You don't object?" Li Jia was stunned for a moment. "Why should I object?" Zhou Qiuhe said worriedly. "I'm afraid you can't stand the gossip in the village, saying that you followed your wife into the city or something. In fact, you make more money than me, but it's not easy to say it openly." Li Jia smiled and said, "What do I think it's a big deal? They say that because they didn't marry a wife as capable as my wife, and they are jealous. I won't go home and make a fool of myself after hearing that. Qiuhe, don't worry. Let's work together to make our family and the 4 little kids live a good life and become city dwellers." Zhou Qiuhe couldn't help but feel a sour nose and nodded. "Yes. Let's work together. However, you think too far ahead. How old are the 4 little kids? You're thinking about letting them take the college entrance examination and become college students. They haven't even started yet." Li Jia smiled embarrassedly. "Isn't that exciting? However, when we move to the city, the farm work in the village will be the busiest season. I will come back to work for a few days. At most, I won't have to work points. You don't have to go back and forth. You can work in the county and take care of the little kids. I'll also find a part-time job. I have been to many places with Luo Lauda in the past 2 years. I am also quite familiar with the county. Let's not talk about anything else." The timber factory seems to have plans to transform into a furniture factory recently. It is recruiting workers. I heard that there is no limit on the household registration.
You can enter if you pass the exam.
I also learned some carpentry from my father when I was a child. It should be okay to go in and do odd jobs. If there is work for Luo Lauda, I will still do it. Let's try to save money for a few more years and buy an old house in the county. We can live with meat and eggs every day in the future. Zhou Qiuhe listened to Li Jie drawing a blueprint for the future, as if the family had already lived a good life in the county. She felt sweet and comfortable. However, she smiled and said, "Let's not talk about the long distance. If we want to move to the county, we must first solve the housing problem. Otherwise, we can't sleep on the street." Li Jie laughed and said, "That's right." Zhou Qiuhe thought for a while and said, "It just so happens that Huan is taking the college entrance examination in the county these days. I asked her to go back to Beijing 2 days later after the exam and let her help take a look." Zhou Qiuhe would arrive in the county at about noon, and Xia Huan first went to the new city staff area early in the morning. She did consider renting Tunghua Lane to Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie's family, but she thought about it and gave up. Firstly, the county supply and marketing cooperative where Zhou Qiuhe was going to work was in the new city area, and it would take too much time to commute to work if she lived in the old city area. The new city staff area was where the workers and their families of the two large factories gathered. The conditions in all aspects were better than those in the old city area, and the school was also close, so it was actually more convenient than the old city area. Secondly, if she rented it to them, how would she calculate the money? Not asking for money was not a big deal. Everyone is greedy. How many people have lent out their houses and quarreled over the ownership of the houses after many years? Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie certainly wouldn't do that now, but people would change, and Xia Huan didn't want to lose their relatives in the future because of a house. Moreover, it was not easy to explain where she got the money to buy this house. It would be embarrassing to hide the fact that it was the landlord or Grandma Luo. And the most important point was that this house was her place, similar to a teleportation point. When she went back to the county town, she could come here directly through space. If she let Zhou Qiuhe and the others live there, it would be inconvenient for her. Xia Huan asked Li Zhan's comrade who had come to help during the busy farming season to ask if there were any willing to lend houses in the two factories. After asking, there were indeed some. The staff dormitories were allocated to married people in the factory, and the unmarried lived in single dormitories. Some local workers had old houses at home, and according to the rules of house allocation, they were allocated houses, or their parents and themselves were allocated houses, and one of their parents passed away, so they took the other parent home to live in retirement. They also had vacant houses and were willing to lend them out. Xia Huan asked her comrades to help ask the few willing to lend houses about the situation, but she did not go to see them. She was not the one who rented the house, so she could not help Zhou Qiuhe and others make the final decision. After asking and making an appointment to look at the house in the afternoon, Xia Huan went for a stroll near the train station. When she passed by 2 days ago, she remembered that there was only one state-owned restaurant left at the train station, and there were 2 storefronts next to it that were closed all year round, so she wanted to come and see what was going on. There are all kinds of people near the train station, but the flow of people is also large, so it is a good location to rent a store and do business. When I looked over, I saw that there were 2 stores next to the state-owned restaurant, both of which were locked. After asking around, I found out that one of the 2 stores was also a private restaurant. It was said that the chef had studied in Beijing before and later returned to his hometown to open a restaurant. In those years, it was merged into the state-owned restaurant. The chef was too stubborn and couldn't get along with the manager, so he quit in a rage. The state-owned restaurant originally covered these 2 stores. After the chef quit, the taste of the food deteriorated a lot, and customers left. In addition, the store was owned by the chef, so the restaurant saw that it could not be maintained, so it closed it. There was another one that was also privately owned. I didn't know what it sold, but it was also locked. Xia Huan went into the state-owned restaurant and asked if anyone knew where the owners of the 2 houses lived. It will take several years to open private shops and businesses, but when there are signs, it will be more expensive to buy a shop. In the past few years, Xia Huanhuan was afraid that it would attract too much attention, so now is the right time. The waiter in the store was arrogant and ignored Xia Huanhuan. Instead, a kitchen helper came out to clean up the mess on the table, took over the conversation, and said with a smile, "Are you looking for Lao Lu? His house is not far behind." Xia Huanhuan wanted to ask more details, and the waiter in the store said impatiently, "Aunt Li, your job. Why are you gossiping?" Aunt Li shrank her neck when she heard it, and did not dare to say more. She collected the dishes and went to the back kitchen. Xia Huanhuan was also amused. What kind of hatred is this? No wonder it is said that the waiters in state-owned stores in this era have a stable job and have bad service attitudes. But the ones she met before, such as Director Zheng and the owner of the photo studio, were all good. Today, I experienced it. Xia Huanhuan planned to wait for Aunt Li to get off work before asking more details, so she walked out. Unexpectedly, the waiter still had something to say. "You come to the restaurant, but you don't want to eat. Why are you asking questions? You are a poor country boy. What's wrong with you?" Xia Huanhuan was a little angry now. "It's fine if you don't let me ask, but it's too much to belittle me." Xia Huanhuan thought about it, sat down, and said, "Then I'll have a meal. The signature dish of your restaurant is soup dumplings, right? I want a basket and a bowl of vegetable noodles." She had eaten at this restaurant before when she got off the train. The soup dumplings were a specialty, with thin skin, thick fillings, and delicious soup, comparable to the level of a restaurant chef. You can tell that the vegetable noodles are fried with lard as soon as you eat them. There is a layer of oil floating on the soup. The vegetables are light and the noodles are chewy, with a very high-cost performance. Add a poached egg, which is what the past guests ordered the most. The waiter still had a sour face when he saw this.
Why? If she didn't eat, she would complain about it.
If she ate, she would complain too because she had to work. $1.50. Pay first, the waiter said arrogantly. The price has increased compared to 2 years ago. But Xia Huanhuan was not annoyed. She paid and waited for the food she ordered. While waiting, she looked at the situation in the store. Since she was planning to compete with this store in the future, she must first investigate the enemy. She remembered that this store had good business 2 years ago. It turned out that there was also a store next door, and it was still full. Unexpectedly, in just 2 years, not only was half of it closed, but there were no customers and the store was deserted. After a while, the steamed buns and noodles came up. Xia Huanhuan picked up a steamed bun with chopsticks and took a bite, and her brows slightly frowned. It was hot, but it was obviously not fresh out of the steamer, but leftovers that were heated up. The dough was thick and solid, with only a little meat filling, and there was a strange smell. After taking a sip of the green vegetable noodle soup, it was indeed the most watery soup. Xia Huanhuan suspected that there was no oil at all, only a salty taste. The noodles were also soft and overcooked, without any chewiness. Xia Huanhuan was a little hungry, but couldn't eat anymore. No wonder this restaurant lost its popularity. The food became unpalatable, the price increased, and with such sarcastic waiters, it was hard not to lose interest. They probably thought that the business at the train station didn't have many repeat customers, so it didn't matter. But the customers are not suckers, and word of mouth is the life of the restaurant. After such a toss, after a long time, once the reputation of ripping off customers spreads, it will be harder than climbing to the sky to redeem it. Xia Huanhuan ate a few more bites and really couldn't eat anymore, so she got up and left. As a result, she didn't bother with the waiter, but the waiter didn't intend to let her go. Seeing that she had left some food, he sneered. "What kind of person is this? Wasting food." Xia Huanhuan turned around and sneered. "What's the matter? Did you owe me money, or did they dig up your family's graves? You are so mean. Why are you silent when I just asked you a question? I wasted food? Your restaurant makes good food look like this, making it difficult for customers to swallow. That's called wasting food, right?" The waiter thought that the customer didn't talk back at first, and sat down to eat after being ridiculed by her. She was probably a coward with a thin skin. She didn't expect that she would be so rude to her now. The restaurant manager is her uncle, so no one dared to mess with her. She was used to being magical and she was immediately angry. "You. I'll remember you. If you come to our restaurant again in the future, I'll kick you out. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Come again? The food is so bad, I guess you'll be almost closed before I come again. After that, she left without looking back. The waiter was so angry that his face turned blue, and he took out his anger on other customers in the store. Looking at the time, Zhou Qiuhe was almost there, so Xia Huanhuan met her at the entrance of the photo studio where they had agreed to meet, and they looked at houses together. In the end, they decided on a 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with a kitchen. The landlord asked for 15 yuan a month, and they negotiated it down to 12. The rent was not cheap. After all, Zhou Qiuhe worked in the county town, and her salary was only 28 yuan a month. But Li Jie also made extra money, and the house was large and in a good location. It was close to the county supply and marketing cooperative and the school, and the children could go to and from school by themselves, without having to be picked up and dropped off, which saved a lot of trouble. After renting the house, Zhou Qiuhe had to rush back to the village, so Xia Huanhuan turned to the train station and waited for Aunt Li to get off work. Xia Huanhuan estimated that Aunt Li was about to get off work, so she took out a dozen apples from the space, divided them into 2 net bags, and waited opposite the state-owned restaurant. After a while, Aunt Li really came out of the restaurant and walked towards a narrow alley next to it. Xia Huanhuan hurriedly followed and called out, Aunt Li. Aunt Li recognized her and continued walking forward without saying anything. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then she guessed that she was probably scolded in the restaurant because of talking to her. Xia Huanhuan hurried over and said with a smile, Aunt Li, these are the apples I just bought at the market. They are crispy and sweet. You can take them back for your children to taste. When Aunt Li saw that she returned the apple, she slowed down and said, Hey, comrade, I didn't mean to ignore you. The store deducted $1 from my salary just to talk to you. You said I'm a temporary worker and only make more than $10 a month.
This. Hey. Shia Juan Smila Tapulujatikali. Only Im Suri.
You take these apples. Aunt Li refused. I know it's not your fault. They are bullying people. You should take these apples back home and eat them yourself. Xia Huanhuan smiled. Aunt Li, these apples are to express my apology. After all, you were deducted money because of me. Secondly, I have to ask you for a favor. Don't worry, the hotel won't know. I asked the owner of the store next to the hotel. Didn't you say you live in the alley nearby? I would like to trouble you to show me the way. Aunt Li heard her say this and looked down at the net bag of apples in her hand. Each one was big and red, and there were 7 or 8 of them. Her little grandson was clamoring for apples the other day. She went to the vegetable market and asked, and found out that 4 or 5 smaller and greener ones cost $1. This net bag must be worth more than $1.
Just to show you the way?
Xia Huanhuan said affirmatively, Yes. Aunt Li, you must do me this favor. As she said that, she pushed the apples into Aunt Li's hands. Aunt Li felt embarrassed again and put her hands behind her back. She hesitated for a while before accepting the apples happily. As they walked, Aunt Li said with a smile, Old Lu and I are old neighbors. We both used to work in a state-owned restaurant, but he was too stubborn and had a conflict with the director, so he retired early. When you go over there later, you must be nice to him and be patient when he says rude things. He is a good person. Last time, he offended the director because he stood up for a waiter in the store. Xia Huanhuan smiled and agreed.
Oh, I see.
Then she asked, Is Master Lu good at making soup dumplings? Aunt Li smiled and said, How do you know? I heard from old Lu that he learned it from the royal chef in the palace. It's very detailed. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I ate it 2 years ago, and I have never forgotten it. As they were talking, they arrived at the door of Lu's house. Old Lu, a guest is coming. Aunt Li poked her head in and called out familiarly. A man who looked to be in his 30s came out, and when he saw that it was Aunt Li, he smiled and said, It's Aunt Li. My father went out to the alley to play chess with someone. Aunt Li asked, We just came from the alley and didn't see him. She turned around and introduced Xia Huanhuan. This is old Lu's son, Lu Beiping, a worker in our county timber factory. You can talk to him if you have anything to say. Liu Beiping had just noticed a good-looking female comrade coming in with Aunt Li. Now that he heard that she was looking for his family for something, he took another look and his face turned red. At this time, a middle-aged woman came out of the house with 2 children. The middle-aged woman saw that it was a young and beautiful woman who came with Aunt Li and subconsciously looked at her man. The 2 children hid behind the woman and poked their heads out to look at the person who came. To be precise, they were staring at the big red apple in Aunt Li's hand. Xia Huanhuan naturally did not wait for Aunt Li to take out her share, so she stepped forward, took out 2 apples from the net bag, and handed one to each of the children, smiling and saying, "These 2 children are so good-looking. Come, 1 apple each, take it." After saying that, she stood up, looked at the middle-aged woman first, and smiled and said, "Is this my sister-in-law? And Brother Liu, my surname is Xia, and my name is Xia Huanhuan. Is the eldest brother from the sawmill? Do you know Yang Wenguang?" After hearing this, Liu Beiping let down his guard a little, and said shyly, "I know Yang Wenguang."
Who are you to him?
Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "My husband and Brother Yang are comrades in arms. I came here this time because I wanted to ask Master Liu about the store at the train station. By the way, sister-in-law, I came here suddenly, so I can't come empty-handed. Here are the apples I bought at the vegetable market for the children to try." The woman was Liu Beiping's wife, Wang Tsueping. When she heard that Xia Huanhuan already had a man, Wang Tsueping immediately felt relieved and refused for a long time. Aunt Li smiled and said, "Accept it. It's a little gift from Xia." Wang Tsueping had no choice but to accept it and smiled. "My father-in-law is probably chatting outside. Please come in and sit for a while." Aunt Li chatted and went back. Xia Huanhuan was not polite and followed Liu Beiping and Wang Tsueping into the house. Xia Huanhuan asked about the storefront and told Liu Beiping that she wanted to buy it. "Brother Liu, look, I want to give 800 yuan to buy this storefront. Is that okay?" Wang Tsueping was shocked when she heard it and looked at her man. Liu Beiping was also shocked. 800? You know, he is a second-level worker in the lumber mill, and his monthly salary is 34 yuan. 800 yuan is his salary for 2 years. The storefront of his family is only about 10 square meters in size. The state-owned restaurant next to it even thinks the rent of 15 yuan a month is too expensive. After falling out with his father, he simply refused to rent it. It has been vacant and covered with dust for 2 years. Liu Beiping was somewhat tempted. However, the storefront was bought by Lao Lu after he returned from Beijing before the founding of the People's Republic of China. At first, he opened his own store and later merged it with the state-owned restaurant. It was the old man's lifelong dream, and Liu Beiping really couldn't make the decision. "This matter, I have to discuss it with my father. If he doesn't agree, I can't do anything," Liu Beiping said. Wang Tsueping listened and secretly pulled Liu Beiping's sleeve. Xia Huanhuan saw it and smiled. "That's for sure. We must finally agree with the old man." As he was talking, an energetic old man came in with his hands behind his back. "What do I disagree with?" When Liu Beiping heard Lao Lu's voice, he immediately went up to him and said, "Dad, you're back. Comrade Xia is looking for you. She wants to buy the storefront near our train station." Xia Huanhuan also stood up and said with a smile, "You must be Master Liu. My last name is Xia Huanhuan." Before she could finish her words, Lao Lu said coldly, "Please go back. Not for sale."
"Dad."
Comrade Xia is willing to pay 800 yuan. Wang Tsueping couldn't help but said anxiously. How could Wang Tsueping not be anxious? She had a rural household registration and didn't have a job after marrying into the Liu family. After Lao Lu had a falling out with the restaurant 2 years ago, he no longer had a salary and only a pitiful few yuan in retirement money every month. There were 2 children in elementary school at home and 5 mouths to feed in the family. All the spring expenses depended on Liu Beiping's salary of 34 yuan. Even if she managed the family well, the money was not enough. Even the money for the children's schooling had to be borrowed from others. Lao Lu put his hands behind his back, glared at his daughter-in-law fiercely, and said, "What are you yelling about? Don't even mention 800 yuan. Even if you offer 10,000, I won't sell it. Xia Huanhuan also considered the possibility that the other party would refuse, and she didn't get angry and smiled. Master Lu, you learned your craft from a famous teacher in Beijing. I ate your soup dumplings and vegetable noodles in a restaurant 2 years ago, and I still remember the taste. Today I happened to pass by, so I went to eat again. As a result, the taste was completely different. I asked around and found out that the chef had changed. The current chefs are not even as good as you, Master Lu. This change is simply destroying his own reputation, isn't it? After hearing what Xia Huanhuan said, old Lu's expression eased a little, and he said, "Have you eaten the dishes I cooked? You're lucky. You can't eat them now if you want to." He is very self-righteous, how could he not be? His master was the imperial chef in the palace in the old days. The manager of the state-owned restaurant messed up and asked him to use bad ingredients to pass them off as good ones. Didn't this ruin his good reputation? That's why he resigned in anger. Now that Xia Huanhuan praised his good cooking skills, he was naturally happy. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "How can I not eat them? Master Lu, I heard that you no longer work in the state-owned restaurant, so I thought of a way to eat your dishes again. That's why I thought about buying your storefront at the railway station. After I take over, I still plan to open a restaurant. When the time comes, I will ask you, Master Lu, to be the chef. I will pay you 50 yuan a month. However, I will not hide it from you. I am afraid that I will have to wait until the end of next year or the beginning of the next year to open a restaurant. If I don't do as I promised today, I won't take the 800 yuan. I will return the store to you, Master Lu, without saying a word. I am willing to sign a written document as proof." When Wang Suiping heard this, she immediately winked at Liu Beiping desperately. What a great thing! Not only can an empty and shabby store be sold for 800 yuan, but it will also pay 50 yuan a month, which is higher than Liu Beiping's salary. Liu Beiping also looked at his father eagerly. "Dad, Comrade Xia is very sincere." Old Liu was also a little shaken, but when he remembered that he was still thinking about making a comeback and reopening the store to leave this industry to future generations, he hesitated again.
Dad.
Just agree to it. I know you want to keep this shop and open your own, but you're not allowed to do so now. Even if you were allowed to do so, how can we afford it? Besides, this shop has been closed for 2 years. I think it is better to sell it than to leave it gathering dust. Apart from anything else, we don't even have the money for the new year yet. With this money, our life will be much more comfortable. When old Liu heard his son say this, he thought about how Liu Beiping had not learned to cook, and it would be useless if he passed the shop to an amateur. He sighed quietly. "Okay. I originally wanted to leave you some family business. If you want to sell it, it's up to you." Liu Beiping and Wang Suiping were overjoyed when they heard this, and looked at Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "That's great. But I just had a whim today, and didn't bring any money. I'll come over tomorrow morning, and we'll sign a document. Master Lu, Brother Lu's sister-in-law, what do you think?" After hearing this, although the Lu family was worried that she would change her mind the next day, they had no choice but to nod. Wang Suiping also instructed, "Then, sister, you must come early tomorrow morning." The next morning, Xia Huanhuan came as expected, and she did not come empty-handed. This time, she brought a jar of the best Westlake Longjing tea for Master Lu. Master Lu could not help but smile. Apart from anything else, this girl is quite broad-minded. Xia Huanhuan signed the document with them and got the property certificate, and then she gave Liu Beiping 800 yuan. Liu Beiping and Wang Suiping's eyes lit up when they saw so much money, and they happily sent Xia Huanhuan out. Xia Huanhuan found the owner of another store, which was smaller in size, and bought it for 700 yuan. After finishing all this, Xia Huanhuan did not go to unlock the door to take a look. Anyway, she would have to renovate the store when she really opened it, and she was not in a hurry to take a look now, so she went straight back to Jingshi. The Fu family members asked Xia Huanhuan nervously how she did in the exam. Xia Huanhuan was still modest and smiled. "It's okay. I performed quite normally." Fu Nanjing said anxiously, "What do you mean by performing quite normally? Did you miss any questions and did not fill in the answers? Did you check the answers with others for math? If you insisted on staying in Mo County for a few more days, you should have come back as soon as you finished the exam and told me about the questions. I will check if you got them wrong. Fu Weixin looked at his son and said unhappily, "That's enough." What answers? It would be frustrating if you found out you made mistakes after the exam. Anyway, the results will be out in more than a month, so wait a little longer. I asked Aunt Chen to buy an old hen and stew some chicken soup today to make up for it. Xia Huan couldn't help laughing, but she was deeply moved. Although they were relatives who met halfway, the Fu family was really good to her. After dinner, Fu Nanjing pulled Xia Huan aside and asked in a low voice, "I heard that when you were in Mo County, someone climbed over the wall where you lived. Was it Su Dao and Fu Qingye who did it?" Xia Huan was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yeah." Fu Nanjing frowned, with some anger in his eyes. "These rascals. Wait for me to vent your anger for you." Xia Huan wanted to say no, but then she thought that it would be easier to learn a lesson if she was beaten a few more times. Su Dao felt that he had a bad luck this year. He was put in a sack and beaten every other day. In December, he was beaten without a fight. Moreover, he asked a few men to be bodyguards like last time, but within 2 days, they beat up his 4 bodyguards. It was so arrogant that it was outrageous. The most excessive time, he was gagged and put into the car, and after being beaten black and blue, he was thrown 10 miles outside the city. The masked man smiled and said, "Be quiet in the future, and your wife should be quiet too. Don't always think about hurting others, and you will get less beatings. Otherwise, our brothers will come to you every other day." Su Dao was really scared. If he knew who they were and where they were from, he would have plenty of ways to control them. But now these waves of people were put in sacks and beaten with clubs and then ran away. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find out who they were. Su Dao could only admit his mistake and said repeatedly, "I'm sorry, big brother." "Big brother?"
No, uncle.
"I can teach you, uncle. Is it okay that I was wrong? I will definitely turn over a new leaf in the future. Can you tell my brothers not to block me?" The masked man was delighted when he heard this. "Is there anyone else beating him?" "That's right, this rascal has offended so many people. He deserves it." Su Dao didn't know that there were actually 3 groups of people blocking him. The first group was the people Xia Huan asked Dahe to find. Su Dao stopped after he found a bodyguard. The one who dared to beat even the bodyguard was found by Bai Zihan. What soldiers can't stand the most is this kind of people who are strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bodyguard? Of course, beat them together. The last group was Fu Nanjing, who came out personally. Even if Fu Nanjing was not a soldier, he was one of the children of the compound and the leader of the children back then. There were many people who disliked Su Dao for a long time. Why not take revenge for the new and old grudges at the same time? Anyway, the result was that Su Dao limped back to Beijing from outside the city with his face beaten like a pig's head. When he got home, Fu Qingye saw that he was like this again. How could he still look like a director? He said with contempt, "Why did you become like this again?" Before he finished speaking, Su Dao slapped him in the face. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Those few people just asked him and his wife to be quiet. It must be not just his fault. This woman was also involved. Fu Qingye was stunned by the beating, and then she went up to fight with Su Dao. Then she had a miscarriage and was sent to the hospital overnight to give birth to a daughter. Fu Qingye became even angrier. Xia Huan gave birth to 3 babies, all sons. She just gave birth to a girl. Why should he lose to her in every way? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Even when her own daughter was crying beside her, she didn't even try to comfort her. It was the nurse from the hospital who came over and said, "How can you be a mother? Can't you see the child crying? You should at least hold the child and comfort him." Fu Qingye was already angry, and she sneered when she heard it. "What's it got to do with you? You are so maternal. Why don't you give birth to one yourself?" The nurse was not married yet. She was so angry that her eyes turned red on the spot, but she also knew that her man was not easy to mess with. She dared not say anything but pushed the child back to her and went out. Fu Qingye then looked down at the child she had given birth to. Others said that as soon as the child was born, a woman's natural maternal love would arise spontaneously. But now she just felt that the child was too ugly with wrinkles on her face, and her crying was annoying. If it was Li Zhan's child, she would be willing to love her even if it was a daughter. It's a pity. Fu Qingye regretted her previous impulse to marry Su Dao to the extreme. Now that the college entrance examination has been resumed, the situation and statements in Beijing are different every day, but the overall situation seems to be changing. People like Su Dao are no longer popular.
Fu Qingye frowned slightly.
She had to plan her way out as soon as possible, otherwise, she might suffer with Su Dao. The news that Fu Qingye gave birth to a daughter was soon reported back to the Fu family from a hospital, but no one suggested going to the hospital to see. After all, what Fu Qingye did was really not something a human would do. She slandered the Fu family, occupied the Fu family's courtyard, detained Li Zhan, and caused Li Zhan to be transferred to the island. No matter how saintly the Fu family is, they are no longer willing to mention Fu Qingye, nor do they want to have anything to do with her. The college entrance examination results will not be available until January. Before that, everyone estimates their scores based on their answers and then applies for their majors. Xia Huanhuan herself does not care. The main reason is that it is the first year of the college entrance examination. Except for the students who are in the third year of high school that year, all others are candidates from the society. There is no correct answer, and estimating the scores may not be accurate. On the contrary, the Fu family is more nervous than her. Fu Nanjing was conscripted by Mr. Fu and Fu Weixind to work with Xia Huanhuan to recall the answers to several exams and estimate their scores. Fu Nanjing had graduated for many years and had forgotten many knowledge points, but he was not afraid because he had a high school classmate who was in the Beijing test setting group. Although the questions in Hebei province were different, it was still possible to ask for the correct answers. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to help. After the estimate, Fu Nanjing was shocked when he saw the score written on the paper. There were 4 subjects, each with a score of 100 and a total score of 400. Xia Huanhuan estimated 80 in politics, 90 in history and geography, 85 in Chinese, and 95 in mathematics, totaling 350 points. If the estimate is correct, he can definitely get into Beijing University or Tsinghua University. However, the official scores have not come out yet, and Fu Nanjing did not dare to be happy too early. He suppressed his excitement and surprise and asked, "Huanhuan, which school in Beijing do you plan to apply to? With your score, if the difference is not too big, you will definitely be admitted to Beijing City." Xia Huanhuan did not hide it and said with a smile, "Third brother, I plan to apply for the Economics and Trade Department of Peking University." Peking University? Fu Nanjing looked at the score and was actually eager to try. He wanted to encourage his sister to apply for Peking University or Tsinghua University, but he was afraid that she would apply too high. What if the score estimation was wrong and she would not be admitted to the first choice, then the second and third choices would be very passive. Now Xia Huanhuan actually said that she wanted to apply for Peking University. It seems that his sister is very ambitious. Peking University is Peking University. However, the latter choices are still a backup. For your second choice, I suggest you apply for Beijing Normal University. Xia Huanhuan listened to everything. Soon it was the day to fill in the application form. Xia Huanhuan went back to the county town to fill in the application form and then waited patiently. In mid-January, the results were finally out. Everyone did not have a unified school, so the county used the test sites as units. The names and scores were written on big red paper with a brush and posted on the bulletin board or wall of the test site. The candidates went to the test site where they took the exam to see the results. Fu Nanjing also came along this time. The two of them squeezed to the front in the crowd and looked up from top to bottom for Xia Huanhuan's name. It was easy to find, because Xia Huanhuan was the first one.
Huanhuan.
There. The first one.
Fu Nanjing shouted excitedly.
The results are arranged from high to low according to the scores of the candidates in the entire test center. Xia Huanhuan is the first, which means she is the first in this test center. Xia Huanhuan looked up and saw the score after her name, 362 points. It is 12 points higher than the estimated score. After hearing what Fu Nanjing said, the candidates who were looking for their scores together looked at Xia Huanhuan curiously and then exclaimed,
Oh wow!
362 points. So high, and she only got 38 points wrong in the 4 subjects. How did she take the test? The second place in our test center only got 321 points. She scored 41 points higher than the second place. With this score, let alone our test center, I'm afraid she is the first in the whole county. Xia Huanhuan didn't expect to get 10 more points. The subjective questions had too many variables, so she slightly lowered her estimate. The detailed scores of each subject were written in small letters at the end. Xia Huanhuan took a look and found that she got 88 points in politics, which meant she got 8 more points in this subject alone. It seemed that her intensive review was quite effective. History and geography got 92, Chinese got 88, and mathematics got 94, which was about the same as she estimated. Xia Huanhuan didn't like to attract attention, so after looking at the scores, she was about to leave with Fu Nanjing. Coincidentally, Zhu Xiaopeng and Fang Jinjin also checked their scores. When they saw her, they came over and said a few words. Huanhuan, you did really well. Better than me who went to high school and 1 year of college. I really admire you, Zhu Xiaopeng said excitedly. Although he didn't take the test, he would be proud to tell others that the top few students in the county were from their Qingshui village. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Brother Xiaopeng, sister-in-law, how did you do in the exam? Mainly because I was lucky. There was nothing to do on the island, so my third brother found textbooks for elementary school to high school. I just didn't want to be blind, but I didn't expect to encounter the resumption of the college entrance examination. If you have more time to review, you can also do so well. Although this is not the case, everyone will feel more comfortable after hearing this. Of course, if I have enough time to review, I can also pass the exam. Zhu Xiaopeng smiled embarrassedly. Your sister-in-law and I both scored more than 200 points. She is a little higher than me, but fortunately, she didn't come in last. Ha ha ha. Anyway, congratulations to you. Our Qingshui village has also flown out a golden phoenix. Fang Jinjin didn't say anything and looked at Fu Nanjing with some suspicion. Isn't Xia Huanhuan married? Why is she still swaggering out with a man? Isn't she afraid of gossip from others? As if guessing Fang Jinjin's thoughts, Xia Huanhuan smiled. More than 200 points should be enough to pass the line, which is very good. Then my third brother and I have something to do, so we'll leave first. After Xia Huanhuan left, Fang Jinjin asked, Who is that man? Isn't Xia Huanhuan married? Zhu Xiaopeng frowned and said, Don't make wild guesses. Didn't they introduce her to him? Her third brother. It hasn't spread in the village, but I heard that Huanhuan was picked up by Uncle Xia and his family, and her biological parents are from Beijing. That must be his biological third brother. Fang Jinjin was also a little surprised when she heard that. No wonder the man didn't look like a rural guy at first glance.
He turned out to be from Beijing.
She said enviously, Is that so? Why doesn't she go home to take the exam in Beijing? There are so many people in Hebei province, the competition is so fierce. Zhu Xiaopeng said, No matter where he takes the exam, he can get 360 points. Why are you worrying about it? Go back and tell your family the good news. We both got more than 200 points, so we should be able to pass the line and probably be admitted to the normal university in Hebei province. Fang Jinjin thought about it and decided to give a shot in advance. She said, Zhu Xiaopeng, I have to say this in advance. Even if I go to the normal university after graduation, don't expect me to go back to the primary school in the village. I will definitely stay in the city. If you insist on going back, we will break up. Zhu Xiaopeng hadn't thought that far and said anxiously, That will happen in a few years. Why are you in such a hurry to talk about this now? It's not that he doesn't want to stay in the city, otherwise why would he go to university? But just now, the gray but innocent smiling faces of the children in the village emerged in his mind, and he couldn't help but hesitate again. Anyway, This matter will be 4 years later, and he can't influence the state allocation at that time. It's just that Fang Jinjin's words made him a little depressed. The child was born, and there was no conflict between the two of them. Suddenly, she said she would break up with him in the future. Sometimes a seemingly casual word between husband and wife can also hurt people's feelings. Not to mention Zhu Xiaoping, Xia Huanhuan returned to Beijing with Fu Nanjing after checking the results. The Fu family was naturally very happy. Fu Weixin immediately asked Aunt Shen to buy fresh fish and mutton. Tonight there was tofu fish soup and hand-pulled mutton. After a few days, the county magistrate of Mo County went to Qingshui village in person to meet Xia Huanhuan because Xia Huanhuan's score was undoubtedly the first in Mo County. However, if it were just this, it would be fine. She was still the fifth in Hebei province. There are 5.7 million candidates in 32 provinces and cities across the country. Even if they are evenly distributed, there are nearly 180,000 candidates in each province. What's more, Hebei, Hunan, and Shandong provinces are famous for their large populations. The number of these 180,000 candidates is conservatively estimated to be doubled. Ranked fifth among 360,000 candidates. What a concept! The county magistrate of Mo County did not go alone. There were several people from the provincial capital with him. It was a pity that he came up empty-handed. When Secretary Zhao heard that Xia Huanhuan ranked fifth in the province, he was surprised and happy. He said with a smile from ear to ear, "Li Zhan's wife. No, it's comrade Xia Huanhuan. She is not in the village, but in Beijing now." As he spoke, he told the story of Xia Huanhuan's life. The head of Mo County was also Li Zhan's comrade in arms, and Fu Weixin was also his former superior. After hearing this, he sighed. It turned out that such a thing happened in the old superior's family. As he spoke, he turned around and said to the people who came from the provincial capital, "Secretary's son, Principal Zhang, you see this person is not in the village, and comrade Xia Huanhuan has such a background, and her first choice is Peking University. This matter is not easy to handle." It turned out that among the people who came with the county magistrate, one was the secretary of the vice governor in charge of education, whose surname was Sun, and the other two were the president and the dean of academic affairs of Jida University. Key universities have priority in admission. Therefore, even if a student did not apply for Jida University in their application, as long as their scores were high enough, Jida University could still admit him. Xia Huanhuan applied for all the universities in Beijing, so naturally she did not apply for Jida University. Moreover, her first choice was Beijing University, the best university in the country, and the key point was that her score was high enough to get in. After the results came out, the admissions office of Beijing University made several calls specifically to transfer Xia Huanhuan's organizational relationship. It was really difficult for Jida University to intercept her without even saying hello. But that was the fifth place in the province, and the Jida government was reluctant to let her go. Therefore, they sent people back to persuade Xia Huanhuan to stay in her hometown province to study. Originally, when the county magistrate of Mo County came here, he also wanted Xia Huanhuan to stay. Beijing University is of course good, but keeping talents in the province is also one of his political achievements. But now, he feels that if he wants to keep talents in the province, her parents who have been separated for many years are both from Beijing City. It is not easy to recognize each other, so it must be better to go to the same city. If she insists on staying in Hebei province, Hebei University cannot compare with Beijing University, and she will most likely be assigned to the province after graduation. Wouldn't that separate her flesh and blood? Secretary Sun and Principal Zhang looked at each other, and they both felt that this matter was a bit tricky. However, they were not the ones who could make the final decision, so they laughed and said, "County Magistrate, let's talk about this after we report the situation to the higher-ups. Since Comrade Xia is not here today, let's go back first." After sending off the county magistrate and the provincial people, Secretary Zhao rubbed his hands excitedly. "I didn't expect Li Zhan's wife to be so hardworking and motivated. After getting married and having children, which rural woman doesn't rely on her husband for support? Li Zhan is still the head of the regiment. To put it bluntly, even if she is too lazy to sleep on the Kong every day, she won't starve. But how much has Xia Huanhuan done in these years? She didn't do much farm work, but she did enough to get the minimum work points. And if she did less, she would get fewer work points. She didn't say she was like those slackers who complained about earning less work points. In addition to farm work, didn't she bring up the 6 little kids at home? The house was also kept in order, and there was no ambiguity in the food and clothes. She also went hunting in the mountains and divided the wild boars several times. Other things like bean sprouts and tofu that he made himself, his family had eaten them many times. This time, a golden phoenix really flew out of a sparrow's nest. He, the secretary, was also happy. But thinking about it, he felt a little lonely because he was afraid that the golden phoenix would never come back after flying out. However, this loneliness was soon washed away by joy. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were not the kind of people who would forget their roots. Even if they left the village, they would definitely come back often to visit. Secretary Zhao put his hands behind his back and planned to stroll around the commune primary school. The village had a 5th-place student in the province, so of course, as the principal, he had to talk to these children in the village as soon as possible, asking them to work harder and become the 2nd or 3rd Xia Huanhuan in the college entrance examination in the future. While thinking about it, Secretary Zhao became worried again. There were a total of 4 teachers in this school. Except for Zhu Xiaopeng, they were all educated youths and all took the college entrance examination this year. Zhu Xiaopeng and Fang Zhenjin both had good grades and should be able to pass. The remaining 2 probably didn't review well, and their scores were not above 200, so they had no hope. But I heard that there will be another exam next year. By next year, there will be no teachers in the school, so how can the teaching be carried out? He has been to school, so even if he wants to teach, he can only teach Chinese. He doesn't know other subjects like mathematics, so he is completely in the dark and has no way out. He thought about the intellectuals in this area, but he couldn't think of any. Secretary Zhao couldn't help but sigh. At this time, he happened to see Li Jie and Yang Qiushi coming down the mountain together and guessed that they must have gone to the mountain to check the heavy medicinal herbs. In the past 2 years, because of Yang Qiushi's under their guidance, they planted medicinal herbs and then let Li Jie and Wu Feng secretly sell them on the black market. The money was distributed to the villagers, and everyone's life became much better. Not only did they no longer have to go hungry, but they could even afford to eat meat every now and then. However, everyone was also cautious and tacitly pretended to be poor outside. Otherwise, if they were reported by other brigades and communes, they would have nothing. Secretary Zhao greeted them and happily told them that Xia Huanhuan had ranked 5th in the province. How could Yang Qiushi and Li Jie not be happy? Yang Qiushi slapped his thigh and kept saying, "Good.
Good.
That girl is really great." When she came to ask me about the parts she didn't understand in the medical book, I knew that this child was definitely not an ordinary person. Li Jie didn't understand what the fish in the pond was. He just knew that those who could take the college entrance examination were all amazing. Now Xia Huanhuan is not only amazing, but also ranked 5th in the province. The whole province. In the past, when there were temple fairs in rural towns, the huge crowds of people were only a few thousand people. Now it's a province, so she must be the 5th among so many people. 4th brother's wife is amazing. I'm so happy for her and Li Zhan. Secretary Zhao smiled and said, "If Li Zhan's wife comes back to the village, tell her that it's the new year. Our village has been busy this year. The harvest is good, and we are all making money. When the time comes, get a pig and 2 sheep from the livestock raised in the village, and then get a big pot to cook mutton soup and make a braised pork and pork ribs banquet. Let her come back to eat, and it's just in time to celebrate her ranking 5th in the province." Li Jie readily agreed. Secretary Zhao walked over with his hands behind his back. Not long after he walked over, his mind suddenly buzzed, and he remembered that he was busy looking for educated people in the commune. Don't they have ready-made educated people in their village? Not to mention Yang Qiushi. He was born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine, and he also studied abroad and learned Western medicine. Who can compare with that culture? The other people in the cowshed are also educated people from the city. Now that the college entrance examination has been relaxed, it is not so strict for Yang Qiushi and others. Isn't it a good opportunity to hire them as teachers? Secretary Zhao thought about these things, but did not pursue them. He planned to go to the school to encourage these kids before going over to talk to them. In the evening, Secretary Zhao wandered over to the cowshed and told Yang Qiushi about it. Yang Qiushi listened and naturally agreed. Being a teacher, although teaching primary school students is a bit of a waste of talent, it is more respectable than doing farm work with they, isn't it? Xia Huanhuan was in Beijing, and she didn't know that Hebei province was reluctant to let her go. After she looked at the scores and completed the physical examination, she waited for the admission letter with peace of mind. Because she thought it should be sent from Beijing, she wrote the address of the Fu family. But after waiting for more than half a month, there was no sign of the letter, which made the whole Fu family anxious. The passing lines in Beijing and Hebei province have already been determined. The passing line in Hebei province is 240 points. Even if you pass the exam, it is a question of whether the school is good or not. The passing line in Beijing is higher, at 280 points. After all, Peking University and Tsinghua University are both well-known universities in the country, and the score lines are both 330. No matter which one it is, Xia Huanhuan will definitely go to a key university. Moreover, because key universities give priority to admission, Fu Nanjing helped to inquire about it, and many candidates have received notification letters from Peking University in the past few days. Xia Huanhuan wondered if it was because they did not use the same test papers, so she could not apply for admission across provinces. However, when she applied for admission before the exam, she asked about it, and they said it was possible. Anyway, it was in Beijing, so Xia Huanhuan and Fu Nanjing went to the Beijing admissions office to ask. The teacher in charge also confirmed that candidates from other provinces and cities were accepted. As long as they applied for Peking University and had enough scores, they would be admitted. Xia Huanhuan was depressed. The teacher in charge asked Xia Huanhuan's name and score. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "So that Xia Huanhuan is you? What a coincidence.
Your
situation is special. The Education Bureau in Hebei province refused to release you, and your organizational files and other things cannot be transferred, so the political review cannot be done, so we have no choice. The score is enough." Xia Huanhuan and Fu Nanjing were speechless. Fortunately, they came to ask, otherwise they might not get the admission letter even when school starts. After returning to the Fu family, Fu Nanjing and Xia Huanhuan explained the situation. Fu Nanjing said with amusement and helplessness, "What kind of thing is this? Even if we give priority to the key universities in the province, it can't be like this. Isn't this affecting Huanhuan's life?" After listening to this, Fu Weixin frowned slightly and said, "How about this? I'll call Lao Qin and tell him about it." Old Master Fu nodded and said, "This matter can be let Lao Qin give a warning to the people below. For the sake of his own political achievements, do we have to sacrifice the personal interests of the candidates?" Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "After listening to the words of the responsible teacher at Beijing University, my first reaction was to find Uncle Qin." Immediately, he went to the study and made a phone call. Xia Huanhuan was confused. Who is this Uncle Qin? Can he be in charge of this matter?
Xia Huanjuan secretly asked Fu Nanjing.
Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "Oh, yes, you haven't met Uncle Qin yet. He used to be Grandpa's subordinate, and he and Dad were also comrades in arms who had experienced life and death in the trenches. After he retired, he was assigned to the local area. He has been promoted slowly over the years, and now he is the governor of Hebei province." Xia Huanhuan. Does the Fu family have such a powerful network of relationships? Although she had no intention of using the background of the Fu family to get in through the back door, this matter was really beyond the reach of a commoner like her from the countryside. Xia Huanhuan could only be thankful that the original owner was the long-lost daughter of the Fu family, and they recognized each other. Otherwise, no matter how well she did in the exam this time, she would not be able to get into Peking University. Almost the next day, Uncle Qin called, "Commander, I scolded them severely. It's just nonsense. Forcing the top few in the province to stay in the province is considered a political achievement. In addition to my niece, there is a third place, whose first choice is Tsinghua University, and his organizational file is also withheld. Don't worry, old leader, I have asked them to release it immediately. A few days after this phone call, the admission letter of Peking University was mailed to the Fu family. Grandpa Fu, Fu Weixin, Fu Nanjing, even Aunt Chen and the two siblings Yu and Chao Heping took turns to read the letter. Grandpa Fu was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After receiving the admission letter, the next step is to wait for the start of school. The enrollment date is set for February 22nd, which is only more than a month away from now, and there is also the college entrance examination in between. During the meal, Fu Weixin asked Xia Huanhuan about her plan. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Dad, I've thought about it. I'll take this time to go back to the island and bring my parents and the kids to Beijing City to live together. If I go to class, I'll let my parents help take care of the kids. As for Li Zhan, I heard that he might be transferred back to Beijing City to study in a military academy, but there's no definite news now, so let's let him live in the dormitory and eat in the cafeteria on the island for a while." Fu Weixin nodded and smiled. This is exactly what we thought. Nanjing, you look for a suitable house near Beijing University these days. Talk to the landlord first and rent it. Xia Huanhuan didn't wait for Fu Nanjing to agree and hurriedly said, "Dad, as for the house, after I finished the exam, didn't I just wander around Beijing City? I've found one, and I've talked to the landlord, and I've paid a month's deposit. I can just move in later." Fu Weixin was stunned for a moment. "Find it? You kid, your family is all around you. Why didn't you discuss it with us?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's not that I found it myself. It's the courtyard house that my third brother mentioned 2 years ago. I passed by that day and saw that it didn't seem to be rented out. I was moved, so I went over to ask the neighbors in the alley and asked him to tell me who the owner was. Later, we negotiated it. In fact, it was my third brother who helped me find the house." Fu Nanjing listened and asked, "That one? The owner of that house is very mysterious. I made several appointments before, but he refused to meet me. Did you meet him?" Xia Huanhuan had already thought of an excuse, so she said, "I didn't meet him in person. The neighbor helped me find an agent, but it's settled anyway. The matter of the courtyard house still needs to be kept secret from the Fu family. Otherwise, if she is asked, where did she get so much money? Not to mention her, even if it is the Fu family, let them take out so much money at once, and then buy it after the business is established." After hearing this, Fu Weixin could only sigh and asked, "How much is it a month? Is Li Zhan's monthly allowance enough?" 50 a month. Li Zhan's allowance has increased a bit on the island. Now, it is 80 a month. After being transferred back, it may drop a little. However, I also get a living allowance every month when I go to college. It is still enough. In this era, going to college is not only free of tuition but also comes with a living allowance. Otherwise, why do so many people take the college entrance examination? After graduating from college, they are truly the chosen ones of heaven. They are cadres and guaranteed to be assigned jobs. They are truly valuable, much more valuable than after the expansion of college enrollment. Fu Weixin thought about it. There were 6 children in the family, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, not counting Li Zhan. The food, clothing, and daily expenses of the family of 9 depended on the allowances and subsidies from Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan. If they lived in the village before, they could rely on the mountain to eat the mountain, go hunting in the mountains to pick some wild vegetables and mushrooms, plant some more in their own plots, and have the grain distributed by the commune. They could probably cope with it. In the future, in the city, they have to buy firewood and pay rent. How can it be enough? However, Fu Weixin did not say much at this moment. He also saw that his daughter was stubborn and was unwilling to take advantage of her mother's family easily. Otherwise, she would not have rented a house by herself without making a sound. There is a long way to go, and she will definitely not accept money. At that time, she can ask for some food, meat, and eggs from time to time, and then Huanhuan will be more psychologically accepting. This matter was settled. A few days later, Xia Huanhuan set off for the island. The New Year's Eve of this year was on February 6th, and it was already late January. Xia Huanhuan had to travel back and forth for more than 10 days. After returning to Beijing with her family, She had to make arrangements to settle down, and she had basically no free time until the start of school. She left the island at the end of October, and it has been almost 3 months since she last saw Li Zhan, the boys, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. She really missed them terribly, especially the triplets. She left while they were still asleep, and she didn't know how many times she cried after that. Just thinking about it made her feel sad. As the year was coming to an end, although Fu Nanjing also wanted to go to the Emerald Island to pay New Year's greetings to his father-in-law and mother-in-law, he was scheduled to be on duty at the hospital during the New Year, so he couldn't take leave. Therefore, he bought a lot of New Year's goods and asked Xia Huanhuan to take them over. Xia Huanhuan looked around and saw that it would take 4 or 5 days to get there, so there was nothing fresh. There were only bacon, chicken, sausage, ham, some dried sweet potato vermicelli, bean curd, 5 pounds of flour, 100 yuan, and some food coupons and meat coupons. In addition to the money, Fu Nanjing prepared double portions of everything. One is for Siju, and one is for you. Xia Huanhuan said quickly. Third brother, we don't need these.
Take it.
Third brother knows you don't need it, but this is my heart. Can you bear to refuse?
Fu Nanjing smiled.
Xia Huanhuan didn't refuse. After all, he was her own third brother, so she couldn't be too distant in reciprocity. Fu Nanjing bought a platform ticket and sent Xia Huanhuan to the train and settled her down before getting off the train. Xia Huanhuan smiled and waved to him. This time she bought a seat ticket and only got off the train at the second stop. She found a secluded place and teleported directly to the last stop on land. Time was tight, and she was using space, so how could she waste time on the road? However, if she went directly to the island, she would have to explain to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru why they didn't let her pick her up at the dock, so she would have to take a boat back for the last leg. This time, she also calculated the time. There was a boat to the island that day, otherwise she would have to wait for the next one 5 days later. Xia Huanhuan had sent a telegram to Li Zhan 2 days ago, telling her that she should be able to arrive today. Therefore, from a distance, she could see Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan with their 6 children standing in a row at the dock like a signal sign. Li Zhan was also wearing a navy blue military uniform and a wide-brimmed hat, looking heroic. Seeing the big ship coming, Yan Yan, Ye, and Yao Yao all pointed at the big ship excitedly and shouted, Dad, Mom is on it. Mom is on it. Li Zhan bent down, picked up the youngest Yao Yao, and smiled. Yes, Mom is on the boat. Look, isn't that Mom? Li Zhan raised his hand and pointed to the deck. Yao Yao excitedly raised his hands and shouted, Mom. Yan Yan and Ye also grabbed Li Zhan's trouser legs anxiously and shouted, Dad, it's time to change people. Yan Yan/Ye also wants to see Mommy. Li Zhan suppressed his laughter, put Yao Yao down, and took turns to pick up Ye and Yan Yan and showed them where Xia Huanhuan was. Xia Huanhuan felt her eyes hot and her nose sore for some reason, and she waved her hands vigorously. When the boat reached the shore, Xia Huanhuan got off. Several kids had already surrounded her.
Mom,
you're back, Xiaowen said excitedly and embarrassedly. Mom, I missed you so much. Xiao rushed over enthusiastically and almost knocked Xia Huanhuan away.
Mom.
And me. Second brother, please make way. I want to hug Mom too. Bei was helpless. Xia Huanhuan touched their heads and smiled. Are you all good? How are your test scores? Xiao is not still at the bottom, right? As she was asking, the triplets burst into tears and ran over with their short legs.
Mom.
You're back. Woo woo woo.
Mom.
Yan Yan hit me that day, you should scold him. Mom, it's Ye's fault. Ye hit me first, my ace hurts so much. Xia Huanhuan covered her face. Why can't these triplets and her family have the same style? They complain about each other when they meet. Li Zhan came over, pinched Ye's face, and said with a bad smile, Didn't Dad already judge the case for you? Why are you still complaining? Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru also smiled. Okay, your mom has worked hard all the way, so you should go home quickly. Immediately, the family walked home in a mighty manner. When they got home, they smelled of fragrance. It smells so good, Mom. What are you stewing? Lin Yuru smiled. Pig's trotters. They were just delivered from Lushang yesterday. I fought for a long time to get 4 of them.
They are stewed with soybeans.
I'll go and serve them to you now. Xia Huanhuan smiled. Mom, don't be busy yet. I just came back from Beijing, and I had pig's trotters 2 days ago. You can share them with Dad, Li Zhanyu, and the kids later. Lin Yuru couldn't help feeling annoyed when she heard this. Oh, look at my brain. How could I forget about this? I just thought pork was expensive on the island.
Oh.
Wait, Mom will make you a seafood soup now. It's not convenient to eat fish and shrimp on land. Xia Huanhuan rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands, and went to help. Mom, let me help you. She was driven out of the kitchen by Lin Yuru. Go look after the kids. I haven't seen them for 3 months, and I don't know how many times the triplets have cried. You are not needed for this bowl of rice. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to come out with a smile. The triplets chattered about how one bullied the other, and that one hit this one, as well as some other trivial things that were beyond imagination. Xia Huanhuan listened patiently, holding back her laughter. Children's lives are simple and innocent, and sometimes just listening makes one feel happy. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were also chattering. Xiaowen got the first place in the final exam again, and Beibei got the 3rd place. Xiaowu is playful, but he has made a lot of progress this semester, from the last place to the middle. Xiaowu's eyes lit up. Mom, you got 5th place in the province, is that true? 4th uncle said that there are so many people in the province. Mom, you are so awesome. I want to learn from you too. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, That's fine. You study hard, not only you but also Xiaowen and Beibei. As long as you study hard, you will definitely get better than Mom.
Mom.
We have to do well too.
Get.
5th place. The triplets also joined in the fun. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Little fools, you should get 1st place in the exam. As she was talking, Lin Yuru brought the seafood noodles. It was filled with shrimps, shellfish, abalone, and dried fish, and was quite delicious. Xia Huanhuan drank a bowl of it while it was hot. The triplets looked eagerly and clamored to drink it, so Lin Yuru fished up the pig's trotters and said with a smile, You eat the pig's trotters, don't fight with your mother for them. After Li Zhan picked up Xia Huanhuan, he went back to the headquarters, but he came back a little earlier in the afternoon. When Xia Huanhuan saw him come back, she smiled and said, Mom left a pig's trotter in the pot for you. Hurry up and eat it. Li Zhan smiled and said, Why did you save it for me?
Did you eat it?
Xia Huanhuan shook her head. I had a bowl of seafood noodles. I haven't eaten fish and shrimp for a long time, and I really missed it. After hearing this, Li Zhan served the pig's trotters and soybeans, but he still used chopsticks to tear off a piece of the soft trotter meat and put it to Xia Huanhuan's mouth. Have a bite. Xia Huanhuan dodged for a moment and smiled. You eat yours, I'm not hungry. Li Zhan smiled. Just 1 bite. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to eat with his chopsticks. The 2 of them sat around the stove, talking about what had happened in the past few months. Li Zhan was angry and amused when he heard that Xia Huanhuan almost didn't get into Beijing University. This is simply nonsense. Some people really like to control other people's lives. Xia Huanhuan smiled. It's been resolved now. School will start before February 22nd. Before that, we have to move back to Beijing City. Is there any statement on your transfer order now? Li Zhan paused, then smiled. It may be a little later. It should be in July or August next year, just in time for the new semester in September. You'll have to work hard for a while again. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help feeling a little depressed after hearing this. That was to say, they would be separated for another half a year. Let's spend the new year on the island this year, and then move back to Beijing. Otherwise, it will be lonely for you to be alone. Xia Huanhuan thought for a while, and said. Li Zhan smiled and said, The new year is on February 6th. If you leave after the 5th day of the new year, it will take another 5 or 6 days on the road, and you will arrive in Beijing on the 15th or 16th. You will start school on the 22nd, and you have to arrange to settle down and send the kids to school. The time is too tight, so you'd better leave before the new year. Grandpa and Dad haven't seen the kids for a year or 2. This year, You'll spend the new year at the Xia family to make them happy. Xia Huanhuan calculated the time, isn't it? When she goes back, she has to bring her family with her, so she naturally can't use the space. The 5 or 6 days on the road is a real effort. But if she wants to leave before the new year, she must leave on January 30th or 31st at least, and the time she will spend on the island will only be 7 or 8 days. This is the time she saved by using the space when she came back. While the two were talking, Bebe brought the 3 children into the yard, shouting, "Mom, the fishing boats are coming into the port. Let us go and see." It's too late to get a good seat. The eldest brother and the second brother are occupying the seats. There is little entertainment on the island. Every time the large fishing boat stationed there goes out to sea and returns, especially when it returns, almost everyone on the island, young and old, goes to watch. Small fishing boats go out to sea and come back with some common fish, shrimps and shellfish, but the large fishing boats stationed there usually go to farther waters and catch a lot of ocean fish, such as 1-meter-long tuna, electric eels, tiger groupers, etc. So, everyone loves to watch. This should be the last voyage before the new year, and it is also for everyone on the island to have a good new year, so it is estimated that there will be a lot of fish caught. Xia Huanhuan thought that this might be the last time to watch it, so she stood up and said with a smile, "Let's go and take a look." Li Zhan smiled and said, "I'll go with you to take a look." The dock was indeed crowded with people. Xiaowen and Xiaowu saw Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan from a distance and waved desperately. "Mom, here." There were too many people. Xia Huanhuan picked up Yan Yan, while Li Zhan put Ye on his neck and let him hold his head. Then he held Yao Yao to his chest before squeezing in with Bebe. The fishermen who had set out to sea and some soldiers stationed there were already unloading the cargo. Baskets of fish, shrimp, shellfish, sori, hairtail, pomfret, cuttlefish, squid, sea urchin, etc. were all brought ashore, followed by the big tuna, salmon, and electric eels. When the soldiers who were unloading the cargo saw Li Zhan, they saluted and shouted, "Captain Li." Li Zhan nodded and said with a smile, "You guys go about your business. We just came here to watch the excitement." The soldier said yes, and went to get busy. Ye sat the highest and pointed at the electric eel and shouted, "Dad, electric fish. Electric fish." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. But don't electric eels generate electricity? Last time they bought one, Xia Huanhuan told them that this fish can generate electricity and they must not touch it, otherwise they would be electrocuted. Unexpectedly, Ye remembered it. Lu Huifeng saw Xia Huanhuan coming back in the crowd and couldn't help shouting, "Huanhuan, you're back. I heard that you went back to your hometown to take. What exam? How did you do in the exam?" Lin Xiaomei smiled and said, "What exam?" "It's the college entrance examination." "The college entrance examination." "Yes, it's the college entrance examination. I sent a telegram from my hometown saying that my nephew also took part, but he didn't pass, alas." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Well, it's okay. He will register after the new year." "Really? What school? In Hebei province?" "Alas. I see that you don't usually come out to chat with us, but just read books at home. I didn't expect it to be really useful. Then, aren't you leaving again after you just came back? Where are the children?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "The school is in Beijing. I just learned a lot, and I'm lucky. I'll be leaving in a few days, and the children will follow me back to Beijing. Otherwise, Li Zhan won't be able to take care of them here." Lu Huifeng and Lin Xiaomei felt uncomfortable after hearing this. After all, they had been together for 2 years, and now he was leaving all of a sudden. "Oh, why are you leaving so soon?" "That's right. However, it's a good thing to be admitted to a university. It's a university in Beijing, and the conditions are much better than those on our island." "Huanhuan, you are amazing." After a few more words, the unloading at the dock was completed, and everyone dispersed, going to the market in 2s and 3s to buy newly unloaded fish, shrimp, and the like. Xia Huanhuan bought some tuna and sea urchins, 3 electric eels, and some fish, shrimp and shellfish, and then came back. Part of the tuna was fried, and the rest was cut raw to make sashimi. The mustard and soy sauce were all taken out of the space. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had never seen this way of eating and laughed. Huan Huan, this is still raw. How can it be delicious? Li Zhan came to Xia Huanhuan's rescue and laughed. Dad, Mom, we are in the inland north and we don't eat fish much, so we don't know. On these seaside islands, those who make a living by the sea have eaten fish raw. There are also special sashimi in Guangdong Province and Fujian Province, which are also eaten with sauce. Xia Huanhuan smiled. Don't be afraid. This is only available now on the island, so we can eat fresh ones. Once we return to Beijing, we won't be able to eat them even if we want to. It was precisely because of this that she made an exception today. Of course, she also needed some in her space, but it would not be so convenient to take it out when she really returned to Beijing. After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru ate a piece. The mustard was a bit pungent, so Xia Huanhuan didn't dare let them try it, so she dipped it in soy sauce. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were both surprised. The meat is really soft and has no tendons. But it has no taste without soy sauce. If you ask them to eat again, they will not eat. Xia Huanhuan did not force them, and ate with Li Zhan. As for the little ones, this time they were given a small piece each, and asked to try. The electric eel was grilled on the stove with charcoal fire, and the secret sauce was brushed on it over and over again with a small brush. It was grilled eel. Other dishes included stir-fried squid with green pepper and onion, braised prawns, and pan-fried hairtail. Xia Huanhuan hadn't eaten seafood for 2 or 3 months. She really missed it, so she ate more, and her belly was bulging. You're full. Li Zhan saw it, raised his hand under the table to touch her belly, and smiled. A little bit. Xia Huanhuan was startled, then blushed slightly, and dared not move, for fear that others would see her. She could only hold Li Zhan's hand to prevent him from touching her again. This rascal, is he making fun of her for being fat? At night, the triplets hadn't seen Xia Huanhuan for a long time, so naturally they all clamored to sleep with their mother. Li Zhan wanted to throw them all into other bedrooms, but he still held back. He couldn't throw away his own children. As a result, Xia Huanhuan threw a pillow at Li Zhan and sent him to sleep in the next bedroom. However, in the middle of the night, Li Zhan woke up with a start and heard the slight sound of the door opening. He got up from the bed as nimbly as a leopard and rushed to the door in 2 or 3 steps. Before the other party had time to push the door open, he had dragged her in by the wrist and then covered her mouth for fear of disturbing others. Xia Huanhuan only had time to utter She was pressed against the wall, her mouth was covered, her neck was stuck, and she had difficulty breathing. She looked at Li Zhan in horror. Li Zhan was also stunned for a moment. How could this be his wife? Looking down, the double-breasted coat that Xia Huanhuan was wearing was unbuttoned, revealing the black lace underwear underneath. Li Zhan. Li Zhan quickly let go of Xia Huanhuan. Wife. I was in a daze and forgot you were back. Xia Huanhuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a in the ground to crawl into. She was probably the only one who wore clothes to her man in the middle of the night and was mistaken for a thief. She turned around to open the door and whispered, "Just pretend I hadn't been here." However, she definitely couldn't leave. Before her hand touched the doorknob, Li Zhan had already taken it back into his arms, picked it up, and threw it on the bed. Xia Huanhuan was knocked unconscious. Li Zhan, who had rushed over to cover her coat, spread it open again, leaned over and bit her lip as if to punish her, and said with a smile, "You are dressed so beautifully. Where are you going?" The next day, knowing that Xia Huanhuan was leaving in a few days, everyone she knew on the island came to see her off, and none of them came empty-handed. One family brought some kelp, another brought some jellyfish skin, and another brought some dried shrimps and squid. Xia Huanhuan did not refuse and took the things. She also gave them a handful of various peanuts, sesame candies, persimmon cakes, etc. that she bought from Jing City as a return gift. Those who came to see her off felt embarrassed. Except for Zhou Qingqing, almost all the other people she knew came. Xia Huanhuan naturally would not rush to give Zhou Qingqing the local specialties of Jing City. When Zhou Qingqing went to visit other people, she saw the children in the family had multi-flavored peanuts and sesame candies to eat, but they couldn't help but blame Xia Huanhuan for being stingy. Xia Huanhuan ignored her. Anyway, they were going to move away soon, and they would never see each other again. There was no need to clear up the grudges before leaving. She took a boat to Emerald Island the next day and sent the things, money, food coupons, etc. that Fu Nanjing asked her to bring to Yu's house. Yu's parents were still very touched. Although their daughter's wedding was not held, the Fu family's etiquette was not lacking at all. During the holidays, they asked Xia Huanhuan to send some money or gifts. Now the New Year's goods have been sent over. How much can he earn in a month? He sends hundreds of them here, at any time, and we can't spend them. Yu Siju said. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I can't control this. If you think it's too much about your 2 husbands and wives, you can complain to him when you go back later. I am only responsible for delivering the money and New Year's goods. Yu Siju blushed, changed the subject, and said with a smile, Huanhuan, I heard that you were admitted to Beijing University? That's amazing. Even people from Beijing have to be top students to be admitted. Xia Huanhuan smiled. I'm just lucky. It's nothing. By the way, I will take the children back to Beijing in the next 2 days. If you have a letter or something else for me to take to my 3rd brother, I can give it to him before the new year. After hearing this, Yu Siju felt a moment of disappointment. Even you are going back? I will be even more lonely here in the future. Xia Huanhuan whispered to comfort. 3rd sister-in-law, just hold on. The college entrance examination has been resumed. I estimate that in 1 or 2 years, there will be great changes in the country. By then, you and Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu should be able to return to the city.
But
I still think it's better for you to go back to the city first. You came here as an educated youth, and when the time comes, Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu will have policies in place. Otherwise, you won't be able to go back. Yu Siju listened, pondered for a moment, nodded, and said, Well, then I'll apply first. As he spoke, Yu Siju took out a bundle from the inner room and handed it to Xia Huanhuan. Please take these back to Beijing for me. Xia Huanhuan opened it and took a look. It was a hand-knitted sweater, obviously for Fu Nanjing. Father and mother of Yu took out some dried fish and abalone and said, We can't save much here. Don't despise these. Take them back to your father and Mr. Fu. It's a little token of our appreciation. Xia Huanhuan also knew that they lived a hard life and saved money to save these, so she didn't refuse and accepted them. Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu, please do and say that. My father and grandfather will definitely be happy to receive these. After chatting for a while, Xia Huanhuan refused Yu's invitation to dinner and went back. She was busy packing her luggage for the next few days. Li Zhan wanted her like crazy at night, which made Xia Huanhuan so annoyed that she had no temper. Was he planning to advance the money for the next 6 months or something? Was he trying to make her die? However, protesting was of no use. Xia Huanhuan was listless when she was packing her luggage. Lin Yuru thought she was reluctant to leave, and said with a smile, Alas, you said this small island, there is nothing but the sea. If we really have to move away, we will be reluctant to leave. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses and said with a smile, Mom, if you still want to come back, let's come back and have a look during the summer and winter vacations. Lin Yuru waved her hand and smiled. Let's talk about it later. By then, we will have a family to support. How can we go wherever we want? By the end of January, the luggage was almost packed. No large furniture, curtains, or the like were needed. After they moved out, Li Zhan would not have to live in such a big house, so he moved back to the dormitory. The house would be divided among other family members who came to follow the army, so the things were left for them to use. They killed and ate a few chickens in the yard, and gave the rest to Lu Huifan and Lin Xiaomei's families. Xia Shuangshan looked at the vegetable patch in the yard, and was also reluctant to leave. This vegetable garden has played an indispensable role on the island. There are few vegetables on the island, and they rely on the vegetables grown in this vegetable garden for food. Otherwise, the children would get sick from eating fish, shrimp, and meat every day. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Dad, The courtyard house I rented in Jingshi also has a vegetable garden, so it won't hinder you from growing vegetables. Xia Shuangshan was embarrassed to laugh. When the day of departure came, Li Zhan was unable to them back, so he sent them on the boat and told Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to take care of their younger brothers and help the adults take care of them. He also told the triplets to be obedient, and if they dared to fight or make trouble, he would go back to deal with them. Finally, he hugged Xia Huan, kissed her on the ear, and whispered, Huan, be careful on your way. When you get to Beijing, send me a telegram. No, call the headquarters, do you hear me? Xia Huan nodded and couldn't help saying, I made some dumplings for you and put them outside to freeze. Remember to eat them in the evening. There is flour and meat left at home. Remember to make some and cook them for yourself on New Year's Eve. Do you hear me? Li Zhan smiled and said, I know. There are dumplings in the cafeteria on New Year's Eve, so you won't be hungry. You worry too much. Xia Huan glared at him. She cared about him so much that she complained. She suddenly leaned over and whispered in Li Zhan's ear, On New Year's Eve, don't let your comrades play in your dormitory. Turn off the lights and go to bed early. Li Zhan was stunned. What was going on? They had already returned to Beijing, and he still had to check on them? Suddenly, he remembered that his wife's portable space could teleport thousands of miles. Li Zhan's eyes lit up and he asked with his mouth, Are you coming over? Xia Huan blinked at him, pursed her lips and smiled softly, but did not answer. The boat was about to leave, so Li Zhan reluctantly got off the boat and waved to them from the dock. The triplets and Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei stood in a row on the deck, shouting, Dad, fourth uncle.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Xia Huan was embarrassed to shout, so she waved her hands desperately. The wolf cub also followed back to Beijing City and was a good hand at guarding the house and the little master. It also walked around on the deck and whimpered, obviously sad about being separated from Li Zhan. Along the way, they first took a boat, then a bus, and then a train. They changed trains again and finally arrived in Beijing City. It took just about 5 days, which was relatively smooth. With the help of Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, Xiaowen was also a big boy. He helped to carry the luggage and take care of his younger brothers and sisters and shared a lot of the burden. Xia Huan looked at Xiaowen and couldn't help feeling tender in her heart. When she just crossed over, Xiaowen was only as tall as her calf, but in a blink of an eye, he was as tall as her chin. However, he has been protecting his younger brothers and sisters since he was a child.
It has never changed.
Fu Nanjing drove a jeep to the train station to pick up people. There were so many people and luggage that he did not go back to Fu's house, but went directly to the courtyard next to Shikahai. The triplets excitedly shouted that they wanted to take the jeep. Fu Nanjing carried them one by one into the car and asked Lin Yuru and Beibei to get on together. He sent one batch over first and asked Xia Huan, Xia Shuangshan, Xiaowen, and Xiaowu to wait for the next batch. Xia Huan saw that there was a state-owned snack shop selling freshly baked fried dough twists at the entrance of the station, so she bought some and gave them to Xiaowen and Xiaowu to eat. The fried dough twists were crispy, and the more they ate, the more delicious they were. After eating for a while, Fu Nanjing came back and took Xia Huan and the others over. The children were so happy to see such a big courtyard, and they ran around and played wildly in the courtyard. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were also surprised. Huan, this courtyard is so big? It must be bigger than the house in Tunghua Lane. Xia Huan smiled and said, It's true. I heard that the original owner of this house was a high-ranking official. Beijing officials are so powerful. How can the yard not be big? Xia Shuangshan said with some concern. This. How much does it cost to rent it? Otherwise, I'd better move back to the village, and you can rent out the front and back entrances and the wing rooms. Xia Huan said with a straight face. Dad, what are you talking about? Didn't we agree that when I pass the college entrance examination, we will move to Beijing together? When I go to school later, my mother will be alone in taking care of the family. How can she take care of it? I feel relieved when you are here with me. Besides, if we let someone else live in, what if he has a bad character and they quarrel and bump into each other? It will be difficult to drive him away in the future. Wouldn't that make things more troublesome for ourselves? Don't worry about the money. I got a subsidy for college, and Li Zhan also got a subsidy. After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan didn't know what to say. However, Xia Huanhuan could also see that Xia Shuangshan was feeling uneasy. It was fine when he was on the island before, because the big house on the island was arranged by the garrison, and it was free of charge. He would tend to the vegetable garden, help take care of the children, and occasionally, when someone on the island was building a house or repairing a chicken coop, he would also enthusiastically help, and his life was still bearable. But now in Jingshi, he couldn't earn a penny by renting a house and spending this money, and he was afraid that he would feel a little ashamed of eating for free. Xia Huanhuan sighed. She also understood that Xia Shuangshan would be most comfortable living in the village. There were fixed times for what crops to plant and when to do what farm work, whether it was weeding or harvesting, and he was an expert or building walls and houses. He was confident. When he arrived in Jingshi, he suddenly became an old man who did nothing and ate nothing, and he must have been uncomfortable. She was somewhat inconsiderate of these. However, for now, he could only bear with it for the time being, and we will talk about it later. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Dad, there are many people and cars in Jingshi. This house is not far from the school, but we have to cross several main roads. We have many children in our family, and the triplets will also go to school in the fall of next year. In the future, I will have to trouble you to pick them up in the morning and evening." Xia Shuangshan was shocked when he heard this and said, "Oh, I will definitely pick them up. It's just that our family has many children, and the expenses are high. When the 6 little ones go to school in the future, the tuition alone will be a huge debt. We must find some way to get more money." Xia Huanhuan said, "There is a long way to go. Now the country does not allow private businesses, and we are still rural residents. It may be difficult for you to find a temporary worker. Wait a little longer, I will also help keep an eye out." Xia Shuangshan listened and said nothing more. However, he was thinking in his heart that some people who worked with him in the past said that there were people from the countryside who went to the city to do the dirty and heavy work that people in the city were unwilling to do, such as pressing coal briquettes, pushing a flatbed cart to deliver coal briquettes, delivering goods, and even shoveling manure. Sometimes temporary workers are needed. There is usually a labor market in the city. You hold a piece of grass and wait there. If someone sees you, they will come to pick it. If you are chosen, you will go and do a day's work, and the wages will be settled on the same day. He planned to wait until the new year was over and he was settled. Then he would go to explore the way with Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yiru on his back. Every penny earned is a penny earned. It is not like in the village now. You can find some food in the mountains to fill your stomach. There is no place to dig even wild vegetables here, and everything costs money. The children are getting older day by day, and the little ones are eating their parents to death. For 6 children, the food alone costs a lot every day, and there are also tuition fees and book fees. Xia Shuangshan usually does the math in his mind, and is very worried. Wanner is not a person who will compromise on food. He is really afraid that the family will run out of money. Xia Huanhuan didn't know what Xia Shuangshan was thinking. After putting the luggage in the house, Xia Huanhuan arranged accommodation. She still lived in the East Wing with the triplets, and Lin Yiru and Xia Shuangshan lived in the East Wing. Xiaowen and Xiaowu lived in the West Wing, and Beibei also had a separate room. Considering that they were girls and young, they were allowed to live in the West Wing. If they were scared at night, they could come and live with Xia Huanhuan, or Lin Yiru could come and sleep in the West Wing with them. The 2 courtyards in front and back were not arranged for the time being. The bedding and curtains in the room were all prepared by Xia Huanhuan in advance, such as quilts, etc., and even the coal stove was in each room. A small shed in the yard was also filled with firewood and coal briquettes, and it was in good order. Xia Huanhuan didn't put away the luggage, and the family went to the Fu family in a mighty manner. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru had been to the Fu family twice before, and this time when they returned to Beijing, they still had to visit them out of courtesy. Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin were naturally very happy to see their 6 grandchildren. They asked Aunt Chen to bring out the fried peanuts, melon seeds, candies, rice cakes, and other things they had bought for them to eat. The triplets were naughty and surrounded Grandpa Fu. trying to pull off their great-grandfather's white beard. Xia Huanhuan pushed the three little rascals apart with both anger and amusement. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru were somewhat reserved, so Fu Weixin chatted with them and even took out Mao Dai to drink with Xia Shuangshan. Yuan Chao and Heping saw Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. After all, they were the same age and had not seen each other for more than a year, so they were also chattering happily. Yuan Chao and Heping even took out their own private collection of comic books for them to read. Seeing this, the triplets stopped making trouble for their great-grandfather and ran over to surround their brothers and sisters, vying to read the comic books. Xiaowu pointed at the characters in the comic book seriously and told a story. This is Guan Yu, the red-faced Guangong, Master Guan. He has to overcome many difficulties. The triplets looked at their second brother with longing. Second brother, how come you know everything? Xiaowu coughed twice in a serious manner. You'll learn it when you go to school next year. Xiao Wen and Yuan Chao couldn't help laughing. If Xiaowu hadn't just pestered them to tell him again, Xiaowu himself wouldn't have known that he was acting like a big brother in front of the triplets. The triplets believed everything they heard and ran over to make a fuss around Xia Huanhuan.
Mom.
Yan Yan wants to go to school.
Now.
Yi Yi wants to go too. Don't wait until next year.
Well.
Go to school. Yao Yao wants to go to school too. Xia Huanhuan was stunned. They were all crazy out of the blue. 1, 2, 3, clamoring to go to school. When they start school, they will cry.
What school?
It's New Year's Eve tomorrow, and we're setting off firecrackers. The triplets looked at each other for a while, weighing in their minds whether it was more fun to go to school right away or to set off firecrackers. In the end, they felt that setting off firecrackers was more important, so they pestered. Mom, can we set off too? Xia Huanhuan held back her laughter and said, Okay, I'll let you set off too each tomorrow. The triplets happily went to show off to their older brothers and sisters. Fu Weixin looked at the bustling house and couldn't help laughing. This house hasn't been so lively for a long time. Your grandfather keeps complaining about how lonely it is, but this year it's not lonely at all. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, It's lively, but I'm afraid it's going to be noisy in the future. She asked again, Will my eldest brother and his wife and my second brother and his wife come back for the New Year this year? Fu Weixin said, Your eldest brother and his wife came back once in September. I guess they won't be able to take leave at the end of the year, so they won't be able to come back. The second brother and his wife were about the same. Xia Huanhuan listened, nodded, and smiled. There's nothing we can do about it. Thinking of Li Zhan alone in the dormitory on the island, she felt a little distressed. Aunt Chen started to prepare the meal, and Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yiru went to help. The family ate the meal and came back. The next day was New Year's Eve, and Fu Weixin asked them to go back, so the courtyard didn't cook, and they went back to Fu's house to set off firecrackers and eat dumplings. The triplets were wearing bulky green military uniforms and dogskin hats. They raised their hands to cover their ears with difficulty and looked at the crackling sound with squinting eyes. Firecrackers were blasting. The cute little appearance made the adults laugh. The wolf cub was already big, but it was still innocent and moving around the adults and children, very excited. This year, on New Year's Eve, the wolf cub also had a portion of dumplings. Grandpa Fu Weixin, and Fu Nanjing gave each of the children in the family a portion of New Year's money. Even Aunt Chen made a few for her. After giving the children, Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin gave Xia Huanhuan one each. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment and smiled in surprise. How old am I? What do I need New Year's money for? Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin smiled and said, You are different. You have never received New Year's money from Grandpa and Dad since you were a child. From now on, Grandpa and Dad will make up for it for you every year. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but feel a sour nose. Fu Nanjing pushed Xia Huanhuan and smiled. You take it. Otherwise, the two old men will sigh at home again. Xia Huanhuan had no choice but to accept it embarrassedly. At night, there was no room for the triplets there, who were dozing off and asleep, so they let the triplets stay. Beibei also wanted to sleep and talk with Heping, so Xia Huanhuan, Lin Yiru, Xia Shuangshan, Xiaowen, and Xiaowu came back together. When they got home, Xia Huanhuan said that she was tired and went to bed first, so she went back to the room and locked the door. Then she entered the space and teleported directly to Li Zhan's dormitory. The lights in the dormitory were off. Xia Huanhuan was still a little nervous and whispered, "Li Zhan." She had been to Li Zhan's dormitory before, but she was afraid that she had teleported to the wrong room. Li Zhan, who was waiting anxiously on the bed, sat up suddenly and turned on the light. Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she quickly bent down and hid. "Why did you turn on the light?" "Turn it off quickly." As soon as the lights in the dormitory are turned on, you can tell how many people are in the room by looking at the silhouettes outside. If this gets exposed, Li Zhan won't be able to explain even if he jumps into the Yellow River. When Li Zhan saw that it was indeed his wife, he turned off the lights again and sneaked over in the dark, holding the person in his arms like a wolf, and his hands were not honest. "Have you eaten the dumplings?" "I still have dumplings stuffed with mutton in my space."
Hey, slow down.
Li Zhan laughed in a low and hoarse voice. "Eat your dumplings. I want to eat you." Before daybreak, Xia Huanhuan pushed away Li Zhan, who was still reluctant to leave, and returned to the space. After taking a nice bath in the hot spring, she returned to the room in the courtyard and took the time to catch up on sleep. However, she had not slept for a while when she heard the sound of firecrackers outside. During the spring festival, whoever sets off firecrackers means that they are about to have dinner. Neighbors often compete with each other over whose family will have dinner early, so the firecrackers are set off earlier and earlier. Xia Huanhuan was awakened by the noise and looked outside. It was only just getting light, and she was so depressed that she pressed her ears with a pillow. She felt that she must have gone crazy last night, so she ran to provoke Li Zhan, the unrestrained rascal-hungry wolf, in the middle of the night, causing her to be sore all over and not getting enough sleep. When she was in pain, Lin Yuru came and knocked on the door. "Waner, get up quickly. It's the first day of the new year, and you can't sleep in. The dumplings are ready, and your father and Xiaowen and Xiao are going to set off firecrackers." Xia Huanhuan sighed and had to get up. Xia Shuangshan picked up the firecrackers with a branch. Xiaowen held it and asked Xiao to light the fuse with fire. Xiaowen and Xiao both changed into newly made green military cotton coats, which Xia Huanhuan had asked a tailor to help make when she was in Beijing years ago. Each of the 6 little guys had a set of clothes that fit them perfectly. It looked like Xiaowen and Xiao had become much more handsome and grown into young men. Xia Huanhuan was afraid of firecrackers as usual, so she covered her ears and hid far away. Suddenly, she remembered that during the first spring festival after she came here, Li Zhan was there for the first time, and he even covered her ears with his hands. She couldn't help but feel sweet in her heart, and she complained less about Li Zhan's lack of sympathy last night. After setting off firecrackers, it was time to eat dumplings. This year, they made dumplings with mutton and onion fillings and 3 fresh shrimp fillings, and they added some of both. After eating dumplings, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru took out red envelopes and gave one to Xiaowen and Xiao respectively. Xiaowen and Xiao said happily, "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at each other, took out another one, and gave it to Xia Huanhuan. "Waner, this is for you." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then laughed and cried, "How old am I? Why are you giving me a red envelope? Even if I have to give, I should give it to you." As he said that, he really took out 2 red envelopes, handed them to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, and said with a smile, "Look, I've prepared them all." In the end, you got there first, alas. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at each other. "Waner, how can this be? How can you give us?" Xia Huanhuan said angrily, "You raised me up, and it's my duty to give you red envelopes during festivals and holidays?" "Dad, Mom, I know you saw that Grandpa and my dad gave me red envelopes yesterday, and I accepted them, so you also wanted to give me red envelopes, right? The situations are different, and you are just imagining. Grandpa and my dad haven't given me any for many years, so they feel guilty and want to make it up to me. If I don't accept it, they will feel even more sad. No matter how poor and crying you were when you were young, you prepared New Year's money for me every New Year. How can it be the same? Put it away quickly, or I will be angry." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru were hit on the nail on the head by Xia Huanhuan and were scolded by their daughter, so they had to take back the red envelopes embarrassingly and also put away the red envelopes that Xia Huanhuan had given them. They were indeed ashamed of themselves when they saw Fu Weixin giving red envelopes to Xia Huanhuan. They are both parents, but there is a huge difference between what they can give to Wan'er and what the Fu family can give. But they still followed Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan to go too far, and they felt that they didn't have the face to do so. After lunch, Bei and the triplets were sent back by Fu Nanjing. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "These 3 little heartless kids didn't even want the candies their grandfather gave them. They cried and wanted to find their grandparents and mother, and I sent them back without letting them waste a moment." The triplets really looked like they had been crying with red eyes. When they saw Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru, they ran over, hugged their legs, and happily chirped, "Grandpa, Grandma." They were not even that affectionate to their mother, Xia Huanhuan. Fu Nanjing sighed and laughed. It's true that they're close to whoever raised them. You can see the difference now. Xia Huanhuan laughed. That's right. You little brats, you don't even want me, your biological mother. After chatting for a while, Fu Nanjing went back. Xia Huanhuan opened the red envelopes given by Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu, and each of them contained 200 yuan. That was 400 yuan. Xia Huanhuan felt warm in her heart, knowing that her grandfather and father were afraid that she and Li Zhan would have to rent a house again, and there were so many people in the family, and they were afraid that she would not have enough money, so they gave so much. The red envelopes for the little ones were also 10 yuan each. In this era, it was definitely not a small amount. Xia Huanhuan did not take back the red envelopes from Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Bei. She was afraid that the triplets were ignorant and would be robbed or cheated by the older children in the alley with such a large amount of money, so she changed them into 1 yuan red envelopes for them to go to the state-owned supply and marketing cooperative to buy candy or something. The extra red envelopes were not used, and they were kept for them to use when they were older. In the afternoon, Xia Huanhuan took the triplets to the sanatorium to visit Grandma Luo. She brought shrimp paste and 3 fresh dumplings in an aluminum lunchbox. The sanatorium cafeteria also provided dumplings, but Grandma Luo still happily ate a few more. It had been so long since they last met, and the triplets were a little shy at first. Grandma Luo used colored paper to cut window decorations for them and folded airplanes through them, and they flew far away. In a short while, the 3 little guys were tamed, and they gathered around Grandma Luo to learn how to fold airplanes, and then started to play. After sitting and talking for a while, Xia Huanhuan was about to come back, and Grandma Luo gave each of the triplets a red envelope. Xia Huanhuan refused for a long time, but she had no choice but to accept it. Everyone, they were all 5 yuan each. Xia Huanhuan felt bad about it, so she sent apples, pears, and other fruits the next day, and asked the nursing home to squeeze them into juice for Grandma Luo to drink. On the second day of the Chinese New Year, she went back to the Fu family again. There was a small incident that day. I don't know if it was because they saw that the situation was turning around, but Su Daio and Fu Qingye bought New Year's goods and ran to the Fu family to pay New Year's greetings with their newborn daughter. At that time, Xia Huanhuan had already come with the kids. The guard at the gate of the compound came over to ask if they were allowed in. Fu Weixin said sternly, "Let them go back. The Fu family doesn't have such relatives." Having said that, Fu Weixin's face never returned to its original happy look. Xia Huanhuan also understood. After all, Fu Qingye was raised by the Fu family. Now that things have turned out like this, Fu Weixin must be feeling bad. Su Daio was turned away again and went back to slap Fu Qingye twice, scolding her for being useless and eating dry meals at home every day. Their daughter was probably frightened and burst into tears. Fu Qingye was so angry that she threw the baby onto the platform, sat there wiping her tears, her eyes full of hatred. Just wait, she will get back all the anger she suffered today. On the 4th day of the Lunar New Year, Xia Huanhuan, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yiru took their children back to Qingshui village. Upon learning that she was coming back, County Chief Lu specially hung a banner at the train station and went to receive her in person, then beat gongs and drums to get the county car to send her back to Qingshui village. Secretary Zhao and the village party secretary also greeted her at the entrance of the village and smiled from afar. Li Zhan's wife, you really bring honor to our Qingshui village. Our commune specially reserved a pig and 2 sheep, and they are being slaughtered in the square. At noon, everyone will make noodles with mutton soup, use a big pot to cook hundreds of thousands of braised pork, fry some crispy ribs, and distribute the remaining meat to everyone. Xia Huanhuan felt embarrassed when she heard this, as this trip made such a big fuss. Secretary Zhao, I just came back to the village to take a look, but you've caused a stir. Secretary Zhao laughed and said, this year our village has a good harvest, and the pigs raised by the commune have also given birth to 2 litters of piglets. Apart from the old sow, most of them have been sold. The remaining pig was agreed by the whole village, and everyone in the village had a buffet to celebrate. You just happened to be there. Seeing him say this, Xia Huanhuan didn't say anything else. Several large tables were set up in the square. Villagers who knew how to butcher and cut pork and mutton in several villages wore large aprons and took knives to kill pigs and sheep. The pigs and sheep were hung upside down, their throats were cut to drain the blood, and a basin was used to collect the blood. When the blood was almost drained, several strong men lifted them, put them on the large table, and began to cut the meat. This kind of occasion has always been a grand event for the whole village, and adults and children love to watch. Xia Huanhuan didn't care about anything else except blocking the eyes of a few kids with a first cut to prevent them from seeing. In a short while, the big fat pig and 2 sheep were cut into small pieces. The sheepskins of the 2 sheep were also peeled off and placed aside for tanning. A temporary shed was built outside the commune office, and 3 large pots were set up, with firewood underneath. Secretary Zhao shouted, light the fire. The person in charge of lighting the fire lit the fire, put cold water in the pot, and directly threw the large pieces of mutton into it to cook. After skimming off the foam, it was taken out and transferred to another pot to boil mutton soup. There was another pot for boiling pork. The pork was boiled in water first, then taken out and cut into thin slices or small cubes. Soy sauce was applied to the pigskin, and radish or potato cubes or dried beans were placed in a bowl and steamed directly in the pot. The steamer had several layers. In addition to steaming braised pork and ribs, mixed flour buns were also steamed for everyone to drink with the mutton soup later. After the pig was killed, the children dispersed. As soon as Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei entered the village, they took the triplets and Secretary Zhao's grandsons Chaoyang and Qiming, as well as Li Jie's Yingying and Huanhuan, as well as Dongbao, the younger Lei Bao, and other children from the village, and went out to play hand in hand. In winter, the river was covered with thick ice, so there was no need to worry about them falling into the river, so Xia Huanhuan did not restrain them. She and Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yiru first went back to their own yard to clean up, and then divided the specialties brought back from Beijing City by household, planning to send them to each family in the evening. In addition to those from Beijing City, there were also some that Yan Haotian sent from Guangzhou City, such as sausages and ham. There were not many of them, and most of them were kept at home in Beijing City for their own consumption, and some were also sent to the Fu family. In addition, some were brought over to give to Secretary Zhao, Li Jie's family, Aunt Wu, and Yang Qiushi to try. Now the boundaries are not so strict. Xia Huanhuan went directly to Yang Qiushi with the New Year's goods. Yang Qiushi handed the letter sent by Shen Wanxue to Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, the conditions of the Shen family's sister and brother Rong are a bit difficult, but the food, cotton-padded clothes, and boots that you asked people to bring to them have all been received. Don't worry. Xia Huanhuan nodded and thanked Yang Qiushi with a smile. She also went to see them several times through the space. However, she didn't dare to show up, fearing that she would not be able to make sense in the future. Every time, she put some things to the guard and asked the guard to give them to them. After talking for a while, Xia Huanhuan came back and went to Zhou Qiuhe's house to visit the children for a while. After asking, Zhou Qiuhe and Li Jie planned to move to the county town after the 5th day of the new year. Li Jie found a temporary job unloading goods in the timber factory, which is now a furniture factory. He only works when timber is brought in or furniture is shipped out. The rest of the time, he still follows others to drive a truck to deliver goods. Li Jie and Wu Feng are still responsible for the village's medicinal materials. Xia Huanhuan nodded after hearing this, thought about it, and suggested, I think if you want to stay in the county for a long time in the future, you should think further ahead. See if there are any shops or something that you can buy first, and then start a small business in the future. It's definitely not as easy as working for the government and getting paid. Zhou Qiuhe had worked in the supply and marketing cooperative for so long and learned a lot. His eyes lit up and he said, Huan, I think so too. The other day I saw a shop at the corner of the street that was vacant, and I went up to ask the owner. If I wanted to buy it, the price was 600 yuan, and if I wanted to rent it, it would be 20 yuan a month. I like it very much. It's just, this policy is about to be relaxed, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be relaxed. I'm afraid that after I buy a shop, if I'm still not allowed to work there, wouldn't it be a waste of hundreds of dollars? After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan looked at Zhou Qiuhe with admiration. She didn't expect that she had already taken action, so she smiled and said, Third sister-in-law, if you have this intention and have even found a shop, then I'm not afraid to tell you something that will cause complaints in the future. This policy will definitely be relaxed. The sooner you plan, the better. Otherwise, the shops will only become more and more expensive. To be honest with you, I also bought 2 shops near the train station with the savings of Li Zhan and I, but they are empty now. It's just, you have to be careful that if you buy at a low price now, the seller will go back on his word later. To put it bluntly, buying and selling shops now is still a private transaction. If the seller turns against you in the future, the buyer will suffer a lot. Zhou Qiuhe suddenly became confident after hearing what Xia Huanhuan said. Huanhuan, I listen to you. We will buy the shop after the Chinese New Year. I saw that the location is on the way back to the accommodation area for workers from the textile factory and furniture factory. I thought about doing a breakfast business or something. It will be tiring, but I should be able to make a lot of money. Xia Huanhuan nodded. As expected, she is the daughter of the accountant. She can do accounts and has a first-class business mind. After chatting for a while, the kids came running in and said that the mutton soup was ready and asked everyone to eat noodles. Everyone went to eat mutton soup noodles together. The buffet is that each family moved their own tables and chairs and placed many tables and chairs in the open air. There is no fixed position. Everyone sits casually. Some people feel embarrassed and do not sit at the table. They squat aside with large bowls to eat. In addition to mutton soup, braised pork, mixed noodle buns, and mixed noodles, they also used a large iron pot to boil lard and stir-fried a large pot of radish, cabbage, and meat. A large pot was placed on each table, and everyone ate it in their own bowls. Secretary Zhao asked Xia Huanhuan to sit at his table and said with a smile, Hey, you girl, when you and Li Zhan came to register for marriage, you corrected the characters in your name for me. At that time, I felt that this girl was not simple. I didn't expect that you would get the 5th place in the province in an instant, and you were admitted to Beijing University. You really made our Qingshui village mayor proud. You must cheer up the children in the village school in the afternoon, let them study hard and not be lazy. In the future, they will be like you and be admitted to Beijing University and Tsinghua University. Xia Huanhuan knew that Secretary Zhao respected knowledgeable people, so it was difficult to refuse, so she went to give the children in the village a temporary class in the afternoon. She stayed in Qingshui village that night. The next afternoon, she asked the commune to issue a letter of introduction and then took the university's admission letter and the relevant documents for the household registration transfer to get a certificate of relocation. As for the household registration of the 6 children in the family, Xia Huanhuan also handled the transfer this time. Otherwise, Xiaowen and the others would have a problem going to school. After completing these, Xia Huanhuan, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yiru took the children back to Jingshi. When they arrived in the county, Xia Huanhuan also went to Lu's house and brought some snacks from Jingshi. Old Lu didn't say anything, but he still recognized Xia Huanhuan as his future boss. He didn't forget to come to pay New Year's greetings during the New Year. He was a polite person. After returning from Lu's house, he took the train back to Jingshi. After the 5th day of the New Year is considered the New Year, and all walks of life begin to open their doors to welcome guests. The university starts on February 22nd, and the junior high school and elementary school are about the same time. Xia Huanhuan began to arrange for Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to transfer to another school. The household registration was moved out, but the move-in would have to wait until the school started. Hers had to be done first before the kids could move in. Fortunately, the junior high school and elementary school listened to Xia Huanhuan's explanation, checked the relevant documents she brought, and knew that she was a military dependent, so they didn't hold back and agreed to let Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei enroll as temporary auditors first, and then officially enroll after the household registration was moved in. Xia Huanhuan felt relieved after this matter was resolved, and she gave instructions on the way back. You three should study hard. Beijing is not like an island. There aren't so many students. If you work hard, you can get first or second place. If you get last place, I will beat you. Xiaowen smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. We have a mom who was admitted to Beijing University. If we get last place, we will be laughed at. We will definitely study hard. The same goes for Xiaowu. I will urge him. Beibei also expressed his determination and said, Mom, I will also graduate from elementary school with a first place and get into junior high school. Xiaowu was frowning and said, Oh, Mom, can you be more relaxed? If I get last place, I will be punished, but if I get second to last, I won't be punished. Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan smiled without temper. Can't you have some ambition? That's right. Beibei chimed in. Xiaowu made a face at her and said, In the future, I want to be like my fourth uncle, join the army, and defend my country with a gun. Big brother, and you're going to college like Mom, so I have to inherit our fourth uncle's legacy. Xia Huanhuan was amused. Although he likes to play, Xiaowu is really a man of many reasons. Okay, if you can join the army, like your fourth uncle, I won't force you to study. However, you will need to have cultural knowledge to serve in the future. Your fourth uncle will go to military school this fall. If you don't study hard now, the army won't want you. Xia Huanhuan said. Xiaowu couldn't help but worry when he heard it. Really? Mom, you are not lying to me to let me study, are you? Xia Huanhuan shrugged. Anyway, they won't want you in the future. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Xiaowu frowned and sighed. Oh.
Then.
Okay. I'll just study hard. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. It's okay. You still have a few years. You can catch up. The mother and the three of them talked while strolling back to the courtyard. Along the way, Xia Huanhuan was also paying attention to the shops on the roadside, thinking about buying a shop on the way from home to the courtyard. However, she didn't notice anything good, so she could only look for it slowly later. Soon it was February 22nd, the day when Xia Huanhuan was going to report to Peking University. When she really went to report, Xia Huanhuan found that it was really not close, more than 10 kilometers away. However, there is a direct bus, but even so, it takes almost an hour on the road. Fortunately, the other courtyard house she bought is near the Summer Palace. If she can't make it in time, she can teleport there through space. When she arrived in front of the famous ancient school gate, Xia Huanhuan was still a little excited. Many students of all ages poured into the school. Everyone looked at each other and smiled knowingly. Xia Huanhuan reported to the welcome office of the economics department. They were the first batch of students in 10 years, so there was no senior schoolmate to greet them. They were all teachers in the department. They looked to be in their 30s or 40s. There were also older ones with gray hair. However, the candidates who came were not young either. Some of the older ones were almost 30 years old. A female teacher and a male teacher took the girls and boys to the dormitory respectively and asked them to put down their luggage first. In the first year of the college entrance examination, most of them were local students. However, Xia Huanhuan observed that there were always about 10 students from other provinces like her in each department. Their class is a small class of 30 people, and there are 3 or 4 people in this situation. Living in the school does not require accommodation fees, but electricity fees and the like must be paid by oneself after exceeding a certain level. Xia Huanhuan saw that some students from Beijing also applied for dormitories. She also reserved a dormitory. The school dormitory was still enough for the first year anyway, it was just a matter of one more bed. The main thing is that the round trip is so far now, She was afraid that if she had classes in the morning and afternoon, it would be too rushed to rush from the courtyard. The dormitory is a six-person room. Their dormitory is divided into 4 people from Beijing, Xia Huanhuan, and another person from Guangzhou. The girl from Guangzhou, as surname is Chun, her name is Chun Lu. She is 24 years old and not married yet. At first glance, her name sounds like a boy's name. After hearing that it is the Lu in Xiaolu, Xia Huanhuan thought it was quite unique. Chun Lu had never been to the north. In the dead of winter, she wore a thin cotton jacket. On the way here with a female teacher, her teeth were chattering with cold, and she couldn't even speak a complete sentence. The other 4 were from Beijing, and they were all about 25 or 26 years old. 2 of them were educated youth who returned to their hometowns 2 years ago after their families asked someone to get them places to return home. One of them is married but has no children yet. Her name is Li Jixin. One is engaged and has a partner. Her name is Sun Hui. The other 2 were sent to the countryside from Beijing, but later they had no chance to return to the city. This time they tried their best to pass the exam and came back. One of them, like Xia Huanhuan, also married a countryman and has already given birth to several children. She is the oldest, 28 years old. Her name is Wang Wenmei. The other one, Feng Yu, said she was still unmarried. After everyone briefly introduced themselves, they packed up their luggage and bedding and excitedly went to walk around the campus. Chun Lu was so cold that she couldn't stand the cold.
She even bought thin bedding.
As soon as the others left, she quickly got into bed to keep warm. In the north, people use heating in winter, but wood and coal must be used for production, and materials are scarce, so the heating is only slightly warmer than outside. Chun Lu was still shivering from the cold. Seeing her like this, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Didn't you ask around before you came? It's -10 degrees, or even lower outside in winter here. It's strange that you're not cold wearing that cotton coat." Chun Lu stuttered in poor Mandarin and said, It's also
10.
More than 10 degrees in winter where we are. Who knew that -10 degrees is so cold? Xia Huanhuan thought about it, and it was true. If you haven't experienced it, you really don't know. Seeing that she had come all the way to Beijing for the exam, she felt sorry for her alone, so she lent her the bedclothes she brought with her and said with a smile, "You can cover yourself with my quilt first. When your body warms up, go to the department store to buy a new one. And you should buy thick cotton clothes. You will catch a cold tomorrow if you do this." Chun Lu refused at first, but later thanked her and covered Xia Huanhuan's quilt on top of her thin quilt. Xia Huanhuan went out to look around the campus and found the cafeteria. There was a chef in charge of the cafeteria. Today was probably the first day of business. Near noon, rice, steamed buns, fried noodles with soybean paste, and noodles and soup were all laid out, but most of them were vegetarian dishes, and the noodles were mainly coarse grains, with little refined white flour. Many students were queuing up to get food. College students received a living allowance of 30 yuan per month, and they could buy food coupons and use them to get food in the cafeteria. There was also a place to get hot water outside the cafeteria, 2 cents a pot, and there were also special hot water tickets. Xia Huanhuan filled half of the rice and a plate of pickled cabbage with vinegar in the aluminum lunchbox she brought with her. She also ordered 2 steamed buns, a bowl of porridge, and a pot of boiling water before returning to the dormitory. She handed the lunchbox with rice and pickled cabbage to Chun Lu and said with a smile, "Go to the canteen to get food. I'll just give you one. You'll probably warm up after eating it. And the hot water, which enamel cup do you have?" Chun Lu finally recovered after warming herself for a long time. She sat up and smiled shyly. "Comrade Xia, can I call you Huanhuan from now on? Thank you so much. That enamel cup is mine." Xia Huanhuan poured some hot water into her cup and handed it to her, smiling. "Of course." Chun Lu used the cup to warm her hands for a while, then turned back and fumbled around for a while and said, "How much is this rice and water? I'll give it to you." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan's impression of Chun Lu improved a little. If someone likes to take advantage of others, they will usually be silent at this time, thinking that the other party is willing to buy it for her, not that she asked them to bring it. There are even more extreme ones, asking others to bring her breakfast, but they help run errands and never mention the money. When asked, they will be annoyed and ask her for it. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "They are all vegetarian dishes, not expensive. You need to exchange for meal tickets in the cafeteria. Remember to exchange them when it gets warmer in the afternoon." Chun Lu shook his head and insisted, "There are many days to come. How can you do it like this at the beginning?" Xia Huanhuan listened and did not refuse, and smiled and said, "That's fine. A kettle of boiled water is only 2 cents, forget it. Rice and vegetables are 15 cents. Chun Lu listened and took money out of his pocket and gave it to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan did not say anything and accepted it. Xia Huanhuan ate 2 buns and millet porridge by herself. After lunch, there was no class scheduled today, and she had to wait until tomorrow to have classes. Xia Huanhuan left the school and went to the courtyard to stroll on the way to school for Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. There are actually more lively and suitable shops than this one, but Xia Huanhuan still wants to buy one here first. After strolling around for a few times, she noticed that opposite a state-owned pastry shop, there was a small shop, but it was often closed. Xia Huanhuan asked the neighbors, but the owner was not at home. She waited for a long time, but she didn't see him, so she had to go back first. The triplets were playing war games in the yard and running wildly in the yard. Xia Huanhuan hugged Yan Yan and smiled. "Run slower. Where are your grandparents?" The triplets saw Xia Huanhuan coming back, and they all ran over happily and shouted, "Mom." Yan Yan replied in a baby voice, "Grandma is washing clothes, Grandpa is out." Xia Huanhuan heard it and went to the backyard to see that Lin Yiru had drawn water from the well and was washing clothes. Xia Huanhuan hurried over to stop her and said, "Mom, didn't I tell you to leave the dirty clothes there and I'll wash them? It's winter and the water is so cold. Why did you start washing without heating it?" She had a washing machine in her room and she would secretly put the clothes in to wash them. Lin Yiru smiled awkwardly after hearing this. "It's okay for me to stay at home. The well water is warm in winter and cool in summer, so it's not cold. Boiling water also costs firewood. Now that we are not in the countryside, your father can just go up the mountain to find some branches and come back to burn them. This firewood also costs money to buy." Xia Huanhuan sighed and brought the clothes and the basin into the house. When she saw that the stove was off, she knew that she turned off the coal stove during the day to save coal and firewood. Xia Huanhuan was angry and helpless. She also knew that she couldn't blame Lin Yiru. Things that were free in the countryside suddenly cost money to buy in the city, and she had to buy them. At first, she couldn't get around that hurdle in her heart. Lin Yiru stammered, "Yan Yan, and the others are playing in the yard every day. It doesn't matter whether the coal stove in the house is on or not. It's a waste if it's on. It's the same if it's on at night when it gets cold." Xia Huanhuan sighed and didn't complain about Lin Yiru anymore. In the end, she was just too tight. Lin Yiru felt that there was no money at home, and she had no way to make money. What else could she do except save money? She turned on the stove again and put the kettle on to boil water. When the water was almost boiled, she poured it into the basin and washed clothes with Lin Yiru. While washing, she asked, "Mom, where's my dad?" Lin Yiru's hands paused while washing clothes, and then she said unnaturally, "Your dad went out for a walk and will be back for dinner." Xia Huanhuan glanced at her and didn't say anything more. She changed the subject and asked, "Mom, I have my first class at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll get up and cook in the morning. I'll eat in the cafeteria at noon. I should be back early for 2 classes in the afternoon." Lin Yiru agreed. The clothes were washed. The two hung the clothes in the yard and then started to prepare dinner. When it was dark, Xia Shuangshan went to pick up Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei and went into the yard together.
"Mom,
"We are back from school," Xiaowu shouted. The triplets saw it and immediately rushed up. "Big brother, second brother, sister, have you distributed new books? I want to see the little man." The textbooks would have printed illustrations of little people, and the triplets would be so excited every time they saw them that they would pester Xiaowen and the others to tell them the stories in the textbooks. Xia Huanhuan poked her head out and asked with a smile, "How were your classmates on your first day at school? Did anyone bully you?" The three of them were still auditors, and although the teacher didn't say it in class, there were always well-informed people who knew about it, so the classmates in the class had some reactions. Most of them were simply curious and friendly, but there were still a very small number who looked at them with arrogance, thinking they were country bumpkins. Xiaowen had already warned Xiaowu and Beibei on the way not to tell their mother about this, because if they made a big fuss and couldn't beat them up, then. Therefore, the three of them only reported good news and not bad news, saying, "The classmates are all fine. Mom, don't worry about it. Is the meal ready? I'll help light the fire." Xia Huanhuan looked up and saw Xia Shuangshan holding a bag in his hand, trying to hide his presence and quickly returned to the house, so she asked, "Dad, what are you holding in your hand?" Xia Shuangshan was startled and forced a smile. "Oh, nothing. Just dirty clothes. I'll put them in the house first and let your mom help wash them tomorrow." Xia Huanhuan didn't ask any more questions and said, "Oh, Dad, wash your hands. We'll have dinner soon." Xia Shuangshan responded and went into the house. Dinner was multi-grain steamed buns, sweet potato millet porridge, fried cabbage, a plate of fried bacon with dried beans, and a plate of scrambled eggs. Now that Xiaowen and Xiaowu have grown up, their appetites have also increased. Each of them can eat 1.5 steamed buns. Xia Shuangshan eats 2. Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yu eat 1 each. Beibei eats more than half, and the 3 triplets can share 1. In total, 8 or 9 steamed buns are eaten for 1 meal, and there are also porridge and vegetables, which are also cooked a lot to be enough. Lin Yu saw that the rice and flour jars in the house were quickly empty, and she was actually very anxious, thinking that money was spent like water. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Dad, I see that the rice and flour jars are empty. I will go to the grain store to exchange some tomorrow. Wait until the afternoon, you can get a bicycle and come to help carry them back." Xia Shuangshan listened and agreed, okay. Under normal circumstances, Xia Huanhuan would directly fill up the rice and flour jars secretly, but once or twice, she still had to go to the grain store to get more. Otherwise, it would be too strange. Whose flour jar is not empty after eating all the food? The next day, Xia Huanhuan got up early to cook. She cooked eggs, steamed dumplings, and sweet potato millet porridge. After she and Xiaowen and Xiaowu finished drinking, they went to class. Xia Huanhuan saw that Chenlu was still wearing the thin cotton jacket from yesterday, so she asked, "Why didn't you buy thick clothes yesterday?" Chenlu hugged his shoulders, shivering with cold, and said, "I went to ask. The department store asked me for cloth coupons and cotton coupons. I have Guangxing in my hands, and they don't recognize them here." Xia Huanhuan was also amused and said with a smile, "Please bear with it. In the afternoon, I will go with you and buy with my coupons first. When the school subsidy coupons come down, you can return them to me." Chen Lu said gratefully, "You are so nice, Huanhuan." After class, Xia Huanhuan really took Chen Lu to the department store to buy things. After buying bedding and a cotton padded jacket, Chen Lu quickly put on the cotton padded jacket, then walked towards the school dormitory holding the thick quilt, and asked as he walked, "Huanhuan, I saw that you were not in the dormitory last night. Did you rent a house outside?" Xia Huanhuan smiled vaguely. "Yeah. Am I not married? Now the children are in Beijing, and their father is out of town. My mother and father are taking care of them, so I rented a house. When I have too many classes and can't make it, I live in the dormitory. When I can go back, I go back." Chen Lu nodded and smiled. So that's the case. The two were walking and discussing the content of today's class, when suddenly a familiar voice came from an alley on the side of the road. "Big sister, I'm sorry. I have pulled enough coal briquettes as you asked, but you suddenly wanted to add another truck. It takes me 2 hours to pull it from the coal station to here and back, and I have to pull food for my daughter in the afternoon. How about? I'll come to pull it for you early tomorrow morning, okay?" Xia Huanhuan stopped and looked into the alley. The person who was talking was none other than Xia Shuangshan. Xia Huanhuan pretended not to see it, and after walking a few steps, she said to Chen Lu, "I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. You go back to the dormitory. I'll go home tonight and see you in class tomorrow." After hearing this, Chen Lu said goodbye to Xia Huanhuan, turned the corner, and left. Xia Huanhuan saw her leave, then walked back, just listening at the entrance of the alley. The girl called Big Sister was obviously someone who was not easy to deal with. She said in a haughty manner, "That's not what we said just now at the gate of the coal station. If you pull the number of coal briquettes I want, I'll give you 50 cents. Now you haven't pulled enough, so I asked you to pull another cart." "Why did you ask for another cart? It was you who didn't pull enough in the first place." Xia Shuangshan's face turned red when he heard this. "How can you not keep your word? You said before that you wanted 200 coal briquettes, and I loaded them for you. But you still wanted to get on the cart and let me pull it. Then you complained that I was too slow to pull you, so you reduced the number of coal briquettes to 100. Why are you saying now that I didn't pull enough? I'm just making money by selling my labor, and you shouldn't bully me like this." When the middle-aged woman heard this, she put her hands on her waist and raised her eyebrows. "Who are you saying is bullying me? I saw that you came from the countryside, so I gave you business on purpose, and now you turn around and blame me. I tell you, although I'm a woman, I'm not easy to bully. How about this? I want 200 and you only pull 100, so I'll give you 25 cents. Xia Shuangshan was angry and helpless and said, "Big sister, we agreed on 50 cents. Even if I only pulled 100, I still pulled you back. This is more difficult than pulling 200 coal briquettes. How can you just cut it in half?" The middle-aged woman sneered, "You don't have to act like a rogue in front of my door. 25 cents, not a penny more. Take it and get out. If you don't leave, I'll call people and say you're a hooligan." Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the entrance of the alley. "Go ahead and shout." "We were afraid you wouldn't shout." Xia Shuangshan was shocked when he heard the familiar voice, and then, like a child who had done something wrong, he turned around and looked at Xia Huan and shouted with some stammering, Huan, why are you here?" Xia Huan saw that Xia Shuangshan was wearing an old Zhongshan jacket, and his hands and body were black and covered with coal dust. She knew that the jacket was probably the one in the bag he secretly brought back to the house last night. Seeing his gray hair, dirty body, and embarrassed smile, Xia Huan felt her nose sore and quickly looked away. The middle-aged woman was not afraid at all when she saw a Cheng Yao Jin suddenly appearing on the road, and she was a delicate girl. She put her hands on her waist and asked, "Who are you? Why do you mind your own business?" Xia Huan took a deep breath and smiled. "I am his daughter. Annie, you should be a person with conscience. With your fat body, I am afraid you are equivalent to the weight of 200 coal briquettes, right? According to your calculation, my father should be paid 75 cents, not 50 cents, and it is impossible to be 25 cents. Because of the commotion, some people living in the alley had come out to watch the excitement. Although this area also has quadrangles, they are all large courtyards with a variety of people living in them. Hearing Xia Huan's words, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Mrs. Wu don't bully an honest man. What the girl said is absolutely right. Just to carry you back from the coal station, go and ask around. No one will do it for even $1. That's right. Don't be stingy. Give them what they deserve. Don't bring shame to our alley." The middle-aged woman heard this and became even more angry. "It's only 25 cents, not a cent more. If you don't get out of here, I'll show you how my man will deal with you." After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan didn't care about anything else. He stepped forward, protected Xia Huan behind him, and said harshly, "If you dare to touch my daughter, I will fight you to death." Xia Huan was stunned for a moment, then her heart warmed, and she said, "Everyone saw this today. I'm saying this. My father hauled coal briquettes for you for more than 10 miles, and we won't leave if you pay him 50 cents less. You can let your man act tough. We will report to the police station immediately. I want to see who can get the better of whom." Wu Erjia is usually well known in this area for being unreasonable and taking advantage of others. However, the onlookers today also saw that Wu Erjia had fallen into the gutter, thinking that he could take advantage of this dull country boy who came here as a part-time worker, but he didn't expect that he had a daughter who was not easy to mess with. "Wu Erjia, you are in the wrong today, and you don't need the 2 cents, so pay him quickly. Don't embarrass yourself." Wu Erjia was still unwilling in her heart, but her husband was not at home, and Xia Shuangshan was still tall and strong. Although his hair was white, She was afraid of being beaten, so she hesitated. When she was reluctantly paying the money, she suddenly saw her man coming in. Wu Er's family immediately started to cry and scream, "Wu Er, why did you come back just now? Your wife was bullied." Wu Er was also a scoundrel. People in the alley hated him and kept their distance from him. Therefore, the few people who had just spoken fair words and tried to persuade them to stop fighting stopped talking. Wu Er was drunk and came over cursing, staring at Xia Shuangshan and Xia Huanhuan fiercely. "It's you? You bully me, Wu Er? Get out of here. Otherwise." Xia Shuangshan still protected Xia Huanhuan, but he did back down. "Wanna, let's forget it. Just 50 cents. Xia Huanhuan refused to forget it. 50 cents was no different from zero for her. But this was the money Xia Shuangshan had to work hard to earn. Even if he was really beaten, he would get back what he deserved, even if it was only 1 cent. "What if I didn't? You tell me." Xia Huanhuan looked at Wu Er, not afraid at all. Her skills are good enough to deal with a drunkard, but she'll have to explain to Xia Shuangshan later. Then she can say that Li Zhan taught her. Seeing that he failed to scare anyone, Wu Er just swung his fist and hit Xia Huanhuan. "Hey, I don't believe it. You dare to challenge me, Wu Er." Xia Shuangshan quickly raised his hand to block, but Xia Huanhuan had already dodged to the side and then grabbed Wu Er's arm, using a grappling technique. I don't know how he managed it, but he pulled Wu Er's arm behind his back, twisting it and causing pain.
Ouch.
"It hurts. Let go." The onlookers were stunned. Even Xia Shuangshan looked at his daughter in astonishment.
How did he do that?
Wu Er was so big, but he was actually controlled by Xia Huanhuan. Wu Er's wife didn't expect her man to be defeated and stared at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment. Wu Er was in so much pain. "Ouch. It's going to dislocate. Give it to me. 50 cents. You witch, hurry up and give me the money. Lady, can't we give it to you? Let go of me now." Wu Er's wife came to her senses at last. If her daughter was so powerful, her father must be even more powerful. She probably ran into a martial arts master who is often seen in operas. She couldn't afford to offend him. She quickly took out $1 and stuffed it into Xia Shuangshan's hand. Big brother. Big brother. Here's $1. I didn't recognize a great man. Please be magnanimous and let your daughter let go." Xia Huanhuan let go of her arm after seeing that the money was returned, and said with a smile, "Why didn't you just end it earlier?" Wu Er was in so much pain that he dared to move his arm for a long time. Xia Shuangshan returned 50 cents to Wu Erjia and said, "It's 50 cents as agreed. Just give me 50 cents. After that, he looked at Xia Huanhuan with a guilty conscience and said, "Wanner, we are going to the grain station. Don't we need to buy grain?" Xia Huanhuan looked at him, sighed, and said, "Let's go. Let's go home today and go to the grain station tomorrow." Xia Shuangshan did something wrong, and he didn't dare to say anything more. He pulled the cart and followed Xia Huanhuan out of the alley. After leaving the alley, he brushed the coal on the cart with his sleeves and said, "Girl, you sit on it, I'll pull it for you." Xia Huanhuan looked at Xia Shuangshan's cautious look and felt distressed and helpless. She sighed and said, "You have been pulling for a whole day. Aren't you tired? You still want to pull me?" Xia Shuangshan smiled twice and said nothing. After a moment of silence, Xia Huanhuan asked again, "Where did you get this cart?" Xia Shuangshan answered honestly, "Someone at the coal station lent it to me. The rental fee is 20 cents a day. How much did you earn today?" Xia Shuangshan was refreshed when he heard this, and his tone was also proud. "With the 50 cents just now, I made a total of 1.2 yuan. Minus the 20 cents I had to pay for borrowing someone's cart, I can still get a net of 1 yuan. When he said the latter part, seeing that his daughter didn't smile, his tone became weaker again, and he still walked forward with his head down. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but whisper a few words of defense. "I'm selling my labor to haul coal, and it's not shameful. 1 yuan a day, 30 days a month can make 30 yuan, maybe more than those workers and waiters who work in factories and shops." At some point, light snow began to fall, and soon it turned into heavy snow, and the ground was covered with a thin layer of white in a short while. Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, "I don't think you are embarrassing. You are just pulling a cart to deliver goods. Look at the people doing this on the street. At least they have a bicycle to pull it. How can you pull it with your hands? Do you think you are a workhorse? It's so cold, and the road is icy. If you fall, it's okay if someone sees you, but if no one sees you, I don't know where to find you." Xia Shuangshan knew that Xia Huanhuan was worried about him, so he smiled and said, "I'm definitely paying attention. Your dad is in college in the middle of winter, and he is not afraid to go hunting in the mountains. The roads in this city are all flat, so it's okay. I thought that Xia Wen and the others would go to school during the day, and your mother would take care of the triplets. As a grown man, I can't stay idle if I don't go out to find a job. There are many people in the family now, and the expenses are high. Any money you can earn is a little bit so that you and Li Zhan can have a lighter burden. Apart from anything else, this dollar can buy more than a pound of meat and stir-fry it for eating. Won't the kids think it's delicious?" Xia Huanhuan knew what they were thinking, and she had already made up her mind, so she changed the subject and talked about something else. Xia Shuangshan felt relieved when she saw that Xia Huanhuan didn't blame him. He had been doing this job without telling Xia Huanhuan for a day or two, and he was worried that Xia Huanhuan would be angry and think he was embarrassed if she knew. When they passed the coal station, Xia Shuangshan was going to return the cart, but Xia Huanhuan said that she had something to do and asked Xia Shuangshan to go home directly after returning the cart. She happened to be going to the vicinity of the school, so she picked up Xia Wen and the others. After parting with Xia Shuangshan, Xia Huanhuan went straight to the small storefront that she had taken a fancy to last time. This time she finally ran into the owner. The owner lived in the alley behind. That small shop was actually a small shop selling breakfast in a restaurant. The restaurant next to it had been merged into a public-private partnership and later bought out. Only this small shop was left, and the owner kept it. Opposite was a state-owned restaurant, which was closed. The doors facing the street were sealed and turned into a state-owned warehouse. Xia Huanhuan went directly to the alley to see the owner. Of course, she didn't come empty-handed, and she still carried a bag of apples. The owner was in his 60s or 70s. His ancestors were the owners of this restaurant. When he was young, he was also a famous rich second-generation young man in this area. He had seen the world. But now he is old and poor. His wife died a few years ago, his son went to the countryside, and later I heard that he also died in the countryside. He also has a daughter, who is 18 years old, and she hasn't told anyone about her. The owner is bedridden. The last time Xia Huanhuan came, his daughter took him to see a doctor, so he was not at home. Xia Huanhuan didn't beat around the bush and said that she wanted to buy that small shop. The master was helped up by his daughter. He coughed desperately for a while before saying, "Why did you buy that? Private business is not allowed now." Xia Huanhuan did not hide it and whispered, "I think that the management will not be so strict in the future. Now I am preparing for a rainy day. I want to buy it first, and when the management is more relaxed later, I will do a small business or something." The master was surprised that Xia Huanhuan was so straightforward. He could not help laughing. Just as he laughed, he had another violent cough. His daughter called out "Dad" crisply and raised her hand to rub his back. The owner waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. He took a breath and said, "You are showing me your true colors. Aren't you afraid that I will listen to you and not sell it to you, but keep it for my own store in the future?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "If that's the case, even if we don't make the deal, we can still be friends. I will come here to meet an old senior in the business world. Maybe I can come to learn some business tips from you in the future. It's not a loss." The owner nodded, and he admired Xia Huanhuan's character in his heart. He pondered for a moment, looked at his daughter again, and asked, "How much do you plan to pay?" If his son was still alive, he would never sell the store. When his son was young, the store was still open, and he always learned some business things from his surroundings. Moreover, after all, he is a man, so he must give his son some property. But now his son is dead. His daughter is only 18 years old, and he has never taught her how to do business since she was a child. He is afraid that if he gives her the store, she will not be able to run it in the future. Xia Huanhuan smiled cautiously. I dare not make a random offer in front of the old senior. Old senior, please give me a price. The host coughed and laughed. Are you here to test my bottom line? Well, this is it. He gestured with a gesture of 800. Xia Huanhuan thought it was okay. After all, this is Beijing. She bought the shop in Mo County for 800. The location here is not as good as the one next to the Mo County railway station, but it is better because there is a 2-story restaurant next door, which can be expanded in the future. He nodded and said, okay. The old man is willing to give the lowest price, so I have no reason to bargain.
Wait.
The owner interrupted. I haven't finished my conditions. Cough, cough, cough. Your business. If you don't open it, it's fine. If you open it, there is a condition, that is, you have to hire my daughter to work in the store, and it can't be a trivial and disrespectful job. No matter how bad the business is, as long as you don't close it, you can't send my daughter away. If you agree to this condition, I will sell it. If you don't agree, don't say 800, even 1,000, let's talk about it in person. Xia Huanhuan raised her eyes and glanced at the timid girl. She didn't seem to be cunning and difficult to deal with. Knowing that this was the old father arranging a way out for his daughter, she smiled and said, okay. I promise you this too. Let's sign a contract. If I don't keep my word, I will be struck by lightning. The owner didn't expect Xia Huanhuan to be so straightforward. After all, that small storefront was at most a husband and wife store, and there was no need to hire anyone else to help. Moreover, it is inevitable that there will be gains and losses in doing business, but this young woman in front of her seemed to be sure that she would not lose. The owner was also literate, so he asked his daughter to grind ink and spread paper, write a document, and both signed and stamped their fingerprints. As for the transfer procedures of the storefront, it still needs to be handled at the street office. Xia Huanhuan did not leave any money and made an appointment to transfer the ownership tomorrow. Before leaving, she suddenly turned around and said with a smile, Old senior, I have studied Chinese medicine for a few years. If you trust me, I will take your pulse and prescribe a prescription for you. You can try it. What do you think? The owner's daughter was delighted when she heard it. Dad. They went to the hospital yesterday, and the doctor just shook his head and secretly told her that it was almost time to prepare for the funeral. The owner also looked at Xia Huanhuan in surprise and then smiled. Forget it. I am also a person who is about to run out of energy. You should try it as a last resort. I will give it a try. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan turned around and felt his pulse. After a while, she let go of his hand and said, It's a problem of poor lung qi. I'll prescribe some medicine for you and bring it here tomorrow. The daughter hurriedly asked, Is it serious?
Can it be cured?
Xia Huanhuan didn't want to be too sure and smiled. I can't say for sure. But if you take good care of it, it should get better. After saying that, she went out, thought about it, went to the department store to buy a military coat, a dogskin hat, animal skin boots, gloves, scarves, and other things, and then went to the school gate to pick up Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei.
Mom.
Why are you picking us up today? Where's Grandpa? Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were very happy to see Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Your grandpa has something to do today. I got out of class early, so I just came to pick you up. Several people walked all the way home. Xiaowu said, Mom, Grandpa said he would take us to the bathhouse to take a bath in 2 days. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. Then she remembered that in this era, families generally did not have bathrooms, so they went to public baths to take a bath. It cost 10 cents for adults and 5 cents for children. It was quite comfortable to take a bath in winter. There was a hot spring in Xia Huanhuan's space, so she didn't have to go to the bathhouse to experience it. Beibei was envious. Mom, I want to go too. But Grandpa said that I'm a girl and he can't take me. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, In that kind of place, everyone has to take off all their clothes to take a bath, which is so embarrassing. However, if you want to go, let your grandma take you there. As they walked into the yard, the triplets immediately flew over. Mom, we're going to the bathhouse to take a bath. Xia Huanhuan was amused and confused. This bathhouse was so attractive that several children in the family were thinking about it. Lin Yuru had almost finished cooking the meal. She poked her head out and smiled guiltily. Are you back? We'll have dinner soon. Xia Shuangshan also came back and was tidying up the firewood in the yard. When he saw Xia Huanhuan, he was still a little afraid to look up. In the evening, there was corn porridge, mixed flour buns, a stir-fried meat with shredded radish, a stir-fried chicken with potatoes, and a stir-fried spinach. After dinner, they washed their faces and feet with hot water. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei started to do their homework. The triplets surrounded Xia Huanhuan and asked her to explain the stories in the comic book. It was about 9 o'clock in the evening. The triplets were sleepy. After coaxing them to sleep, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were still doing their homework. Xia Huanhuan closed the door, took out a small box from the space, which contained about 1,000 yuan and 2 gold bars, as well as the jade bracelet and gold incense burner that he had collected at the beginning. Then he came out, took the treasure box and the clothes he bought in the department store in the afternoon, and went to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru's room. After Xia Shuangshan came back, he told Lin Yuru that he was outside hauling coal for others and was caught by Xia Huanhuan. That night, he didn't know what his daughter's attitude was, so the two were still struggling whether they should continue to do it. $1 a day is not a small amount. Xia Shuangshan was still reluctant. But Wanner doesn't say it, but she doesn't agree in her heart, right? It's really embarrassing to tell others about it. So what? I work hard, not stealing or doing something illegal. Wanna helped to ask for money today. If she felt embarrassed, she probably wouldn't come out. Xia Huanhuan coughed twice and shouted, Dad, Mom, you're still awake, right? As he said that, he opened the curtain and went in. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru both had embarrassed expressions on their faces. Wanner. Xia Huanhuan sat down, handed a bag of clothes to Xia Shuangshan and said, Dad, I bought you a new cotton padded jacket, hat, boots and gloves today. You're going out to haul coal for others. It's so cold, so you have to keep warm. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at each other, and Lin Yuru asked with surprise, Wanner, you don't object to your dad doing this? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, My dad is right. It's not shameful to work hard. Besides, in the past in the village, we worked during the busy farming season and had someone to chat with when we were not busy, so life was not boring. I asked you to come to the city, saying that the conditions are better than in the countryside and that you are here to enjoy yourself. In fact, there is not even anyone to chat with, and it is not certain that you can enjoy anything. My dad can't stay idle at home, so he goes out to stretch his muscles, find a few people to talk to, and make money. It's killing 3 birds with 1 stone, which is also good. After hearing this, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru finally put down the heavy stone in their hearts.
Oh.
Wanner, if you are not angry, your parents will feel much better. Xia Huanhuan looked at them and said, Don't be busy. I haven't finished talking yet. I will show you something. Then she put the small box on the table. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at each other. Xia Huanhuan did not keep them in suspense and directly opened the lid of the box. Under the dim electric light, the box was golden. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were stunned for a moment. Then they widened their eyes and looked up at Xia Huanhuan in surprise. Lin Yuru was a timid person, and she stuttered and asked, Wanner,
Where
did this come from? This box contained 2 gold bars, a jade bracelet, a golden beast incense burner, and such a thick stack of great unity. How much money would it be worth? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Where else could it come from? This is all our family's money. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru looked at Xia Huanhuan in disbelief. How could their family have so much money? Li Zhan's allowance is high, but now the children are older, and the tuition and fees for school, as well as the rent and daily expenses, all cost money. Their family is not bad on daily food, so where can they save so much money? Even if we don't talk about the money, just this golden gold and jade bracelets, where did they come from? Could it be that the Fu family gave them? But that's not possible. The Fu family is in a high position. Even if the family has these things, there are so many children in the family, and even if they feel they owe honor, this is a lot. Xia Huanhuan said, At this point, I won't hide it from you. As for the money, here is a total of 1,200. It was all saved from Li Zhan's allowance. Do you still remember that Lulan lost a few hundred yuan of her own money? It was her daughter Li Qiao who stole the money and was cheated by that educated youth. I got it back from the educated youth, a total of 800 yuan. In fact, it is the remaining part of the allowance that Li Zhan got back from his years of military service. There are still 400 yuan, which was given by Fu's father and grandfather, and the usual savings. Dad, Mom, don't think that our family doesn't compromise on food and clothing. I have my own calculations in my heart. As for these gold and jade bracelets, Li Zhan doesn't know that the children of the Li family are fostered by others. You should know this. However, his biological mother is actually in our Qingshui village. She had never revealed the relationship between Li Zhan and Shen Wanxue to anyone other than Shen Wanxue and Li Zhan, Yang Qiushi, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yuru. However, the situation has eased a lot now, and there will be big changes by the end of the year. It's okay to say it now. Moreover, she also believed that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru would never talk about such things. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were so shocked that they couldn't speak after hearing Xia Huanhuan say that she got Lu Lan's money back from that educated youth. Now, they were even more surprised to hear that Li Zhan's biological mother was also in Qingshui village. Li Zhan's biological mother? Who is she? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You still remember Aunt Shen, right? It's her." Lin Yuru was stunned, and then she lost her voice and said, "Oh my God. Sister Shen is Li Zhan's biological mother? This is such a coincidence. I said that sometimes when I see her, I feel that she looks familiar, but I just can't remember who she looks like. Now that I think about it, doesn't she look like Li Zhan?" Xia Huanhuan said. The situation was complicated in the past few years. Li Zhan and I discussed it, but we were afraid that too many people would know. If we let it slip, it would affect Li Zhan's future, so we even hid it from you. Lin Yuru waved her hand and said, "Mom knows." Fortunately, you didn't say it, otherwise Mom is a person who can't keep things in her heart. If she really knew that the relative is Sister Shen, she would definitely let it slip. Xia Shuangshan asked doubtfully, "But even if Sister Shen is Li Zhan's biological mother, this gold and jade bracelet." Xia Huanhuan then continued, "Aunt Shen was born in a wealthy family. Before she knew that something was going to happen at home, she secretly hid some things. This gold and jade bracelet was given to us by Li Zhan after he recognized her as his relative." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were stunned for a moment, then nodded and sighed. "So that's what happened." Xia Huanhuan said, "Dad, Mom, my dad went out to haul coal for others, saying that he couldn't stay idle at home. In fact, you also think that we are living a tight life and want to make some money to support us, right? I'm going to tell you the truth today, and it's not for anything else. I just want to tell you that our family is well off and not short of money. I don't object to my dad going out to haul coal, just as he goes out to exercise and stretch his muscles. But working day and night, that's not okay. On days when the weather is good and the sun is warm, you can go. If it's icy and snowy, and he has to go out to earn this little money, I'll be annoyed. There's another thing, I won't hide it from you. There is a small storefront opposite the state-owned pastry shop on the main street at the entrance of our alley. I bought it. I'm thinking of opening a small breakfast shop or something in the future. When the time comes, I will go to work, and this small store will still have to be looked after by you, Mom and Dad. I guess my dad can only do this job of hauling coal for about half a year." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had suffered too much shock tonight, and they were unable to react for a while. After a while, Xia Shuangshan asked, "Huanhuan now, isn't it forbidden for private businesses?" Xia Huanhuan's eyes sparkled, and she smiled. "It's not allowed now. So I say, Dad, you probably have to haul coal for another half a year? However, looking at the current momentum, it is estimated that it will be relaxed by the end of this year at the latest. Shops should buy them now while they are cheap and no one is interested. If they wait until the price goes up later, they will be too late." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were still somewhat worried, but their daughter was admitted to Peking University, her husband was a soldier, and her biological father was a well-known figure in Beijing. They must be more informed and open-minded about the news and insights than them, so they nodded and said, "Daughter, we will listen to you." After resolving the knot between Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, Xia Huanhuan went back to her room to sleep. She put the treasure box in the space for safekeeping. The next morning, Xia Huanhuan did not have any classes. She got up in the morning and took out the ready-made herbs from the space, weighed them with a small scale, prepared 2 sets of lung-nourishing medicine, wrapped them with paper and rope, and then took them to the owner of the store. The herbs were not charged. The owner's surname was Qi Jian, and his daughter was Qi Ningyu. Qi Ningyu immediately went to the kitchen to boil the medicine. Qi Jian took Xia Huanhuan to the street office to complete the transfer procedures. Now he was much more relaxed. The staff of the street office and Qi Jian were old acquaintances. After asking if it was a voluntary transfer to a distant relative, they did it. Xia Huanhuan then gave Qi Jian 800 yuan and got the key. Xia Huanhuan did not continue to follow Qi's family back home, and went to class by the way. Qi Jian returned home, and Qi Ningyu also boiled the medicine. Qi Jian was disgusted, but he drank it reluctantly. However, after drinking it, I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but that night, his coughing symptoms improved a lot. Later, he was stubborn and drank the medicine obediently. After drinking the 2 prescriptions, Qi Ningyu ran to the courtyard and asked Xia Huanhuan to see him a few more times and prescribe new medicine for him, but Qi Ningyu insisted on paying for the later ones. Xia Huanhuan naturally refused to accept it, so the Qi family had to give up. Xia Huanhuan still flexibly adjusted the prescription according to the results of pulse diagnosis and examination. After about a few months of nursing, Qi Jian's spirit was much better than half a year ago, and he coughed less. The symptoms of coughing up blood half a year ago were almost gone. However, these are all later stories. There are some follow-ups to Xia Shuangshan's quarrel with Wu Erjia in that alley that day. Wu Er was subdued by a weak woman in his own alley. The more he thought about this embarrassing thing, the angrier he became. He was originally a rogue and knew a bunch of idle people. He asked about Xia Huanhuan's residence and what she did. After asking, he found out that she was a student at Peking University, which was also strange. However, this did not affect him to find a few people to ambush Xia Huanhuan on the way to and from school, intending to teach her a lesson. Xia Huanhuan felt that someone was following her, so she was also cautious. The next day, she went to the black market she used to go to find Dahe. Dahe saw Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, "Sister Wanner, didn't you get admitted to Peking University? Why did you suddenly come here to find me? Did some classmates bully you and want us to help you vent your anger?" Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan. Am I the kind of person who will ask you to put a sack on people at every turn? But today, I really need your help to show up. So saying, she told Dahe about the matter. Wu Er brought a few scoundrels with her. Xia Huanhuan could basically deal with them if she was prepared and had an anti-wolf stun gun. But this kind of scoundrel will do it again if it happens once, and she will be fed up with it in the future. If she is reported to the school and accused of fighting, it will be even more troublesome. One thing conquers another, so it is most effective to let the right person deal with them. When Dahe heard this, he patted his chest and said, "That idiot Wu Er. I know him. He is a bully in his own alley. He dares not when he leaves his own alley. Sister Wanner, don't worry, I promise to beat him so hard that he will avoid you when he sees you in the future." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Okay, I feel relieved with you here, Dahe. As usual, you can take this money back and give it to your brothers for tea. There is another thing. My father is hauling coal for someone now. Please help keep an eye on him. If someone bullies him, please help me protect him. You don't have to do too much, just make sure people don't dare to touch him." As he said, he handed 50 yuan to Dahe. This time he gave more money, part of which was to ask Xia Shuangshan to do something. Dahe did not refuse and took it. 2 days later, Xia Huanhuan was indeed blocked by Wu Er in a narrow alley. However, before Wu Er had a chance to show his strength, he was blocked from the outside by Dahe and several others. When Wu Er and his men saw Dahe, they lowered their eyebrows and smiled like mice seeing a cat. Dahe scolded, "Look at how useless you are. Is Sister Wanna someone you can touch?" Apart from anything else, her brother and our brother Luo grew up wearing the same crotch pants as childhood friends. How dare you block Sister Wanner? Wu Er was stunned when he heard this. Luo. Brother Luo's childhood friend's sister, this. But why is her father a coal hauler? Dahe raised his hand and slapped Wu Er on the head. Why waste so much time talking? The old man was bored at home, so he came out to haul coal for fun and make some money. It was his hobby. Do you understand? You don't understand anything. Get out of here. Next time you see Sister Wanner, remember to take a detour, or you'll be in trouble. Wu Er ran away like a little wife. This matter was resolved satisfactorily. No one would bother Xia Huanhuan or Xia Shuangshan. After March, the weather became warmer in April, but it was windy. After going outside, you would sometimes come back covered in dust. The main courtyard of the quadrangle was paved with square bricks, with 2 crabapple trees planted on the left and right, a grape trellis, and 2 large vats for water to prevent fire. Xia Huanhuan asked Xia Shuangshan to build a garden next to the wall and plant some peonies. Some soil was put into 2 large vats, and 2 vats of lotus were planted, and a few small goldfish were raised in them. There used to be a small garden in the back courtyard, but the original owner didn't take care of it, and it was overgrown with weeds. Xia Huanhuan, Xia Shuangshan, and Lin Yiru turned it into a vegetable garden, planting cucumbers, tomatoes, green peppers, beans, and the like. Anyway, there are no female relatives living in the back courtyard now, and there's no need to go out to enjoy the flowers, so it is more economical to grow vegetables. In April, the grapevines began to grow new leaves, and the crabapple trees also had flowers and leaves, and the yard was shaded. Around May Day, Peking University, the first exam of the semester is coming. The college entrance examination in July of this year has basically been decided. I didn't pass the exam last winter, but I have been reviewing for half a year, and I am ready to take the exam in July. Fu Qingye suddenly decided to take the exam for no other reason than that she felt unbalanced after seeing Xia Huanhuan was admitted to Peking University. She bought a lot of teaching materials and reference books, and left her child, who was only a few months old, to her parents-in-law, who didn't pay much attention to him every day in the name of studying. Su Daio has lost his power now, and he is like a grasshopper in autumn, jumping for a few days. He had to be sneaky when he went out because he had made too many enemies during those years of being arrogant, and now he had to be on guard against people putting him in a sack every day. Basically, he would come back injured 8 times out of 10 times. Fu Qingye hated him more and more because he was bruised and battered every day. Su Daio was also a bully. Sometimes when he was drunk, he would beat Fu Qingye up. Fu Qingye took advantage of him sleeping and went to the kitchen to get a knife to kill him several times, but she held back. However, she was not born with any talent for learning. She said she would review and read books, but she could not remember them, and it didn't work. Xia Huanhuan didn't pay much attention to these. She was busy with her midterm exams, and she stayed in the dormitory for a few days to review. When there are no classes in the morning and evening, you can spend time in the library. The other people in the dormitory have similar ideas, so it is rare that all 6 people are here these days. Xia Huanhuan mostly goes to school on foot, so she never noticed it, but after living together for 2 months, she found that the dormitory has begun to divide into small groups. Li Zixin and Sun Hui both returned to the city, and they felt superior to others. Moreover, they did not have children, so they became best friends and always walked together. Wang Wenmei and Feng Yu did not get along well. Feng Yu looked down on Wang Wenmei. After all, although they both did not return to the city, Wang Wenmei had given birth to several children. What would it matter if she was admitted to university? Wouldn't she still be tied to the children in the future? Feng Yu was determined to get into the circle of Li Zixin and Sun Hui. Wang Wenmei was a person who loved to take advantage of others, so she found Chen Lu. Chen Lu accompanied her for a few days and was taken advantage of several times, so he was unwilling to act with her. Then Li Zixin and Sun Hui also despised Xia Huanhuan. Firstly, she was admitted from another province, and secondly, her family was from the countryside. It was said that her husband was also a rough countryman, and he had 5 or 6 children. More importantly, Xia Huanhuan looked better than all of them. A village woman who originally had a rural household registration, got married and had so many children, but she was actually fair-skinned, with a pair of clear and gentle eyes that touched people's hearts. She outshined the spoiled city girls Li Jixin and Sun Hui, and naturally took all the limelight. Xia Huanhuan ignored their contempt and misunderstanding. When she introduced herself, she didn't say that Li Zhan was a soldier, but vaguely said that he was also from the countryside. As for the matter of the Fu family, she naturally didn't mention it. When Xia Huanhuan came to live in the dormitory, she found that her bed was full of sundries, and she felt a little unhappy. In this dormitory, except for Qinlu, the 6 people all had residences in Beijing, so they were actually similar to Xia Huanhuan, more often going to school, and less often living in the dormitory. However, the beds of the other 4 people were clean, only her bed was covered with various things. Qinlu came in, saw Xia Huanhuan, and shouted in surprise, "Huanhuan, why are you in the dormitory at this time?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Aren't we preparing for the midterm exam these days? I plan to stay in the dormitory for a few days, so I brought some spare clothes with me." After saying this, he frowned again and looked at his bed. Qinlu said with some guilt, "I'm sorry, Huanhuan, I told them several times to put their own things on their beds, but the 4 of them told me together, so I didn't dare to say it again." Xia Huanhuan asked, "Did you put them there before?" Qinlu nodded and said, "They did release the things before, but it was just a temporary release. They know that if you have fewer classes in the afternoon, you will usually go home, so when the classes are full in the afternoon, they will collect the things in advance." Xia Huanhuan smiled, so if she hadn't come to the dormitory suddenly this time, she wouldn't have known about this. Xia Huanhuan didn't say anything else. She rolled up her sleeves and packed up all the miscellaneous things on her bed and threw them all at the door of the dormitory. Seeing her do this, Qinlu widened his eyes in surprise. "Huanhuan, is this okay? They will be angry." Qinlu has a softer personality and doesn't talk back when she is told. When she meets someone she doesn't like, she tries to avoid talking to them. As for the hardline method, like Xia Huanhuan, she never even thought about it. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Let them do it. The bed is mine. If they put it on my bed, I have the right to deal with it. Let's go to class." So saying, she took Qinlu to class. They met Li Jixin and the others in the classroom. Li Jixin and Sun Hui were always arrogant, so they definitely couldn't say hello to her and Qinlu. As for Fengyu, now that she had become Li Jixin and Sun Hui's follower, she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to talk to them. Wang Wenmei smiled at them awkwardly. Xia Huanhuan didn't care. After class, she went to the cafeteria with Qinlu to eat, and then returned to the dormitory. The things that were originally placed at the door of the dormitory were probably taken away by the cleaning lady or other students. Qinlu was uneasy, but Xia Huanhuan felt at ease and didn't feel guilty at all. The other 4 people hadn't come back yet. Xia Huanhuan predicted that after they came back, some of them would. After a while, Li Jixin and the other 4 came. Seeing Xia Huanhuan in the dormitory, Li Jixin snorted to show his disdain. Then he noticed that the things he had placed on Xia Huanhuan's bed were gone. Other things were fine, but there was a set of cosmetics that her man had secretly brought back from Hong Kong with his connections. Some kind of lotion and milk could make the skin fair and delicate, and it was worth dozens of dollars. The faces of the other people also changed. Wang Wenmei was okay. She put her own scarf on it just to show that she was sociable. It was not a pity to lose it. As a qualified follower, Fengyu immediately shouted, "Xia Huanhuan, where are our things? Where did you put them?" Xia Huanhuan looked innocent. "What are those? Aren't our things placed on our own beds? When I came, my bed was clean, with only my own things." Fengyu was so angry that her face turned blue. "You are talking nonsense. Our things were clearly placed. Temporarily placed on your bed. Where did you put them? Did you get blinded by money and embezzle them?" Xia Huanhuan's lips curled up into a smile, but the smile did not reach her eyes. She said sarcastically, "So, you also knew that this was my bed? Sorry, I didn't see it. Maybe you remembered it wrongly and threw it into the trash can yourself?" Fengyu was choked and didn't know what to say for a moment. She suddenly turned to Chenlu. Chenlu, tell me, did Xia Huanhuan embezzle our things? Chenlu was reading a professional book. When she heard the question, although she was a weak person, she didn't intend to betray Xia Huanhuan at this time. She said, "Don't ask me, I didn't see anything and I don't know anything." After that, she continued to read her book. Feng Yu gnashed her teeth in anger and didn't know what to do for a moment. Among the things, there was half a bottle of some kind of lotion that Li Jixin had left over, which was given to her. She treasured it so much that she didn't even bother to apply it a few times. Li Jixin and Sun Hui secretly hated Feng Yu for her poor tongue, so they had to do it themselves. Li Jixin said, "Xia Huanhuan, you don't have to act stupid here with us. We are just putting it aside temporarily and you don't come back often, so it doesn't bother you. Now that the things are gone, forget about the other things. I have a set of cosmetics in it that you can't buy with money. If you took it, I advise you to take it out now. We are all classmates. Don't make a fuss that can't be resolved later." Sun Hui also said arrogantly, "Yes, I also have a fashionable dress that my fiancé brought back for me when he was on a business trip to Shanghai. It's worth dozens of dollars. I'm afraid you saw the things were good, so you deliberately. Anyway, you'd better call it out early so that we don't alarm the school security department." Xia Huanhuan sneered. Was she going to put the thief's hat on her head directly? Security department? I think you should alert the police immediately and report it earlier. Maybe there's still a chance to get the things back. However, the clothes from Shanghai are fine, but what about cosmetics? If you can't buy them even if you have money, Li Jixin, where did you get them from? Li Jixin's heart skipped a beat, and he glared at Xia Huanhuan fiercely. Now is still an ambiguous time. Although the management is much looser than in the past few years, if you sneak things in from Hong Kong, you may still be suspected of having secret dealings with foreign countries. Sun Hui said, "Jixin, let's report to the security department. I think she will be arrogant in a while." Li Jixin hesitated and said, "Forget it. Let's look for it ourselves first. If you can't find it, report it to the police." Xia Huanhuan's words just now were actually just sarcasm. She was not really afraid that they would report it to the security department. Unexpectedly, a few words scared Li Jixin. Sun Hui frowned and glared at Li Jixin, but later she did not insist. Several people searched in the dormitory for a long time and then went outside the dormitory and asked the dormitory next door. Only then did they know that the things were probably taken away by the cleaning lady. They ran to find the cleaning lady again, and they found some things back, but there were still some things that the cleaning lady did not admit that she took. Sun Hui couldn't swallow this breath, and finally reported it to the security department. The security department came to check, and Xia Huanhuan also cooperated generously and let them search. In the end, they didn't find anything but criticized Sun Hui in turn. After this incident, a feud was formed, but they also knew how powerful Xia Huanhuan was, and they didn't dare to look for it too arrogantly. Xia Huanhuan was in trouble. After the intense review, the midterm exams soon came. After the exam, it was the May Day holiday. Although it was called a holiday, it was actually only 2 days off. Xia Huanhuan packed up and planned to go back to the courtyard. She hadn't seen her kids at home for several days, and she was really worried. As a result, when she rushed to the dormitory building, she saw a boy in his 20s standing downstairs with several other people of similar age. The boys were all tall and handsome, and the key was that they were all young and full of youthful breath. After a while, many girls looked down from upstairs, or gathered around to peek and refused to leave. Xia Huanhuan took a few more glances, and then walked towards the school gate with all her heart. As a result, one of the boys was pushed in front of Xia Huanhuan by the other boys and blocked her way. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. "Classmate, do you have something to do?" The boy blushed and scratched his head embarrassedly. Then he mustered up the courage to hand over a letter and said, "Comrade Xia Huanhuan, I'm from the English department. My name is Han Rui. I've noticed you for a long time. I want to ask, is it possible for us to develop into revolutionary comrades and lovers who love each other?" Xia Huanhuan.
Is she confessed to?
Xia Huanhuan was a little amused and helpless. "Classmate Han, how old are you this year?"
Han answered nervously. I'm 21.
But I think age can't be an obstacle between us. Xia Huanhuan sighed and said, Age can't, but marriage can. When I was your age, I was already married, and now my children can go out to play.
Ah?
Han Rui was stunned and shocked. You. How is it possible? You are not lying to me, are you? Xia Huanhuan said. Why would I lie to you? Anyway, thank you for liking me. But there is no possibility for us. Han Rui's handsome and vigorous face suddenly collapsed. Who can bear to break up before falling in love? Seeing him being hit, Xia Huanhuan felt a little guilty. But if Li Zhan knew that a boy in school confessed to her, he would probably be jealous again. Back at the courtyard, Xia Huanhuan thought about it and realized that it seemed like she hadn't been to Li Zhan's place for a long time. That day, she sent the triplets, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to the Fu family to accompany Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin, and then she went to bed early. In fact, she entered the space and took a nice bath. After washing thoroughly, he teleported to Li Zhan's dormitory in the middle of the night. Li Zhan was busy with a May Day cruise and didn't come back until 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening. He just came back from the public bathhouse in the dormitory with a basin in his hand, talking to his comrades with his upper body half, and saw Xia Huanhuan in his dormitory. Li Zhan was so scared that he slammed the door shut. He was just talking to him and was still not satisfied. He was going to come in and say a few more words, but the comrade who was turned away almost got his nose broken and couldn't help but said in a bad mood, Li Zhan, what are you doing? Closing the door suddenly. Li Zhan was still in shock. Well, I'm sleepy. Let's talk tomorrow. After that, he turned off the light with a snap. What's wrong with you? You were so energetic just now. The comrade muttered and went back to his dormitory. Li Zhan adjusted to the darkness for a while, then walked to Xia Huanhuan and stood in front of him and asked in surprise, Why are you here? Xia Huanhuan did not answer at first, but stretched out her green fingers to poke Li Zhan's solid chest and smiled. Good figure. The inverted triangle figure and the muscles trained by years of training show the beauty of human strength to the fullest. Xia Huanhuan was a little greedy, and her fingers slid down, stroking her six-pack abs. Li Zhan grabbed her hand and stared at her deeply. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I missed you, so I came. Li Zhan didn't say any more nonsense, picked her up and threw her on the bed.
Well.
Xia Huanhuan's back was bruised by the fall. She shouted subconsciously and then quickly covered her mouth. If anyone heard the woman's voice in Li Zhan's room and said that he had problems with his work style, Li Zhan would not be able to explain himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Without giving her a chance to breathe, Li Zhan pressed on her and said with a low laugh, You are so proactive tonight. Did you do something bad? Xia Huanhuan shrank her head and thought of the confession she had made during the day.
But
that was not her fault. She would feel guilty only if she was crazy.
No.
I just missed you. Is that not enough? Li Zhan bit her lips for a long time, then smiled. It's okay as long as you haven't done anything bad. Otherwise, let me see how I deal with you. I'll take care of you. These words, Xia Huanhuan instinctively.
Well.
Love and hate. Xia Huanhuan was afraid that someone on the other side of the wall could hear her, but Li Zhan deliberately forced her to make a bad sound that night. She wanted to cover her mouth with her hands, but both hands were still held by Li Zhan's single hand and imprisoned behind her back. She was so angry that she could only bite the pillow with her teeth to block the sound. Before dawn, Xia Huanhuan came back through the space again. She was very tired and slept until noon before waking up. Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan didn't know what was going on, so they thought she was too tired from reviewing for the exam and didn't call her. Soon, the results of the midterm exam came out. The results of the midterm exam are the same as the college entrance examination results, and they are announced in the bulletin board of each department, but only the top 50 are announced. For the others, the class leaders will take them to each class for their own inspection. Among the top 50, the top 10 can also enter the scholarship selection. The first class scholarship is 100 yuan, which is equivalent to nearly 3 months' salary for an ordinary worker. Even if it's the third prize, it's still 20 yuan. Li Jixin, Sun Hui, and Feng Yu from Xia Huanhuan's dormitory went to check the results together. Li Jixin and Sun Hui both had good grades, so they were very confident that they could make the list. Feng Yu just came to accompany them and act as a foil. Jixin, Sun Hui, I think you two will definitely be in the top 10. You may even be the first or second. Even if not, you will definitely be the first or second in our class. Xia Huanhuan and Chen Lu also came to check. Because of the last incident, Li Jixin and Sun Hui had more hatred towards Xia Huanhuan. Especially Sun Hui. She applied to the security department, but she didn't find anything. Instead, she was scolded by the security department, and she was even more angry with Xia Huanhuan. Seeing Xia Huanhuan also came to check the results, he couldn't help but sneer. Some people are really shameless. With that grade, they still dream of entering the top 50 in the department? I think, even if they come to check, it's useless, and they're just asking for trouble. After hearing this, Chen Lu knew that Sun Hui was referring to her and Xia Huanhuan. Chen Lu was soft-hearted, but she was also a little angry and muttered in a low voice. Huanhuan ranked 5th in Hebei province. If Huanhuan was not in the top 50, wouldn't you have no chance? Sun Hui heard Chen Lu's muttering and couldn't help but get angry. Chen Lu, what are you talking about? Say it out loud if you have the guts. 5th in Hebei province?
Ah.
The examination papers of other provinces are different from ours. They were admitted to show the magnanimity of Beijing University, not necessarily that she has reached the level. She still has the nerve to show off here. It's a joke. As soon as these words came out, all the students who came in from other provinces were offended. A few who couldn't bear it shouted, "Classmate, where do you get your confidence from? What's the matter?" The examination papers of Beijing City are examination papers, but those of us from other provinces are not? The country recognizes it. Do you have the right to say anything? Other people from Beijing also felt that Sun Hui was too mean and couldn't help but say, "Classmate, shut up. Don't embarrass us Beijing people." Classmates from other provinces, like her, are isolated cases. We, the rest of Beijing people, welcome brothers and sisters from all over the country. The others couldn't help but start to cheer. This is the tolerance that the men and women in Beijing should have.
What kind of person is that?
He thinks he is so great. Sun Hui didn't expect that she would be attacked by a group of people. Her face was red and blue. She gritted her teeth and wanted to bite Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan sighed helplessly. She didn't say a word, but this also attracted hatred. Li Jixin also felt ashamed. Whether he looked down on her or not was another matter, but he had to save face and not make himself look like a piece of. If he had known, he shouldn't have gone with Sun Hui. Now she is embarrassed too. It's so unlucky. Li Jixin ignored Sun Hui and gave Xia Huanhuan a cold look. He went to check the results first. Xia Huanhuan pulled Chen Lu and said lightly, "Why do you care about her? Let's go and see our own results." Sun Hui was humiliated in public and wanted to make up for it with Xia Huanhuan. She called Xia Huanhuan on impulse. "Xia Huanhuan, aren't you 5th in Hebei province?
Well,
let's compare and see who ranks higher." Xia Huanhuan looked at her like a fool. "Why should I compete with you to see who ranks higher? Will there be candy for me?" Sun Hui thought she was guilty and became even more arrogant. "Humph. I don't think you dare." Xia Huanhuan ignored her and pulled Chen Lu away. The onlookers, however, started to make a fuss. "Oh no! You are so arrogant. I want to see how good her grades are and what her ranking is. If she doesn't make the list, I will lose face. The one named Xia Huanhuan is the 5th in Hebei province. I am also curious about her ranking. Let's go. Let us go and see. Is this Xia Huanhuan? She is so beautiful." The reputation of the Department of Economics is well-deserved. More than the department flower, I heard that some people pushed her to be the school flower. Alas, whether you are the department flower or the school flower, you have no chance. I heard that she is already married and has children. No way? Is it true? Of course it's true. A few days ago, a student from a foreign language college went to a girl's dormitory to confess his love, but was rejected immediately. The girl herself said that she already had a husband and children. What kind of man is so lucky? I don't know. I heard that he's a rough guy from the countryside.
Oh.
What a waste of talent. A beautiful flower is stuck in cow dung. Xia Huanhuan listened to these discussions, and the corners of her mouth twitched. I wonder what Li Zhan's expression would be if he knew that he was compared to cow dung. Fortunately, there were serious and rigorous students among the onlookers who brought the topic back. Hey, what's wrong with you? There are so many female classmates here, and you're talking about them? Doesn't this ruin their reputation? Are you frivolous or not? The point is the ranking. Whoever gets the first place in the department is the one we should learn from. The boys all lowered their heads in embarrassment and dared not say anything more. Sun Hui felt even more annoyed when she heard those words praising Xia Huanhuan as the most beautiful girl in the department and the most beautiful girl in the school. She was also quite pretty, and she thought that no female classmates could steal her limelight. However, compared with the bright-looking Xia Huanhuan, she became an ugly duckling. How could she not be angry? A group of people came to the bulletin board, and everyone leaned forward anxiously to see who was ranked first. They thought it would take a while to find the one, but the next second someone shouted, "Xia Huanhuan, the second one is here. Second in the department." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but frowning when she saw that she was ranked second. I didn't perform well. I should have made a few more mistakes. She came to college mainly for the diploma and the improvement of welfare and status that came with it. She didn't want to make a splash, so she wanted to keep a low profile. She had to be fifth in the Hebei provincial examination. If she had done too badly, she would have to stay in Hebei province and couldn't come to Peking University. Chun Lu excitedly grabbed Xia Huanhuan's arm and said in surprise, "Huanhuan, you are amazing. Second in the department." Sun Hui was still looking for her own name. She guessed that she was probably in the 20s or 30s, so she didn't even look at the top. Now that she heard it, she didn't bother to look for it anymore, and hurriedly looked up to see the first and second on the list. At first glance, was Aunt Xia Huanhuan's name ranked second? Sun Hui's face was indescribably ugly. Sure enough, she is worthy of being the fifth in Hebei province. This is a sensation.
Ha!
Now no one dares to say that the fifth place from other provinces is exaggerated, right? By the way, how many places did the girl who just insisted on competing with others get? Sun Hui, everyone look for her together. Soon someone shouted, "Here it is.
Número 40.
I thought he was so awesome, but the number 40 is competing with the number 2? TSK. Sun Hui's face turned pale. She was so embarrassed today. And all this is thanks to Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhixin came earlier and had already checked her ranking. She was ranked 7th, which was enough for a third-class scholarship. However, she didn't really care about the 20 yuan. The key is Xia Huanhuan. If Xia Huanhuan hadn't ranked 2nd, she would have been ranked 10th in the department, but 1st in the class. Now all the limelight has been stolen by Xia Huanhuan. Li Zhixin frowned and glanced at Xia Huanhuan. This Xia Huanhuan was really an eyesore. How could a village woman from the countryside do so well in the exam? How could she do so well? She left without waiting for Sun Hui, who had become the target of public criticism. Fengyu looked at Sun Hui, then at Li Zhixin, hesitated for a moment, and left Sun Hui and followed Li Zhixin. Sun Hui had obviously become the laughingstock of the whole department, and she would have to keep her distance from her in the future. Chun Lu was also on the list, ranked 28th. There were about 100 people in the department, and her results were not bad. Chun Lu was so happy that she almost jumped up and said with a smile, "Huanhuan, let us go to the state-owned restaurant for a meal. Let's celebrate." Alas, it's a pity that it's not in Guangdong province. Otherwise, I can treat you to Cantonese cuisine. The food there is delicious. By the way, you can also go to the tea house for morning tea in the morning, and there are all kinds of dim sum. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I have always wanted to visit Guangdong province. Maybe I will have the chance soon." Chun Lu listened and pulled her and said, "Really? If you come, I will treat you to the best food in Guangdong. Let me tell you, our morning tea and dim sum, what shrimp dumplings, steamed buns, barbecued pork buns, shrimp dumplings, chicken feet, glutinous rice chicken. I'm drooling just thinking about it. Xia Huanhuan patted her head and smiled. You can't eat it now even if you want to. Let's go and eat noodles with soybean sauce. There was a state-owned restaurant near the school. The two entered the restaurant. Each of them ordered a bowl of noodles with soybean sauce, and the other ordered a plate of boiled mutton, a plate of smashed cucumber, and a cold jelly. Although Chen Lu is from the south, she doesn't have any dietary restrictions. She loves all kinds of food in Beijing. Xia Huanhuan can't help but envy her appetite. After eating noodles, there were no classes in the afternoon, so Xia Huanhuan said goodbye to Chen Lu and went home. As soon as she walked onto the road, she saw Xia Shuangshan riding a cart on the road from a distance. A few months ago, Xia Shuangshan borrowed money to secretly haul coal and was caught by Xia Huanhuan. After Xia Huanhuan told them that her family was rich, she didn't force Xia Shuangshan to quit this job. They just agreed that he couldn't work too hard and couldn't work on rainy or snowy days. Xia Shuangshan rented a hand-pulled cart from someone else at first, but Xia Huanhuan bought him a 3-wheeled cart so he didn't have to pull it by hand. Xia Huanhuan took a few quick steps and went to meet him. Seeing that the cart was empty, she smiled and said, "Dad, did you just deliver the coal?" Although Xia Shuangshan knew that his daughter's school was nearby, he didn't expect to meet him in person with so many students. He was overjoyed and said, "Wanner, have you finished your classes? Have you eaten?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I have." "Dad, have you eaten?" Xia Shuangshan said, "I have. I just bought 2 sesame cakes over there. Do you have classes in the afternoon?" When Xia Huanhuan heard him say that he had eaten, she didn't mind. She shook her head and smiled and said, "No, I was just going back." Xia Shuangshan got off the cart, swept the coal and ash on the cart with his sleeves, and said, "Then you sit on it. Dad will take you home. I'm going to finish work early today, too." Seeing that Xia Shuangshan was willing to finish work early, Xia Huanhuan knew that he had no psychological burden now, and she was very happy. She smiled and said, "That's fine." As he said this, he sat on the cart without even caring about the dirtiness of it. Xia Shuangshan rode the 3-wheeled cart away. This scene happened to be seen by Li Jixin, Sun Hui, and Feng Yu. Feng Yu immediately said, "I didn't expect that Xia Huanhuan's father was actually a casual worker hauling coal for others. This is too shabby." The imbalance in the hearts of Li Jixin and Sun Hui was somewhat compensated. Humph! What's the use of having good grades? Aren't all the family members from the countryside mudlegs? Even if one person succeeds, the whole family can't rise to heaven. Xia Huanhuan doesn't mind being ashamed. If my father was working as a coal hauler, I would have to pretend not to know him if I saw him on the street. It's too embarrassing. Feng Yu couldn't help but say exaggeratedly. Li Jixin and Sun Hui both glanced at her sideways, with some contempt in their eyes. She still despises others. Isn't her family just an ordinary working-class family? Her mother is also a temporary worker. However, red flowers need green leaves to match, and there is Feng Yu as the green leaf, so Li Jixin and Sun Hui didn't intend to say it. In May, the weather in Beijing was fine and sunny. The sky was as blue as a clear sky, and the tall locust trees on the roadside had formed shades, cutting the sky into irregular shapes. Xia Huanhuan looked up at the sky and felt extremely comfortable. She suddenly remembered something and turned to Xia Shuangshan and said, "Oh, Dad, when I have summer vacation, let's take the kids, you and Mom, to Guangzhou to see my brother. In winter, the meeting will be held. Although Beijing is the most informed, it is after all under the feet of the emperor. No matter how well informed it is more cautious in action. But in the distant Guangzhou and Shanghai, especially Guangzhou, the emperor is far away, and I am afraid that undercurrents are surging." Apart from anything else, she heard from Dahe that Luo Cheng has been active in Guangdong province and Hong Kong City for nearly half a year, and basically has not returned to Beijing. It's almost time for her to go there, otherwise she will be a step late. After hearing what Xia Huanhuan said, Xia Shuangshan's first reaction was to feel sorry for the money. The whole family is going? The travel expenses will cost a lot. Xia Huanhuan interrupted him and said, "Dad, didn't I say that our family is not short of money? In order to save some travel expenses, you don't even want to see my brother? Of course, Xia Shuangshan wanted to see him. Yan Haoyan was busy with work and didn't come back during the Chinese New Year this year. This means that they haven't seen each other for more than 2 years. Letters and remittance slips come regularly. Why don't you want to see him? Alas, your mother and I are used to living in poverty, and it will take a while for us to change our minds. We are reluctant to spend money even if we have it. Warner, Dad will listen to you. Let's go to Guangzhou to see your brother during the summer vacation. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, that's fine. I'll send a telegram to Li Zhan later to ask him if he can come back in the summer, and we'll go together. Xia Shuangshan rode his cart slowly through the streets of Beijing in spring and headed for the courtyard. On the way, she passed by a state-owned grocery store and saw cherries on sale, so she jumped out of the car to buy some. These were newly launched, so the price was not cheap. Xia Shuangshan felt a little pain in his heart, but then he thought that his daughter was now a city dweller, so it was not too much for her to eat some cherries. Back home, Xia Huanhuan took out some more cherries from the space while no one was paying attention, put them aside, and waited for Xiaowen and the others to finish school, and then secretly asked Xiaowen to deliver that portion to the Fu family. Xiaowen agreed, and went. Xia Huanhuan drew water from the well in the backyard and washed the cherries. The triplets happily helped to wash them, but they washed, ate, and played with water, which was purely a hindrance. After dinner, everyone ate cherries. Lin Yuru asked her about the exam, and Xia Huanhuan told her that she got second place in the department. Although Lin Yuru didn't know what second place in the department meant, the second place was only one less than the first place, which must be very impressive. The family chatted for a while and went asleep. The next day, Xia Huanhuan went to the telegraph station and sent a telegram to Li Zhan, telling him that she wanted to go to Guangzhou in July. She estimated that Li Zhan would go to the military academy in September, and the official order for the transfer should be issued around July or August. However, before going to Guangzhou, she had a chance to go to Shanghai and the nearby provinces of Jiangsu and Zhejiang for research. This was a field research project of the economics department. Xia Huanhuan ranked second in the department in the midterm exam. Although they were still freshmen in the school, they were also the only class of students. Professor Wang, who was in charge of this project, took the top 3 students in the department. The research lasted for a week, and in addition to going to the city, they also went to the countryside. According to Professor Wang, the economy is an integrated whole, and it is not just a store in the city that buys and sells things and a factory that produces goods. That is the whole of the economy. Agriculture is also a very important part, so we have to look at it. Among the top 3, the first place was a boy, and the third place was a girl. With Professor Wang, 2 men and 2 women were just right, and it was easy to arrange for them to stay in a guest house. Xia Huanhuan was still thinking about the river clams that raise freshwater pearls. Previously, she asked Luo Chung to help her get some river clam seedlings, which she continued to cultivate in the space. Now she has enough clam seedlings. However, the north is too cold, and the river clams will be frozen to death in winter, so they can only be raised in the south. Before the time travel, the Zhejiang province area was a very famous place for breeding freshwater pearls. The water area is wide and the water quality is clean. The only difficulty is that it is probably also a commune model there, and it is a bit difficult for her to contract it privately. However, after arriving in the Shanghai, Zhejiang and Jiangsu provinces, Xia Huanhuan found that this place is much more active than she expected. For example, there is a city called one in Zhejiang province. In the 1980s and 1990s, the entire city built enterprises and individual industry and commerce were extremely developed. It is also one of the few cities in the country that became rich ahead of time. When Xia Huanhuan and her friends went to Shanghai, Zhejiang, they had already met some people from one city who were secretly doing small businesses outside. As for the rural areas here, they are much richer than those in the north and inland, but the situation of low enthusiasm aroused by the commune is similar. In addition to completing the research tasks assigned by the professor, Xia Huanhuan went to chat with the local villagers. There are many mountains and waters here, and the waters are very suitable for raising clams. However, most of the ponds are now deserted, and it costs money to buy fish fry, so only a small number of them raise fish. Xia Huanhuan secretly took note of it and did not mention anything about contracting. The 1-week research ended quickly, and Professor Wang took Xia Huanhuan and others back to Beijing. After a few days, Xia Huanhuan used the space to secretly teleport to the mountains near the rural areas that had been observed before, and then came down from the mountain, took out a lot of Beijing specialties from the space in advance, and then went to the village. Because she had been here with Professor Wang, the villagers knew her and were not on guard. Isn't this Xia University student? Didn't you go back with your teacher? Why did you come back again? Do you have anything else to ask? Let's go. Let's sit down and talk at home, the village party secretary said enthusiastically. Xia Huanhuan did not refuse and went home with the village party secretary. Xia Huanhuan took out the specialties of Beijing City and gave them to the village party secretary, including sesame candy, donkey yellow, 5-flavor beans, and so on, and asked the village party secretary to take a look and distribute them to the villagers. The village party secretary's surname is Yang, and this village is called Yangjia Village. Secretary Yang took it with some embarrassment and said, "Look at you. You are so polite. Just come. What else do you want to bring?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's not a valuable thing. Secretary Yang, please don't mind. Besides, it's not my own money. It's the school's idea." Secretary Yang nodded and smiled. "Did you forget to ask something, so you were sent here again? If you have anything, just ask." Xia Huanhuan said, "It's not a problem this time. When our Professor Wang came here last time, didn't he talk about contracting to households?" "Old secretary, our professor said that he wanted to hear your opinion again." Secretary Yang hesitated and said, "College student Xia, isn't this allowed? The land is collectively owned by the state." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Old secretary, don't worry. We have visited many towns and villages this time. For example, in Anhui province, some towns and villages think this plan is very good. I came here to ask, our words will never be leaked." After hearing this, Secretary Yang said, "Ah, if you say so, I will tell you something from my heart, college student Xia. If we can really contract production to each household, the grain harvest will definitely increase. Everyone works on their own, works more or less, and leaves the collective's work, and the rest is their own. Then they will definitely be happy." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan lowered her voice and said, "Secretary Yang, if you think so, I dare to say what I am going to say next. It is the river pond in Yangjia village. I see that it seems that no fish are raised now. It is a pity to leave it uncultivated. I want to see if I can rent it. For 1 mu of river pond, we will pay the village 20 yuan in rent per year. The village collective should have 10 mu of river pond, right? That is 200 yuan a year. What do you think?" Secretary Yang widened his eyes in shock. The village did not have much money to buy fish fry in the river pond. If they bought it, sometimes they were secretly fished away before they grew up. Therefore, the village simply stopped buying and raising fish later. Now, can the abandoned river pond bring in 200 yuan a year?
Xia.
Xia, college student, are you kidding? That river pond is just a pool of water. Can it bring in 200 yuan a year? Xia Huanhuan said, "This is not funded by me personally. It is a project of our department. Professor Wang has assigned the task to me. If you agree, Secretary Yang, the money will be paid by the school." Xia Huanhuan said while silently apologizing in her heart. If she talks about contracting or something in her personal capacity now, people will definitely not agree easily. But if she brings it up in the capacity of Peking University, the other party should still consider it. When she makes money later, she can show her personal capacity, and the other party should be willing to continue the cooperation. After hearing that it was a project of Peking University, Secretary Yang no longer doubted it. So that's how it is? But college student Xia, why does your school rent the river pond? Are you going to raise fish? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Almost. It's used to raise shellfish. However, the 10 acres of river pond is far away from our school students, so we may need the help of the village. When the time comes, we will pay the village separately for the wages. Secretary Yang, please discuss it with the village first. If everyone agrees, I will bring the deposit over in 2 days." Our school has also prepared the shellfish seedlings, and I will transport them over as well, so we can plant the seedlings directly. Secretary Yang did not dare to make such a big decision on his own, so he nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, let's discuss it first." Xia Huanhuan said goodbye and left. 2 days later, when she came again, as soon as she arrived at the village entrance, she saw Secretary Yang with his hands behind his back, looking at the path outside the village. Seeing Xia Huanhuan, Party Secretary Yang was overjoyed. "Xia, you are finally here. After you left, I immediately held a meeting. The villagers all agreed. I sent people to chase you, but they couldn't catch up. I have been hanging around the village for 2 days." Xia Huanhuan laughed and said, "Party Secretary Yang, you are too impatient." Then, she and Party Secretary Yang went to the village brigade as house. Xia Huanhuan wrote a document to borrow the river pond. Party Secretary Yang was illiterate, but there were literate village cadres. After checking that there was no problem, both parties signed and pressed their fingerprints. Xia Huanhuan rented it directly for 5 years. For better freshwater pearls, 5 years is just the maturity period. Of course, after 1 year, you can open the clams to get pearls one after another. She paid 100 yuan first and agreed to pay the remaining 100 yuan after 1 year. The next 4 years will also follow this model. After signing the document, Xia Huanhuan took out the river mussel seedlings from the space in advance. These mussel seedlings were already implanted with pearl nuclei. However, compared with the artificially cultivated pearls sold through live broadcasts, she implanted very small sand, etc., so that the resulting pearl layer would be much thicker, and it was actually not much different from wild pearls. Of course, in this way, the growth period would also be as long as several years. Then someone was found to transport it to the entrance of the village. In addition, there were ropes used to tie up the river mussels, and nets to hold the river mussel seedlings in the water, etc., so that the villagers rowed a small boat and put the river mussel seedlings into the river pond one by one. There were already fish and shrimp organic matter in the lotus pond, so there was no need to put bait specifically. Xia Huanhuan took out another 100 yuan, which was money for the villagers who helped to plant the river mussel seedlings. Everyone was naturally very happy. This 100 yuan, when distributed to the workers, each person could get 2 or 3 yuan. It was only half a day's work, which was really a lot. The villagers were all very puzzled. There were actually wild clams in their ponds. When they were hungry, they would catch them and eat them. However, it took a lot of effort to pry them open, and because they survived by eating plankton and other organic matter, they had a fishy smell and were really not tasty. If they were not really hungry, no one would want to eat them. How could this Beijing University student think of raising something in a 10-acre pond? Secretary Yang asked with some surprise. Xia Huanhuan naturally would not reveal the fact that she was raising pearls now, so she smiled and said, "I'll keep it a secret for now and tell you later." Secretary Yang listened and did not ask any more questions. He smiled and said, "That's fine. Anyway, the pond is lent to you. You can raise whatever you want." After doing this, Xia Huanhuan went to a deserted place and came back through the space. In fact, the cultivation of seawater pearls and freshwater pearls in her space is much faster than in reality. But if you really do this business in the future, people will definitely ask you where the pearls come from. Yangjia village was just to pave the way for this. Li Zhan quickly sent a telegram back, saying that he had received the transfer order and should be able to go back in mid-June. Xia Huanhuan was fine. After all, she had to go to the island through space every once in a while. The others, especially the little ones, were so happy. "Dad is coming back. Dad is coming back," Yan Yan said. "Mom, ask Dad to bring back chicken legs to eat," Yi said with drooling. "Mom, I want to eat chicken legs too," Yao Yao also said when he heard it. Yan Yan got anxious when he heard it. "Mom, I want chicken legs too." Xia Huanhuan. They haven't seen their dad for more than half a year, and he is finally coming back, but these 3 little ungrateful kids just remember the chicken legs? Xia Huanhuan sighed and said unhappily, "Do we have to wait for your dad to come back if we want to eat chicken legs? Let's see tonight." The triplets' eyes lit up. "Really? Mom, go buy some chicken. I want to eat chicken legs." Lin Yuru said she wanted to eat chicken in the evening and laughed. Oh, why are you like a child, believing everything you hear? There is no chicken prepared tonight. I will go to the vegetable market to buy some now. Xia Huanhuan held her and laughed. I'll go. It's a good time to go out for a walk. Lin Yuru listened and let her go. Xia Huanhuan walked out of the yard and strolled for a while before walking to a secluded dead end. After confirming that there was no one around, she went into the space, got 2 chickens out, and then went back home. Lin Yuru saw that she was holding 2 chickens in her hands and laughed. Why are you still carrying 2 chickens? Xia Huanhuan said. 3 of them are clamoring to eat chicken legs. There is only 1 chicken leg for each chicken. They will fight soon. Besides, there are so many people at home, so there is no need to worry about leaving 2 chickens. As he said, he and Lin Yuru boiled some hot water and asked Xia Shuangshan to kill the chicken and drain the blood. Then he used hot water to scald the chicken feathers, plucked them, and packed them up. One of the 2 chickens was used to make chicken soup, and the other was used to make salt-baked chicken. There was also a fried egg with tomatoes, a steamed pork with rice flour, a cold cucumber salad, and a stir-fried vegetable dish. The 3 triplets each got a chicken leg, and the remaining one was for Beibei. Xiaowen and Xiao each got a chicken wing, and the remaining 2 were given to Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. In June, the weather began to get hot, and the school began to prepare for the final exams. Xia Huanhuan usually paid attention to reviewing, but she was not panicked by cramming at the last minute. Li Jixin, and Sun Hui were defeated in the last midterm exam, especially. Although she did not embarrass herself in public like Sun Hui did, she still felt unbalanced to be compared with a country girl. After all, her parents and her husband's family are all cadres in well-known institutions in Beijing, and her husband is in the logistics department of the military region, which is at the level of battalion commander. Xia Huanhuan's existence is like a slap in her face. Therefore, Li Jixin has been secretly competing with her during this period, reviewing in the library every day and not idle even on holidays. Even the class and the dormitory can feel how hard Li Jixin works. However, Wang Wenmei once thoughtlessly praised Li Jixin. Jixin, you have been working so hard recently. After being glared at fiercely by Li Jixin, no one dared to say anything more. After all, everyone is vain and wants to appear to win easily. She worked so hard. Even if she won Xia Huanhuan, people would say it was the result of her desperate study. Not only would she not be able to save face, but she would also be laughed at and pitiful. Li Jixin restrained herself a lot afterwards. Even if she studied hard, she would go home and study until late at night. She never let her classmates see her hard work again. Sun Hui was much simpler and more brutal. Her uncle worked in the Municipal Education Bureau, so she was thinking about how to get the final exam questions or something. No one dared to leak the college entrance examination papers, but the university papers were all set by the professors who taught, and then reported to the department's academic affairs office. Sun Hui planned to try to use her uncle's relationship to see if she could get the exam questions through this process. Xia Huanhuan had to do what she had to do, and during holidays, she had to teleport to the county town to do business. Anyway, she just followed the routine. She didn't have a ranking complex. If her ranking dropped, it would be more in line with her idea of not wanting to attract attention. Soon it was the beginning of July, and it was time for the final exams. Xia Huanhuan felt that she should have performed normally, and she passed the exams for several professional courses without any trouble. The exams lasted for 1 to 2 weeks, mainly depending on the schedule of the main professor. After the last exam, everyone could go home for the summer vacation. Before Xia Huanhuan went back, she went to the dormitory. After all, the next 2 months of vacation were almost over, and the bedding in the dormitory had to be packed. When she arrived at the dormitory, surprisingly, everyone was there, but Wang Wenmei was gone. Chenlu bought a train ticket back to Guangzhou in the evening and was packing her luggage. She bought a lot of specialties from Beijing to take back and got almost 2 large luggage bags. The others were also packing their things. Feng Yuezheng said with envy, Jixin, Sun Hui, it turns out that Jixin's husband and Sun Hui's fiancé are both in the army? I didn't know. Li Jixin smiled reservedly, but it is obvious that she is very proud of this matter. Sun Hui, however, was as unforgiving as ever. Look at what you have accomplished. We didn't say it because we were afraid that if we did, you would think we were showing off. In fact, being a soldier in the army is nothing big. It's not much different from ordinary people like us. Feng Yu smiled and said, how can it be not much different? Just wearing that military uniform, she is many times more handsome than other men. Sun Hui was very pleased and smiled and said, they should drive over to pick me and Jixin up in a while. When the time comes, we will ask them to take you home. As she said that, she glanced at Xia Huan and asked with a smile, Huan, you also live in Beijing, right? I heard that you rent a house outside. How about we take you home? Xia Huan smiled and said, no need. I'm not too far away, I can take the bus. If you like, why don't you take Chenlu to the train station? She has so many bags, it's not easy for her to carry them alone. Sun Hui listened and laughed. This is unfortunate. We have to take a long detour to go to the railway station. They said they were driving here, and it is a public car after all, with a fixed amount of gasoline and other things. It is acceptable to pick up family members or drop off a classmate, but taking a long detour is too much. That's right, Sun Hui asked to give you a ride, and you didn't appreciate it, but it's not your car. Why did you make the decision on your own? And they asked you to give Chenlu a ride. If you have the ability, you can get a car yourself. Oh, I almost forgot. Doesn't your father ride a cart to haul coal for people? Why don't you let your father come and give Chenlu a ride? Feng Yu said sarcastically. Xia Huan smiled faintly after hearing this. I just mentioned it. How do they have the final say? If she wants to send you off, she can send me off. Since we are in the same dormitory, she is willing to send me off even though we had a quarrel with each other, and we have a bad relationship, so shouldn't she be willing to send Chenlu off, who we have a relatively good relationship with? Could it be that she said she wanted to send me off, but her real intention is to show off that her husband or fiancé has a car? I just said it casually. What's the problem? It's fine that she doesn't want to send you off because she thinks it's a detour, but Feng Yu, do you have to be sarcastic here? As for my dad hauling coal, he worked with his own strength, and I don't see anything wrong with it. You are so sarcastic, but you look down on the poor and lower middle peasants and the urban poor and working people. Do you want me to tell the counselor for you and let the counselor correct your thinking? When Feng Yu heard that this issue had risen to the level of thought, she glared at Xia Huan fiercely and didn't dare to say anything more. Sun Hui glared at Feng Yu coldly. She was so stupid that she couldn't even win an argument with him. Xia Huan ignored them and looked at Chenlu, saying, I'm free today. I'll go to the train station with you later. Chenlu shook his head and declined. Huan, no need. I can just take the bus to the train station. Xia Huan said, it's okay. It's not easy to carry something like you on the bus.
I'm fine anyway.
Chenlu smiled gratefully and said, okay. Sun Hui snorted coldly, then said, Jixin, let's go. If someone doesn't appreciate it, there's no need for us to rush to get a cold shoulder. With that, she raised her head and walked away arrogantly. Li Jixin still maintained her superficial self-restraint, smiled at Xia Huan and left. Feng Yu naturally followed her happily. Xia Huan and Chenlu were the only ones left in the dormitory. Chenlu whispered, it's just that their men drove over to pick them up, right? Look how proud they are. Xia Huan smiled. Why do you care about them? Come on, I'll help you carry a luggage bag and let's go too. Don't miss the train. By the way, where's Wang Wenmei? Chenlu shook her head. She borrowed $5 from me this morning. I guess she went to the department store to buy things for her family. She said she was going back to the countryside to see her husband and children, and will leave tomorrow. Xia Huan looked at her and smiled. How dare you lend her $5? Don't you know she's a person who likes to take advantage? What if she doesn't pay you back? Chenlu sighed and said, oh, I didn't want to lend it to her either. She just pestered me to pay it back several times, saying that she has 3 or 4 children at home, and she wanted to buy some delicious and fun things for the children on this trip. I was pestered so much that I lent it to her. Xia Huan smiled helplessly. She just thinks you are soft-hearted and easy to talk to. Ask her to borrow from the other three and see if she will ask for it. Chenlu said, anyway, she promised to pay me back when the subsidy is issued next semester.
Xia Huanhuan thought about it.
Wang Wenmei's family was not well off. Most of her subsidy at school had to be sent back home to her husband and children. The remaining small half was her living expenses, which was quite pitiful. But her nature of taking advantage was really annoying. Otherwise, everyone would not dislike her so much. Xia Huanhuan estimated that Chenlu's 5 yuan would probably not be returned. As they talked, they took their luggage to the school gate. Sure enough, there was a jeep parked at the school gate. All the students entering and leaving the school gate could not help but slow down to take a few glances. Li Jixin, Sun Hui, and Feng Yu were walking not far ahead. Seeing the jeep, Sun Hui immediately smiled and said, "Look, isn't it here? Jixin, let's hurry up." Li Jixin's husband and Sun Hui's fiancé were in the same battalion, so they knew each other. Although Li Jixin looked down on Sun Hui's loud and arrogant personality, the two of them had to be good friends to the outside world. Li Jixin smiled and said, "Why are you in a hurry? It's okay to let them wait a little longer." Sun Hui heard that if they waited a little longer, they would have more glory, which was not bad. She was too anxious, so she slowed down her pace. When she turned around, she saw Xia Huanhuan and Chenlu not far away. Sun Hui couldn't help but smile proudly and said, "Huanhuan, you really don't want us to send you? Look, the car is waiting at the school gate." Xia Huanhuan smiled well and said, "No need. You can go by yourself." Just as she was talking, a big boy came from behind, swiped, and took the luggage bag in Xia Huanhuan's hand, frowning and saying, "It's so heavy? What's in it?" Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, turned her head, and looked bewildered. "This. I don't know him. Classmate. You are." The boy was very hurt when he heard her ask this, and his handsome and young face fell in frustration. "I'm the one from the foreign languages department. I used to go to your dormitory building before." Xia Huanhuan remembered the boy who ran downstairs of her dormitory and confessed to her.
"Oh.
It's you. It's you. What a coincidence. We can take the luggage ourselves, you don't have to bother." The boy saw that she recognized him, and he was expectant, waiting for her to say his name, but he was disappointed again. He sighed softly and asked, "You don't even remember my name?" Xia Huanhuan chuckled twice with a guilty conscience. "No. I remember, how could I forget it?"
Hee.
She just refused to say the other person's name. She had so many things to do. How could she remember the name of someone she was basically unlikely to socialize with? The boy sighed and said, "Han Rui. My name is Han Rui." Xia Huanhuan nodded and smiled. "Yes. It's Han Rui. Hello. Give me the luggage, and go to your own thing." Han Rui dodged for a moment and said, "I finished my final exams, and I'm not busy right now. Are you going to the train station? I'll go with you and help you with your luggage." Xia Huanhuan was just thinking about how to refuse when the three of them arrived at the school gate. Sun Hui ran to the car with her head held high and knocked on the window, smiling coquettishly. "Why are you here just now?" The window rolled down slowly, and Sun Hui stopped talking halfway through her words. Then, she blushed and said, "I'm sorry, comrade, I recognized the wrong person." Sun Hui's face turned red not because she recognized the wrong person and felt ashamed, but because the driver in the car was too handsome. He was several times more handsome than her fiancé. Not only was he handsome, but he was also very masculine, with muscles that made people blush. Before she could finish her exclamation, the person sitting in the passenger seat also slightly turned and looked out the window. Sun Hui's face turned even redder. This guy is even more handsome than the driver. He has thick eyebrows, big eyes, a high nose bridge, and a face shaped like the Western marble sculpture seen in art class.
Anyway.
Good looking. I don't know what kind of woman is lucky enough to marry such a man. Both of them were wearing military uniforms, dashing and stiff. Sun Hui, who has always been quick-witted, was a little hesitant at this moment. Li Jixin also thought that this car was here to pick them up, so she leaned over to take a look. She was also shocked by the handsomeness of the man in the car, and her heart was pounding like a deer. The driver smiled at her and said, "It's okay. By the way, classmate, let me ask you." Before he finished speaking, the man on the passenger seat pointed with his finger and said, "Isn't that it?" The driver took a closer look and couldn't help laughing. It really is. But why did she come out with a boy, talking and laughing? The key is that the boy is not bad-looking. The driver felt a little gloating. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. Apart from anything else, the car was fine just now, but now it is inexplicably filled with a strong smell of jealousy. The man on the passenger seat said lightly, "Why are you grinning? Get off. Don't you see you are carrying so much luggage?"
Okay.
"You are the boss, I'll listen to you." The driver held back his laughter, opened the door, and got out. The person in the passenger seat also got out and walked towards Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan was concentrating on how to refuse Han Rui's. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt two tall figures blocking their way. Then, the luggage bags in Chen Lu and Han Rui's hands were taken away. Chen Lu and Han Rui were stunned for a moment and looked up at the two strangers in surprise. "What are you doing?" "In broad daylight, at the gate of Peking University. How dare you rob things?" Han Rui frowned and scolded unhappily. Xia Huanhuan stared at the two of them with wide eyes and shouted in surprise, "Li." Xia Huanhuan looked at Li Zhan, who suddenly appeared in front of her in surprise, and smiled. "Where are you from? Why didn't you send a telegram in advance when you came back?" She knew that Li Zhan should be back in July, but she didn't know the specific time. Li Zhan smiled and said, "I just got off the train." He came straight over. "Huanhuan, won't you introduce your classmates to me?"
Who are these two?
He said, looking at Chen Lu and Han Rui, and his gaze towards Han Rui was obviously much longer. Xia Huanhuan felt a little guilty. But classmate Han Rui wanted to make trouble and asked in a very familiar voice, "Huanhuan, do you know this person?" "Hello, my name is Han Rui. I'm Xia Huanhuan's classmate." Li Zhan cast a cold look at Han Rui. "Xia Huanhuan. This bad kid." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "This is Chen Lu. We live in the same dormitory."
This.
He just introduced himself. His name is Han Rui. Li Zhan said "Oh," and asked Han Rui calmly, "Classmate Han and Huanhuan are classmates?" Han Rui said, "No, I'm in the English department." Xia Huanhuan. She was impressed by Li Zhan's investigative ability. He was so cunning. In order to prevent Han Rui from saying anything else, she quickly said, "Chen Lu, let me introduce you. This is my man, Li Zhan." Chen Lu was looking at Li Zhan. Her heart was pounding. When she heard Xia Huanhuan introduce him as her man, she was stunned for a moment. Then her eyes widened. "Huanhuan, this is your husband?" Han Rui also widened his eyes in shock. After Xia Huanhuan rejected his confession in seconds, Han Rui was not convinced. He had already inquired about it, and it seemed that Xia Huanhuan's husband was from the countryside. After all, he was also a top student of Beijing University. How could he not be better than a country boy? Although he didn't have any idea of interfering in other people's marriages, but he had been secretly thinking in his heart that if he had the chance to meet Xia Huanhuan's husband in the future, he would definitely beat him. Now, what's the point of comparing? In terms of appearance and physique, none of them can compare. And in terms of professional identity, he was a top student of Beijing University, but looking at the military uniform on this man, he should be a soldier. In this era, who doesn't envy those who can wear military uniforms? He still can't compare. Who said that he is a rough country boy? Li Zixin, Sun Hui, and Feng Yu, who had just recognized the wrong person, heard that the handsome man in the co-pilot seat was actually Xia Huanhuan's husband. For a moment, they were extremely unbalanced. How could this be possible? How could such a handsome man marry Xia Huanhuan? Although, they had to admit that Xia Huanhuan was good-looking, but she was so beautiful that she looked like how could she be worthy of an upright and selfless soldier? Xia Huanhuan was not worthy at all.
Well,
it must be an arranged marriage by the family, and the man didn't want it in his heart. Chen Lu asked everyone's question. Huanhuan, didn't you say that your man was a country boy?"
How come?
He became a soldier? Xia Huanhuan smiled innocently and said, "Who said that country boys can't be soldiers?" He went out to serve in the army at the age of 16. After saying that, she didn't care about others and smiled at Li Zhan. "You made a surprise attack and scared me." Bai Zihan, you too. You must have received his letter in advance, right? You didn't even tell me. Bai Zihan spread his hands innocently and said with a smile, "He wants to give you a surprise, and if I tip you off, wouldn't that make me a traitor?" Li Zhan glanced at him and said with a smile, "Okay, stop joking. By the way, why are you carrying so much luggage? Where are you going?" Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "It's not my luggage, it's Qinlu's. She's going to the train station, and I said I'd just take her there." Li Zhan listened, nodded, and said, "Then get in the car quickly. I'll let Lao Bai take classmate Chen there." Li Zixin and Sun Hui on the side were blushing in the subway. They boasted for a long time, saying that their men would drive over to pick them up. As a result, before they got in the car, Xia Huanhuan and Qin Lu, two country bumpkins, got in first. Feng Yu was still talking about something else and asked in a low voice, "Zixin, Sun Hui, when will the car that picks us up come?" Li Zixin and Sun Hui both glared at her coldly and ignored her. Sun Hui whispered to Li Zixin, "Have you ever seen this Lao Bai when you were in the army before? Could he have stolen the army's car and went to the train station to pick someone up? He is so arrogant to use the public car for personal purposes. Let's report him." Li Zixin was speechless. If it's about using the public car for personal purposes, isn't it the same thing when their men come to pick them up? Isn't reporting it a trap? As she was talking, another jeep drove over and stopped at the school gate. Sun Hui saw it and was cheered up, finally regaining some face. "Here they are." "Really? You're so late." Sure enough, after the car stopped, two men in military uniforms got out of the car and greeted Li Zixin and Sun Hui.
Zixin, Vivi.
Before they came up, one of them noticed Bai Zihan and Li Zhan and hurriedly pulled the other one. The other one looked embarrassed. Sun Hui walked over, raised her hand, and hit her fiancé. "Why did you come just now?" "I'm so embarrassed." Her fiancé's surname was Zhang, and he was at the deputy battalion level. He whispered, "Stop it." As she spoke, she and Li Zixin's husband, surnamed Wang, who was a battalion commander, trotted a few steps and came to Bai Zihan. They saluted straight and shouted, "Captain Bai, why are you here?" This incident caused. Li Zixin and Sun Hui were stunned for a moment, and then their faces turned pale. The driver in the car just now was actually their man's direct supervisor? Bai Zihan said, "At ease. Now we are not on duty, nor in the army. No need to salute. Are you here to pick up your wife?" Both of them were a little embarrassed, and Captain Wang began to reflect on himself. "I'm sorry, Captain Bai. Women are ignorant, we will go back and reflect on ourselves." Bai Zihan smiled and said, "Review is not necessary. Since we are here, just take our wife home. Otherwise they will be waiting for nothing. By the way, this is Captain Li." "No, it should be Deputy Division Commander Li. Hey, don't salute again. Didn't you say you are outside now?" Division Commander Li has just returned to Beijing. He will meet everyone in the army in a few days. Everyone present stared at Li Zhan in a daze. He is so young, he looks like he is only about 30 years old, and he is already a deputy division commander? Han Rui felt that he must have been kicked in the head by a donkey for thinking so highly of himself before. Not to mention that he is still young. Even in another 10 years, when he is 30 years old, he may not be able to achieve such achievements as others. Aren't the men of Li Zixin and Sun Hui an example? He is about the same age as Li Zhan, or even older than Li Zhan, and now he is only at the level of battalion commander. Li Zixin and Sun Hui didn't know what to say. The man of Xia Huanhuan, whom they always looked down upon, turned out to be the superior of their men's superiors. This slap in the face. Li Zixin was very proud, and at this time he was in no mood to wait for a ride. He turned around and left in anger. Seeing this, Sun Hui quickly followed suit. Bai Zihan smiled and said, "Okay, my wife ran away in anger. I won't delay you anymore. You can chase her quickly." The two were about to salute, But then they remembered Bai Zihan's words, nodded awkwardly, and went to chase after the person. Xia Huanhuan and Chen Lu got on the car and asked Bai Zihan to take them to the train station. Chen Lu had a lot to say, such as gossip about how Sun Hui's jaw almost dropped to the ground and how dark Li Jixin's face was at the time, but Li Zhan and Bai Zihan were there, so she had to bear it. When they arrived at the train station, Chen Lu dragged her bags into the station. Her train would not be checked for some time, so Xia Huanhuan did not accompany her. Chen Lu hugged Xia Huanhuan and said, "Huanhuan, didn't you say you were going to come to Guangzhou during the summer vacation? You know my home address. You must come to my house." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Don't worry. If I go there, I will definitely visit you." The two said goodbye, and Chen Lu reluctantly went into the station. Xia Huanhuan, Li Zhan, and Bai Zihan then went back home. Bai Zihan still drove them to the entrance of the alley where the courtyard was located, and then went back. After Bai Zihan left, the two stood at the door, and Li Zhan glanced at her and said with a smile, "Classmate of the English department, huh?" Xia Huanhuan. She knew that this man didn't say a word the whole time, and it turned out that he was waiting for her here. I know him occasionally. I'm not familiar with him." Xia Huanhuan evaded. Li Zhan suddenly leaned over and bit her earlobe as if to punish her, and his low and magnetic voice seemed to scrape against her eardrum. "Really not familiar with him?
Let me have a good look at him tonight."
Xia Huanhuan was startled and quickly covered her ears. Although this alley is secluded, it is not without people. This rascal is just like this in broad daylight. If someone sees you like this, you will be reported for hooliganism. Li Zhan raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "You are being a hooligan? Can I touch my wife?" As he said that, he couldn't help leaning over and trying to bite her lips again. As a result, before he succeeded, the door creaked open. The two of them quickly separated awkwardly, stroking each other's noses and pretending to be normal. Lin Yuru poked her head out, looked at Li Zhan, and smiled in surprise. "Li Zhan? I said there was a voice outside the door." It turned out that Li Zhan is back. "What are you two doing at the door instead of going home?" Xia Huanhuan's cheeks were red, and she glared at Li Zhan unhappily. Li Zhan was thick-skinned and didn't blush, so he grinned and said, "Mom, I'm back. I was just about to go in." The triplets poked their heads out from the door one by one. The three little heads were exactly the same, very neat. When they saw Li Zhan, they all rushed out, hugged Li Zhan's thighs, looked up and shouted, "Dad!
Dad!"
You're back." Yao Yao was a little slow, and instead of hugging their legs, he hugged Yan Yan and Ye, which was like hugging his father's thighs. Li Zhan was a little worried when he saw these three identical little heads. It was difficult to recognize them all at once after not seeing them for more than half a year. However, fortunately, after living on the island for 2 years, he got used to the little movements of the three kids, and after a few tries, he recognized them. He picked up Yao Yao and couldn't help laughing. "You've become a lot heavier after not seeing you for more than half a year. I can hardly hold you anymore," Yao Yao said proudly. "Dad, I'm almost 6 years old. Mom said that we can go to school in the fall." Yan Yan and Ye took a look and shouted, "Dad, it's my turn." Li Zhan put Yao Yao down and picked up Yan Yan and Ye one by one and said with a smile, "Well, you can't hold them either. You've grown up." As he said this, Li Zhan entered the yard surrounded by the three little guys. This was the first time for Li Zhan to come to this courtyard. He first entered the smaller courtyard in front, where some sundries were placed. After entering the second gate, he saw the large courtyard where Xia Huanhuan and her family usually lived. There were 2 lush crabapple trees in the yard, and the grape trellis cast a shade. There were tables and rattan chairs underneath, so people could enjoy the cool air in the yard. Bunches of grapes are growing on the grape racks. They are not ripe yet, but one can predict at a glance that the harvest in August and September will be very good. The lotus in the large water tank in the corner is also blooming vigorously. There is a small door at the end of the corridor leading to the back, and it is obvious that there is another courtyard at the back. Li Zhan couldn't help but be stunned. How could such a large courtyard with 3 entrances be rented for 50 yuan a month? Could it be that the Fu family subsidized it? His wife was afraid of hurting his self-esteem, so she deliberately said less. However, Li Zhan did not mention this matter. The weather in July was already very hot. At noon, Xia Shuangshan came back from school with Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei. When he saw Li Zhan, he was also surprised. Li Zhan looked at the three-wheeled cart suspiciously and asked, "What is this?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Dad can't stay idle. Now he uses this cart to haul coal for people outside." Li Zhan just said "oh" after hearing this, and said nothing more. They had cold noodles for lunch. The cucumbers picked from the backyard were chilled with well water, and the carrots, chili peppers, chopped green onions, coriander, etc. were all washed and shredded for later use. There were also the oyster mushrooms that Xia Huanhuan had just taken out in the morning. After blanching them with boiling water, they were torn into small strips. Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru began to knead the dough, then cut it into thin noodles, boiled water, and started to cook the noodles. After cooking, they were taken out and rinsed with cold water, and then the cucumber, carrot, oyster mushroom, green onion, coriander, etc. were poured with the prepared sauce, and it was done. People in Beijing like to eat spicy noodles. Xia Huanhuan also likes sesame sauce, so she also prepared sesame sauce. You can add it if you like. There are also some vegetarian dishes in the cold noodles. She also took out the braised beef made yesterday from the space and cut a few pieces into each person's bowl. In addition, there was a golden fried egg in each bowl. After lunch, there was also a watermelon that was chilled in the well. One was also fished out. Everyone cut it and ate it under the grape trellis. In the summer, Xia Huanhuan took out a watermelon every other day, saying that she bought it and put it down in the well. She took it out at noon or in the evening when she was taking a break to cool down and shared it with everyone. While eating watermelon, everyone asked about Li Zhan's plan for this return. Li Zhan smiled and said, "I will be transferred back to this military region under my second brother. I should be stationed in Beijing in the future. I will attend the military academy and serve as the deputy division commander here." Xia Huanhuan roughly knew that above the regiment commander was the division commander, and above that were the army commander, commander, and general. The deputy division commander and the brigade commander were of similar levels. Li Zhan originally belonged to an independent regiment, which was more mobile. Correspondingly, the number of people was less than that of an ordinary regiment, so there was no separate brigade above it, but it was directly led by the division headquarters. Now Bai Zihan has been promoted from the original deputy regiment commander to the regiment commander, and Li Zhan has been on the island for 2 years and was promoted to deputy division commander when he came back. Xia Huanhuan went through it in her mind and suddenly asked, "What about my second brother? Will he be promoted this time?" Li Zhan said, "It's not certain yet. However, I heard that he may move up next year." Xia Huanhuan listened and nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She actually didn't care much about whether she got promoted in the army. Anyway, even if Li Zhan lost his job, she could still support him. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru didn't know the level of positions in the army. They just knew that Li Zhan was going to be promoted. But they really had no idea how high the official position was. Whether it was the Fu family or Li Zhan, they were all low-key and principled. Over the years, they had not sought anything for themselves or their families. So, in the eyes of Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru, they seemed to be no different from ordinary people. After lunch, Xiaowen and the others went to school again. The triplets pestered Li Zhan and asked him to tell them comic books and stories about war. After talking for a while, they felt sleepy, so Xia Huanhuan asked them to take a nap. It was sunny at noon and Xia Shuangshan didn't plan to go out to pull coal in the afternoon, so he went back to take a nap with Lin Yuru. Of course, the main thing was that Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, and they must have a lot of personal things to say to each other. Wouldn't it be a waste of time for them to keep hanging around in front of them? Seeing that the triplets were sleeping soundly in the house, Xia Huanhuan took Li Zhan to the backyard. Li Zhan saw the small vegetable garden in the backyard and smiled. This small vegetable garden is lush. There was no bedding in the back house, so Xia Huanhuan went straight into the space, took out a set, and threw herself on the bed. Li Jian was surprised no matter how many times he saw Xia Huanhuan disappear out of thin air. Sometimes he couldn't help but worry that she would never come out after entering. This time, it took a long time to enter. Li Jian waited for about 10 minutes and couldn't help but worry. It was a pity that although he had entered that space twice, he could only stay for a short time each time and was ejected. Now he wanted to go in to find his wife, but there was no way. Fortunately, after waiting for about 5 minutes, Xia Huanhuan came out again. She was wearing a gauze skirt, which was looming, and her hair was wet. Li Jian knew at a glance that she must have taken a bath in there. Looking at his clothes again, his eyes couldn't help but turn dark. Xia Huanhuan came out with a bucket of hot spring water, gave him a new towel, and said, "It's so hot. Go wash first." Although Li Jian was anxious, he knew that if he didn't go, his wife probably wouldn't let him touch her, so he went to wash obediently. After a while, Xia Huanhuan went to the space again, got a big basin, and put 2 big pieces of ice in it. After a while, the temperature in the room dropped a lot. Li Jian came in, didn't waste any words, just picked her up and threw her on the bed. After doing it once and relieving the anger in their hearts, the two of them slowed down and talked casually. While talking, Li Jian suddenly sat up, put on a shirt, and got out of bed. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. It was just once and it was over? When did Li Jian change his personality? Facts have proved that she thought too much. Li Jian took out a stack of big unity from his clothes thrown on the ground and handed it to her. Xia Huanhuan looked at the money he handed over suspiciously and asked, "Where did you get so much money?" Li Jian's monthly allowance was more than 70 yuan, and most of it should have been sent home. She asked him to keep 20 yuan a month, but he only kept 5 yuan. He also said that they ate in the cafeteria on the island and wore uniforms. They basically didn't need casual clothes, and there was no place to buy things, so he refused to keep more. It can't be that he didn't even use the 5 yuan for pocket money, so he saved it, right? While giving her the money, Li Jian jumped onto the bed again, turned over and pressed on her, and said with a smile, "It's a one-time reward from the army, 100 yuan. Xia Huanhuan listened and generously took out 30 yuan for him, saying with a smile, "Don't you say you hide some private money? This 30 yuan is for you to save for your private money." Li Jian was amused and confused. His wife was quite ceremonial. After handing over the money and circulating it, it would be his private money given to him by his wife. Li Jian did not lend the money, but got busy, saying with a smile, "You keep it. I don't need it for the time being. By the way, tell me the truth about this house. Is the rent really only 50? Xia Huanhuan was caught off guard by him and uttered a cry, then she realized Li Jian's question. She was somewhat flustered, and her body could not help but stiffen. She did not tell him about the quadrangle last time on the island, and she is still hiding it now. Could it be that Li Jian noticed something and asked this? Li Jian felt her subtle changes, frowned slightly, and asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Huanhuan smiled twice with a guilty conscience, and decided to confess now. "Nothing. Li Jian, I want to tell you something, but you have to promise first that you are not allowed to rush me." Li Jian. What could make her ask him for a promise before she even said what it was?
It couldn't be.
Li Jian suddenly remembered the college student named Han Rui whom he met at the school gate. No, it's impossible. He still believed in his wife. Besides, they were talking about the Sihiyuan, and it had nothing to do with Han Rui. Li Jian said, "Tell me first, what did you do without telling me? I promised to try my best to control my temper."
Oh.
Without getting a positive guarantee, Xia Huanhuan moved uncomfortably. She was in a passive situation now. As a result, just before she moved, Li Jian pulled her back and said domineeringly, "Let's put it this way. Why are you moving around?" Xia Huanhuan. "Okay, anyway, sticking your head out will get you a knife, and shrinking your head will also get a knife. Besides, what she concealed was not something that harmed the world. Actually, our Sihiyuan doesn't need rent. I bought it." Li Jian was stunned for a moment, and for a moment he didn't believe his ears. "What?" Xia Huanhuan had to repeat, "This Sihiyuan is ours. I bought it." Li Jian stared at her, not knowing where to start for a moment. Apart from other things, even the courtyard house of the Fu family that was taken away by Fu Qingye and Su Dayo was only a 2-entry one. How much did this 3-entry courtyard house cost? Where did Xia Huanhuan get the money? Xia Huanhuan never dared to say it. In fact, she was entangled in the question of where the money to buy the courtyard house came from. Although she had told Li Zhan in the space that she made money on the black market and occasionally sold some supplies to Luocheng and supplied goods to the 2 factory canteens in the county, she had revealed some of it. But since she went to the island with the army, she had not cooperated with Luocheng much. The number of visits to the county was also much less. She had not told Li Zhan how much money she made. At this moment, Xia Huanhuan whispered with a guilty conscience, "Actually, I am quite rich." Li Zhan asked, "How much did you spend on it?" Xia Huanhuan shrank her neck and said, 60,000. Li Zhen. In that era, the director of a large state-owned factory only made more than 100 yuan a month. Even for Mr. Fu Weixin, his monthly allowance is only 200 or 300 yuan. 60,000 yuan is an astronomical figure for anyone. Xia Huanhuan was a little panicked and explained, "I sold wood and cotton, as well as supplies and medicinal materials. Didn't I tell you about supplying goods to the canteens of 2 factories in the county? So I saved a lot of money." Li Zhen. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xia Huanhuan became even more panicked.
"Well,
don't think you are useless. You are still the backbone of our family, and the daily expenses of the family are all spent on your allowance."
I
save all my earnings." Li Zhan's face darkened, and he suddenly turned over and switched positions with Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan shouted briefly, and then fell softly on him. Li Zhan said dimly, "Are you comforting me or insulting me?" Xia Huanhuan didn't have the strength to speak, and because she was in the wrong, she could only try her best to say, "Of course. I am comforting you." Li Zhan held her waist and asked her to sit down and said lightly, "Huanhuan, I found that you have a lot of secrets hidden from me. Now that I'm in a good mood, just confess them all." Xia Huanhuan. "Anything else?" My brain was forced to shut down a bit. She wanted to get up, but Li Zhan grabbed her hands, forced her to maintain her posture, and scolded her jokingly, "Sit down."
"Well."
Xia Huanhuan gritted her teeth and said it. Otherwise, she would have to do it later. Suffer. Also, there is a courtyard in the north of Beijing, and the courtyard with 3 entrances in Tunghua Lane in the county also belongs to our family. I also bought 2 shops in the county and Beijing.
"Well, no.
Li Zhen. His wife is really a rich woman. I didn't see it, but you are quite rich." Xia Huanhuan's eyes welled up with tears. Even though there were ice cubes in the room, there was sweat on his forehead. She quickly shook her head and said, "No. Actually, your family is also very rich." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but think about Shen Wanxue's 3 large boxes of gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques in her own space. However, he did not continue speaking. Although Shen Wanxue was fiercely fighting against his mother, she wanted the contents of those 3 boxes to be returned to their original owners. After returning it to Shen Wanxue, it is not her decision whether Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbong are willing to tell Li Zhan. She said now, if it causes a rift between mother and son, why bother? "Actually what?" Li Zhan asked. Xia Huanhuan shook her head and said with some difficulty, No, it's nothing. I've said it all you should." As he said that, he could no longer hold on and fell down. Li Zhan turned over, turned his back on guests, and smiled in her ear. "Really gone? Isn't there something about the college student named Han Rui that I haven't explained yet?" Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan had tears in her eyes. He begged for mercy and said, "Well, how about we change the time and ask again?" Li Zhan looked at her pitiful look and decided to save it for the next night to bully her again, so he smiled and said, "Heartless, let's see if you dare to do anything wrong."
"Hidden from me."
I spent most of the afternoon. Xia Huanhuan felt that her throat was no longer hers, so she was so angry that she kicked her hard. Li Jian felt refreshed, picked some tomatoes and cucumbers from the vegetable garden in the backyard, washed them with water, and fed them to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan's face turned green when she saw cucumbers, and she only ate some small tomatoes. Cucumber was wiped out by Li Jian. During dinner, Li Jian asked Lin Yuru to cook rock sugar and snow pear juice for Xia Huanhuan to soothe her throat. Everyone talked about going to Guangshi to see Yan Haotian. Xia Huanhuan was on vacation, and Xiaowen and the others were almost on vacation after taking exams in the past few days. Li Jian is also back, and he only reported to the military academy on September 1st. From July to August, even though we are affiliated with the military region here, we still have about a month of vacation. We can just wait until August to officially report. It just happened to be the most suitable time for the whole family to get together and go to Guangzhou. Xia Huanhuan said, I will go to the train station to buy a ticket tomorrow. I also have to send a telegram to my brother. It is hot in July, and it is probably even hotter in Guangzhou. If it takes a few more days, it may be even hotter.
Hot.
Spring and autumn are the best. But now she has to go to school, and the kids also have to go to school. Li Jian cannot miss the time in the army, and there is nothing he can do. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were not afraid of heat. As long as they could see their son, they were not afraid of the stove either.
The time was set now.
Everyone ate watermelon again, cooled off under the grape trellis for a while, and then went to bed each other. At night, after the triplets fell asleep, Li Jian and Xia Huanhuan hugged each other and fell asleep. After struggling all afternoon, I really didn't have any energy at night, so the two of them talked intermittently. You said you bought a store this afternoon, but aren't you still allowing private people to do business? Why did you buy it? Li Jian asked. Xia Huanhuan rested her head on his arm and said, I guess I should let it go soon. Our professor also said so in private. Some time ago, we went with the professor to the vicinity of Shanghai City. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the South, in fact, the atmosphere has become a lot more lively. I went to Guangzhou this time, and I actually wanted to see what was going on there. In this era, there are regulations that prohibit the family members of cadres from doing business. Besides, she just plans to rely on herself, her own space and materials to develop, and she doesn't plan to use Li Jian or the Fu family's connections and status. Even if someone questions it, she won't be afraid. In the night, Li Jian turned to look at her, feeling that his wife's eyes were full of light when she said this. He took her into his arms and chuckled. As long as my wife does anything, I support it. Huan, you will definitely succeed. Even if you don't succeed, you will still have me.
Xia Huanhuan heard what he said.
I couldn't help but feel warm in my heart. In fact, she had been hiding so many things from Li Jian. Another reason was that she was afraid that Li Jian would be unbalanced. Regardless of anything else, in terms of making money, the situation where women are strong and men are weak is basically gone, of course. This is under the premise that he inherits the family property. Not to mention now, even before she time-traveled, the family model in which women were responsible for raising the family and men were responsible for the beauty was not very popular. As a man, he is somewhat chauvinistic. Now, Li Jian is willing to support her calmly and sincerely and be her backing. If she says she is not moved, that would be a lie. However, Li Jian immediately joked. After all, my wife bought 2 Beijing courtyard houses, 1 county courtyard house, and 2 shops behind my back. She must be very good at business. Xia Huanhuan said. Huanhuan bit her lip and glared at him, then punched him with her fist and gritted her teeth and said, Have you been tormenting me since afternoon? Didn't I apologize? If you mention it again, I'm going to get angry. Li Jianzhua, he held her hand and said with a smile, You murdered your husband? Am I kidding? You are in a hurry again. The two lay quietly for a while, and Li Jian suddenly asked, That Hanrui? Xia Huanhuan. However, Xia Huanhuan thought about it and felt that she didn't blame her for confessing to her. Why is she so guilty? He said. Hanrui just confessed to me once that he wanted to be with someone, but I refused. We just met at the school gate today. Li Jian said was silent for a while, and then asked, When?
Just.
Around May Day. Li Jian pondered for a moment, and teased, "No wonder you were so proactive that day." It turned out to be because of a guilty conscience? Xia Huanhuan glared at him, unconvinced.
Di cao mao Said, I.
I don't have a guilty conscience. Why should I feel guilty? I didn't pay attention to him. Although, in fact, I did feel a little guilty at that time. Li Zhan put his fried wife into his arms to comfort him, and said with a smile, Okay, you have no guilty conscience. I said the wrong thing. I apologize. Xia Huanhuan glanced at him sideways and said, That's pretty much it. That's the good thing about Li Zhan. The jealousy is quite high, but he won't keep it in his mind over and over again, and he also trusts her enough that when the matter is over, he won't be suspicious. For example, after Luo Cheng confessed to her before, Li Zhan never mentioned it again, nor did he force her to stop dealing with Luo Cheng. It can be said that he gave her full trust. Xia Huanhuan was thinking about this, and couldn't help but tap Li Zhan's chest with her finger, and joked with a smile. Anyway, you have to know that someone is chasing me. You have to pay attention and behave better, otherwise, haha. Li Zhan raised his eyebrows and said, If you dare, I'll break that rascal's legs. But you can go and find out where in the world you can find a man as handsome as me, huh? Huanhuan couldn't help but laugh. It will really put your face on the line. Early the next morning, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went to the train station to buy tickets. 10 tickets for 4 adults and 6 children is quite considerable. I don't plan to take the wolf cub with me this time, and will send it to the Fu family to be fostered for a period of time. The conductor couldn't help but look out of the window at them. When he saw that they were a young couple, he couldn't help but murmured in a low voice, It's really possible to have a baby. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile. On this matter, how many times have I been misunderstood? This time I bought a hard sleeper. The kids have all grown up, so there is no need to buy soft sleepers. Moreover, in the past, one soft sleeper car could accommodate the whole family, and it was safer to lock the door. Now, if you buy 10 tickets at a time, you have to split them into 2 cars, which is better than a spacious hard sleeper. Another point is that although their family is not short of money, they can't live so extravagantly, otherwise the children will be influenced by their surroundings and develop a wasteful character, which is not good. Hard sleepers are good enough. Most ordinary people nowadays try to buy hard seats when they can. After buying the tickets, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan went to the telegraph station to send a telegram to Yan Haotian and then came back. Xia Shuangshan didn't go out to work these days, so he and Lin Yuru packed their luggage at home, and there were some things they wanted to bring to Yan Haotian. These are the newly pickled kimchi. You should bring 2 cans. Also, bring some bacon and sausage made last winter. These are the clothes I made for your brother. I was going to mail them, but now is the right time to bring them over and save the postage. Xia Huanhuan watched her packing and couldn't help laughing. Mom, don't bring so much food. My brother lives in the army and doesn't cook. He can't handle these if you give them to him. Lin Yuru smiled regretfully when she heard it. Oh, I forgot about this. As she was about to take the bacon and other things out of the luggage, Li Zhan came over and said with a smile, Mom, it's okay. Take whatever you want. Haotian can't eat it himself, and he can share it with his comrades or superiors. There is always a family in their military region who lives in Guangzhou. Lin Yuru heard it. Her face was beaming, and she said, Okay, then I'll take it all. Xia Huanhuan glanced at him.
Oh.
He is the only one who can talk. The triplets knew they couldn't take the wolf cub with them to Guangzhou, so they were sighing in the yard. The wolf cub had grown a lot, and the 3 little ones looked so small. It seemed to sense the melancholy of the 3 little masters, whimpering and pacing around the 3 of them. The 3 cubs inherited their parents' good looks, and sat on the steps in the yard, their little faces flushed, and each of them held their cheeks with their little hands, as cute as babies in New Year paintings.
Oh.
How can we not take the wolf cub with us? Mom and Dad are too much. Yen Yen said. That's right. Don't panic, wolf cub. We're just going out for a few days, and we'll be back soon. It's not that we don't want you anymore. Ye touched the wolf cub's head and said, Yeah, bring you some delicious food. Yao Yao directly used the two words yet to replace what the two brothers said, and then summarized the key sentence. Yan Yan's heart moved. He stood up and went to the kitchen. After a while, he brought out a fish that was still alive and kicking. He had originally planned to eat it for lunch. He put it to the wolf cub's mouth and said in a baby voice, "Wolf cub, this is for you first. Don't be sad. I heard from Mom that people in Guangshi eat snakes. We will bring you some snakes when we come back." The wolf cub looked at the fish in front of him, a little confused about what his little master meant. Didn't he always eat cooked food with his family? The fish's tail churned, shaking water all over the triplets and the wolf cub's foreheads. The wolf cub shook his head and body to shake off the water droplets. Ye and Yaya looked at it, he said with some worry. "Third brother, the wolf cub won't eat? Is it angry with us?" Xia Huanhuan hadn't seen these three people for a long time and was a little puzzled, so she went to take a look. Seeing that they were playing with the fish that she had just taken out of the space in the morning, her blood pressure rose sharply. No wonder people say that when children are quiet, they are probably making trouble. It is indeed a true saying. Xia Huanhuan hurried over to take the fish away, looked at the wet clothes of the three people with displeasure, and said, "Didn't I tell you not to play with food?" Yan Yan felt aggrieved. "No. We wanted to feed the wolf cub fish, but the wolf cub was angry and refused to eat. Mom, can't we really take the wolf cub to Guangshi? Look, the wolf cub is so angry that he doesn't eat." Yi tried to negotiate with his mother again.
Yeah.
"Mom, if the wolf cub goes to Grandpa and Great-Grandpa's house, it will be so sad that it will not eat and will starve to death." Yao Yao also said seriously. Xia Huanhuan was amused. "Who said the wolf cub doesn't want to eat? The wolf cub is not hungry now. I'll get a big bone for the wolf cub at noon, see if it will eat it." Yan Yan's eyes rolled and said, "Mom, the wolf cub wants to eat popsicles. It can't go to Guangzhou with us. It must be sad. Give us money so that we can buy popsicles for the wolf cub." As he said, he winked at his two younger brothers.
"Oh, yes.
The wolf cub wants to eat popsicles and wants to eat 3.
3. Ye sighed.
Yao Yao counted on his fingers, turned to Ye and whispered, "No, we need 4. Otherwise there will be no share for the wolf cubs." Xia Huanhuan. "Your mom is not deaf. Mom, the price for 4 is 20 cents. Yan Yan finally concluded. 1 popsicle is 5 cents, so 4 are indeed 20 cents. This kid is good at math. Xia Huanhuan looked at the weather. It was a sunny day today, and it was indeed very hot, so she took out 20 cents and gave them to them, saying, "Here, go buy it." The triplets ran away happily, and the wolf cubs naturally followed happily. Ye couldn't help but secretly say to Yan Yan, "Our mom is so stupid. She was actually fooled by us." Before he finished speaking, Xia Huanhuan's cold voice came from behind. "Whoever gets a stomachache will have no popsicles to eat in the next few days." Yan Yan glared at the talkative Ye, and the three of them quickly ran out of the door with the wolf cub, fearing that their slightly stupid mother would change her mind. After a while, the 3 little guys and the wolf cub came in together, each holding a mung bean popsicle. Yan Yan had 2 in his hand, and while he was busy eating himself, he held another one and put it into the wolf cub's mouth. Li Zhan couldn't help laughing and said, "How can the wolf cubs want to eat these? They are 3 little greedy cats." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You will know after living at home for a long time that dealing with them is a daily battle of wits and courage." Xia Huanhuan really took out some ribs and a shank bone from the space. The shank bone was boiled with carrots and corn to make soup, and the ribs were made into pan-fried ribs. In addition, the fish was steamed. At noon, everyone ate cold noodles and smashed cucumbers with celery. The wolf cubs were happy to have big shanks and rib bones to eat, and they ran around the yard happily. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei's final exams were over, and they could see the report cards before leaving for Guangzhou. In autumn, Xiaowen was promoted to the 2nd grade of junior high school, Xiaowu was promoted to the 1st grade of junior high school, Beibei was promoted to the 5th grade, and the triplets were also going to start the 1st grade. Before leaving, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took the triplets and Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei to send the wolf cubs to Fu's house, and they also had lunch there. When they were about to return, The triplets cried so sadly that Xia Huanhuan was speechless. They said that the wolf cubs were sad, but the three of them were sad. After much persuasion, they got them back. They arrived at the train station early the next morning and set off. At that time, the green train to Guangzhou was still very slow, and it basically took a day and a night to get there. Xia Huanhuan took apples, oranges, and other fruits, 5 flavor beans, melon seeds, and bread from Beijing in advance to eat on the train. Lin Yuru also made some pancakes and other things to take with them as dry food on the road. Although Xia Wen, Xia Wu, Bei Bei, and the triplets had taken trains many times when they were young, they still excitedly squeezed by the window to watch the scenery passing by outside. When they were tired of watching, they pestered Li Zhan and asked them to tell them about Li Zhan's fight with bandits when he was on a mission before. They all listened with relish. Xiao Wu said enviously, "Fourth uncle, your battle of wits and courage with the bandits is more exciting than the stories in the comic books." There was nothing else to do along the way, so everyone took turns to sleep for a night and arrived in Guangzhou early the next morning. It was indeed much hotter here than in Beijing. As soon as they left the train station, they saw that the square was bustling with people, even more lively than the train station in Beijing. Xia Huanhuan noticed that there were many people carrying canvas bags in a hurry, so she couldn't help but pay attention. Yan Haoyan received a telegram and drove 2 jeeps to the station to pick them up. After everyone got on the car, Xia Huanhuan asked, "The train station here is really lively. Everyone is carrying such a big canvas bag. What are they doing?" Yan Haoyan smiled and said, Maybe it's really only in Guangzhou. Some people took risks and got some things from Gangsher and came here secretly to sell them." Xia Huanhuan listened and thought to herself, "It's true that those who are close to the water get the moon first. This place is close to Gangsher, so the conditions are actually much better than those in Beijing and Shanghai." After the liberalization, the South was basically the first to rise. As for the gradual lag behind Shanghai, due to the situation in Hong Kong, that was decades later. Xia Huanhuan did not ask again. Anyway, the plan was to stay here for about 10 days, so she could ask around then. Yan Haoyan smiled and said, "I'll take you to the guest house first, and then I'll take you to have morning tea. The morning tea in Guangzhou is quite famous." Lin Yuru had never heard of morning tea, and smiled and said, "Oh, drinking tea in the morning without eating anything, you must be hungry, right?" Yan Haoyan smiled and said, "Mom, you don't understand this, right? People here are used to drinking tea and eating snacks in the morning. There are many kinds of snacks, which are not worse than the big pancakes, fried dough sticks, and tofu pudding in the north." The jeep first arrived at the military guest house and opened a total of 3 rooms. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took the triplets to 1 room, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru took Bei Bei to 1 room, and Xiaowen and Xiao were allocated in this way. After putting my things away, I took a bus to the famous Beiyuan restaurant in Guangzhou. This is one of the 3 largest garden restaurants in Guangzhou. It is antique and has winding paths and water in the restaurant. There are colorful carps in the water. The environment is first class. Yan Haoyan knew that they were coming, so he had asked people to come and line up, waiting for Xia Huanhuan and her group to come in. After a while, they went in. Yan Haoyan also knew that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had never eaten this before, so he didn't let them order dishes. He took the menu and ordered 1 or 2 of the famous dim sum in the restaurant. For tea, he ordered a pot of long jing before the rain. After a while, the dim sum came up. Shrimp dumplings, tiger skin chicken feet, mandarin duck 1,000-layer pastry, money belly, glutinous rice chicken, spring rolls, jade liquid barbecue pork buns, boat porridge, quicksand milk yellow buns, water chestnut cakes, durian pastry, rice rolls, and watermelon milk jelly, lingnan jili, etc. All kinds of things were placed on the table. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru had never seen such a scene before and kept saying that it was enough, and they ordered too much. When the dishes came, they couldn't help laughing. So there are 2 or 3 of each. If you look at it this way, you should order more. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but pass the shrimp dumplings and barbecued pork buns to Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan respectively and said with a smile, "Dad, Mom, these shrimp dumplings are soft. Although this meal is invited by my brother, I'm borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha to show my filial piety first." Everyone laughed. After passing the two of them, the others stopped passing the dumplings. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei passed the dumplings themselves. The triplets couldn't reach them, and they were afraid that they would make trouble, so they told the adults what they wanted to eat and asked the adults to pass them the dumplings.
Mom, I want to eat that.
Yen Yen pointed at the 1,000-layer pastry and said. Without waiting for Xia Huan to pass the dumplings, Yan Haoyan had already passed the 3 dumplings on a plate to the triplets. Ye and Yao Yao couldn't help looking at Yan Haoyan in surprise. "Uncle, how did you know we want to eat that too?" Yan Haoyan grinned and said, "Because the 3 of you look exactly the same, you must eat the same thing." The triplets heard it and seemed to suddenly realize something. They took the puff pastry with their little hands and started eating. The puff pastry was crumbly when bitten, but it was sweet and delicious. The 3 little ones were quite satisfied. Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei tried the golden belly, glutinous rice chicken, spring rolls, etc. Li Zhan picked up a barbecued pork bun for Xia Huan and said with a smile, "This barbecued pork bun is delicious." Xia Huan smiled and picked it up to eat. The family chatted while eating snacks and drinking tea. When they were almost done, they ordered some more of the flavors they liked. They ate for almost 2 hours before they finished. Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh. It takes 2 hours to have breakfast. If it's in the village, people have already done several work points in farm work. Yan Haoyan smiled and said, "Mom, look at what you said. Don't we have time? I have asked for leave from the army. These few days I will take you to visit Guangshi and eat the delicious food here." However, they didn't go out to play on the first day. The main reason was that they had just arrived in Guangshi. They had been on the train for a day and a night and were tired. They rested in the afternoon. Yan Haoyan stayed to chat with Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru gave Yan Haoyan the things she brought and told him that this was for winter wear, this was for summer wear, and if you couldn't eat this, you could give it to your comrades. As they talked about lifelong events. You and Li Zhan are about the same age. You should also consider your own lifelong events. Why are you not in a hurry? Lin Yuru nagging. Xia Shuangshan also stood up for his wife this time and said, "That's right. You don't want to have a son, but we're still thinking about having a grandson. It's almost done. Isn't there anything good about this side in Guangzhou?" Lin Yuru asked worriedly again, "Is it because the girl doesn't like our family's conditions and doesn't want to marry her?" Yan Haoyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Dad, Mom, I've been thinking about this, but I haven't found the right one yet, right?" Lin Yuru sighed and said, "How about let Huan take a look at her classmates to see if there are any suitable ones?" Yan Haoyan was even more helpless. "Mom, Huan's classmates are all from Beijing, and I'm in Guangzhou, which is more than 2,000 kilometers away. If I date them, we'll have to live apart, right?" Lin Yuru couldn't help but sigh again. "Look, Huan's triplets are already 5 years old. Mom is really worried." Yan Haoyan scratched his head. He couldn't just conjure up a partner like a magician now, could he? He had to change the subject with other words. In the next few days, they went to the more famous scenic spots in Guangshi, such as arcades, parks, Xiguan, and other places to have fun, eat rice noodle rolls, roast meat, and the like. After a few days of sightseeing, the weather was hot again, and Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were a little overwhelmed, so they rested in the house. Xia Huan took out ice cubes from the space and put them in the house to cool them down. She said that she bought the ice from the store, and, with the electric fan, it was a little cooler. Ice cubes were also put in the room where Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and them lived to cool down. Xia Huan asked Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and Xiaowen to look after the triplets, and she went to the black market in Guangshi with Li Zhan. The black market here is much more lively and bold than Beijing, or the former Mo County. In a relatively secluded alley, the things for sale are much richer, many of which are secretly brought back from Hong Kong City, such as electronic watches, radios, tape recorders, and even song tapes of celebrities from Hong Kong City and Taiwan City, sunglasses, belts, leather wallets, etc. There are radios in the mainland, but tape recorders are rare. However, radios are also very large. The ones brought from Hong Kong City are small and can be held in the hand. Xia Huanhuan looked around and asked about the price, but did not buy. Electronic products such as electronic watches, radios, and tape recorders are more expensive. Electronic watches cost 30 yuan and radios and tape recorders are 50 yuan, but it is obviously negotiable. There are also tapes, which are all lewd music. If they are discovered, they will be arrested. However, with the loosening of various aspects this year, everyone is not so afraid. A box of tapes costs 10 yuan, but there are still many people willing to buy. Other sunglasses, belts, leather wallets, trendy clothes from Hong Kong City, etc., are also priced between 10 and 20 yuan. In the era when workers' wages were only 20 or 30 yuan a month, this price was simply a robbery.
But
scarcity makes things valuable. It is also true that these things are not available in the mainland, and people dare not even think about them. It is normal for everyone to rush to buy them. Li Zhan saw that she only asked but did not buy, so he smiled and said, "What do you like? I will buy it for you." The man selling the tape also smiled and said, "Yes, comrade, you see how much your man loves you. If you buy this tape recorder, here, Teresa Teng's tape, I will give you 20% discount. 8 yuan for you, how about it?" Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile when she heard the familiar name. Of course, after the opening up, Teresa Teng was all the rage in the mainland and became the youth of many people. However, she didn't intend to be a sucker. These black market retail items must be marked up a lot. She didn't lack these things. Even if she wanted to buy them and sell them in Beijing, she couldn't buy them from these terminal merchants. She had to find a second-hand dealer who did wholesale, or even, if there was a way in Hong Kong, she could get the goods directly from Hong Kong. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but think of Luo Cheng. Over the past year, she heard that Luo Cheng had been active in Guangshi and Gangshi. He must have connections. However, she quickly rejected this plan. She could be Luo Cheng's supplier before because the risk was too great. Now she has to do everything on her own. If she relies on Luo Cheng, she will owe him a favor, but they may become competitors in the market in the future. From the beginning, the basic supply channel has been pinched, and she is afraid that she will be restricted everywhere in the future. She should think of a way by herself first. However, she doesn't know anyone in Gangshi. Even if she knows someone, they may not be willing to sell her things. This is Guangshi, which is still some distance away from Gangshi. Shenzhen, which is only a line away from Gangshi and will develop into a market comparable to Beijing and Shanghai in the future, is still a fishing village at this time. It will take until next spring to draw a circle in this fishing village. It will take until the year after next to establish a special economic zone there. Xia Huanhuan smiled and refused the tape seller, and then pulled Li Zhan out of the black market. Li Zhan smiled and said, "What? You don't want to look anymore? Are you here to investigate military intelligence?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "No. I'm just strolling around and asking about prices."
But
she pondered for a moment and whispered, "Li Zhan, I want to take this opportunity to go further south, closer to the port city." Li Zhan was stunned for a moment and asked, "A place close to the port city? It's separated by barbed wire over there. Unless there is a special application, no one from there can come to our side, and we can't go there either. You have no way to get there, so you can't buy the goods, right?" Xia Huanhuan smiled knowingly. Li Zhan's mind was quick, and he knew that she was going there to buy goods. She said, "Let's go over there first. Right now, that's the closest place to Gangshi on land. If you go by water, you can go directly along the river to Guangshi, but firstly, it's upstream, and secondly, the distance is too long and unsafe, so most people will definitely go by land. But anyway, let's go over there first, and when we come back, we can also go to the dock to have a look." After hearing her analysis, Li Zhan smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go with you. Let Dad, Mom, and the kids stay in Guangshi and wait for a while." The two made a plan and went directly to the station to buy tickets. The two places are more than 100 kilometers apart. Now Shenzhen is still a fishing village, so there is naturally no direct train, but there are trains to the nearby county town. You can take the train to the county town and then find a car or other ox cart to go there. After buying the tickets, Li Zhan suddenly leaned over and whispered in Xia Huanhuan's ear, "Huanhuan, step aside. I have something to do." Xia Huanhuan's face was a little red because he suddenly made such an intimate gesture in public. Now hearing what he said, she hurriedly looked around, but she found nothing. However, Xia Huanhuan still obediently stepped back and paid attention to Li Zhan's movements. After Li Zhan gave her instructions, he rushed out quietly, like a leopard. He walked to the side of a man wearing a baseball cap and suddenly grabbed the man's arm with lightning speed and said with a smile, "Comrade, we all have hands and feet. Why can't we earn money by working with our own hands? Why do we have to be pickpockets and steal other people's things?" A man who was walking in front of the man in the baseball cap, wearing a suit and carrying a briefcase in his hand, who looked quite out of place, heard the noise, turned around, and looked at Li Zhan and the man in astonishment. Then, he opened his briefcase in panic and saw that the leather briefcase had been scratched at some point, and the envelope of money that was originally placed inside. Where was the trace?
Oh.
Where's my money? My money!
Thief.
Did you steal my money? The man in the baseball cap glared at the man in the suit and Li Zhan fiercely, then fixed his eyes on Li Zhan's face. You say I stole it, so I stole it? Catch the thief and seize the stolen goods, which I of yours saw me stealing. Search if you have the guts. Finally, he did not forget to threaten viciously. I warn you to mind your own business. Li Zhan looked at him, then stuck out his chin to the side, and said with a smile, I don't need to search you, because the money is now on your accomplice. When the man who was named heard it, he immediately ran away. In a flash, Li Zhan grabbed the man in the baseball cap's arm and took 2 steps forward. Before his accomplice could run away, he had already grabbed the back of his collar. Next, Xia Huanhuan witnessed the scene she had only seen in Hong Kong and Taiwan action police and gangster movies before. No matter how the 2 pickpockets tried to escape and tried to beat Li Zhan back with punches and kicks, their arms or clothes seemed to be tied to Li Zhan's hands with some silk thread, and Li Zhan was leading them as if he was playing Tai Chi. The one who ran out just 1 step was pulled back, and the other one raised his foot to kick, but was kicked by the other one and his knees bent, and he knelt on the ground. In a short while, the 2 were subdued to the ground, and their hands were handcuffed and tied behind their backs. Li Zhan searched the accomplice and took out the thick envelope, walked up to the man in the suit, and said with a smile, Comrade, this is yours, right? The man in the suit, like everyone else present, was still in a state of astonishment. Upon hearing Li Zhan's words, there was a burst of applause all around, and everyone shouted in praise. The man in the suit also quickly took the envelope, looked inside, and then said gratefully, Thank you, sir. If it weren't for your help, I would have lost everything this time. Xia Huanhuan was moved. This man's address to Li Zhan was quite special. People here call each other comrade, regardless of gender. Xia Huanhuan hasn't heard of addresses like Mr. and Miss for a long time. Li Zhan was obviously stunned for a moment, but then smiled and said, You're welcome. This is what I should do. You still have to be careful when you go out. The man in the suit said in poor Mandarin, I was careless. Sir, I would like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help. Please be sure to accept it. Li Zhan was about to refuse, but Xia Huanhuan stepped forward and said with a smile, Li Zhan, go ahead. I'm really hungry. Li Zhan frowned and looked at his wife. Doesn't his wife like to take advantage of these things? Why does she seem to have changed her personality today? Who is this? The wife's husband's eyes lit up when he saw Xia Huanhuan. Although Xia Huanhuan was wearing a small floral dress that was more common here, it was very simple. But with that figure and looks, even if she was wearing a sack, she was no worse than a star. Li Zhan smiled and said, This is my wife. I'm sorry for being abrupt. Xia Huanhuan raised her eyes and glanced at Li Zhan. He actually knew what abrupt meant. It seemed that he had learned cultural knowledge well in the past few years. The man in the suit said, Not abrupt, not abrupt. This young madam is interested and happens to have something to do in a restaurant. Sir, don't refuse. Let's go to this hotel and have a quick meal to show my gratitude. Xia Huanhuan gently tugged at the corner of his clothes from behind, signaling him to agree. Li Zhan had no choice but to agree. There was a restaurant on the street that was also relatively famous in Guangzhou. After the 3 of them sat down, they had already exchanged names. It turned out that the man in the suit was called Chun Rongsheng. Chun Rongsheng ordered the famous Guangdong dishes of boiled chicken, roasted squab, sweet and sour pork, stuffed tofu, and old-fashioned soup, as well as a few plates of cold dishes and snacks, filling the table. Xia Huanhuan picked up a piece of boiled chicken for Li Zhan and asked him not to speak first, then smiled and whispered, "Mr. Chen, you came from Gangsha, right?" Chun Rongsheng was stunned for a moment and asked, "You figured it out?" Xia Huanhuan thought to herself, "It's so hot, and you're still wearing a suit, but everyone here is wearing a Zhongshan suit. You look like a target. Even a fool can see that." Chun Rongsheng smiled awkwardly and said, "Alas, this is my first time here, and I thought everyone here was wearing suits and carrying briefcases, but I was the only one wearing this. I was so hot. In Hong Kong, I heard that the policies here have been slightly relaxed, so I applied for customs clearance and brought some samples, hoping to visit the department stores here to see if I can sell the products from Hong Kong to Guangzhou. Unexpectedly, the start was not good, and the department stores here refused to accept them." Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up and she asked then, "Mr. Chen, do you still have your samples now?" Chun Rongsheng smiled and said, "No, they have all been exchanged for money. It took some trouble to exchange them back to Hong Kong dollars." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan had to smile and didn't say anything else for the time being. After hearing this, Li Zhan understood why Xia Huanhuan suddenly wanted to have this meal. After a pause, Xia Huanhuan asked again, "Then, Mr. Chen, do you still plan to continue doing business in Guangzhou?" Chun Rongsheng looked at Xia Huanhuan, realized that she had something to say, and smiled. "I'm afraid the formal way is not feasible. As for other ways, the risks are too great. I still need to consider it carefully." Seeing that the conversation was right, Xia Huanhuan lowered her voice and smiled. "So, Mr. Chen has a source of goods?" Chun Rongsheng blinked and smiled. "This, I dare not guarantee. But I have more ways, I can always get it." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan left him an address and phone number and said that she hoped they could cooperate if there was a chance in the future. During the meal, Xia Huanhuan got up on the pretext of something and went to pay for the meal in advance, and then came back. When they were almost done eating, Chun Rongsheng called the waiter to pay the bill, but the waiter said that it had already been paid. Chun Rongsheng was stunned for a moment before he understood and said repeatedly, "How can this be? How can I be so embarrassed? It was you who helped me catch the thief." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, you're welcome. If we have a chance to meet again next time, you can treat us to a meal again." After hearing this, Chun Rongsheng also felt that the beautiful woman in front of him was not simple. From the questions she asked at the table, maybe they really could cooperate in the future, so he smiled and said, "Okay, we have a long way to go." The two sides said goodbye, and Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan returned to the guest house. Li Zhan asked softly, "Are you planning to buy goods from him in Hong Kong in the future, and then sell them in the mainland?" Xia Huanhuan nodded, and did not hide it, and said, "Yeah. There are many good things in Hong Kong which are not seen in the mainland. They must be popular. However, I want to give you a shot of prevention. That is, the way I purchase goods in the future will definitely have some gray areas. If you disagree, then I will never tell you about these things in the future, and you just pretend you don't know, okay?" The two of them were frank and open, and they were bound to encounter such contradictions. After all, Li Zhan was a public employee. Could he accept her methods? Would there be a rift between them? She really had no idea in her heart whether it would cause a rift. Li Zhan frowned and thought for a long time, then sighed and said, "Even if I stop you, you will continue to do it, right?" Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "However, I can also guarantee that this is just a special method during this special period. If conditions permit, I will use legitimate methods to purchase and sell goods. Just like the black market that has existed all these years, it is indeed illegal on the surface, but it is indispensable because the existence of the black market has saved many people." Xia Huanhuan would never touch the black area, but she was not particularly willing to abide by some things that she knew would be relaxed in the future and were only banned during this special period. Li Zhan looked at her and then said, "I only have two requirements. The first is that you must protect yourself. If your life is in danger or you're injured because of these things, I will definitely interfere even if I lock you up, and I will not let you do it again. You have to keep your original intention. Our family is not short of money. For some things, if it is purely for money, there is no need to take risks. If you agree to these 2 points, I will not interfere. Xia Huanhuan felt warm in her heart after hearing this. He put her safety first. Moreover, it was rare for him to say, I will not interfere given his status.
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, okay.
I promise you. After turning to the guest house, the two told Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru that they planned to go to the south to take a look. They did not say much about the details. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru did not ask in detail. Anyway, with Li Zhan going with them, their daughter should be fine. The next day, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan took the train to the south. It took about 3 or 4 hours to reach the county town, a journey of more than 100 kilometers. Although it was only a county town, there were many people at the train station, and everyone was carrying large canvas bags. Generally, people were lightly equipped on the train coming in, but were carrying large and small bags on the train going back. Xia Huanhuan whispered, I'm afraid these people secretly got the goods from the port city and wanted to sell them on the black market. Outside the train station, there was a tractor. It was a business opportunity for the fishermen here, who had discovered a business opportunity and were specifically transporting these gold diggers from afar from the train station to the dock. One of the drivers called Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan and asked if they wanted to take a ride, as there were only 2 spots left. The one-way fare was 3 yuan per person, which was not cheap. But people still flocked to take the ride. Before Xia Huanhuan could speak, there were already 2 or 3 people behind them who passed them and rushed to the driver. We sit. Xia Huanhuan was knocked off balance, and Li Zhan quickly grabbed her and held her in his arms. The driver turned around and apologized. Sorry, there is no seat. You wait for the next one. Li Zhan asked, How long will it take for the next one? The driver thought for a moment and said, It will take 2 hours to go back and forth. Xia Huanhuan heard that if she waited another 2 hours, she would probably miss the train back to Guangzhou by going to the fishing village pier and coming back. She pulled Li Zhan towards a secluded place. Li Zhan was a little confused. Huanhuan, what tricks have you come up with? The 2 of them took a detour to a more secluded place. After Xia Huanhuan made sure that there was no one around, she said, I'll go to the space, see if you can see if there is anyone. As she said that, she disappeared. Li Zhen. At least tell him why she went to the space. Just let him wait like this? However, Xia Huanhuan didn't make him wait long. Li Zhan observed the surroundings while paying attention to the place where she just disappeared. Then, a jeep suddenly appeared in the empty space where there was nothing before. Li Zhan's eyes widened in shock. Xia Huanhuan got down from the driver's seat and asked, You can drive, right? Li Zhan opened his mouth, not knowing where to start. He found that no matter how many times his wife confessed, there were always new secrets on her, one after another. This jeep. Where did she come from? Li Zhan nodded and sat in the driver's seat, and Xia Huanhuan also got on the co-pilot. Li Zhan started the car and drove forward. Xia Huanhuan took the map she had just bought from the newsstand next to the train station and directed, Follow this road, drive straight ahead, then turn west, and you'll be there. While directing, she sighed in her heart, It's so inconvenient without a navigation. Li Zhan didn't ask about the origin of the jeep. He had already accepted his fate. In the future, he would not be surprised even if his wife made a house out of the space. The jeep quickly overtook the previous tractor, and everyone could not help but salute the jeep that passed by. When they arrived at the place, Xia Huanhuan asked Li Zhan to drive the car to a forest far away from the village. Seeing that there was no one around, she put the car into the space and then went to the village with Li Zhan. The jeep was too much of an eyesore, so it was more convenient to put it away and keep a low profile. When they arrived at the village, they saw that there was only barbed wire separating the border, and there were also sentries standing guard, all of whom were sent from a nearby barracks. Looking further ahead, you can see the sea and the small pier, as well as the fishing boats moored at the small pier. It seems that there will be no transactions during the day. Xia Huanhuan went to a villager's house for one night and asked about the situation at the owner's house. The host guessed what Xia Huanhuan was here for and said with a smile, "You guys wait until night. We're not at the pier, we have to go further ahead. You just follow those people, they all know the way." Xia Huanhuan listened, and went to the room with Li Zhan to rest. It was hot in the summer, so she locked the door, got some hot spring water from the space, took off her single clothes until she was left with only her underwear, and then wiped the sweat off her body with the water. Since she couldn't reach her back, she asked Li Zhan to help wipe it. Comrade Li Zhan naturally wouldn't be so gentlemanly as to just wipe her back, and his somewhat excessive movements made Xia Huanhuan angry and unbearable. The key is that this rascal didn't even get to the end, but teased her. However, in this way, time passed much faster, and soon it was dark outside. The temperature also dropped slightly. Xia Huanhuan fetched water again, and after the two of them washed, they went out. The host prepared fish soup and clay pot porridge. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan drank a lot of it before leaving the house. Sure enough, many people in the village quietly left the house at this time and walked towards the seaside. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan followed them without asking others. When they arrived at the dock, there were already a few people there. When they saw each other, they nodded. It was obvious that they had seen each other many times and knew each other. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were strangers, so everyone looked at them warily for a while, and then a man came forward to question them. Xia Huanhuan was not afraid and said, "This is our first time here, but our purpose is the same as yours, that is, we want to import some goods. Don't worry, we are not selling them in your land in Guangshi, but we are going to sell them in the north." The interrogator didn't say anything more after hearing this and walked away, but he still kept an eye on them, fearing that they were plain clothes. Soon, someone whispered, "Here they come." Nothing could be seen on the dark sea, but the sound of water could be heard, coming from far away. After a while, a small fishing boat, without lights, came to the shore. Two people on the fishing boat lifted 2 boxes of things from under the awning to the bow, opened them, and said, "Today we have 100 electronic watches, 100 wallets, 100 belts, 100 tape recorders, 100 tapes of Teresa Tung and Sam Hui, and 100 sunglasses. 30 cans of biscuits and 30 cans of milk powder. That's all. First come, first served." Everyone rushed over, holding money in their hands, fearing that it would be their turn. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan also moved forward, mainly because they were afraid that if they showed no interest at all, these people would be suspicious. If they thought they were plain clothes and wanted to get them here, no matter how powerful Li Zhan was, he would be no match for them. Except for the cans of biscuits and milk powder, the other things were not big, but the prices were not cheap. Even so, they were almost sold out very quickly. The tape recorder and the cassette tapes were too expensive, costing 45 yuan each. The cassette tapes were 2 yuan each, but without the tape recorder, they were not easy to sell. So, in the end, there were only 80 tapes left and no one wanted them. It was no wonder. The purchase price was 45 yuan each. The last time Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan asked in the black market, the price was only 51 yuan. Such expensive things did not make much profit. If they could not sell them, they would have to keep them all. The people on the boat also felt that the tape recorder was not selling well, so they said, "The price of the tape recorder has been reduced to 41 yuan, and a box of Teresa Tung will be given as a gift." After shouting, some people took about 45 tapes, and there were 75 tapes left. The people on the boat shook their heads and put the tape recorder aside. Xia Huanhuan then came forward and asked, "If I want all of these tape recorders, what is the lowest price you can give me?" When the people present heard this, they were all shocked and looked up at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment. At a glance, the person who spoke was a stranger they had seen before, and they couldn't help but become even more curious. The experienced ones laughed and said, "Is this your first time doing this? You are obviously inexperienced. These things cannot be sold openly. If you want so many and keep them all in your hands, it will crush you. It is better to take fewer units so that the funds can be turned over faster and you can make more money." "Yes, I have no experience. This tape recorder is high-end, but not everyone can afford it. It is the best to sell 3 or 5 units a month." The people on the boat were eager to ship the goods, so they scolded those who were gossiping. "Go away. What do you know? Big sister, you have good vision. These tape recorders are good things. When you play a tape, it is like a female singer singing in your ear. If you really want it, I will give you 35 yuan for each one. What do you think? 35 yuan means that according to the black market price of 50 yuan, you can make 15 yuan for each one, which is not bad. However, if you buy 75 units together, that is 2,450 yuan, which is a huge sum of money. Even those old hands who have been doing this kind of business for a while and have earned thousands or tens of thousands of dollars may be tempted, but if they do the math, they will realize that they have to gamble a quarter of their fortune. If it gets caught, it will be a big loss. Moreover, with so many tape recorders, if they are checked on the train, you can lie that your relatives asked someone to buy them from Hong Kong for you, but what about more than 70? If you can't explain it clearly, confiscation is a small matter, but if you are arrested, some people can't help but gloat at Xia Huanhuan's misfortune. I don't know where this fool came from. I'm afraid he will fall hard. Xia Huanhuan shook her head and smiled. I will help you clear the goods directly, and you give me $5. It's too insincere. The people on the boat gritted their teeth and asked, okay, then you name a price. Xia Huanhuan counted 2 numbers with her fingers and said, 20. Oh my, 20. I've been in this business for so long, and I've never heard of such a low purchase price. Inexperienced means inexperienced. Can the seller lose money to make a profit? This is impossible to agree to. The hearts of the people on the boat were also bleeding. This was really cruel. He said, you have heard what everyone said. 20 is really not worth selling. How about this? I will give you another $3, 32. Is that okay? Xia Huanhuan was unmoved. 25. The people on the boat still shook their heads. At this price, I might as well ship it back the same way. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, if you ship it back the same way, won't you still have to ship it back here to sell it next time? Instead, you have to bear double or even triple or quadruple the risk. It's better to give you a little bit of discount now and transfer the risk to me. The seller knew this in his heart. There are people guarding this place. They have to move to another place after a few times, and they're also afraid of being caught. If he doesn't take advantage of this time when there is a sucker who wants all of them and sell them all directly, will he really bring them back later? Looking at the situation of today's shipment, at most 10 to 20 units each time, and it would be good if he can sell 5 or 6 units when it is saturated later. With this calculation, it will take at least 5 or 6 times to sell all of them. If he is discovered once, he can jump into the sea and swim away, but the things will be gone. This has happened before. For people like them, risk is always more important than making more money. Therefore, the man pondered for a long time and finally gritted his teeth and said, 30. It can't be any lower. Xia Huanhuan said, 28, and I will give you a Teresa Tung disc for each one. If it works out, I will also buy all the things you have left tonight. How about that? 28 plus a box of Teresa Tung. The people on the boat were frowning, but the other things were also a great temptation. He looked and saw that there were 3 barrels of milk powder and biscuits left, 10 yuan for a barrel of milk powder, 12 yuan for biscuits and other sunglasses, electronic watches, belts, wallets, and Su Guanji's tapes, etc. All in all, it would be several hundred yuan. If they could really sell them all at once. The people on the boat couldn't help asking, do you have cash? Xia Huanhuan smiled. Of course. After hearing this, no one said anything sarcastic, and no one laughed at the joke. They took the tape recorders, and 35 yuan for one was already the lowest price, and this was probably some batches of goods with poor quality. This time, the goods were all good, and the purchase price was 28, which meant that one could earn 23 per unit, nearly half of the profit. But no one dared to buy 75 units in one go, so they could only sigh at this good price. The people on the boat gritted their teeth and said, okay, big sister, you seem to be very courageous. 28 is 28. 75 units, a total of 2,100 yuan, and these various things for 100 yuan, you give 2,005. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, give me a discount for the others, 300 yuan, I'll give you 2,004, okay? At this point, the people on the boat sighed and said, okay. Big sister, is this really your first time? Your bargaining ability is better than those who have been doing it for a long time. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You flatter me too much." Immediately, the people on the boat helped move the remaining things to the land, counted them one by one, and Xia Huanhuan took out 2,400 yuan from her pocket and gave it to the man. Seeing that this was really a master who could take out so much money at once, and when he took it out, his hands did not shake or his heart beat. He was so calm, and they couldn't help but secretly admire him in their hearts. Li Zhan watched his wife bargaining with others quietly throughout the whole process. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. However, his wife had surprised him more than once or twice, and he was quite calm. At that moment, everyone dispersed. Li Zhan naturally became a porter, stacking up 2 large boxes of things and moving them all at once. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. She just tried it, and it was hard for her to move 1 box, and this was 2 boxes. The two walked around and waited until they reached a secluded place with no one. Xia Huanhuan put both boxes of things into the space and went back to the villager's house with Li Zhan. Early the next morning, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan went home. This time, they took the tractor driven by the villagers. They left early in the morning, and the sun had not risen yet. It was quite comfortable to be blown by the wind. Along the way, there were still farmlands everywhere, rural scenery. Who would have thought at this time that in less than 10 years, there would be high-rise buildings everywhere, and it would rise rapidly? When they arrived at the county town, they took the train back to Guangzhou. After thinking about it, Xia Huanhuan said to Li Zhan, "I plan to rent a house here." Li Zhan understood immediately and asked, "Are you planning to come here using the space?"
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, "Yes.
I will definitely come here often in the future. In fact, it would be best to buy a house, but I can't be too anxious now. Let's rent one first, and then look for one later." Li Zhan looked at his wife. He found that his wife was really rich. She took out 2,400 yuan last night without blinking. Now, when talking about buying a house in Guangzhou, she didn't mention the money. "I guess money is not a problem." Seeing Li Zhan looking at her, Xia Huanhuan asked, "Why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face?" Li Zhan smiled and said lovingly, "No, I just want to see. My wife is really beautiful." He felt a little disappointed. It turned out that Huanhuan didn't need him and could live a prosperous life. However, this was a mentality that he needed to adjust, and he shouldn't say it out loud to make Huanhuan worry. Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and cursed softly. "What? Eh?" As she spoke, she couldn't help but smile shyly. After returning to Guangzhou, Xia Huanhuan began to look for a house. Just like when she was in the county town, she mainly went to the old city or the edge of the city near the suburbs to look for a house with a yard and a little remote, so as not to attract attention. Finally, she found a farmhouse with a yard in the southern suburbs, agreed to pay 8 yuan a month, and rented it. After finishing this matter, Xia Huanhuan went to visit Chen Lu. When Chen Lu saw her, she was surprised and complained, blaming her for not sending her a telegram in advance before coming, and for not coming to see her now after so many days. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I thought we came here just after you, and you just came home. Your parents must be very happy. How could they get you out to accompany us to Guangzhou?" "My brother happened to be here, so we went to live with him." Chen Lu was stunned for a moment. "Huanhuan, your brother is here? I haven't heard you mention him before." Xia Huanhuan said, "Well, I never had the chance to mention him before. He is serving in the army here." Chen Lu nodded and smiled, "So that's how it is. Let's go. I'll take you to eat authentic rice rolls and beef offal." Rice rolls are made of thin rice wrappers wrapped with eggs, shrimps, beef, chicken, leeks, etc., and then drizzled with a special sauce. Beef offal is braised beef tongue, beef liver, beef tripe, beef lungs, beef heart, beef intestines and other internal organs, plus radish cubes, drizzled with chili oil. It was delicious. Chen Lu obviously often came to this store. As soon as she entered the store, she shouted in dialect, "Uncle Chen, I want 2 servings of beef offal, 2 servings of rice rolls, both beef and shrimp, and a basket of barbecued pork buns." Uncle Chen listened, poked his head out, and said with a smile, "Is it Xiaolu? Wait, it will be ready soon." Your father is in the kitchen. Do you want him to come out?
Chen-lu shook his head and said, "No."
You are also very busy. My classmates and I will leave after eating. After the two sat down, Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, Is your father a chef? Chen-lu was stunned for a moment. How did you know? Then she remembered that she had just mentioned her father. However, she just used dialect, and the dialect here is not easy to understand. Chen-lu asked in surprise, Huan, do you know our dialect? Xia Huanhuan smiled modestly. I can understand it, but I can't speak it very well. Chen-lu smiled. No wonder you know it. Yes, my father is the chef of this state-owned restaurant. Don't laugh at me. Xia Huanhuan said, My father is a coal hauler and you didn't laugh at me, so why should I laugh at you? Chen-lu also laughed when he heard this. Soon, the food came up. In addition to the 3 items ordered, there were 2 plates of almond tofu. Chen-lu was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Uncle Chen. Uncle Chen put his hand to his mouth, made a hushed gesture, and then laughed softly. Your dad asked me to give it to you secretly. Chen-lu couldn't help but smiled sweetly after hearing this, and whispered to Uncle Chen, Tell my dad to thank my dad and thank Uncle Chen too. Xia Huanhuan and Chen-lu started eating only after Uncle Chen left to do other things. The rice noodle rolls were soft, sticky, cool, and smooth, and paired with chewy shrimps and fresh and fragrant beef. It was simply delicious to the extreme. The beef offal was well marinated, and there were no radishes in the season, so it was filled with fried tofu, sour bamboo shoots, quail eggs, and bean sprouts, soaked in the marinade and seasoned with chili oil. Xia Huanhuan ate it with relish. Paired with the fresh and fragrant barbecued pork buns and the cool and smooth almond tofu, Xia Huanhuan felt that her life was complete. Apart from anything else, it was worth the trip to travel through time just for this authentic meal. After dinner, the two went to the tea house to drink tea to digest the food, and only came out after killing some time. Just after leaving the tea house, a jeep happened to pass by and stopped when it saw them. Yan Haotian leaned out of the car window and asked with a smile, Huanhuan, why are you here? Why isn't Li Zhan with you? Then, she saw Chen-lu beside her, and she couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Chen-lu didn't expect to meet brother Xia Huanhuan suddenly, and Yan Haotian was on duty, wearing a military uniform, heroic and handsome. Seeing that Yan Haotian was also looking at her, Chen-lu couldn't help but blushing. Yan Haotian came back to his senses and asked with a smile, Huanhuan, is this your classmate? Xia Huanhuan saw that the atmosphere between the two was a little subtle and couldn't help but curled her lips and smiled. Yes, it's the roommate I mentioned. My home is in Guangzhou, and my name is Chen-lu. Yan Haotian was generous, grinning with 8 teeth, and greeted with a smile. Classmate Chen-lu, hello. Chen-lu said shyly, hello. Hello. Yan Haotian looked back at Xia Huanhuan. Where are you going next? I'll take you there. Xia Huanhuan smiled. Are you on duty? Let's go by ourselves. Yan Haotian shook his head and said, The official business is over, and we are going back to the base. It's okay. Xia Huanhuan said, That's fine. Chen-lu was still a little embarrassed, but Xia Huanhuan pulled her into the car and said, It's okay. The direction of your home is the same as the direction of my brother's base, so it's on the way. Chen-lu didn't refuse and got in the car. However, she was still shy along the way. When she arrived at the family compound where her family lived, she got off the car, thanked him with a red face, and then left. Xia Huanhuan waited until Chen-lu walked away, then smiled and said, Brother, my classmate has a good personality, and she is still single and has no partner. I saw you looking at her just now. Yan Haotian didn't wait for her to finish, and he was embarrassed and scolded in a low voice, Don't talk nonsense. I was just stunned for a moment when I saw her at first glance. Don't say anything in front of my parents. Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled. Okay. I won't say it. But Chen-lu is indeed good. Xia Huanhuan stopped there. She had no intention of being a matchmaker. Anyway, Chen-lu was in Guangzhou now, and there was still more than a month left in the summer vacation. If Yan Haotian really wanted to, he would take the initiative. What happened next would depend on whether they were destined to be together. This visit was almost over, and Xia Huan and Li Zhan went to the train station to buy return tickets. Yan Haotian sent them to the train station again, and Chenlu came to see them off and brought them a lot of local specialties. After Xia Huan and the others got on the train, Yan Haotian and Chenlu came out together. Yan Haotian remembered what Xia Huan said. He was indeed not a child anymore. Although Chenlu didn't look as good as Li Zhan, he was still a little girl. His sister is so bright, but she is also beautiful like a pretty girl from small family, and she is very attractive. But, after all, she is a college student and a top student at Peking University, so she may not be interested in him. Chenlu felt a little restrained when walking with Yan Haotian. Yan Haotian is 1.80 meters tall, and among all the southern men, he is almost a standout. In addition, he is a soldier with a burly figure, but he looks handsome and does not look fierce. However, Chenlu was originally a little introverted and reserved, and was somewhat afraid of Yan Haotian. The atmosphere between the two was very awkward for a while. Yan Haotian scratched his hair, and then he said, "You came here by bus, right? I'm going back to the base, and I'll take you back on my way." Chenlu was startled and said quickly, No. My bus is quite convenient, and I'll be there in a while." When Yan Haotian heard her straightforward refusal, he thought that she really didn't want to, so he didn't insist any longer. However, the train station was full of people of all kinds, so Yan Haotian didn't just leave. He looked around, pointed to a place and asked, "Is that the bus stop for the bus you want to take?" Chenlu was very nervous, so she quickly took a look and nodded. "Well." Yan Haotian said, "Okay, I'll go with you to wait for the bus, and I'll leave after you get on the bus." Chenlu's face got a little hot, and she whispered, "No. Don't bother. You go first. The bus takes a while, and we have to wait for a while." This time, Yan Haotian didn't give in and said, "How can that be? It's a bit chaotic here. What if you encounter a pickpocket or something? How can I explain to Huan? It's okay. You don't have to be afraid of me. I'll wait until you get on the bus, and then I'll leave." When Chenlu heard this, he didn't care about being afraid or embarrassed. He suddenly raised his head and explained incoherently, I
didn't mean that.
I'm not afraid of you." When he said this, the last part of his voice was basically gone. However, Yan Haotian still understood it. He felt much better all of a sudden. He dared to muster up the courage to say that he was not afraid of him.
Well,
it seems that he is not too timid. The two continued to wait under the bus stop in awkward silence. However, for some reason, no one came no matter how long they waited. Many passengers had already gathered on the platform. Yan Haotian looked at the timetable posted on the bus stop and muttered, "It shouldn't be? There should be a bus at this time." Chenlu smiled and said, "I guess the bus broke down on the road. The last time I came back, it broke down on the road. Later, I waited until the next bus came before I got on it. If you have something urgent, you really don't have to accompany me. I'm alone." Yan Haotian smiled and said, "I don't have anything urgent. I took a leave today to send them off. It's okay, let's wait a little longer." After waiting for a long time, the bus finally came slowly. Chenlu breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she could escape from this embarrassing situation. She thought about it and decided that she was either afraid of Yan Haotian or she was inexplicably nervous when he was nearby. She quickly stood up and walked towards a place where the bus was scheduled to stop. Unexpectedly, the person behind her probably wanted to get on the bus and sit in a seat earlier and was more anxious than her. He didn't pay attention and bumped past her. Chenlu was petite to begin with, and she staggered to the side after being hit. Be careful." Yan Haotian saw this and quickly reached out to hold her shoulders. Chenlu lost her balance and fell directly into Yan Haotian's arms. Although Yan Haotian helped her, her head still hit Yan Haotian's solid chest involuntarily. People were wearing thin clothes in summer, and there was an awkward silence between the two. Then, Chenlu pushed Yan Haotian away violently. Her face had turned as red as the clouds in the sky. Yan Haotian also coughed twice with some embarrassment, and then said, "I'm sorry, I was just in a hurry." Chenlu quickly shook her head and said hesitantly, "No, I didn't stand firmly. I want to get on the bus. Thank you. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Yen Haotian, lowered her head and turned around, rushing towards the bus. Then she was dumbfounded. Because there was a miss on the way, there were surprisingly many passengers on this bus, and there were 2 passengers at the door trying hard to squeeze in. The driver shouted helplessly in the car, "No room. No room. Wait for the next one." Having said that, he closed the car door with difficulty and drove away. Chenlu. This. Can the situation be any more awkward? Yen Haotian was speechless. He looked at the timetable again and saw that the next train would be in 20 minutes. Chenlu felt a little sorry. Well, you really should go first. I feel embarrassed for you to keep waiting for me. Yen Haotian looked at her and said again, how about I take you back? It's on the way and not a hassle. But if you really don't want to. I'm not unwilling, Chenlu said quickly. After saying that, his face turned red, as if she was eager for him to give it to her. Chenlu's voice became softer again, and he explained that I am afraid of bothering you. When Yen Haotian heard this, he couldn't help being happy. He smiled and said, I don't have to go around so much. I really want to give it to you. If it's troublesome, I won't mention it in the first place. If you say that, I'll take it as your promise. Let's go. It's such a hot day. If you wait another 20 minutes, you'll get heat stroke if you go back. Chenlu was too embarrassed to refuse now, so he followed Yen Haotian to the parking lot one after another. After getting into the jeep, Yen Haotian also knew that she was cautious, so he found a topic and asked with a smile, how did you and Huanhuan meet? They also became good friends. Chenlu breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously. As long as he didn't keep silent, it would be fine. She told Yen Haotian that she didn't bring enough cotton-padded clothes and bedding to keep out the cold, and Xia Huanhuan helped her. Yen Haotian listened and said with a smile, the cold in winter in the north is indeed unbearable. There is heating, but generally in order to save coal, we don't burn too much. The first time you go there, you have no experience. Chenlu nodded and said excitedly, that's right. I also didn't expect that it was already February and March over there, and the ice in the river was still so thick. I heard from Huanhuan that in winter, the river can freeze all the way down, and everyone skates on the ice of Hohai. It's so fun. I can't skate yet. Yen Haotian couldn't help but laugh. That's easy. I'll teach you when I get the chance someday. After saying that, both of them couldn't help being stunned. The harmonious atmosphere just turned back to awkward silence in an instant. Fortunately, Chenlu Jia arrived at this time, and Chenlu quickly got out of the car and said in a panic to Yen Haotian, thanks, she ran away. After she got home and returned to her room, she gasped for air, her heart was beating hard, and her face was feeling hot from running all the way. The stairs were tiring, maybe for other reasons. Here Yen Haotian looked up at the residential building, feeling quite happy, and left whistling. A few days later, Yen Haotian took a few brothers to the last trip. I want to eat rice rolls at that rice roll and cowboy shop. Chenlu would go to that shop from time to time, and met her a few times. After that, Yen Haotian made an appointment with Chenlu in the park and told her frankly that he wanted to go there. You have also seen my parents and sister. Both parents are from rural areas. I was abducted and trafficked since I was a child. My adoptive parents have passed away. They left me a house in Beijing, and not much else. However, during my years as a soldier, in addition to the allowances sent to my family, I also saved a lot of money. After I get married in the future, the army should also have a quota for housing. In my case, this is exactly what happened. Chenlu, don't be burdened. I am indeed several years older than you. If you feel inappropriate or don't like me, just say so. I will never bother you again. Yen Haotian told her situation in one breath. Chenlu blushed, glanced at Yen Haotian secretly, and lowered his head again. She was torn in her heart. She and Xia Huanhuan were good friends, but suddenly she was in love with her brother. Then, will Huanhuan blame her? After being so entangled, Yen Haotian's heart sank, and he asked softly, is unwilling? Chenlu was even more confused. Yen Haotian's heart dropped for the most part, and he sighed and said, Then I'll take you back. As he said that, he turned around to leave, but suddenly, his hand was caught. Yan Haoyan turned around in surprise, only to see Chenlu lowering his head, but her hand was holding Yan Haoyan's hand and refused to let go. There is no unwillingness. I'm just afraid that Huan won't agree. Yan Haoyan was stunned for a moment. Then he was overjoyed and said, Are you really willing? It would be easy if you are willing. Don't worry about Huan. She even let me boldly pursue you before she left. In short, you don't have to worry about objections from my family. After hearing Yan Haoyan's words, Chenlu breathed a sigh of relief, with a smile on his face, and asked softly, Really? That would be great.
Then,
shall we go back? Yan Haoyan immediately said, Of course I won't go back.
Walk.
Let's go take a boat trip on the lake. Yan Hantian and Chenlu are making rapid progress in Guangshi. On the Beijing side, Xia Huan's final results are also out. This time he is third. What is surprising is that Sun Hui actually got second in the department. Li Jixin was in 8th place, much better than in the midterm, but was still overshadowed by Sun Hui. Li Jixin felt very unbalanced. No matter how hard Sun Hui worked, he couldn't just go from 4th place in the midterm, 10th place, 2nd place in the exam. However, it was still on vacation, so we didn't meet each other, so there was no conflict. Xia Huan didn't care about the results, so she left after looking at them, dealing with recorders and tapes bought from small fishing villages. Other items such as electronic watches, belts, wallets, sunglasses, etc. are all bulk goods. It is easy to get them. If you go to the black market and set up a stall, they're all popular items and can be sold in less than an hour. Xia Huan specially left a belt for Mr. Fu and Fu Weixin, a wallet for Fu Nanjing and his second brother Fu Beifa, and a pair of sunglasses for Yuan Chao and He Heping, but the song tapes were secretly given to him, mainly to let them listen to English tapes and practice listening. Even Aunt Chen and Xia Huan at home gave them a bucket of milk powder and biscuits and gave one bucket to each of the Fu family. One bucket was intended for Li Jie and Xia Chioha's family. She couldn't sell the rest of the tape recorder at the black market every day, so she asked Dahe to help her get it from the Hong Kong market. I'll give you a tape recorder for 40, and it also comes with 2 tapes from popular singers from Hong Kong and Taiwan. The tapes cost 3 yuan a box. You go and sell. Sell more and sell less, and the excess is yours. You get the goods first and then pay me after you sell them. If you can't sell them, just send them back intact. How about it? Will you take it? Dahe's eyes lit up. Brother Luo also got around 20 of these tape recorders last time. They also sold them in bulk. 1 unit can be sold for 60. It's very popular. If you get it for 40 yuan, it's still get the goods first and pay later. The profit from the sale is 20 yuan, which is equivalent to half a month's salary at the factory. Where can I get such a good thing? Dahe nodded hurriedly. Sister Wanner still remembers us. That will definitely work. Sister, how many do you have? Xia Huan didn't tell him the actual number, but said, anyway, it should be sold for a while. When you sell out, just come over and ask me for it. But one thing is that I have to say something ugly first. You can't go to those scoundrels when you are looking for someone. I will get back the money for how many cars I go out. If it is short, then I will look for you, Dahe. Dahe patted his chest and said, Sister Wanner, don't worry. I'm in charge.
Can't.
Xia Huan nodded, and first gave him 10 sets and 20 tapes for him to sell. After returning from the black market, Xia Huan stopped by to see Qi Jian and Qi Ningyu, and then took Qi Jian's pulse. Qi Ningyu said gratefully, Sister Wanna, my dad's cough has improved a lot after the past 6 months of recovery. Sister Wanna, you are so awesome. Xia Huan smiled and said, it's mainly due to you. If you hadn't supervised and prevented your father from smoking anymore, no matter how good the medicine is, it would only treat the symptoms but not the root cause. Qi Ningyu smiled sheepishly. Qi Jian snorted dissatisfiedly and said, you will gang up and abuse me. As he said that, he also laughed. Don't you still know his own physical condition in the past 6 months? In the past, he could only have the energy to sit up for 2 hours a day, and then he had to lie down, coughing so hard that he almost vomited out his lungs. Now, he can basically get out of bed during the day, his cough is much lighter, and the symptoms of coughing up blood are basically gone. So, although he said that, he was still willing to listen to his daughter's control. Said, "Dad, I'll forget what you say. I won't obey Sister Wanner." Chi Jian pointed at her and said with a smile, "Look, it's only been half a year, and you are no longer interested in me as your father." Xia Huanhuan pursed her lips and smiled, and said, "Uncle Chi, Ningyu, I'll leave first. I'll deliver the medicine tomorrow." Chi Ningyu agreed, immediately went into the back room, took out $1 for medicine and gave it to Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan accepted it without refusing. Just as she was about to leave, Chi Jian suddenly stopped her and said, "That's right. Huanhuan, didn't you say you wanted to do some small business when you bought that small store? Why hasn't there been any action yet? I think the policy has become a little looser in the past 6 months, but some are brave enough to open a small door and sell things secretly." Xia Huanhuan thought he was worried about Chi Ningyu's work, so she smiled and said, "Uncle Chi, I want to wait a little longer, and we can open it this winter at the latest. Don't worry, Ningyu." Chi Jian quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not worried about that. Can I still not see what you were like in the past 6 months? The street office came to see me a few days ago. As for your facade, didn't I say that it was originally part of the restaurant passed down from our ancestors? It is now used as a warehouse, and the doors and windows facing the street are closed, but it is empty most of the time. The street people said that they recently wanted to release the house and let individuals rent it to make a living, so they gave me priority. I haven't turned them down yet, but I thought you might be interested." Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He quickly said, "Uncle Chi, you are really clever. I am indeed interested. How is the rent calculated? How long can I rent at a time? Also, is it possible that this restaurant can be sold to an individual?" Chi Jian couldn't help laughing after listening to her series of questions. "You are too impatient. It hasn't been decided yet. The street office is just asking for opinions first. It's not certain whether it will be rented out in the future. As for selling it after the public-private partnership, this restaurant is now owned by the state, so it's unlikely to be sold." Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but sigh when she heard this. Indeed, it's rare to have the intention to rent it out now. As for selling it, I'm afraid I'll have to wait another 10 or 8 years. Chi Jian continued, "If you are interested, I'll tell the street office that I'm interested and ask them to find me first. But you have to prepare the money in advance." Xia Huanhuan said gratefully, "Thank you, Uncle Chi. Don't worry about the money. There will be absolutely no problem." After leaving the Chi family, Xia Huanhuan took out a big watermelon from the space before returning to the courtyard. As soon as she returned to the yard, Li Zhan rushed over, picked up Xia Huanhuan, and spun her around several times. Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she couldn't help but scream "ah," and could only hug him tightly, fearing that she would be thrown out. After Li Zhan put her down, she asked unhappily, "What are you so happy about?" Li Zhan handed him a letter and smiled. "Read for yourself." Xia Huanhuan took the letter in his hand, opened it, and couldn't help feeling happy in her heart. "Dad and Mom can go back to Beijing?"
Li Zhan de Sulamli.
In fact, starting from a year and a half ago, the situations of Rongjinbang and Shunwanxue have been gradually reviewed and investigated, and many people have returned to the city one after another. The Fu family and Li Zhan have been running around for the affairs of Rongjinbang, Shunwanxue, and Yang Qiushi, and now there is finally a result.
Great.
I will decorate the west wing of our house first, and then let them move in when the time comes," Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Li Zhan said with a smile, "Don't believe everything you hear. According to the letter, it may be September. It's not too late to tidy it up when the time is almost up." Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were also happy to hear the news. Alas, Li Zhan has a miserable life. He has been separated from his biological parents since he was a child. After recognizing his relatives, he cannot show his relationship with them, and they still have to be separated. This is great. The family can finally be reunited, Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. Isn't it? This is really a bright future. What about the master? Is there no movement yet? Li Zhan shook his head and said, I will go and ask tomorrow. It should be almost done. Maybe not this batch or the next one. Xia Huanhuan nodded and then said, If the master returns to the city, I don't know if his original residence is still there. Li Zhan, I plan to bring the master to live here as well. Anyway, this 3-courtyard house can accommodate him. Li Zhan smiled and said, It's up to you to decide. I have no objection. Because of this happy event, Xia Huanhuan took out 3 chickens from the space, a large piece of pork, beans picked from the vegetable garden in the backyard, and bean sprouts soaked in soybeans. For the braised noodles that were made at noon, the pork, beans, and bean sprouts were fried first, leaving some juice, and then the steamed noodles were mixed in. Chicken soup was also made. 3 old hens were used to make a large pot of chicken soup with wolfberries, ginseng slices, mushrooms, etc. After the soup was cooked, Xia Huanhuan asked Xiaowen to carry a thermos and send about 1 to Grandpa Fu and Fu Weixin. The rest were eaten by the whole family. Xiaowen came back from running errands with a bowl of vegetables in his hand and said, Mom, Grandma Chin stewed pig's trotters, and Grandpa asked me to bring some back. Xia Huanhuan saw that she sent some chicken soup and earned a few pig's trotters, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Didn't you tell Grandpa that our family has already prepared the meal, and there is chicken soup enough to eat? Xiaowen said, Of course. Grandpa insisted that I take it, and my 3rd uncle also said that there was a happy event at home today, so he bought more than 10 pig's trotters. Bringing some back for us will be enough for us to eat. Xia Huanhuan smiled when she heard it. Happy event? What a coincidence. Is there any happy event? Xiaowen said, I heard that my 3rd aunt is coming back to the city. 3rd uncle is so happy. This is indeed a happy event. Since Xia Huanhuan left the island, she has not seen Yu Siju again. 3rd brother finally doesn't have to live apart. This is indeed a good thing. Okay, you should wash your hands and eat. Xiaowen agreed and went. The other kids came over. Bebe asked Mom, My 3rd aunt is coming back. Will there be a wedding? Can we see the bride? Xiaowu smiled and said, There are also red envelopes. The triplets also came over to join in the fun. There are also delicious things to eat. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. It's not you who are getting married. Look how excited you are. Okay, let's eat. After dinner, Xia Huanhuan went to Fu's house and asked about it. It turned out to be true. Yu Siju will be back next month. Fu Nanjum works in the hospital. She had already been allocated housing, a 1-bedroom apartment, which was quite spacious. When Yu Siju came back, he planned to move in. Xia Huanhuan asked about the wedding. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, Do it. We must hold a wedding ceremony. She has been treated too badly in the past 2 years. Xia Huanhuan nodded, then asked, What about Uncle Yu and Aunt Yu? Have they made any plans? Yes, they have. They said they will probably be able to return to the city by the end of the year. Otherwise, Siju would not want to come back. However, her parents urged her, so they agreed to return in August. Xia Huanhuan went to practice calligraphy with Grandpa Fu for a while and took a walk with Fu Weixin for a while before going back. Time passed quickly. The sales of tape recorders at Dahe's place were also quite good. The first 10 units were sold out quickly. Xia Huanhuan gave 20 units the second time. After several times, the tape recorders and tapes were all sold out in half a month. Xia Huanhuan bought one at 28 yuan. Teresa Ting's tapes were given as a gift, and Su Guanjia's tapes were bought at 2 yuan each, so the cost of one was 30 yuan. She sold 41 units to Dahe. In addition, the tapes were 3 yuan each, and the 2 boxes of Teresa Tung and Su Guanjia were 6 yuan, so the total was 46 yuan. The profit was 16 yuan. Of the 75 tape recorders, she sold about 65 units in total, in addition to the ones she kept for others and for her own use, so the net profit was 1,040 yuan. In just half a month, she earned almost 2 years' salary of others. Dahe also tasted the sweetness and said with a smile, Sister Warner, do you have other goods from Hong Kong? It makes money so quickly. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, There are also some scattered electronic watches, sunglasses, wallets, and the like. There are not many. If you want them, I will give them to you. Dahe nodded hurriedly. Of course I want them. Xia Huanhuan originally wanted to set up a stall in the black market, but she didn't care and just gave them to Dahe. The profit from these things was not much, a total of 100 yuan. In the evening, Xia Huanhuan reported the account to Li Zhan. Li Zhan looked at her with a smile and couldn't help laughing. My wife is amazing. Xia Huanhuan blushed, rolled her eyes at him, and said, Why do I feel like a child asking for praise when you say that? Li Zhan pinched her nose and smiled. Can you think too much?
I'm sincere. But
Li Zhan said seriously, after all, the source of these goods is a bit subtle, so you should be more careful in the future.
Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Yeah, I've thought about it.
Last time, I went to a small fishing village to explore the way and bought some by the way. In the future, I will try to get the source of goods through legitimate channels. The method last time was actually strictly speaking smuggling. She was not short of money, so there was no need to take risks to lower costs. If something happened, she would be arrested, which was secondary. Li Zhan and the Fu family would be implicated, and the kids in the family would not be able to hold their heads up when they go out in the future. Therefore, she had already decided that the last time was an exception and she would never do it again. If she went through the customs declaration route, although she would have to pay taxes, the price might not be impossible to negotiate. She planned to go directly to Chen Rongxing, whom she met last time, to try to import goods from him next time. Xia Huanhuan continued, By the way, I want to go to Guangzhou again in August. The light industry, there is more developed. Last time we went to a small fishing village, there were already many newly built factories along the way. I want to buy some clothes to sell. Li Zhan nodded and said, You have space and the house there has been rented, so you don't have to travel all the way. It's just that I can't go with you, so you have to be careful. It's open over there, but there are also many dangers. Xia Huanhuan smiled. I'm not a 3-year-old child. Of course I know. Why are you being nagging too? Li Zhan couldn't help tickling her and said with a smile, I'm nagging, but I'm worried about you. You really don't know how to appreciate a good person. Xia Huanhuan was tickled and laughed so hard that she was out of breath. She quickly begged for mercy. Good brother. Can't I just admit my mistake? Li Zhan's eyes darkened, and he looked at her and smiled. What did you call me? Xia Huanhuan blushed and bit her lip as she looked at him. Li Zhan leaned over and kissed her, murmuring, Be good, yell again. As he spoke, his hands began to move. Xia Tian was thinly dressed, and soon the two of them were frank with each other. Xia Huanhuan refused to yell again, but Li Zhan had his own ways. By the end, Xia Huanhuan was like floating in a storm, begging for mercy breathlessly. In August, Xia Huanhuan said that there was a 2-day summer camp to attend during the summer vacation at school and went directly to Guangzhou through the space. This time, she went directly to the state-owned garment factory. Although the clothing styles here are also very simple, it is close to Hong Kong after all, so it will be more or less affected. Some designs are much more novel than those in the mainland. State-owned garment factories supply goods to designated department stores and are basically unwilling to wholesale to individuals. However, this garment factory has a lot of backlogs and cannot sell them. Going out, the department store only consumes a little bit each time. The business manager of the garment factory refused to pay attention to Xia Huanhuan at first. However, Xia Huanhuan persevered in visiting several times. Later, she heard that the manager's mother had arthritis, so she took some fruits and visited the old lady, helped to feel her pulse, and sent Chinese medicine the next day, asking her to boil and take it for conditioning. The old lady was not so defensive, and although Xia Huanhuan had selfish motives, she was dedicated in feeling her pulse and sending her medicine. Therefore, she had a very good impression of Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan sighed. In this situation, it is really frustrating that you can't buy things even if you have money. Fortunately, she was not particularly anxious, so she visited the old lady every now and then to show her presence. Xia Huanhuan returned empty-handed, and Li Zhan was stunned for a moment. What? No goods have arrived? Xia Huanhuan sighed. There's no way. After all, I'm an individual. The self-employed business has not been liberalized in the strict sense yet. Even if it is liberalized, state-owned factories are generally unwilling to do business with us. We can only do it slowly. She actually considered building her own factory, but one must take one step at a time and eat one bite at a time. To set up a factory, equipment, labor, and raw materials are all considerable investments. She remembered that when it was first liberalized, there were still some rumors that private factories could only employ 7 people at most. If there were more than 7 people, the boss would become a capitalist. Although she had space for raw materials such as cotton and silk, they were in their most primitive state. To make them into cloth and then into clothes, it would take a lot of processes. However, personnel and raw materials are secondary. Equipment. Preparation is the key. State-owned factories have funds and can afford to buy equipment. If she wants to purchase equipment, even if it is equipment that has been eliminated and disposed of by state-owned factories, it will cost tens of thousands of yuan. Now, she really doesn't have tens of thousands of yuan. At most, she only has about 10,000 yuan. If she really wants to set up a factory, she will have to use the gold in the space. This doesn't matter. The gold was originally stockpiled for emergencies. Xia Huanhuan thought about it and decided to wait another 2 years until there are clear policies to open a factory. Now, let's start with sales. Li Zhan smiled after hearing what she said. How can everything go as planned?
Take your time. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, yeah.
I'm not in a hurry. In August, I started to prepare to register the triplets for elementary school. The elementary school was still the same one that Xiaowu and Beibei went to. Now Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan's household registration and organizational relationship had been officially transferred to Beijing, and the household registration of the kids had also been moved down. Therefore, it didn't take much effort to register, and they just waited for September 1st to register. Xiaowen was going to be in the 2nd grade, Xiaowu was going to be in the 1st grade, and Beibei was going to be in the 5th grade. Except that Xiaowu had to change schools and register for junior high school, there were no other changes. After registering, the triplets pestered Xia Huanhuan to go to the department store to buy them school bags and exercise books, pencils, erasers, and the like. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan took the 2 of them to the mall. After buying them school bags and stationery, they were about to leave when they suddenly heard a commotion. You fickle thing! How dare you cheat on me behind my back? I'll beat you to death! A man shouted. Then with a pop a loud slap sounded. Ah! The beaten woman fell to the ground with disheveled hair. She was wearing a skirt with a slightly exposed neckline and high heels, which was completely different from the current style. A man next to her saw this and ran away in fear. I didn't know she had a husband. It's none of my business. Xia Huanhuan felt that the woman looked familiar for some reason, and then looked at the man who beat her. It was Su Daiyou. The woman turned her head to look at Su Daiyou viciously. If it wasn't Fu Qingye, who else could it be? Seeing that she dared to glare at him, Su Daiyou was even more furious. You still have the nerve to glare at me. Your daughter is only a few months old, and you don't stay at home to take care of the child. You leave the child to my mother to raise every day, and you run out to fool around with men. If I don't beat you to death today, I'm not Su Daiyou. Su Daiyou said. He raised his foot and was about to kick Fu Qingye. Fu Qingye curled up and dodged in embarrassment and resignation. However, there was no pain on his body. Su Daiyou cursed angrily. Who are you? I teach my wife a lesson. It's none of your business. It can't be her lover.
Ouch.
Let go. Li Zhan twisted his wrist hard and said coldly, Su Daiyou, what kind of man are you if you even beat your own woman? Su Daiyou looked carefully and recognized Li Zhan. Pointing at Li Zhan and cursing, who was I at that time? It turned out to be you. This witch must have you in her mind. Humph. You jump out now. You must have had an affair with her, this stinky woman. The spectators hid. The love of watching the fun is the same in any era and country. With a crisp sound of pop, Su Daiyou was stunned and looked at Xia Huanhuan in astonishment. Li Zhan also looked at her with a little surprise. Su Daiyou finally reacted and said fiercely, You dare to hit me. Don't want to live anymore. He was about to pounce on Xia Huanhuan. With Li Zhan around, Xia Huanhuan was not afraid at all and looked at Su Daiyou calmly. Li Jian really twisted his arm and twisted it behind his back. Ah, it hurts. Let go.
Su Dazu screamed.
Xia Huanhuan was not venting her anger for Fu Qingye, she just didn't like the domestic violence man. What's more, this Su Dao had harmed the Fu family and Li Jian, so a slap in the face was not enough. Xia Huanhuan said coldly, Su Dao, if you dare to make up stories about my man again, I will make your family live in chaos. What? My man always helps others when he sees injustice, but he has an affair with your wife. How can this be possible? We are a loving couple. Your wife is not a fairy. How can all men in the world want to have with her? These words made the crowd of onlookers nod their heads repeatedly. What the said is right. Didn't the man who had an affair with his wife just run away? This man is also funny, slandering thee as soon as he opens his mouth. He doesn't even look at his wife. That's right, look at how pretty thee is. If I had such a beautiful wife, would I still go out to find an adulterer? Am I crazy? She is even carrying 3 identical triplets. They are obviously shopping in the mall. There is nothing wrong with stopping her from hitting a woman in public. That's right. Listening to what everyone said, Xia Huanhuan felt a little relieved. Su Dao just suddenly stirred up trouble, and I'm afraid there will always be some gossip lovers spreading rumors. Fu Qingye and the Fu family have a special relationship. If some people make up stories out of nothing, it will not be good for Li Jian's future. So, she slapped Su Dao in the face in public to divert attention and change public opinion. Fu Qingye took the college entrance examination in July, but unfortunately, she didn't do well and failed. Su Dao was angry with her for reading books every day and ignoring his daughter, and now he was even more angry and beat her up. Fu Qingye was so angry that she hooked up with another man. She just saw Li Jian stop Su Dao and save her, and her heart was beating wildly. She thought Li Jian cared about her, but she felt a little ashamed and was afraid that Li Jian knew about her relationship with the man just now. Unexpectedly, Xia Huanhuan showed up halfway and directly explained it as a heroic act. Now, a group of people commented that she was not as pretty as Xia Huanhuan, and she was so angry that her face was very ugly. Li Jian looked at Xia Huanhuan with admiration and didn't even give Fu Qingye a glance. Soon, a security guard from the mall came over, and Li Jian told him about Su Dao beating people in public, and the security took Su Dao out. Su Dao still wanted to resist, shouting that he was the director of a certain department. However, his department is now being condemned by everyone. The security guard glanced at him coldly and said, "Behave yourself. If you don't go out, you will be sent to the police station." Here, Fu Qingye stood up and looked at Li Jian aggrievedly. "Brother Li Jian, thank you. Su Dao has been beating me, and no one supports me. As for the man just now,
We just met."
It's not what you think. Li Jian interrupted her and said coldly, "Fu Qingye, I don't have any opinion about your affairs. You chose the path, and now you can't blame others for what has happened. You take care of yourself." After saying that, he took Yao Yao and Ye's hands, while Xia Huanhuan took Yan Yan's and left without looking back. Yan Yan couldn't help asking, "Mom, who is that auntie?" Xia Huanhuan smiled. "I don't know her." Fu Qingye looked at the backs of Li Jian, Xia Huanhuan, and the triplets' family of 5, and jealousy and regret made her face more gloomy and twisted. That night, Li Jian looked at Xia Huanhuan gently and said, "Huanhuan, thank you." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. "Why thank me?" Li Jian smiled. "Today I helped Fu Qingye in the department store, and you were not angry." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes at him and smiled. "You and her didn't do anything. Why should I be angry? Besides, no matter what Fu Qingye did, that Su Dao would beat people, and he was obviously a habitual offender. I hate men who commit domestic violence the most. Otherwise, you can't slap him." Li Jian nodded and said with a smile, "When I'm here, you can hit me, but when you're alone and meet a man, you can't do that. After all, women can't match men in strength. It's too dangerous." Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "Of course I know. The matter has passed. However, there are follow-ups to the matter between Fu Qingye and Su Dao. In mid-August, Yu Siju really came back. Fu Nanjing went to Emerald Island in person to pick Yu Siju up. Xia Huanhuan went to the Fu family to help arrange the welcoming banquet. On the way there, she picked a lot of grapes from the grape racks in the courtyard and also took 2 watermelons from the space and brought them with her. The dishes were quite rich. A large pork elbow that had been braised in advance, stir-fried pork, hand-pulled lamb, steamed pork with rice flour, scrambled eggs with cucumber, beef brisket with tomatoes, and a pot of chicken soup. In addition, 2 fruit-wood roast ducks were packed from Quanjude, along with shredded green onions and cucumbers, sweet noodle sauce, and 4 baskets of pancakes. Soon, Yu Siju and Fu Nanjing came in. Yu Siju was wearing a blue dress and had 2 pigtails. When she saw Fu Weixin and Old Man Fu, she was still a little shy and lowered her head and shouted, "Grandpa, Dad." Fu Weixin was also happy. His 3rd daughter-in-law finally came back, and it could be considered a family reunion. The family sat down quickly and talked about holding a wedding while eating. Holding a wedding in this era is also simple. In fact, it is still at home, inviting relatives and friends over and then cooking a table of dishes to entertain them. Going to a hotel to hold a banquet is not popular now. After discussing, everyone decided to hold the wedding on October 1st. Fu Nanjing smiled and said, "The wedding can be postponed to October, but we have to get the certificate tomorrow, do you hear me?" Yu Siju's face turned red, and she secretly punched him. After dinner, everyone ate the watermelon and grapes brought by Xia Huanhuan. At this time, the phone rang. Aunt Chun answered the phone, and then called Fu Weixin to answer the phone. Fu Weixin took the phone, and the smile on his face gradually disappeared. After he hung up the phone, Xia Huanhuan asked, "Dad, is there something wrong?" Fu Weixin's face was a little serious. After a long time, he sighed and said, "Su Dao was arrested. Our courtyard house has also been returned, and someone has been asked to find time to get the key." Xia Huanhuan was stunned. Although Su Dao will eventually perish due to his evil deeds, it was unexpected that he was arrested after just seeing him a few days ago. Fu Nanjing also asked, "Dad, what's going on?" Fu Weixin sighed and said, "I heard that someone reported it anonymously. There is a lot of solid evidence, including the occupation of our courtyard house. And Qingye, I heard that he also abandoned my daughter and eloped with another man, and now he can't be found." Xia Huanhuan. Sometimes she really admired Fu Qingye's courage and ruthlessness in causing trouble. The person who anonymously reported Su Dao was probably Fu Qingye. Su Dao would be fine. After all, he was a domestic violence man, and it would not be a loss even if he spent the rest of his life in jail. But her daughter was only a few months old, right? It was really cruel to just ignore it. However, she didn't care about Fu Qingye's affairs. She just heard about it and didn't express her opinion. Fu Nanjing couldn't help asking, "What about the child?" Fu Weixin said, "I heard from the police station that Su Dao's mother took the child back to raise. Alas, what a sin." Fu Nanjing also sighed and said, "Dad, don't feel bad. Our whole family tried to persuade her back then, but she insisted on jumping into the fire pit. It's purely her own fault that she has become like this now. This could have been foreseen a long time ago." Fu Weixin sighed heavily again and said, "Alas, I know." Then he turned to look at Xia Huanhuan and said, "Huanhuan, after the courtyard house is returned, why don't you give up the courtyard house over there and move here? This way you can save 50 yuan a month." Xia Huanhuan heard it and shook her head and refused. "Dad, we won't move. This one is close to the children's school now. I can take a direct bus to class, and I'm used to living here. If our courtyard house doesn't work, let my 3rd brother and his wife move in. Or when my 2nd brother and his wife return to Beijing to live permanently, they can move over there." After hearing her say this, Fu Weixin did not insist anymore. He had been to Xia Huanhuan's small courtyard many times. There was a grape trellis in the courtyard, with crabapples and lotus flowers planted there. There was also a small vegetable garden in the backyard. It had a rural charm in the bustling city, and he actually liked it from the bottom of his heart. If his daughter wants to rent it, just rent it. He and Old Man Fu subsidized them from time to time, which is enough. At the end of August, There was finally news from the Guangshi state-owned garment factory. Xia Huanhuan went directly to Guangshi through the space and went straight to the home of the mother of the marketing manager of the state-owned garment factory. The marketing manager's surname was Li, so Xia Huanhuan called her Aunt Li. As usual, she brought Chinese medicine for regulating arthritis to Aunt Li and asked her to decoct it. After delivering the medicine, she didn't stay long and planned to leave. But Aunt Li held her and said with a smile, "My daughter, you've been coming here to see me and give me medicine these days." Aunt Li is not a fool. "I know you must be asking for something. Do you have something to talk to my son about? If so, don't be shy. Just tell me directly. As long as it's not something against the law, I will help you talk to my son." After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan stopped hiding it and said, "Auntie, you are really awesome. Then I won't hide it. I actually looked for Brotherly, wanting to wholesale some clothes from the factory so that I can sell them in the mainland. However, I am an individual, so Brotherly didn't sell them to me. I thought that there were so many accumulated clothes in the factory that couldn't be sold. The leaders of the factory have been putting pressure on Brotherly. Although I am an individual, I pay in cash, which can also help Brotherly share some of his worries. It's a win-win situation, isn't it? But Brotherly didn't agree, so I had to play tricks and find you, Auntie." Auntie Li heard this. She had naturally seen her son unable to sleep all night and sighing all the time because he could not sell the accumulated goods. She didn't understand. Isn't it a good thing if someone buys? Why doesn't her son sell it? So that's the case? Wait, I'll ask my son in 2 days to see if it's possible. After hearing this, Xia Huanhuan said happily, "Then I thank Auntie Li first." Auntie Li asked her son about this matter that night. Manager Li said unhappily, "Mom, don't interfere with my work. How can the things of a state-owned factory be sold to anyone casually? If the factory finds out, I might lose my job." Auntie Li didn't understand either. After hearing what Manager Li said, she didn't dare to say anything. The next time Xia Huanhuan came, Auntie Li said apologetically, "My daughter, I told my son, and he was mainly afraid that the factory would not agree. My daughter, you should not come here in the future. I feel bad that I can't help you." Xia Huanhuan heard this without any disappointment on her face, and said with a smile, "Auntie, it won't work. Don't take it to heart. I did come here with the idea of impressing Manager Li at the beginning, but now I feel comfortable getting along with you, Annie. Besides, my master taught me that one should be consistent in what one does. Auntie, the treatment of your illness is not over yet. How can I just ignore it?" Auntie Li saw that there was no impatience or disappointment on her face, so she was relieved and said, "Then I'll give you the money for the medicine and the medical treatment. I can't let you work in vain." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Annie, if you say that, aren't you destroying the friendship we have had these days? My family grows and prepares medicinal herbs, and they are all ready-made and not worth much." After hearing this, Aunt Li had no choice but to give up and said with a smile, "That's fine. Then I won't be polite to you. But I have to invite you to my home for dinner. You can't refuse." Xia Huanhuan smiled sweetly and said, "Then I'm in for a treat. The clear braised pigeon soup you cooked last time was so delicious, I still remember it now." After hearing this, Aunt Li smiled and said, "What's the problem? We people from Guangzhou feel uncomfortable if we drink soup every day. Auntie will make you scallop and winter melon soup tonight, and there will be green bean paste for the end." This relationship continued until mid-September, when Manager Li came home early on purpose and ran into Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan was a little embarrassed and said, "Manager Li." Manager Li sighed and said, "I'll talk to the factory about your purchase of our factory's overstocked inventory. But I can't guarantee it. Moreover, I have to tell you the reason for the overstocking in case you can't sell it after buying it back. That batch of goods is a kind of trousers called jeans, which were ordered by customers in Hong Kong at the Canton Fair last year. However, the brand was pasted upside down, so the customer didn't want it, and that's why there is an overstock. We gave 100 samples of this thing to the department store to try to sell it. We have been selling it from spring to autumn, and it hasn't been sold out yet. If you buy it back and can't sell it and want to return it, I won't recognize it." Xia Huanhuan's eyes lit up. Jeans are the darling of the fashion world. They have been popular for many years and are enduring. However, it is indeed difficult for people who are used to wearing loose work pants in this era to accept this. Even Guangshi has hit a wall, right? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Manager Li, don't worry. I dare to buy from you, so I must be mentally prepared. Even if I can't sell a single pair in the future and I lose all the money, I can't come back to you to refund the money. Manager Li listened and said, okay. I'll go and ask for instructions. I'll give you a reply in a few days. Another week passed, and it was already the beginning of September. Everyone in the family, young and old, had to report to school. Xia Huanhuan buttoned up Li Zhan's new military uniform, then stepped back a few steps to take a look, and smiled with satisfaction. My man is still handsome. Li Zhan laughed and couldn't help but said proudly, of course. The triplets walked in and shouted, Mom, we want to wear military uniforms too, and we want to be as handsome as Dad. Xiao Wu poked his head in and said, 3 little ones. Your second brother hasn't put on his clothes yet. After he puts them on, you will be ready soon. Then Lin Yuru told everyone to go eat. Breakfast was cornmeal and red date porridge, mixed flour buns, a plate of pickles, a boiled egg for each person, and a few pieces of braised beef, which was quite rich. After dinner, Xia Shuangshan sent the children to school. Today was the first day for the triplets to go to school. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan also sent them to the school gate and handed them over to the teacher before leaving with peace of mind. The triplets were almost identical and caused quite a stir at the school gate. Teachers, students, and parents all gathered around to watch and couldn't help but envy them. How could they be so fertile? Not only did she give birth to triplets at once, but they were also 3 sons. Li Zhan rode a bicycle and took Xia Huanhuan to Beijing University and then headed to the military academy. The military academy and Beijing University are not far apart, so if the time is right after class, the two can go back together. The weather was clear and crisp in autumn. Although the autumn heat was still very strong, it was still much cooler than in the south. Li Zhan rode a bicycle and took her through the streets lined with thick ginkgo trees. The breeze was blowing, but it was indescribably cozy and comfortable. Although she had given birth to triplets, Xia Huanhuan had the illusion of returning to her teens and 20s and falling in love. Xia Huanhuan saw Chen Lu as soon as she arrived at school. Her brother Yan Haoyan had already sent a telegram to report that Chen Lu and her brother Yan Haoyan were dating. Of course, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were the happiest. Chen Lu came to play at home last semester, so Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru knew each other. Xia Shuangshan rubbed his hands and smiled. That kid, he said he would act quickly. Now your grandson has hope. The second half of the sentence was said to Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru rolled her eyes at him and said, You make it sound like you don't want to have a grandson. Xia Shuangshan said cheerfully, Of course I want to, but I'm not like you, nagging about it all day long. Lin Yuru ignored him and said to Xia Huanhuan, when school starts, when you meet Chen Lu, bring her home on weekends, and I'll make dumplings for you. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Oh, Mom, we're just dating now. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to ask her to come over? I think we should wait until we're engaged before talking about coming home. When Lin Yuru heard this, she also smiled and said, That's right. When I saw Li Tsuehua back then, I trembled like a mouse seeing a cat. You can't scare other people's children. But tell Chen Lu that the future mother-in-law, will definitely treat her like my own daughter and will never be like Li Tsuehua. Alas. Thinking about it now, Li Tsuehua was really a bully. As she said this, she felt sad and regretful for being so cowardly at that time and couldn't help but lift the corner of her clothes to wipe her tears. Xia Huanhuan hurriedly said, Mom, it's all in the past.
Don't keep thinking about it.
We have to look forward. Look, aren't we living a prosperous life? Lin Yuru nodded and said, Oh, Mom knows. Let's look forward. Chen Lu felt a little embarrassed when she saw Xia Huanhuan. In the past month, she has written no less than 100 pages of the beginning of the letter to Xia Huanhuan, but she just couldn't write it. What to say? In just one summer vacation, she went from being Xia Huanhuan's classmate to her sister-in-law.
No.
Not yet sister-in-law. Now she and Yan Haotian are still in the dating stage.
But
They held hands and kissed each other. Thinking of this, Chunlu's face became hot. This happened about a week before she left for Beijing. Yan Haotian accompanied her to the train station to buy tickets. After buying the tickets, they went to the park for a walk. When they passed a big rock more than 1 person tall and there was no one around, Yan Haotian suddenly leaned down and kissed her on the cheek. Chunlu was stunned and subconsciously covered the place where she was kissed with her hands. She stared at Yan Haotian with a pair of innocent big eyes. Yan Haotian thought that being dumb was very cute, so he simply pushed her against the rock and leaned over to kiss her lips. Chunlu was panicked, shy and at a loss, but she did not refuse. It was not until both of them were out of breath that Yan Haotian let her go. He stroked her lips that were a little swollen from being kissed with his fingers and suddenly said solemnly, "Chunlu, let's get engaged." Chunlu was stunned. This stimulation came to 2 people at a time, and there was no chance to breathe. Yan Haotian said, "You don't have to agree to me immediately. I can wait. You are only a freshman now, and there are still 3 years to go. We can get engaged first and get married after you graduate. I just want to tell you that I really want to marry you. I did that to you just now because I was sure of you. I will be responsible for you." Chunlu did not agree immediately. On the one hand, it was because of the girl's reserve. On the other hand, although her family knew that she was dating a soldier, they were somewhat dissatisfied. Her parents wanted her to date a local boy in Guangzhou. In addition, she had not told Xia Huanhuan yet, and she was afraid that Xia Huanhuan would object. Therefore, when Yan Haotian came to see her off, she did not dare to look up at Yan Haotian. "Huanhuan, you are here already?" Xia Huanhuan saw that she was so nervous that she was incoherent. She probably was struggling with how to talk to her about her and Yan Haotian. She blinked and shouted, "Sister-in-law." Chunlu blushed when she heard it. You know?" Xia Huanhuan nodded and said with a smile, "My brother has already told me this in a telegram. Are you struggling about how to tell me?" Chunlu nodded with a red face and asked, "Then you don't object?" Xia Huanhuan smiled. "Why should I object? We are best friends, and you will become my sister-in-law in the future. Isn't it good that you don't quarrel with me?" After hearing this, Chunlu felt relieved. The 2 walked towards the dormitory. Xia Huanhuan leaned over and asked quietly, "Tell me the truth. How far have you and my brother developed? Holding hands? Or kissing?" Chunlu's face turned even redder. He glanced at Xia Huanhuan shyly and then nodded lightly. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing and said, "So we kissed? Very good, very fast progress." It seems that Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru's dream of having a grandson is not far from realization. However, Chunlu also quietly proposed engagement to Yan Haotian, but she has not responded yet. Her parents still have some disagreements, and she also told Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan listened and said, "My parents are thinking about their daughter. They are afraid that you will be bullied after marrying far away. Your parents and brothers are not around to help you. They are afraid that you will suffer. It's understandable. Don't worry too much. Time will tell the heart of a person. I believe that my uncle and aunt will accept my brother." As they talked, they went to the dormitory. The other people were also there. Sun Hui was proudly accepting Feng Yu's flattery because she ranked second in the department. Li Jixin sneered slightly on the side. Not long after Xia Huanhuan arrived, a teacher from the school's teaching department came over and said, "Sun Hui, Xia Huanhuan, come with us." Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment. What did the teaching department suddenly want to do with her? Sun Hui's face suddenly turned pale. The 2 were not taken to the same place. The one who asked Xia Huanhuan the question was a male teacher. He said straight to the point without any nonsense, "Someone anonymously reported that you cheated in the final exam, so we want to find out the situation." Xia Huanhuan then knew what was going on. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Teacher, this is a false accusation. I didn't plagiarize." The teacher said, "We also need to integrate the testimonies of all parties to make a judgment. It's not that you can't say no and it's not true." Xia Huanhuan said, "Teacher, since it's a false accusation, The other party must have other tricks. What if someone is bribed and insists that I cheated? Then I can't clear myself even if I jump into the Yellow River. I think it's better to try another way to prove my innocence. The teacher looked at her, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Tell me what method?" Xia Huanhuan said, "Teacher, you can ask our professors of each subject to give me a new test question temporarily, and I will do it on the spot. If I can get a high score, then it should be able to prove that I took the test based on my own ability, not by cheating, right?" The teacher was stunned for a moment, then knocked on the table, frowned, and said, "Student, be serious. Don't think you can escape the blame by being so sensational." Xia Huanhuan looked at him. "Teacher, what do you mean by this? Aren't you still investigating? How can I escape the blame?" The male teacher also realized that he had said the wrong thing. After glancing at Xia Huanhuan, he sneered, "Okay. If you are so uncooperative, then I will ask the department to see if they agree to let you retake the exam." Xia Huanhuan was speechless. "Teacher, I don't think I am uncooperative. I have answered all your questions truthfully and expressed my willingness to retake the exam. Please don't put accusations on me casually, otherwise I will ask other teachers to investigate this matter." The male teacher was stunned and left the room angrily. Professor Wang, who had taken Xia Huanhuan to an inspection before, happened to pass by and heard the conversation inside. He said, "If the students are willing to retake the exam, let the professors of each subject give a few more difficult knowledge points for the retake. This is related to a student's lifelong reputation. You must be cautious and not ruin people casually." Professor Wang is highly respected, and the male teacher did not dare to neglect him, so he had to agree reluctantly. Soon, new questions were given to each subject, and 2 copies were photocopied, one for Xia Huanhuan and the other for Sun Hui, so that they could answer the questions in the room. Xia Huanhuan was not vague. She looked at the test paper, picked up the pen, and started writing quickly. After all, this time the questions were not a formal final exam, and only a part of the questions were given. Even so, it took Xia Huanhuan about 3 hours to finish. The male teacher took the test paper away and gave it to the professors of each subject to mark and approve. Facts have proved that Xia Huanhuan did not cheat, and her performance this time was even better than the final exam. Professors of all subjects, without exception, gave high scores.
How?
Is this possible? The male teacher was still a little unconvinced. After hearing this, the other professors asked unhappily, "Why is it impossible?" Xia Huanhuan usually attends classes on time, actively answers questions, discusses, and makes reports. She also completes her homework seriously. She is a good student. You think it's impossible. What's the matter? Are you suspecting that so many of us professors had colluded with her in advance to help her? After hearing this, the male teacher realized that he had offended so many professors in the department at once, and hurriedly apologized with a smile. "Teachers, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that." In addition, although some side witnesses unanimously pointed out Xia Huanhuan, and even Sun Hui tried to drag Xia Huanhuan to take the blame, but with so many test papers close to full marks and the support of professors from various subjects, Xia Huanhuan was cleared of suspicion and was released. On the contrary, Sun Hui's test was a mess. She was not the second in the department in any way. After another review, she confessed the fact that she bought the test paper. Xia Huanhuan returned to the dormitory, and Chenlu hurriedly came up to her and asked worriedly, "Huanhuan, are you okay? What does the department want to see you about?" Although Li Jixin was reading a book, she was actually paying attention to what Chenlu and Xia Huanhuan were saying. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "It's no big deal. Someone reported me for cheating, and now it's clear." After hearing this, Chenlu breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately became indignant. "That's great. What kind of person is this? He's just jealous of your good test scores. He could have scored better than you, but he stabbed you in the back. He can do such a thing that ruins someone's future. He's worse than pigs and dogs." Li Jixin put the book aside with a cold face, turned his head, and slept against the wall. Xia Huanhuan glanced at her out of the corner of her eyes and couldn't help sneering. Sun Hui was finally given a disciplinary punishment of probation and came back with swollen eyes from crying. When she came back and saw that Xia Huanhuan was unharmed, she felt even more unbalanced and came up to tear Xia Huanhuan. Xia Huanhuan, why are you okay? Xia Huanhuan dodged easily, and Sun Hui missed and fell to the ground in embarrassment. Xia Huanhuan sneered. Nonsense. I didn't cheat. Why would I be in trouble? Dare to do it, you must dare to take responsibility. At worst, you can hate the person who reported you. Don't make trouble in front of me anymore. If you dare to provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude. Fighting in school will also be punished. Xia Huanhuan glanced at someone who had been paying attention to her and couldn't help sneering. She was not so stupid as to fight with Sun Hui. When Sun Hui heard this, she really shifted her attention to the person who reported it. However, without thinking, she pointed at Xia Huanhuan's nose and said, "If the person who reported it is not you, who else could it be? Don't think about it." Xia Huanhuan rolled her eyes. "Can I report myself when I report it? My brain has been kicked by a donkey again. Don't you think about it carefully who is jealous of you, who is most likely to know that you bought the test paper to cheat." Sun Hui was stunned for a moment, and then she began to think about it. It doesn't matter if you think about it. She really wants to tell Li Jixin. At that time, she also asked Li Jixin if she was willing to buy it with her, so that Xia Huanhuan's arrogance can be extinguished. Li Jixin did not agree. Thinking of this, Sun Hui turned her head suddenly and saw Li Jixin. "Li Jixin, did you report it? I ranked second in the department and you only ranked 8th. You are jealous of me, aren't you?" As he said that, he slapped Li Jixin twice on the face. Li Jixin was proud and arrogant. How could she have suffered such humiliation? Moreover, it was Sun Hui, whom she didn't think highly of, who hit her. She couldn't help but fight back. The two of them were fighting, one pulling my hair, and the other twisting her face, just like shrews. Xia Huanhuan watched them fighting each other, and took Xinlu out to eat. Someone reported the fight to the security department, and the two were pulled apart by people who came later. In the end, Li Jixin was also punished with a demerit. Sun Hui was originally on probation, and now she was directly expelled. While Xia Huanhuan was busy with her studies, she would go to Guangzhou through space on weekends or when she didn't have classes. On this day, she picked a basket of grapes from the grape rack in her yard and went to Guangzhou. The grape variety in the courtyard of the quadrangle is the authentic Xinjiang horse milk grape, which is long and oval, crystal clear green, almost seedless, and extremely sweet. In this era, the cold chain was not so developed, and the north-south communication was not so convenient. In the south, this variety has never been seen. Aunt Lee's teeth were loose, but she could still bite the grapes, and she felt sorry. "Oh, you wasting money again. This grape variety is really sweet." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "I was just passing by the fruit market and saw some for sale, so I just bought some." "Auntie, just eat whatever you like." While they were talking, Manager Lee came back and finally brought good news. When the factory leaders heard that someone was willing to sell the inventory, they were so happy that they couldn't wait to object. However, Manager Lee was still cautious and agreed to give 100 pairs of jeans in a batch, 6 yuan per pair, which was a cost processing price. Xia Huanhuan didn't mind. Sell 100 pairs first, anyway, it's convenient for her to come here, and then discuss the next batch after selling them. Moreover, everyone in Beijing is still cautious now, so she really has no idea how the sales volume will be. However, Xia Huanhuan also felt that jeans alone were a bit thin. She actually also had her eyes on the thin sweaters knitted by machines in the factory. Now, in most parts of the country, people still buy wool and knit sweaters and trousers by hand. The ones they knit themselves are hard, thick, and heavy. Compared with those knitted by machines, they have more colors and patterns, and are also very soft and warm. Xia Huanhuan mentioned it to Manager Lee. "Manager Lee, could you give me 100 of the sweaters in the factory so that I can sell them together? If 100 is not enough, 50 will do." Manager Lee hesitated for a moment and said, "That's fine. I'll ask the leader." The sweaters are supplied to department stores, so there won't be much pressure. I'll see if I can give you 50 pieces. Xia Huanhuan was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Brother Lee." I came again, and the sweater business was also settled. There were 50 pieces, 8 yuan each. Together with the jeans, it was exactly 1,000 yuan. Xia Huanhuan paid directly. She hired a cart and asked someone to go to the factory to pick up the goods and delivered them directly to the house she rented. Then she put them into the space and returned to Beijing through the space. The goods were obtained, but how to sell them was also a problem. Opening a store is definitely not realistic. The Qi family shop that I bought in Beijing last time was intended to sell snacks. It happened to be adjacent to a restaurant. If I could rent the restaurant, I would definitely make money directly from the restaurant in the future. Xia Huanhuan thought about it and decided to set up a stall first. This year, various places have loosened up a lot. In Guangzhou, which is close to the port city, there are already many people who dare to set up stalls. Around Shanghai, there are also many people who are bold enough to run their own business in Zhejiang province. Even in Beijing, the original black market is actually semi-public. However, if you encounter patrols, you still have to run. Xia Huanhuan did not outsource to Dahe and his men this time. The main reason was that the price she paid for the goods was not low. If she took a cut of the cost, the price at Dahe's place would be much higher. A pair of pants cost nearly half a month's salary. Even in Beijing, it would be hard to sell them. Let's wait until the cost is reduced before we talk about it. Xia Huanhuan did it right away. A few days after she got the goods, she had no classes, so she changed into a sweater and jeans and asked Xia Shuangshan to ride a cart to take her to the location she had specially selected in the black market. The location was close to a winding alley. If anyone came, she would quickly run into the alley and then directly enter the space. She took out a clothes rack from the space in advance and then hung up a few samples supported by hangers and put the rest in her bag. She took out 20 sets this time, mainly because she was afraid that it would be easier to run away if she had to. There were not many people selling clothes in the black market, and people were still used to buying them in department stores. However, when Xia Huanhuan stood there, she was a movable sign. She had a first-rate figure, and her jeans were slim-fitting, which perfectly set off her figure. Her sweater was a little loose, but it just supported her chest, not too eye-catching, and still showing her curvaceous figure. Therefore, although there was no hawking, several women had been peeking at this side from time to time, but they did not dare to come forward to ask. Xia Huanhuan smiled and greeted, "Big sister, come and have a look. These are new goods from Guangzhou City, and they are unique in Beijing City." After she called out, two people came over together. One of them touched the jeans and asked suspiciously, "What kind of fabric is this? It feels quite thick." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "The fabric of these pants is called denim, which is exported from Guangzhou to foreign countries to earn foreign exchange for the country. It is said that they are sold in the domestic market because the wrong label is attached to them, and they are no longer wanted abroad. You see, this label is upside down. Everything else is fine. The quality is very good and can be worn for many years. What's more, it is warm and can be worn now." When the two heard that it was originally sold abroad and not available in China and saw that Xia Huanhuan was wearing it and it looked really good, they were a little tempted. The other person touched the sweater and said, "Wow, this sweater is so soft, you can touch it quickly." The first person really touched the sweater. "Isn't it much softer than the ones he knitted with wool himself?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "This is also new from Guangzhou. It's machine knitted and can be worn now. The pattern and color are also beautiful." The two of them couldn't let go and touched it again and again before asking, "How much is it?" Xia Huanhuan said, "The jeans are 10 yuan a pair, and the sweater is 12 yuan a piece. If you want a set, it will be 1 yuan cheaper for each. Take it for 20. 20 is half a month's salary. However, for one piece, it is still acceptable." The two discussed for a long time and looked at Xia Huanhuan wearing it, and they were really tempted. "We will buy one each. Can you give us a discount?" Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Why not? I'll pack you brand new ones." Then, she took out a sweater and jeans from her bag and handed them to the two people. The original plastic bags were still there, with the trademarks and the words Guangzhou Garment Factory were written on them. The two people were very satisfied after seeing them, so they paid and left happily. With the ticket for the opening, many people came to ask for prices, and some wanted to try on the sweaters. Xia Huanhuan did not stop them and let them try the samples. Whoever wanted to buy, she would give them brand new clothes. Others saw it, and they didn't say anything in their hearts, but they were all very happy to be respected. If this happened in a state-owned department store, let alone trying if you just touched it if you met a bad-tempered waiter, he would force you to buy it. Moreover, they would definitely not give you new products with original packaging. They would take them down directly from the shelves and sell them to them. In addition, Xia Huanhuan did not restrict them. Even if they did not know each other, if one wanted a sweater and the other wanted jeans, and they bought them together as a set, she would give them a discount of 2 yuan. Or if they bought 2 sweaters and 2 pairs of jeans separately, she would also give them a discount. Therefore, in a short while, more than a dozen pieces were sold. Xia Huanhuan saw that most of them were sold, so she planned to close the stall. While she was packing up, Li Zhan came over on a bicycle. Huan. Xia Huanhuan looked up and saw him, and was stunned for a moment. Why are you here? Didn't I say I can do it alone? However, seeing that Li Zhan has changed into casual clothes, it doesn't have much of an impact. Li Zhan's eyes couldn't help but burn when he saw Xia Huanhuan wearing a light blue printed sweater and a pair of slim jeans that perfectly outlined her figure. He smiled and said, "It's on the way. Mainly, I want to go home with you." As he spoke, he bent down to take the bag from Xia Huanhuan and stuck it in front of the 28-inch bicycle. Xia Huanhuan felt sweet when she heard it. It's impossible to go on the way. It would take a long way to go from the military academy to here, and then go home. On the way, Xia Huanhuan hugged Li Zhan's waist and reported today's gains to him. We took out 20 sets today. Except for 3 sets for samples, the remaining 17 sets were all sold. The minimum profit for a set of 2 pieces is 6 yuan, and there are also single purchases with a profit of 4 yuan per piece. In total, we made at least 100 yuan. Li Zhan was still quite shocked after hearing this. Apart from anything else, he is now in a military academy at the deputy division level, and his monthly allowance is only 80 yuan. Xia Huanhuan earned more than his monthly allowance in one day. However, more than that, he liked Xia Huanhuan's excited look after making money, confident and cute.
Got it.
Hold on tight, don't fall. As he spoke, the bicycle really twisted a few times, and Xia Huanhuan was so scared that she quickly hugged him tightly and suddenly touched his abdominal muscles mischievously and said with a smile, "Li Zhan, why do I feel that your abdominal muscles have become a lot stronger?" The bike shook again, and Li Zhan quickly stabilized it, gritting his teeth and smiling. "Don't touch me randomly. Wait until we go back tonight, and I'll let you touch me enough." Xia Huanhuan blushed, took back her hand, and smiled. "Who wants to touch me?" Then she asked, "By the way, didn't my parents send a telegram saying that they would be able to return to Beijing in a few days? Why don't we take a leave to pick them up there?" Li Zhan smiled and said, "I was thinking of telling you one of these 2 days, but do you want to go with me? I can go alone."
Xia Huanhuan said, "How can that be?"
"Let's go buy tickets tomorrow and I'll go with you." Li Zhan couldn't enter or leave her space, so she had to accommodate Li Zhan and take the bus with him. Li Zhan thought about it and said, "That's fine." The two talked all the way home. Lin Yuru was drying cowpeas and chili peppers in the yard, and she also made 2 large jars of pickles. The cowpeas must be boiled in water first, and then dried to make dried beans. In winter, after soaking in boiling water, they can be cut and fried with bacon. This wave is the last crop in the backyard vegetable garden. After harvesting this crop, the beans, green peppers, tomatoes, cucumbers, etc. will all be picked up, and radishes, garlic, cabbage, and the like will start to be planted. Xia Huanhuan washed her hands and went to help. While washing, she reported today's income to Lin Yuru. Lin Yuru was stunned. "Oh my God! How much did you earn in just half a day's work?" Xia Huanhuan smiled affirmatively. 100. Lin Yuru looked at her with wide eyes. 100. Oh my God! The factory workers with a stable job can't earn that much in a month. Xia Huanhuan actually had a general feeling about 100 yuan, but setting up a stall to sell clothes was a new thing for her, so she was still happy to hear it. "Mom, 100 yuan is just the beginning. In the future, the policy will be more and more relaxed, and individuals will not be prohibited from doing business, so you can earn more." That may not be the case. It is Xia Huanhuan's first day today, and she is selling foreign trade products from Guangzhou. There are no substitutes on the market, so even if it's a little expensive, everyone is still willing to spend money. When the market is liberalized, there will definitely be many people doing this business. Once there are many competitors, the blue ocean will turn into a red ocean, and that's a price war, competing on who has lower costs and who sells more goods. It's just like Coca-Cola. The formula is simple, but no small company can beat the two giants.
Why?
The giants' costs can't be lowered anymore, and they haven't raised prices for many years. What can a small company use to compete with them? However, she told Lin Yuru all this, but Lin Yuru didn't understand. Besides, she is not afraid of competition. Only when there are more competitors can the market prosper, and everyone can make money together. Competitors are not mortal enemies. She is also confident that she can always stay ahead. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, I think I'll look for another store in a few days and open a clothing store then. Lin Yuru couldn't think of that and smiled and said, Wanner, I don't understand what you said now.
But don't worry.
You and Li Zhan can just focus on making your own way outside, and your dad and I are at home. The children are all grown up, so you don't have to worry too much. Xia Huanhuan nodded and said, Mom, thank you. Without you and my dad, I wouldn't be able to spend so much time on those things. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something and said, By the way, Mom, your braised food is delicious, such as braised pig's trotters, braised pig's large intestines, pig's liver, and the like. I was thinking, I'll open the store I bought last time in winter, and you and my dad will take care of it. We can do a brine business, or a bun shop, a dumpling shop, or something like that. Lin Yuru was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously said, Open. Open a store? How can your dad and I do it?
No.
I can't even do arithmetic well. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, you just need to be responsible for braising food. I have already asked a slaughterhouse in the suburbs for ingredients. They are willing to give me pig offal, cow offal, or pig heads at a low price. If I want to make dumplings or steamed buns, I can also get flour, pork, shrimp, celery, cabbage, shepherd's purse, etc. Don't I still have my dad to take care of the money collection in the store? You can just run it as a business, and my dad won't have to go out to haul coal for others. And the daughter of the original owner of the store can come and help. We can open it for an afternoon. If she is tired, it's okay to not open it for several days. Anyway, the store belongs to our family, and we won't lose money if we close it. Lin Yuru was still a little scared, and Xia Shuangshan came over and said, Hey, what are you afraid of? Don't I still have me? Our daughter asked us to do it, so we will try it. If we can't do it, we can still say no later. Lin Yuru listened and said with a smile, Okay, then your father and I will give it a try. I didn't expect that after living for such a long time, I still have the opportunity to become a boss's wife. If I go back to Qingshui village and tell them about it, won't the old sisters in the village envy me to death? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help laughing. Anyway, as long as you are happy. Whether or not to make money is secondary. Xia Huanhuan mainly wants them to have something to do. At the beginning, Xia Shuangshan felt useless and at a loss because he went from the countryside to the city all of a sudden, so he carried her to haul coal. Instead of working the street, it is better to work hard in your own store, and there will be some sense of accomplishment and belonging. The store is only open for half a day, and cheening you helps. If you are still tired, you can hire another person, it doesn't matter. Li Zhan had no objection to this matter. He helped to dry the beans while listening to Xia Huanhuan's arrangements with a smile. That night, Li Zhan couldn't wait to Xia Huanhuan and said with a smile, Don't you want to touch your abdominal muscles during the day? Now I'll let you touch it. Xia Huanhuan was so embarrassed that she punched him lightly in the stomach. Li Zhan covered his stomach and pretended to be in pain. Xia Huanhuan didn't believe it at first, but when she saw his painful expression and he didn't speak for a long time, she got scared and quickly pulled him to watch, and then she was overwhelmed all of a sudden. Huanhuan, are you murdering your husband? The next day, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan went to the train station to buy tickets, planning to leave for the farm where Xin Wanxue and the others were in 2 days. 2 days later, the two set off. The triplets clamored to go, but Xia Huanhuan gave them 50 cents. The three of them happily went to the grocery store to buy egg rolls. Xia Huanhuan also left an extra 5 yuan for Xiaowen and the others, and told Xiaowen and Xiaowu to take good care of their grandparents and younger brothers, and if there was anything, to go to Grandpa Fu and the third uncle for help. In fact, since the children started school, she would give them pocket money every month. Xiaowen, who was in junior high school, got 2 yuan a month, and Xiaowu and Beibei, who were in elementary school, got 1 yuan a month so that they could buy stationery or snacks. However, Xia Huanhuan would not interfere too much in how they used the money. At most, she would ask, and as long as they didn't do anything bad, it would be fine. Xiaowen and Xiaowu nodded sensibly. Beibei also said, "Fourth uncle, Mom, don't worry. With us here, nothing will happen at home." Xia Huanhuan was amused and said, "Okay, I'll leave it to you." Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan did not delay. They bought sleeper tickets and sat overnight. They arrived in Ho-Hot the next morning. They took a bus to the county, where the farm was located. However, they did not have to go to the farm specifically. The local authorities had already notified those who could return to the city, and they all agreed to be taken to the county guest house by cars sent by the county leaders. Those who went back by themselves, or if there are family members coming to pick them up, they can stay a few days longer or shorter according to their own circumstances. Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang had already received their telegrams, so they were waiting in the guest house. Many other people had left one after another. Before leaving, those who were closer came to say goodbye to them. When they heard that they were waiting for their sons and daughters-in-law to come and pick them up, they couldn't help but envy them.
"Oh,
Your sons and daughters-in-law are really conscientious. I have 4 sons and 3 daughters. I am going back to the city. I sent them a telegram, but no one replied to me. They are afraid that I will cause trouble for them." Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang felt upset after hearing this, and they pulled him aside and said a lot of comforting words. After sending that person away, someone from the guest house came up to call them and told them that someone who claimed to be their son and daughter-in-law had come downstairs. Really? Really? Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang were so happy that they stuttered. Shen Wanxue smiled with tears in her eyes. She quickly touched her head and asked Rong Zhenbang, "Zhenbang, look quickly. Is my hair messy? Am I too haggard?" She looked again and saw that Rong Zhenbang's hair was already gray and his face was wrinkled a lot. Thinking that she might not be much better, she couldn't help but feel sad and wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Rong Zhenbang stroked her hair and smiled. "Look at you. When you can't see your son and daughter-in-law, you keep talking about it every day. Now that they are really about to meet, you start crying again. If Li Zhan and Huanhuan see it, you must feel bad." Shen Wanxue punched her and said, "What can I do? I don't want to cry either." However, she quickly adjusted her mood and walked over with Rong Zhenbang. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan were in the front hall. When they saw Shen Wanxue and Rong Zhenbang coming down together, they quickly went to meet them and supported them. Li Zhan was still a little awkward. After all, they had never lived together. However, he hesitated for a moment, and then he looked at her solemnly. "Dad, Mom, we are here to pick you up." If they couldn't call out their parents now, how sad they would be. Xia Huanhuan also shouted, "Dad, Mom."
Hey.
Li Zhan, Huanhuan, I didn't expect that we could be reunited as a family. As she spoke, Shen Wanxue had raised her handkerchief to wipe her tears again. Xia Huanhuan saw that the handkerchief she was using seemed to be made of suzhou embroidered silk. She and Rong Zhenbang were both wearing neat and clean clothes. Although they were all popular styles, they still couldn't hide the temperament of the young masters and young ladies from big families. This handkerchief must have been hidden by her on purpose, and she took it out today. Xia Huanhuan was very impressed by their demeanor. Rong Zhenbang smiled and said, "Hey, don't blame me, your mother is just excited." Xia Huanhuan held Shen Wanxue's hand, and her eyes couldn't help but turn red and said, "Mom, don't be restrained. Cry if you want to. I'll accompany you." Li Zhan and Rong Zhenbang looked at the two ladies like this, feeling helpless and distressed. Shen Wanxue took Xia Huanhuan and asked about the situation at home, how Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei were, how the triplets were, etc.
Xia Huanhuan told them one by one.
Xiaowen and Xiaowu are in junior high school, Bei is in the 5th grade, and Yan, Ye and Yao Yao will just start the 1st grade of elementary school in September this year. Otherwise, they would have been brought here together. Shen Wanxue thought about how she left Qingshui village when the triplets were only 2 years old.
It had been 4 years in a flash.
Really? They're already in elementary school? I wonder if the 3 little ones still look exactly the same and can't be told apart. Li Zhan laughed and said, isn't it? Sometimes I call them by the wrong names. Once I do, those 3 little rascals will all dislike me. Everyone laughed. Shen Wanxue glanced at Rongzhenbang and said, oh, time flies so fast. Your dad hasn't even met the kids yet. Xia Huanhuan would ask someone to send photos every year, but she had never seen the real people. Mom, we have already bought your tickets. We will see you as soon as we return to Beijing. Shen Wanxue nodded and said, yes.
Good.
Xia Huanhuan continued, Mom, where you and Dad will live after returning to Beijing. Xia Huanhuan said, Mom, you and Dad will live with us after returning to Beijing. We are now living in a large courtyard with 3 entrances. The place is large and there are enough rooms. When the time comes, the whole family will have someone to take care of us. Rongzhenbang and Shen Wanxue originally had a place to live in Beijing, but the policy has not yet been implemented, so the property has not been returned to the original owner. If they go back, they can only live in a small dark room before going to the countryside. Rongzhenbang and Shen Wanxue were still a little hesitant and looked at each other. They didn't want to cause trouble for their son and daughter-in-law. Li Zhan went on to say, Dad, Mom, please don't bother us. Our family has been separated for so many years, and after recognizing each other, we have been separated again for so many years. Do we have to separate again after finally reuniting? You can live with us first. If you are not used to it or still want to move out and live alone, Huan, and I will definitely not force you. How could Rongzhenbang and Shen Wanxue not want to live with their son? They have been lonely for 20 or 30 years, and they have always supported each other, looking forward to reuniting with their son every moment. Now their son, daughter-in-law, and 6 sensible grandchildren are all around them. This is the joy of family. Shen Wanxue nodded and said, well, then your father and I will live there directly. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, Mom, that's right. I also have good news to tell you. My master will probably be able to return to the city in winter. I was thinking about bringing him to live in our courtyard by then so that we can take care of each other. I can also continue to study Chinese medicine. Shen Wanxue listened and thought of the days in Qingshui village. She nodded and said, alas, old Yang is the same. He didn't give his wife and children. Those distant nephews and nieces have long severed ties. It would be better if we could bring him over to live with us. The group took the train. Along the way, Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan told Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang about their current situation. Shen Wanxue was shocked and relieved to hear that Li Zhan was attending a military academy and Xia Huanhuan was admitted to Peking University. You are both good and motivated children. The next morning, we arrived in Beijing. When we returned to the courtyard, the children were not at home because they had gone to school. Only Xia Shuangshan, Lin Yuru, and the wolf cub were there. This was the first time the wolf cub saw Rongzhenbang and Shen Wanxue, so he barked a few times responsibly. However, after being stopped by Xia Huanhuan, Shen Wanxue was startled and asked with a smile after seeing that the wolf cub had no ill intentions. This dog is quite majestic, like a wolf. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, what a coincidence, his name is Wolf Cub. Shen Wanxue smiled and said, that's quite appropriate. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru were somewhat reserved. No matter how poor Shen Wanxue and Rongzhenbang were, they were also intellectuals. How could they compare with others? However, Shen Wanxue took Lin Yuru's hand and said gratefully, in-laws, thank you for taking care of me when I was in Qingshui village. There are still so many years left, but for the help of you and brother Shuangshan, where would this family be able to move around? I have done nothing for so many years, and I feel really guilty. Lin Yuru quickly shook her head and said, oh, We didn't do anything. The children are all obedient. They just do cooking, pick up and drop off the children, etc. It's nothing like that. Shun Wanshue shook her head and said, how can these be nothing? Taking care of a home is even harder than working outside. Everyone said, and went into the room to sit and talk again. Because she knew in advance that they would be home today, Lin Yuru stewed chicken soup early in the morning and started cooking at noon. Xia Huanhuan and Shun Wanshue, they all rolled up their sleeves and went to the kitchen to get busy. They packed a plate with beef stewed the day before, fried lamb tripe with green pepper, steamed pork with rice noodles, braised pork, boiled fish, and other items such as Kong tofu and cold lotus root. Stir-fried pork liver with celery, stir-fried chicken with kimchi, stir-fried green vegetables, etc. A large table was set up. Xia Huanhuan also took out a bottle of erguotu from the space and let several men on the table drink it. Xiao Qingzi squeezed the juice and gave it to the women and children. Soon at noon, Xiaowen, Xiaowu, and Beibei came in with the triplets. Grandma.
Mom.
What to eat for lunch? I'm starving to death. Xiao Wu, always lively and active, shouted as soon as he entered the door. The triplets also saw the same thing. I'm starving to death. Everyone rushed through the door and was stunned for a moment when they saw Shan Wanshue and Rong Zhenbong looking at them nervously and expectantly. When Shan Wanshue left, the triplets didn't remember anything, so they didn't know each other. After Xiaowen, Xiaowu and Beibei were stunned for a moment. They recognized Shan Wanshue and immediately rushed over happily, shouting, Grandma Shan, why are you here?
Hey.
Before Shan Wanshue could speak, her eye circles turned red, and she choked and said, this should be Xiaowen. This is Xiaowu, Beibei. You have all grown so tall. The triplets ran to Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan's feet and stood at their feet. They raised their heads and asked Mom, who are they? Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, they are your grandfather and grandmother. They are so grown up. Please call them quickly. The triplets were carrying small school bags and red scarves. They were very cute. They shouted politely, Grandpa, Grandma. Rong Zhenbong and Shun Wanshue felt excited when they saw the three little guys who were exactly the same as they were carved in pink and jade. They came over and knelt down, touched their heads, and said with a smile, you are Yan Yan Yi Yi and Yao Yao. Bar? It's so big. Shun Wanshue choked and said, isn't it? When I left Qingshui village, I had just learned how to run and they called me Grandma, Grandma, Grandma after me, but they didn't know much else. Unexpectedly, they are now in the first grade of elementary school. Yan Yan tilted her head and asked Grandpa, Grandma, are you my dad's parents? Our teacher has taught us that my father's father is my grandfather and my father's mother is my grandmother. Aha! I learned it too. But, grandparents, why have you never been at home for so many years?
Ye asked thoughtfully.
Yao Yao smiled happily and said, it's better now. The kids in the class all laughed at me and Yan Yan Yi for not having grandparents, and we will have them in the future too. The words of the three people made the adults laugh. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, the reasons why your grandparents have been away from home for so many years are very complicated. You will understand it when you grow up. Xiaowen asked, Grandma and Grandpa, are you still leaving this time? Or live with us? Shun Wanshue smiled and said, Grandpa and Grandma are not leaving, I will live with you. Xiaowen said happily, great. Our house is lively again. The wolf cub couldn't help but come out and wander around twice to show that he was also a part of the family. After everyone got to know each other, they went to eat. After eating, Xia Huanhuan took Rong Zhenbong and Shun Wanshue to the wing in the room. The wing room is also a main room, with 2 wing rooms and a total of 3 rooms, which is the same as that of Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru. Over there, Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru live in one bedroom, and Beibei lives in the other bedroom. Here, Xia Huanhuan has packed everything in advance. The bed covers are all new. There are wash basins, hot water bottles, electric fans, and coal stoves. However, the electric fans and coal stoves are currently in use. If not, they temporarily moved into the next room. Rong Zhenbong and Shun Wanshue looked at it and found that the conditions here were many times better than those they lived in at the Northwest Farm. The small shabby house in front of Beijing was also in the sky and on the ground. Even if you say it, don't be restrained. Rong Jinbang and Shen Wanxue both agreed. Xia Huanhuan said again, "By the way, Mom, I have something else to show you." With that said, Xia Huanhuan kicked Li Zhan out. "You go out for a while." Li Zhan was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing. Does her daughter-in-law have any secrets that only she and Shen Wanxue know? However, he still went out obediently. Rong Jinbang also smiled and went out together. Xia Huanhuan then took Shen Wanxue to the bedroom next door. When Shen Wanxue saw the 3 familiar large camphor wood boxes, she immediately understood what Xia Huanhuan meant. They are the same as when Shen Wanxue saw them a few years ago. These 3 large camphor wood boxes are naturally the 3 boxes that Grandma Yao asked Xia Huanhuan to keep for Shen Wanxue. Xia Huanhuan was not sure about these boxes. Did Rong Jinbang and Li Zhan know about it? As the custodian, Guotian Lixia, she naturally couldn't let Li Zhan know about it, so she sent them away and said softly, "Mom, these 3. The box can finally be returned to its original owner." Shen Wanxue nodded, looking at the box engraved with traces of time, and remembered that this was also her dowry box back then. Unexpectedly, more than 30 years had passed in a sudden. Shen Wanxue wiped her tears. Said, "Huanhuan, please call your dad and Li Zhan in." After Xia Huanhuan heard this, he guessed that she probably didn't plan to hide it from Li Zhan anymore, so he went out and called the 2 of them back. Li Zhan couldn't help but leaned over her ear and asked, "What mysterious thing are you and Mom doing?" "Woolen cloth?" Entering the house, Li Zhan couldn't help but be stunned when he saw 3 octagonal silver-wrapped camphor wood boxes. He came here 2 days ago, and these 3 boxes were not in the house yet. However, he soon thought, okay, this must have been kept in the space by his wife. Rong Jinbang obviously knew the existence of these 3 boxes, but he was still stunned. "Wanxue, why is this? This box here?" Shen Wanxue told Rong Jinbang about the case where Grandma Yao entrusted the box to Xia Huanhuan before she died. After hearing this, Rong Jinbang nodded and said, "That's it." Shen Wanxue then walked over and opened the 3 camphor wood boxes one by one with the keys. At first, Li Zhan thought it would be their clothes and some valuable things, but when he saw the contents clearly, he was also shocked. "I was speechless for a long time. I saw 3 camphor wood boxes. One was full of gold bars and small yellow croakers, the other was filled with jade, gold ornaments, etc., and the third was simply filled with bronzes, porcelain, calligraphy, and paintings. Just one item is priceless, let alone 3 large boxes of things." Shen Wanxue looked at Li Zhan and said, "Zhaner, Mom won't hide it from you. The things in this box are from our family of possessions. At that time, your father and I saw that something was wrong, so we packed the more valuable things in the house into these 3 large boxes and gave them to my former wet nurse, Grandma Yao, to help keep them." Grandma Yao's home was near Qingshui village. Later, when I went to the countryside, I also went there. This can be regarded as destiny. Shen Wanxue continued, "These things will be left to you in the future. There is only one thing, these gold bars and small yellow croakers. If the family has no money, it is okay to exchange them for money. But these utensils, calligraphy, paintings, etc. cannot be sold. These are priceless treasures left by our ancestors." Li Zhan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses and said with a smile, "Mom, what are you talking about? We have money. These things are all things left by the ancestors of your and Dad's 2 big families. You still keep them for yourself. If we are short of money, we can ask you for them." Xia Huanhuan also smiled and said, "Yes, Mom. We have enough money now. In addition to Li Zhan's allowance and the subsidy for my school, I am also running a small business, so the money is definitely enough." Shen Wanxue was stunned for a moment. She really wanted to give these things to her son. When Rong Jinbang saw this, he smiled and said, "Wanxue, Li Zhan, and they refused to take it, so let's keep it first and wait for later. Give it to them again, and it will be the same." After hearing this, Shen Wanxue gave up and locked the box. Li Zhan and Xia Huanhuan came out of the side room and asked them to rest. After they came out, Li Zhan smiled and looked at Xia Huanhuan sideways and teased, This means you have confessed everything and nothing is hidden from me? Xia Huanhuan felt guilty for a moment, and then said confidently, "It is a matter of loyalty to others when entrusted by others. Even if mom is your biological mother, but the things belong to them, and I will tell you without their consent, how is it appropriate? What if you are someone who loves money, and even your parents would do it for money?" Li Zhan approached her and said angrily, "Am I someone who loves money?" Xia Huanhuan stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, Wasn't I just making an analogy? Now that you know that you are the eldest young master, or the richest young master, how do you feel?" Li Zhan gritted his teeth and said, "How about assigning me? Let's see how I deal with you tonight." In the evening, Li Zhan took full advantage of the eldest young master's privileges and asked Xia Huanhuan to serve him like a little girl, making Xia Huanhuan unable to even speak a single sentence. Second, early in the morning, Li Zhan stewed snow pears with rock sugar himself, and diligently gave 2 bowls to Xia Shuangshan, Li Yuru, and Xinwan, Shui Rongzhenbang, and then gave the rest to Xia Huanhuan, and asked Xiao when to serve some drinks to his brothers and sisters. "By the way, I thought, our family is just like my father's family, let's find someone to come and help. Now that there are so many people in the family, my mother and your mother are not young anymore. There may be stores to look at later, and the master will come over in a while. For housework and cooking at home, it is better to find a young and strong person. It would be better if someone can help quickly." When he first came to Beijing, Xia Huanhuan also mentioned this matter to Lin Yuru. However, Lin Yuru didn't agree and said that she could handle it. Xia Huanhuan thought that cooking, washing clothes, etc. would be the same for herself and her 6 children. She could help. She secretly took the clothes to the space and washed them, leaving only a small amount to prevent Lin Yuru from suspecting. In addition, she was afraid that if someone came to help, Lin Yuru would be at a loss like Xia Shuangshan. So I didn't insist. However, it's different now. Shun Wanxue and Rongzhenbang are also living here, and Yang Qiushi is coming soon. Even Shan Wanxue and Rongzhenbang's family are really bigger. Neither Rongzhenbang nor Yang Qiushi would just sit and eat without helping. Just cooking would be tiring enough. In addition, after the conference this winter, her business would be about to begin. It's officially started. A food store in Beijing, and later she plans to open a clothing store, a restaurant in Maxian, Guangzhou Port City, and a clam farming base in Zhejiang Province.
Run.
She has to go to school, and with all these things, she may not have time to help the 6 kids. They are getting more and more busy with their studies, and it is impossible to do anything all the time. Moreover, Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan are getting older. She also thought that letting them look after the front room would be a way of making a living, so that they would not feel that they were not needed and would be at a loss. After thinking about it, it would be better to find a more suitable person to come and help.
Li Zhan Listanat
Also nodded and said, "It is indeed time to find someone for help. But where can I find it?" Xia Huanhuan had made a good plan and said, "I'm talking to you personally, you can see if it works." Li Zhan heard this and said with a smile, "Have you thought about it all?" "Okay, tell me." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Aren't the children in our eldest sister's family quite old? I heard that the eldest daughter is already married, and the second daughter is 17 years old this year. She hasn't mentioned her husband's family yet. I've met her once, and she's not bad. Otherwise, let her come to our house to help, and we can give her 30 yuan a month. What do you think?" Li Zhan's eldest sister is Li Zhaodi. It was Li Zhaodi who helped a lot when Li Zhan's life experience was revealed. After that, she and her relatives in the Li family recovered. In the past few years, although they have not been in person every year, she used to visit relatives, but she never missed the gifts from relatives and the New Year's money for her children. Xia Huanhuan would help them from time to time. However, she did not go too far to help the poor. At first, he gave Li Zhaodi 20 yuan to send his children to school. However, Li Zhaodi didn't know what he thought, so he didn't give it to him anymore. During the festival, the New Year's money given to the children was plentiful, 2 or 3 yuan each. Xia Huanhuan and Zhou Qiuhe went to Li Zhaodi's house once and met their second daughter, Chunyan. Not good-looking but clean, a little shy but not dull, and very efficient at work. When she and Zhou Qiuhe were guests, Chunyan helped pour water and took care of her younger brothers and sisters. He also helped wash vegetables, cook, and never had any free time. However, their third daughter was a bit lazy and kept doing everything. Xia Huanhuan had a good impression of this second daughter. One point, after all, she's your niece. She wants to call you uncle. Come and help us. If you can't handle it, then just pretend I didn't say it, and I'll look for someone else who has nothing to do with it. Li Zhan looked at her and said with a smile, I haven't said a word yet. You've already finished all your nonsense. Xia Huanhuan blinked and said with a smile, Then do you agree or not? Li Zhan smiled and said, You have met someone, and if you think it's good, you can ask her to come over. Although our family has a larger population, it is still easier than doing farm work in the village. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, If you agree, I'll ask my third sister-in-law to help bring a message. Li Zhan nodded and said, Okay, you do it. Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan discussed it and announced the matter the next day. Lin Yuru still objected and insisted on saying that she could still do it, but Xia Huanhuan rejected it. Mom, don't be anxious. When our braised vegetable restaurant opens, you and my father are going to visit the store. How can you take care of the work at home? Besides, we have all said hello to the eldest sister. The eldest sister is very happy. Now you ask me to go back to her. How embarrassing is that? After hearing this, Lin Yuru had no choice but to give up. Xia Huanhuan went to send a telegram to Zhou Qiuhe and asked her to help ask. However, she didn't let Zhou Qiuhe reveal too much about how much she would give per month, so she just said it was 1 month. 20 yuan. That's it. Li Zhaodi and her husband were overjoyed after hearing this. 20 yuan per month for urban workers may not be much, but it is the salary of a junior worker. 10 yuan might be enough money to earn by working hard for half a year, or even a year. In addition to the telegram, Xia Huanhuan also remitted the travel expenses, which was enough money to buy a hard bed. However, Li Zhaodi's county came to the capital, that is. After traveling for 4 or 5 hours, Li Zhaodi only bought a hard seat ticket. With half of the money she saved, she bought 2 kilograms of meat, baked meat pies, and cooked meat for the whole family. She saved the remaining few yuan. He got up. He also told his second daughter to send 15 yuan to his family when he made some money, so that he could support his younger brothers and sisters and marry his eldest brother. In those days, especially in rural areas, people still had more precious sons than daughters. It was very common for daughters to earn money for their sons to find wives. Although Li Zhaodi was not very educated, she was considered to be sold by her family back then. Yes, but when she comes to her place, the most she can do is not marry her daughter but ask for dowry for her son to get a wife. The fourth brother's place gives her 20 yuan a month, including food and accommodation. 5 yuan pocket money is actually much more reasonable than most other parents. After they were sent to the entrance of the village, Li Zhaodi felt somewhat sad when he saw his daughter leaving. He gave Chun Yen some fried pancakes and said, Yenner, you must listen to your fourth uncle and aunt when you go over there, and don't be stubborn, do you hear me? If you don't get used to it, you can come home again, do you hear me? Chun Yen is a sensible person. She wore an old green military jacket, coarse trousers, 2 pigtails, and her cheeks were rosy. She also wiped her tears and said, Mom, don't worry. When I got there, I listened to my fourth uncle and fourth aunt, saying that I would work hard and send money home to support my younger brothers and sisters. Zhou Qiuhe came to pick up Chun Yen and said with a smile, Sister, don't worry. Fourth brother and Huan are not mean people. Chun Yen will definitely not be able to bear the injustice when she goes to Beijing. With that said, he took Chun Yen away. Zhou Qiuhe still works in the supply and marketing cooperative, while Li Jie found a temporary job in the lumber factory. However, he followed Luo Cheng and the others and learned to drive a large truck. It didn't take long for him to, because he helped the driver in the factory reverse the car. He was favored by the factory and wanted to make him a regular worker. However, Li Jie did not agree and still worked as a temporary worker, mainly because he still had work in Luocheng from time to time. Helping with transportation, sometimes it lasts for 10.5 months, which is the main business. The lumber factory is suitable for temporary workers. Last time, they said they were looking for a shop to do their own small business, but they had already bought the store. However, Maxian County is even more isolated than Beijing City. There are not many small traders and hawkers setting up stalls now, and they don't dare to open stores. Therefore, the storefronts are still empty. Xia Huanhuan's store is opening together. Zhou Qiuhe sent Chen Yan to the train station, bought her some food for the journey, and told her to be careful, saying that her fourth uncle and aunt would pick her up after arriving in Jingshi and then sent her to the train. After sitting for 4 or 5 hours, every time the train arrived at a station, Chen Yan pricked up her ears to listen to the conductor to tell her what station it was. She was not very literate, and if she didn't listen carefully, she couldn't understand the platform name outside. After finally hearing that they had arrived in Jingshi, Chen Yan began to feel uneasy again. She had never even been to the county town before, and the farthest she had been was to the town in spring to attend the temple fair. Jingshi, she had never even thought about it. She carried a small bag with a few changes of clothes and 2 yuan that Li Xiaodi stuffed into her, and got off the train with the crowd. The crowd pushed and shoved, and she hugged the bag tightly, feeling surprised and scared. This was the first time she had seen so many people. There were many more people than at the temple fair. With so many people, how would her fourth uncle and aunt find her? What if she got lost? What to do? Just when she was worried, suddenly a strange voice called out, "Chen Yan." Chen Yan was startled and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a very beautiful woman and a tall man standing together. Chen Yan still remembered how beautiful her fourth aunt was, so she recognized Xia Huanhuan almost immediately. Li Zhan, on the other hand, had never seen her before. Chen Yan was excited and ran towards Xia Huanhuan through the crowd. When she got to her, she called out shyly, "Fourth uncle."
Aunt.
Fourth uncle. Li Zhan looked at the little girl in front of him with some curiosity and sighed in his heart. His wife knew his relatives better than he did. However, Li Zhan also understood that Xia Huanhuan was also trying to help his relatives. Otherwise, if he wanted to hire someone to help at home, he would just pay them money and dismiss them directly if they didn't do a good job, and he wouldn't be afraid of hurting the relationship for the sake of face. Seeing that she had grown taller than the last time they met, but her face hadn't changed much, Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "You're so tall now. From now on, you should treat your fourth uncle and fourth aunt's home as your own home, and don't be restrained. Let's go home." Chen Yan's heart was half relieved. In her impression, in fact, because Xia Huanhuan was too beautiful and didn't look like a country girl at all, she was always a little afraid of Xia Huanhuan. On the contrary, her third aunt Zhou Qiuhe was much more friendly. Now, seeing that Xia Huanhuan was not arrogant at all, she was happy. Xia Huanhuan took her bag and gave it to Li Zhan. Chen Yan hurriedly said, "Fourth aunt, I'll take it myself." Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, "Your fourth uncle is such a big man. Let him take it." Li Zhan also smiled and said, "It's okay, I'll take it." It was just noon. The 3 of them left the train station, but did not take the bus back immediately. Instead, Xia Huanhuan took her to a state-owned noodle restaurant. Chen Yan opened her mouth. She only had 2 yuan on her, and she heard that the food in the restaurant was very expensive. But she was afraid that her fourth uncle and aunt would laugh at her, so she had to bite the bullet and follow him in. "Boss, 3 bowls of noodles with soybean sauce and a plate of beef with soybean sauce." The shopkeeper agreed, and soon, 3 bowls of noodles with soybean sauce and a plate of beef with soybean sauce came up. Chen Yan looked at the neatly arranged slices of beef with soybean sauce and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. The sauce for the noodles with soybean sauce was also mincemeat sauce, and each chewy noodle was covered with sauce. Take a bite, and your mouth is full of oily fragrance. Chen Yan felt sorry for spending so much money while she buried her head in eating noodles. She had never eaten such delicious noodles before. Seeing that she only ate noodles and not beef, Xia Huanhuan picked up 4 or 5 pieces of beef and put them in her bowl and said with a smile, "Eat beef. Pick it up yourself, don't be too reserved." Although she said so, she also knew that it was nonsense to tell such a young girl who had never traveled far not to be reserved. Chen Yan didn't dare not eat, and ate all the beef. Seeing this, Xia Huanhuan gave her a few more pieces, but she and Li Zhan didn't eat much. After eating the noodles, Chunyan asked for her bag, then took out 2 yuan and secretly handed it to Xia Huanhuan.
Fourth aunt, I
only have 2 yuan left. I ate a lot of beef. If 2 yuan is not enough, you can deduct it from the 20 yuan you're going to give me. Xia Huanhuan was stunned for a moment, then felt sad and helpless. Li Zhan pushed the money back and said with a smile, Chunyan, aren't you slapping your fourth uncle and aunt in the face? From now on, when you come to our house, your food, accommodation, and clothes will all be provided by your fourth uncle and aunt, so you don't have to spend any more money. Chunyan was stunned for a moment, holding the 2 yuan in her hand, and still a little unbelieving. I don't have to pay? Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but pat her head and said with a smile, Silly girl, of course not. As she said that, she called the waiter to come over to settle the bill. A bowl of noodles with soybean paste cost 50 cents, and the beef was 2 yuan, which was 3 yuan and a half in total. Chunyan was shocked and still felt a little uneasy. This meal actually cost 3 yuan and a half.
Did she really not have to pay?
However, the 2 yuan was still in her hand. After the meal, Xia Huanhuan and Li Zhan took her to the bus. The fare was 5 cents, which was also paid by Xia Huanhuan. When she arrived at the courtyard, Chunyan was not too surprised. There are many families with yards in the countryside, but they are all rich families. It is normal for my fourth uncle and aunt to be rich and live in such a big yard. She didn't know that the location here is so big that even if there are 1,000 yards in the countryside, they can't compare to 1 yard here. Xia Huanhuan asked Chunyan and Beibei to live in the wing room of Lin Yuru and Xia Shuangshan. Xia Shuangshan and Lin Yuru are also from the countryside, so Chunyan will at least feel a little familiar psychologically and won't be too scared or restrained. After settling in, Chunyan didn't wait for people to arrange it. When she saw the dirty clothes, she took a large basin, picked up the dirty clothes, went to the well, pressed water up, and started washing clothes. Xia Huanhuan couldn't help but smile when she saw it. This child is quite discerning and has a lively look in her eyes. Lin Yuru saw it, walked over and said with a smile, Hey, you just got here. Don't rush to work. Wait for 2 days to rest. Chunyan raised her arm and touched her hair and said, Grandma Lin, it's okay. I came to the city to work. I'm used to doing these things at home. It's not tiring. Lin Yuru heard it, and seeing that she couldn't stop her, she had to let her do it. She moved a small stool and came to wash with her, while asking her some questions when she was at home. Chunyan was stunned when she saw that Lin Yuru actually washed with her. She came here to work. Why did Grandma Lin, who is the host, wash clothes with her? Grandma Lin, I'll wash it. You take a rest. Lin Yuru smiled and said, It's okay. I can't sit still either. Instead of taking a rest, you might as well let me do some work. Xia Huanhuan took out 3 chickens from the space, asked Li Zhan to kill them, boiled water and poured it on the chickens, plucked all the feathers, and then dealt with the internal organs. Chunyan was stunned when she saw that 3 chickens were killed at home. When she was at home, it was a luxury to kill a chicken during the holidays. She was stunned for a while before she reacted. She hurriedly went to wash her hands, saying, Fourth aunt, you leave it alone. I will pluck the chickens after I finish washing the clothes. Xia Huanhuan smiled and said, You and your Grandma Lin can wash the clothes. Don't you have me and your fourth uncle? No need to help. Chunyan was a little stunned. She heard from others that if she came to the city to help out and get paid, even though she was in the home of her fourth uncle and aunt, she would be similar to the maids in the opera, and she would have to take care of the daily life of the whole family. Aren't the jobs of washing clothes, cooking, and coaxing children hers? The master should treat them like young masters and young ladies, and if they don't work, they should just wait, right? How come it was that Grandma Lin did the laundry, but even her fourth uncle and aunt killed and cleaned the chickens themselves? Xia Huanhuan knew that she must have misunderstood, so she smiled and said, There are so many people in our family, and they can all help with the work, but your Grandma Lin, Grandpa Xia, and Grandma Xin and Grandpa Rong in that room are all old, so we asked you to come and help. Don't worry, you are not asked to do all the housework. Li Zhan also smiled and said, "From now on, just think of this place as your home, and just help with the housework." Chen Yan was stunned for a moment, and felt warm in her heart. She nodded and said, "Yeah." In the evening, Xia Wen, Xiaowu, Beibei, and the triplets were all picked up by Xia Shuangshan. Rong Zhenbong and Shen Wenxue went to the relevant departments to ask if they could find a job for them and came back. Xia Huanhuan introduced Chen Yan to everyone. After they got to know each other, Xia Huanhuan and Lin Yuru started to prepare dinner. Shen Wenxue also came over to help cut and cook vegetables. Now it was Beibei and the triplets who helped light the fire. The original kitchen of the Sihiyuan was not small, with a total of 3 stoves and 6 pots. Now I use 2 stoves and 4 pots, which are turned on at the same time. The front pot is used for cooking, and the back pot is used to boil water, and then add noodles or make porridge, hot steamed buns, etc. The chicken soup was sitting on the stove in a casserole and had been simmering all afternoon. Beibei and the 3 little guys took turns lighting the fire. While filling the firewood into the stove, they excitedly told the adults about interesting things at school. Xiao Wen and Xiao Wu were in their 2nd year of junior high school, and their studies were heavy, so they were not allowed to get involved in cooking and were asked to do homework and review their lessons. They are not used until it is ready and served to the table to carry the plates and rice. Chen Yan was assigned tasks such as washing vegetables, but she wasn't tired at all anyway. Chen Yan was still in a daze. She was given 20 yuan a month. Could it be that she wouldn't give it because she did too little work? However, she didn't dare to ask this, so she just worked quickly. Everyone worked together, and in about half an hour, the meal was ready. Stir-fried meat with garlic sprouts, stir-fried yellow beef with celery, tomatoes and eggs, stir-fried bacon with sour beans, mapo tofu, cold lotus root, garlic water spinach, and a pot of fresh mushroom and chicken soup. The staple food is corn grits, sweet potatoes, and white flour steamed buns. This large table of dishes was put on, with more meat and less vegetables. Chuanyan's eyes widened. 4th aunt, isn't this really a banquet? Why are there so many dishes here? Xia Huanhuan said with a smile, "Our family has a large population. Even if we look at so many dishes, we can all eat them up." After hearing this, Chen Yan was filled with envy. There are so many dishes in this meal, which is enough for her family to eat meat and vegetables for a year. Chen Yan took her own bowl of soup, took half a steamed bun, put some tofu and lotus root water spinach in her bowl, and planned to go to the kitchen to eat. This was what her mother had told her, saying that she didn't come here to visit relatives, but to work, and she couldn't serve dinner without her discernment. This is also common in rural areas. When entertaining guests at home or during festivals, there is a custom in many places that women are not allowed to serve at the table. Her family was pretty good, and when they were all members of their own family, her parents would still let their girls' movies be served on the table. Xia Huanhuan saw Chen Yan carrying the rice and was about to walk out. She was stunned for a moment and called her out. "We are eating. Where are you going?" Chen Yan said uneasily, I'll go to the kitchen to eat." Xia Huanhuan said with a smile. "Why are you going to the kitchen to eat? We all eat at the table at home. You sit next to Beibei." Chen Yan was stunned for a moment. Then she sat down with a blushing face. "But my heart is happy. 4th aunt is so kind." Everyone chatted while eating. Xia Huanhuan didn't have such a big rule when it came to eating and sleeping, as long as he wasn't picky about his food. Chen Yan didn't say anything, just listened shyly. However, she also has some small problems, that is, she chews her mouth when eating. However, no one said anything. Unbeknownst to her, Beibei secretly said to her when she was sleeping at night, "Sister Chen Yan, let me tell you something. Don't be angry. You will eat later. When you are here, change your habit of chirping. This is not the way we eat here. No one will laugh at you at home, but you will be laughed at outside."